We are in an era where humanity is fighting for survival against terrifying creatures like the Beast of Destruction. This monster is known as Behemoth. With the world on the brink of collapse, a global competition called Battle.net was created. Initially, this was just an international tournament between nations, but everything changed in the year 2022. The Space League tournament launched. Humanity faced monsters from across the galaxy, and they were completely outmatched. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking guy appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a punch of absolute devastating power. That single strike instantly killed the Beast of Destruction. Say hello to our main character, Seong Ji Han. What will he do to save humanity? Stick with me to see how this epic series unfolds. The story opens with a beautiful view of Manhattan, New York. Suddenly, a notification announces the start of the elimination round. The mission is simple defense for everyone present. Before anyone can react, another terrifying announcement flashes across the sky. Summoning the apocalypse monster Behemoth, instantly the sky rips open, and a massive purple hand reaches through the void. Following it are glowing red eyes filled with pure murderous intent. And get this, that is just one single hand. The sheer shockwaves alone cause the earth to shake like a massive earthquake. Everyone is frozen in pure terror. Once the full apocalypse monster finally emerges, a critical system message pops up for all the players to see. Defeat Behemoth before it destroys the entire world. To show off its power, the beast lets out a scream. Behemoth roars so loudly that every person on the battlefield is paralyzed with absolute bone-chilling fear. A few brave souls try to lead the crowd. This swordsman tells everyone to hold their ground and stay strong. If they lose here, it is game over for the entire world. Right after the warriors charge forward as one. Clutching their weapons, they throw themselves into a suicidal battle against Behemoth, fighting with zero regard for their own lives. Back in 2010, a system called Battle.net appeared. At first, it was just a simple way to compete. However, the stakes shifted forever when the Space League event opened up in the year 2022. A survival war against galactic beings began. Representing Earth, humanity has done nothing but lose over and over again. It is now 2023 and only 10 countries are left standing. The situation is beyond desperate at this point. Out of 204 original nations, this massive drop shows just how close we are to the end. Earth is officially standing on the edge of extinction. Facing a monster like Behemoth is a complete nightmare. Humans are just ants to this thing. With just one roar, most of the people there were wiped out instantly. Its power is honestly beyond measure. But right in the middle of this chaos, someone descends from the sky. A man with a fairly average build suddenly appears. Without saying a single word, he jumps straight into action. He throws a massive punch directly at Behemoth on the ground. The force makes the entire earth shake violently. The crowd watches in shock and drops their weapons. They cannot believe it. Did he just kill that thing alone? Looking closer, the legendary Beast of Destruction is lying dead right at the feet of this mysterious young man. But that devastating attack came at a high price. His left hand was completely shattered from the heavy impact. His hand was destroyed immediately after the collision. This is Seong Ji Han, our legendary main character. People call him Jihan, the world's number 7 player affiliated with the number 1 guild in the United States. From a skyscraper nearby, a voice rings out, "Our beloved America has won again." This historic moment will be remembered. The man speaking is Ben Williams, the leader of the top guild in the States. He is the boss here. He is officially the world's number 1 player. While Ben is busy showing off his authority from the balcony, a blonde girl worried about Jihan flies down to check on him despite her teammates telling her to stay. Behemoth's lingering energy is still everywhere and incredibly dangerous. A guy named Barrett says to just leave her. She can handle herself, but Barrett is secretly thinking about how terrifyingly strong this monster actually was. The energy from its corpse alone is making players faint, and that is after it has been killed. Can you imagine how strong it was when it was alive? Yet Jihan somehow managed to punch it to death. Currently, he is standing right next to Behemoth's body. The blonde girl, known as the Saintess, quickly reaches him. She is desperate to check on Jihan's condition. This girl is Sophia, ranked 3rd in the 1st guild. The moment she sees the state of his arm, she is horrified for him. Sophia immediately activates her special skill. She uses her high-level recovery magic to heal Jihan's mangled arm right there on the spot. Look at Seong Ji Han. Behemoth's dark mana has soaked deep into his body, making this whole healing process look absolutely agonizing for our boy. While Seong Ji Han is still struggling to recover, this massive reward chest just spawns right next to him. Talk about perfect timing for a loot drop. That is the legendary loot from Behemoth. But check this out, as soon as it appears, Barrett and his entire guild show up to crash the party. Barrett tells Seong Ji Han and Sophia to back off, claiming he is taking charge of the rewards. We are watching this from the sidelines, and it is just wrong. Everyone is getting heated. This guy is acting like he is the one who took down the monster, when we all saw Seong Ji Han do the heavy lifting. Talk about having zero shame. But some fans are just sighing. Given how bad things are on Earth, what choice do we really have? These guys are supposed to be our only hope. Then Barrett steps up, pulling rank as the number 1 player in the United States. He starts listing who gets the boss rewards. Of course, he puts himself first. Can you believe the ego on this guy? Next are the Saintess, rank 4 and rank 5. That is the whole list. Sophia isn't having it though, and honestly, neither are we. She calls out Barrett, asking why Seong Ji Han isn't on the list when he is the one who actually killed the boss. She is speaking for all of us. Barrett just points at Seong Ji Han with a smug look. His reason, pure trash. He says it is because Seong Ji Han isn't a real American citizen. He says even as an immigrant, Seong Ji Han isn't one of them. He actually calls our hero a dog. I can't believe we are hearing this. Despite the insults, Seong Ji Han just stands there. He is staying completely silent, not even bothering to argue with a clown like Barrett. Sophia wants to keep fighting for him, but Seong Ji Han finally speaks up. He is telling her to stop because it is just a waste of time. Seong Ji Han turns away, his arm still badly injured, and tells Sophia it doesn't matter. He actually says Barrett is right about his status. To the world, he is just a stateless refugee who lost his home. Even though we know he is packing a legendary SSS rank skill, it is called the Nameless Divine Arts. It is a fragmented skill that needs upgrading. He can only unlock its true power under specific conditions. He needs to master 3 secret arts or find the skill's true name. And yet people still treat this powerhouse like a mere refugee. Even after losing his country and climbing to rank 7 in the world with his divine arts, Seong Ji Han is still treated like an outsider. He is denied his rights and treated unfairly, but Seong Ji Han isn't even sad about it. Our guy is playing a much bigger game than they realize. The real pain isn't the discrimination, it is the survivor's guilt. He is the only one left alive from his home, and that is what's truly hurting him. But things are already a mess. Seong Ji Han decides to focus on healing his severed arms first. We are all just waiting to see his next move. The mission results are coming in. Suddenly, a screen pops up, game over. It is time for the final tallies to be revealed to everyone. Bronze rank elimination, defense type. The goal was for half the players to survive. The United States actually managed to pull it off. China passed too, but Russia and Japan total failure. We are all watching these notifications in absolute shock right now. It is unbelievable. Out of the last 10 countries, only 2 survived this round. The stakes for humanity have never been higher than this. If this keeps up, humanity is done for. Then a red alert flashes. Sector 4212 has officially failed the mission. Failures are everywhere. Now the prompt says we have to face orc number 4773 in the final elimination round. Seeing the red alert, Sophia begs Barrett to let Seong Ji Han fight. She knows we need his power to stand a chance against the orcs. Seong Ji Han was the reason we won last time. But Barrett, he just shuts her down instantly. The guy's pride is going to get us killed. He boldly claims they don't need Seong Ji Han at all. Then the system summons the representatives. This is it, the battle is about to start. Even with humanity facing total extinction, Barrett's trashy pride won't budge. He is still refusing to let Seong Ji Han join the front lines. He keeps Seong Ji Han out and steps up to the orcs himself. The guy is actually trash-talking them like he has already won. He calls them disgusting pigs. Sophia realizes he only picked 4 guild members to fight. Where is the rest of the team? He chose her and the Chinese rep but skipped Seong Ji Han. Barrett is just standing there, clenching his fists and trying to hype himself up. He is mumbling that he can do this without Seong Ji Han. Then he starts unleashing his full power. We are all watching, hoping he isn't totally delusional. His face turns veiny and his eyes start glowing bright. The energy coming off him is intense, but is it enough? We are about to see. Barrett floats into the air, screaming at the orcs to come and get some. He is acting like some kind of untouchable god right now. He shouts that he is humanity's champion, then slice. You know what they say about big talkers. They are usually the first ones to go. And that couldn't be more true here. Our number 1 player barely got 2 sentences out before everything went horribly wrong. An orc just decapitated him in one shot. It happened so fast that we are all just staring at the screen in total disbelief. Barrett's head goes flying and then the system notification hits: 1 human player has been eliminated. It is a literal nightmare unfolding. Pure despair is washing over everyone right now. We all know what this means, and it is not looking good for our survival. 4 more notifications like that and humanity is officially deleted. We are on the edge of our seats, praying for a miracle. All our hopes are on Seong Ji Han now. He is the only one left who can actually turn this disaster around. Please, Seong Ji Han, save us. This was the moment their earth turned to ash. Honestly, everything that followed was exactly the nightmare we all expected. Humanity's top rankers were getting absolutely demolished by these massive orcs. Death notifications just kept flooding the screen one after another. With Sophia as the lone survivor, the lead orc actually started mocking her. He thanked the weak humans for being such easy prey. See, our deaths meant their survival. And just as that massive axe came swinging down for the final kill, something happened. The game over notification popped up. Humanity number 4212 officially failed the Bronze League elimination round. No more chances. This useless version of humanity was getting purged from the galaxy. Total deletion was about to begin. As the deletion timer hit 0, a massive purple black hole opened up right beneath everyone. It started expanding at a terrifying speed. It swallowed everything in sight. Even our main man Jihan couldn't escape it. This really looked like the end of the line. The entire world was over. We watched as the whole Earth was slowly dragged into that void, disappearing piece by piece. It was vanishing from the universe entirely. You could hear the desperate screams of the survivors echoing through the cold, dark space. But at this point, nobody was coming to save them. This tragic ending was already set in stone for every single person. The moment Earth was gone, the system confirmed the purge was complete. But then, out of nowhere, a massive glitch appeared. A red warning light flashed. Error, one human still remains. Deep in that void, only a tiny fragment of Jihan's consciousness survived. He was lost, wondering if he was truly the only one left. That is when his skill, Nameless Divine Light, started resisting the deletion. The higher beings were shocked. They found it fascinating that a mere human could actually fight back against the end of existence. Even Jihan didn't realize his skill was this broken. He started wondering if he had leveled this up sooner, could he have won? One of those godlike beings spoke up again. They noted that while he was currently weak, his potential was off the charts. They couldn't just throw away such a rare chance. They debated giving him another shot as Jihan drifted further into his thoughts. If he only knew the true name of his skill, maybe South Korea would still exist. Maybe he could have protected everyone. Could he have saved his loved ones? While he spiraled, the celestial entities began a final vote on his ultimate fate. Some wanted to give this last human a do-over, but of course, there were those who were completely against the idea. To the skeptics, it was just a waste of energy. But once the voting ended, the decision was finally made. The verdict, player Seong Ji Han would be sent back to the very start of the league. Regression approved and initiated. Suddenly, a voice from a television nearby jolts Ji Han awake. He opens his eyes, but his head is absolutely throbbing with pain. Everything is a blur. He can barely remember those cosmic voices talking about him, returning to when the whole league first began. After taking a second to breathe, Jihan finally looks around. He needs to figure out if this is real or just a dream. To be absolutely certain, he rushes to the window and rips the curtains open. What he sees outside leaves him totally speechless. The world is alive. People are walking the streets, going about their day like nothing happened. It's a total shock to his system. They're just working and living normally. If his hunch is right, he's back in South Korea in the year 2020. He really regressed to the very beginning of the apocalypse. Without wasting a second, Jihan pulls up his status window. Name Seong Ji Han. Level 2. This is it. The exact moment the league started. He's still trying to process the madness, but then it hits him. This is his golden ticket. If he uses his future knowledge now, he can change everything. That dark future where Earth turned to dust, he has a chance to rewrite it. No, it's more than just a chance. He has to change it. He won't let that tragedy happen a second time. This time around, the outcome is going to be different. He's going to save everyone. Back in 2020, South Korea was still standing strong. They actually had a fighting chance then. Back then, Korea was home to one of the world's elite players. A guy ranked 11 on the entire global leaderboard. At his peak, he was considered the third strongest on the planet. Everyone knew him as the Sword King Yoon Se-jin. He was a national treasure and the pride of the country. Thanks to his legendary status, Korea was a major power in Asia. They kept their high ranking because of him. Honestly, Korea might have reached even greater heights if that incident hadn't happened. But then came May 20th, 2020, a day that would change the course of history for everyone involved. The Sword King Yoon Se-jin dropped a bombshell during an interview. He announced he was moving to Japan and changing his name. It completely broke the internet in Korea. And guess what? Jihan just regressed to that exact same day. The day the hero told the world to call him Yoon Se-jin. Just seeing his face on screen makes Jihan's blood boil, especially that smug look. Once the Sword King abandoned them, the country spiraled into pure, unadulterated chaos. Everyone was panicking about their rank. But according to Jihan's memories, this was only the start of the nightmare. Based on Seong Ji Han's memories, South Korea tanked hard, going from a top-tier nation to a total losing streak. Their ranking plummeted so fast it felt like falling off the peak of a mountain in an absolute heartbeat. But you know how it is, the public was still optimistic. TV hosts were even quoting experts who claimed that their rank wouldn't shift much since the country still had plenty of top-tier talent and rising stars left. Staying in the top 20 seemed like a breeze. Seong Ji Han just kills the TV, sick of people's delusions. They were stuck in the past, dreaming that some genius would just appear and replace the legendary Sword King. But that savior isn't coming. Maybe if Korea actually had time to prepare, a new hero could have emerged. Battle.net is ruthless though. See, it started out as just another game, nothing more, right? But 2 years after the Galaxy Cup kicked off, it transformed into a literal war for human survival. You die in the game, you die for real. Monsters started flooding into all the low-ranking nations. It was a total massacre. Once the Sword King bailed, Korea predictably crashed right into the bottom tiers. Everything just fell apart. Survivors all said the same thing: if only the Sword King stayed, things would be different. But what ifs don't save lives? That is just the kind of man the Sword King Yoon Se-jin is. What really eats at Seong Ji Han is that the guy is his own brother-in-law. Just thinking about it makes him boil. He decks the photo of that trash Yoon Se-jin. Honestly, he can't help but wonder deep down. Why did his sister ever love a piece of garbage like him? Would things be different if she were alive? If she was still here, would Yoon Se-jin have made a different choice? Shaking it off, Seong Ji Han checks stats. Being alive is great and all, but looking at these pathetic stats is just depressing. Player Seong Ji Han level 2. Bronze League Gangnam area. Strength, agility, vitality, and mana all sitting at a measly 5. He remembers that in his past life around this time, Seong Ji Han was basically just a drunk gambling addict. So these trash stats actually make sense. Seong Ji Han realizes just how incredibly stupid his younger self really was. He never realized how amazing talent could be. Seong Ji Han's talent is called Wanderer's Eye, and it's rank F-. It lets you see other players' exact info. We all know everyone becomes a player at 18, right? But only a lucky few are gifted with actual talent. And because Seong Ji Han's talent back then was so low, since it was F-, the absolute bottom tier, he just used it to cheat at simple dice gambling games. Back then, he had no clue that the real value of this skill only shows up after awakening. The more he looks at his stats, the worse he feels. These look exactly like level 1 stats. So why is he level 2? He spots a half-empty potion bottle sitting right under the table. Suddenly, those embarrassing memories come flooding back. That right there is an experience points potion, my friends. Some drunk idiot chugged it thinking he was a billionaire jumping to level 2. Seong Ji Han hopes it wasn't him. Was I really that brainless? But then Seong Ji Han notices he is sitting on 100,000 achievement points. Where did all these points come from? Setting the useless, low-value stuff aside for a second, Seong Ji Han can't recall completing a single thing before the league started. So why is his balance so high? Did something change when he regressed? To find out, he opens his inventory to check what's inside. A golden item catches his eye, the achievement point exchange coupon. It's a special bonus for the final survivor. For someone who chose to challenge fate again. Use this and you unlock the exclusive achievement shop. He didn't expect to keep this after regressing. Without a second thought, Seong Ji Han uses the coupon immediately. Coupon used and the system shop is live. A golden storefront pops up right in front of him. It's the level 1 achievement shop. Upgrading the store itself costs 20,000 points right off the bat. Improving the status window is 10,000 and adding a job slot is another 10,000 points. These choices are tough. Seong Ji Han needs something he can use right now to get an immediate edge. But none of these fit his current plan, so he decides to just upgrade the shop instead. Level 2 unlocked, adding inventory expansion. Still not it, so he goes for another shop upgrade. Now, it's level 3, adding the nickname feature. Seong Ji Han is down to his last 50,000 points. If he pushes to level 4 now, he will only have 30,000 left for actual shopping. 10,000 achievement points is all he has. You and I can see that as he climbs higher, the costs are only going up. Now Seong Ji Han faces two big choices. He could buy what's currently available or leave it to fate by upgrading the achievement shop to level 4. But knowing our guy, Seong Ji Han has the soul of a true gambling addict, so obviously he's going all in on that level 4 shop upgrade. Reaching level 4 unlocks a feature called Emergency Recovery. This allows you to restore any glitched or broken item back to its perfect state. After reading through these lines, Seong Ji Han just sighs and buries his face in his hands. This is honestly a terrible sign for him, because there is absolutely no way he can quit his gambling habit now, especially since he just hit the legendary jackpot once again. Seong Ji Han walks up to a room and uses his fingerprint to unlock it. The system scan is complete. You are a member of Seong Ji Han's family. It turns out the place Seong Ji Han entered is the game room of Yoon Se-jin, the legendary Sword King and Korea's absolute favorite hero. It's honestly surprising that the system still recognizes Seong Ji Han as family, even though the owner, the Sword King, is no longer staying here. After booting up the machine, a notification pops up on the screen. He has successfully opened the inventory for the BattleNet connector. Seong Ji Han immediately pulls out an item called the Broken Brush of Dongfang Shuo. It's a rank 8 item, but currently just a useless broken tool. Without hesitation, Seong Ji Han activates the emergency recovery skill to begin repairing the broken brush belonging to the legendary scholar Dongfang Shuo. Moments later, the repair is complete. That once useless, rank 8 broken item has officially transformed into the legendary brush of Dongfang Shuo. It's now a rank SS item. This brush belonged to the famous scholar Dongfang Shuo and holds a direct link to the martial god. While Seong Ji Han is busy admiring his newly fixed treasure, a notice appears. You and I better buckle up because the Gangnam Bronze Cup tutorial is starting. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, Seong Ji Han quickly pulls up his status window. He didn't expect things to move this fast. He grabs the brush and immediately begins painting something directly onto his own status screen. The reason Seong Ji Han reached rank 7 and earned the War Saint title was his incredible combination of agility and other core stats. It's the perfect fusion of his agility, strength, and health into a unique, powerful stat known as martial power. This brush was left for dead because it was broken, but with just 2 characters written, it has become Seong Ji Han's true awakening. The countdown finally hits 0. Our player, Seong Ji Han, has successfully logged into the official BattleNet tournament. The mission is simple: survive. You've got to stay alive against deadly monsters in this arena alongside 100 other hungry players. Once the number of players drops by exactly one-half, this survival game will end immediately. Seong Ji Han is still holding his brush tight, but he suddenly finds himself teleported to an entirely different dimension. He's surrounded by a massive crowd of other players. It looks like he's arrived at the arena for the match. Seong Ji Han wonders if his previous actions actually worked. What happened to his martial power? He opens his status window to check. His strength, agility, and health have all merged together into martial power. He has successfully unlocked a unique stat. Earning 10,000 achievement points, Seong Ji Han lets out a long sigh. He did it. He finally has martial power back for himself. Seong Ji Han smirks and tells himself, "We meet again." This is just the first step toward reaching the Nameless Divine technique. His martial power is only at 5 right now, but even with this, he can easily dominate the current Bronze Cup League. Suddenly, a notification pops up. You have logged into the game without being connected to a BattleNet Link kit. If you don't use a connector, you'll have to endure 100% of the pain felt inside the game world. This notice reminds Seong Ji Han of a world where you could literally pay money to feel a lot less pain. These days, people use specialized link kits to minimize the physical pain they receive while playing inside the game. The high-end gear, owned by Seong Ji Han's brother-in-law Yoon Sejin, is so advanced it blocks 99% of all incoming pain. Seong Ji Han then receives a limited quest to take first place in the tutorial. The reward is 1,000 achievement points. This quest catches Seong Ji Han off guard because it never appeared in the past, but honestly, it seems way too simple. The game begins. Please survive until the end. Just as the message fades, someone appears right behind Seong Ji Han's back. A player dressed in bright red doesn't waste a second, swinging a massive greatsword straight at Seong Ji Han in a surprise attack. He smirks while swinging his blade down, shouting, "I've got you now, you little newbie." However, things don't go exactly as the red-clad player planned when Seong Ji Han effortlessly stops the blade in its tracks. He stops it using just 2 fingers. Seong Ji Han then flashes a smile and says, "Thanks for the first kill, man. Looks like this guy just kicked a hornet's nest. Now, you and I should know that guilds are the organizations managing and supporting these players. As the world goes crazy for BattleNet, entire nations have started investing heavily in training and raising elite players. Thanks to massive investments from famous corporations, plenty of guilds have been formed to hunt for the next big talent. Welcome to South Korea, the legendary training ground where elite players are born every single season during this tournament." Seong Ji Han is standing right at the Gangnam Bronze Cup, the official debut stage for all the world's major guilds. When the announcement hits, this guy in red looks absolutely floored. The Gangnam Cup level is just on another planet. Scanning the crowd, everyone is radiating insane power. Red shirt guy shakes his head to stay focused. No time for fear. "I'm gonna win this," he thinks. Turns out his name is Do Ji-huk, a proud member of the Pyeongi Guild. Pyeongi is backed by a massive corporation, and they're famous for scouting some of the hottest rising stars in the game. Ji-huk was just your average guy until he got lucky and scored a high-tier A-rank agility gift from the system. That gift sent his agility stats skyrocketing to 25, and get this, it isn't even limited by the usual season caps. Now he's feeling unstoppable. Only a handful of players ever land an A-rank gift, and he's one of the lucky ones. With that luck, he's convinced he'll easily land in the top 50 after scanning the competition for potential rivals. But looking closer, he realizes everyone here is a beast. From their gear to their aura, they all look dangerous. The sheer pressure is enough to keep Ji-huk from attacking. He decides to play it smart and wait for now. In this survival game, staying alive is the only goal. He's not about to get eliminated by picking a bad fight. Everyone around him looks way too professional. This definitely doesn't feel like some third-rate amateur tournament anymore, does it? But then Ji-huk's eyes lock onto someone weird. A guy wearing a plain t-shirt who doesn't look strong at all. He's just standing there looking totally lost in the middle of the arena. Did the system summon this guy by accident? Ji-huk smiles. This has to be a gift from God. The perfect easy prey just waiting for him to take down. It's a free victory. Ji-huk draws his blade and gets ready to strike the moment the starting bell rings out. He's about to give this confused rookie a one-way ticket out of here. Then the signal blares, time to survive. Ji-huk charges right at Seong Ji Han, swinging his sword while screaming, "Die, you pathetic little chicken," but things are about to change. Now get this, our main character casually catches that high-speed blade with just 2 fingers. Talk about a massive power move. Ji-huk is trembling now. He realizes he's messed with the wrong person and he can't even pull his sword back. How is this possible? How can a supposed newbie keep up with his speed after he received that A-rank agility reward? Seong Ji Han lets go, sending Ji-huk crashing to the ground. Is that all you've got? Where did all that confidence go? You really came to the Gangnam Cup with a trash gift like that? Ji-huk is absolutely fuming at the insult. A-rank agility is trash. How dare this nobody beggar look down on me? He's just lucky he blocked one attack. I'll show you what real speed looks like. Ji-huk pushes his limits, his entire body glowing as power surges through him. Seong Ji Han sees the guy going all in. His speed isn't actually that bad, but it's still light years behind what Seong Ji Han can do. Gi-huk lunges forward with incredible speed, but Seong Ji Han just dances around every strike like he's moving in slow motion. Seong Ji Han realizes being back at level 2 makes things a bit annoying. He's not as fast as he used to be. It's not that his opponent is actually fast, it's just that Seong Ji Han's current body is dragging behind his mind's reaction speed. Back in the day, Seong Ji Han fought in countless arenas. Compared to those legends, this guy's movements are just too simple. Seong Ji Han easily reads every single move Gi-huk makes. That's why not a single slash can even touch his clothes. After dodging for a bit, Seong Ji Han gets bored and smacks Gi-huk's hand, sending his sword flying into the air. While Gi-huk is standing there in shock, Seong Ji Han leaps up and catches the sword with perfect timing. It's game over. In one lightning-fast motion slash, Seong Ji Han delivers a perfect clean strike right across Gi-huk's neck. Talk about cold-blooded. Gi-huk hits the ground, desperately gasping for breath. He can't believe it. How could a nobody do this to him? He glares up at Seong Ji Han, full of spite. Next time we fight, I'll be the winner. You just wait and see. Seong Ji Han just sighs. Look at this rookie trying to act like a tough guy while he's literally on his deathbed. With the brat out of the way, Seong Ji Han gets back to business. Time to find some actual prey in this tournament. It was a quick, clean strike. One slash and a blade cuts right across Du Gi-huk's neck. Du Gi-huk collapses, gasping for air. No way. How could this happen? Why me? He falls staring at Seong Ji Han with pure hatred. I will win next time, just you wait. Seong Ji Han just sighs. Look at this guy trash-talking while he's dying. What a total rookie. After finishing him off, Seong Ji Han scans the area. He's already hunting for his next target. Then notifications flash in front of Jihan. First kill confirmed. 100 achievement points secured. Right after, Du Gi-huk's sword vanishes from Jihan's grip. Player dies, gear disappears. Standard rules. It is a shame. With that sword, Jihan could have caused real chaos. Time to get serious. To stay in the lead, Jihan needs 5 more kills. He turns his gaze toward the monsters. Just as he suspected, nobody else is touching these monsters. They are all too busy fighting each other. The arena is crawling with them. But here is the thing. Killing a monster. It only counts for 0.1 of a player kill. 10 monsters equal 1 player. Brutal math. That is why everyone avoids the mobs to target players instead, especially since these orcs travel in packs. Suddenly, a new quest window pops up right in front of him. New mission, wipe out the Orc Legion, 30 orcs. The strongest monster squad in the entire arena. You and I are about to see him crush them. Reward, 500 achievement points. Hunting is not the best strategy, but 500 points is 5 times the value of a player kill. Honestly, there is no way Jihan is turning this down. Besides, monsters are just monsters. These guys are nothing compared to the orcs he faced in the past. Neck crack. He is off. He moves faster than the eye can follow, charging the horde. The orcs just stare in confusion. They are literally asking, what is that? Is a human actually running at us? He has totally lost it. We will crush this arrogant human. 2 orcs immediately hurl their massive axes straight at Jihan. But they are way too slow. Jihan dodges with 0 effort and actually catches both axes mid-air. He shouts, let me show you how a real pro throws an axe. One clean swing. Both orcs are instantly sliced in half. The rest of the pack is just standing there speechless. Jihan does not stop. He dives right into the center of the mob. Now the orcs are livid. They swarm him like a pack of wolves. Current kill count, 5 out of 30. Let's go. Jihan looks like a man possessed. Axe in hand, he is carving through them left and right. Orcs are dropping like flies. Eventually, the axe shatters, so he just switches to his bare hands. He is throwing absolute bombs. Every punch feels like a 1,000-pound weight slamming into their bodies. One punch, one kill. Simple as that. Within minutes, the 30-man legion is down to just a few. Bodies are piled everywhere. Jihan grabs a fresh axe and faces the next orc in line. Who taught you to scream while you are fighting? The orc tries to block with his wooden handle. The force is so insane, the axe head snaps off and flies into the distance. Absolute power. Jihan sighs and tells them to find better gear next time. This stuff is way too flimsy. It does not even match your size. The remaining orcs see his broken weapon and think they have won. Now is our chance. Kill the human. The surviving orcs surround him, desperate for a comeback. They swing their axes together, screaming, die, you miserable human. But Jihan is just done. He lets out a long sigh. Total idiots. I literally just told you. Stop screaming like a bunch of lunatics. Then he simply stomps one foot onto the ground. Boom. A massive shockwave shatters the earth, sending the entire orc squad flying backward. He grabs a fallen sword and launches himself into the air. He jumps so high that those short-necked orcs cannot even see where he went. Then he drops back down like a meteor. He is a blur of steel slicing through the orcs with master-level skill. They never stood a chance. Only one orc is left standing, and he is completely frozen. He is shaking, whispering to himself, "This is not a human, he is a monster." And with that, Jihan delivers the final killing blow. Quest complete. The entire orc legion has been wiped out. Time to collect the rewards. 500 points and a level up. Notifications are flooding his screen, but something seems off. He just leveled up right in the middle of a match. Experience points usually tally at the end. He wonders if it is because his level is so low that he can rank up mid-battle. Ready for a fight, Seong Ji Han can actually boost his stats mid-match. This is huge for us to watch. If he has to choose one stat to max, obviously Seong Ji Han is going all in on power. Let's check his current stats. Level 2 competing in the Gangnam Bronze Cup Area 1. 5 power, 5 mana, and 1 point left. He is a talented martial artist with F-rank Wanderer eyes. He can spot other players' skills. No nickname yet. But weight power is actually a unique stat. It combines strength, speed, and stamina. Even if other stats are at the same level, this insane power stat can basically double his overall combat ability. Talk about being broken. There is another big reason why this power stat is so special to Seong Ji Han. At 30 power, he unlocks the chance to get the SSS rank Nameless Divine Arts. Total game changer. Seong Ji Han wants that SSS technique as soon as possible, so every single stat point he gets is going straight into power. But keep in mind, this power stat has a massive drawback. Power is not that easy to raise. Usually you need tons of combat experience and training first. Fighting and training are the only ways to grow it. Stat points usually only increase physical limits. But for a battle-hardened veteran like Seong Ji Han with all his past life experience, he has completely bypassed that weakness. Now all he has to do is dump all his points in, while Seong Ji Han is busy thinking some girl with a bow tries to snipe him from a distance. With his insane reflexes, Seong Ji Han dodges that arrow like it is nothing. Way too slow for him. She is shocked. You actually dodged that. Her face goes from smug to totally serious real quick. She calls him a lucky bastard, and then this guy in heavy armor steps up beside her. He reminds her of their deal. Whoever lands the killing blow gets to claim the kill. Seong Ji Han realizes they are teaming up. Typical. This kind of stuff happens all the time. Survival maps are for fighting, but nothing stops guilds from working together to hunt others down. Then Seong Ji Han spots the logo on her shoulder. It is one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. The Black Tortoise Guild. A warrior and an archer, the perfect frontline and backline combo. Since they are from the same guild, their goal is obvious. They are here to farm other players. A notification pops up. Only 60 players left alive. The game is really heating up now. The tutorial is almost over. Even Seong Ji Han is surprised at how fast everyone is being eliminated. Usually, he would just dodge and survive. But these two, they are clearly looking for trouble. They are out for blood, thinking our guy is an easy target. Oh, they have no idea. The guy actually says, "If you go to dinner with me, I will let you have this kill." She shuts him down instantly. "We have a huge age gap, you should be ashamed of yourself." While they are busy flirting, Seong Ji Han just checks the leaderboard. Talk about having your priorities straight. He is sitting at number 1 with 4 kills. Time to use these two for more points. She is still complaining about her teammate when boom, Seong Ji Han makes his move. At godlike speed, Seong Ji Han delivers a single slash that logs her out of the game instantly. This is the power of 6 power points. The warrior just stands there completely stunned by the speed. He finally realizes Seong Ji Han already sent his partner packing before he could even blink. He is shaking. How? How dare you kill her, you bastard? He is totally losing it. Seong Ji Han teleports behind him and delivers a massive strike. He is not showing any mercy today. "I'm killing you too, buddy." But the hit only scuffs his armor. That is some tough gear. It is B-rank guild exclusive armor. It saved him from the first hit, but for how long exactly, I wonder. 1 hit, sure. But what about 100? Seong Ji Han raises his sword and gets ready to feast. He rains down hundreds of slashes. If one does not break it, 100 definitely will. The guy is screaming, "Why do you keep hitting the same spot?" "Because it works, buddy." After dozens of slashes, this supposedly tough armor finally gives out. Seong Ji Han just laughs it off. B-rank gear. Flirting. Did you come here to pick up girls? Because if that is your only goal, you should not have stepped foot in here. As Seong Ji Han continues his brutal beatdown, a woman in a white shirt and her bodyguard are watching from the sidelines, catching every single move. This woman is Lee Haun, the manager of HR over at the powerful Divergent Guild. She actually has to praise Seong Ji Han for his absolute madness. She turns to her guard and says, "It is a huge relief that we were not summoned into the same match as this crazy guy, right?" If Lim Ga-young had been summoned with a freak like this, she probably wouldn't have even taken second place. She might have been disqualified. If we run into this guy, we should probably avoid a direct fight. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if that's even a good idea anymore. Lee Haun's words really had Ga-young stuck in her head. Lee Haun just sighed. "I mean, come on, there is no way my girl could lose. Why not just face him and win?" Ga-young was totally lost on Lee Haun's hidden meaning, but after a moment she finally spoke up. She agreed to listen to her boss and steer clear of this monster. But suddenly, Lee Haeun flipped the script. Now she wants her to fight. They need to gather data on him. Whether it is a crazy order or not, Ga Young is a pro. She will follow Lee Haeun's lead. To her, fighting or running was basically the same thing. Ga Young kept her eyes glued to the screen watching Seong Ji Han's insane combat footage. Seong Ji Han. She felt like she had definitely seen this face somewhere before. This is Lim Ga Young, a star from the famous Divergent Guild. Everyone knows her as a naturally gifted S-rank talent. She is the most promising member the Divergent Guild has ever seen. Pure potential. Her performance during the cup match that day was legendary. She honestly blew everyone's expectations straight out of the water. She had everything it takes to be number one. A total lock for the top spot. That is until our main character Seong Ji Han appeared. The leaderboard took a massive hit that day. Seong Ji Han's name was sitting at the top, pushing Ga Young down to second place unexpectedly. Wait, what? Level 2 and he's taking first place. On top of that, he's got 0 gear and 0 connections to any big organizations. This was the intel the guild's scout team brought back. Apparently, their own guys were wiped out by Seong Ji Han without him breaking a sweat. He was wearing a cheap t-shirt, completely unarmed, and somehow possessed 6 skills. Like, how does that even make any sense? Can someone like this really be level 2? Everyone is losing their minds trying to figure out who this Seong Ji Han guy is. Once the tutorial wrapped up, Seong Ji Han headed back home. That is when the notification popped up. You secured first place in the tutorial. The reward for being number 1 was a 50% experience boost. He jumped 3 levels instantly, going from level 3 to level 6. It's probably because he's still a rookie, but Seong Ji Han's levels are climbing incredibly fast. The growth rate here is just absolutely insane. Sticking to the original plan, he dumped every single attribute point he earned straight into his martial power stat. No hesitation at all. His martial power just shot up from 6 to 9. Nice. Next up is the title he earned after winning the whole cup. The bronze title ruler of the tutorial. It grants a +1 to every stat and a 20% boost to all experience gained. Both perks only work within the bronze cup range. Seong Ji Han pulled up his status window and saw his martial power had hit 10. With stats like these, the bronze cup is basically a walk in the park for him. It's going to be a total blowout. Since the silver cup requires level 25 or higher, he's got time. For now, he just needs to focus on his daily training routine. Looking over his class options, something clicked in his head. He remembered he still had that special job collection system to deal with. You can unlock your basic class starting at level 5. This is the big moment where every new player chooses their path. There are 4 paths: warrior, archer, mage, and support. In his previous life, Seong Ji Han went full warrior. It was his bread and butter. Going warrior again would be the easy route. But remember, Seong Ji Han has access to that level 4 achievement store. That changes everything. There's an option in there for 10,000 achievement points called additional class slot. With this, he can actually unlock a second profession. It doesn't matter what he picks first. As long as he has 10,000 points, he can just add the warrior class later whenever he wants. This is such a massive advantage for a lucky player. So why would Seong Ji Han even bother picking warrior this early? He has got something way more interesting in mind. Cut to another dungeon, and man, this place is absolutely crawling with the undead. Welcome to the Gangnam District Bronze Cup. Your mission is simple: hold the line, protect the essence crystal, and survive at all costs. You have to survive waves of zombies attacking the base of the tower. If you can't hold at least 5 towers, it is over. That is the challenge for this dungeon. And guess who is the first one on the scene? It's Lim Ga Young from the Divergent Guild. Playing as a warrior, Ga Young looked down at the massive swarm of zombies below her and just let out a heavy sigh. I know it is just a game, but the sheer number of undead down there is honestly kind of gross. It is beyond disgusting. They are literally teeming like a bunch of maggots. A moment later, a few other players joined the raid, appearing right behind Ga Young. As soon as they spawned, these two started complaining. Out of all the possible maps, why did it have to be a defense mission? Ga Young quickly sized up the new arrivals. First, an archer decked out in B-rank gear allied with a famous EK guild. The other one is a mage. He doesn't seem to have a guild, but his equipment is absolutely top tier. Extremely impressive stuff. Both of them are solid players. But according to Ga Young, the most critical factor in a defense map is always the support player. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a blue light flashed. It looks like the universe finally sent Ga Young a support class teammate. And of course, that support player is none other than Seong Ji Han himself, strolling right toward her with all the confidence in the world. Alright, who else would pick a support class but our guy Seong Ji Han 20 minutes before the choice? The system warned him that this class wasn't a fit. It asked, "Are you sure about this?" Choosing support means unlocking divine power, which is essential for opening up a brand new special stat. But this stat is notoriously hard to increase. Even with training, it won't go up like others. Outside of spending your remaining points, there is basically no other way to boost that holy stat. Seong Ji Han's current goal is dumping everything into his physical strength. How could he have points for this? So why did Seong Ji Han still lock in the support class? It is because he knows a secret method, an all-or-nothing method that almost nobody knows. Meanwhile, Ga Young recognizes Seong Ji Han immediately because, since the previous tutorial, she has been investigating him, but seeing him pick support is a shock. The first person to laugh out loud is the mage. Oh man, this is just too much. I'm actually losing it here. That is exactly why I chose to skip those tutorial matches. Just look at that gear and those clothes. Damn, are you an actual beggar or what? You think I spent all this money on gear just to carry some broke, useless guy like you? The archer tries to calm the mage down, saying he is being a bit too aggressive right now. The mage just brushes him off. You expect me to stay after seeing this trashy guy join? You guys handle this yourself. I'm out. Just send me back to where I came from right now. Ga Young sighs, realizing they are stuck with a total jerk. This defense mission looks incredibly difficult. While she is sighing, the mage starts screaming. What are you doing? Put me down right now. Turns out Seong Ji Han got tired of his mouth and just snatched him up by the neck easily. The guy keeps yelling to be let go. So Seong Ji Han decides to grant his wish perfectly. He lets go, sending the mage into a free fall from the tower straight into the zombies. Seong Ji Han just shouts down, what are you yelling for? I can carry this whole thing without you anyway. Later, the mage is literally kneeling and begging Seong Ji Han. Please don't do that again. Forgive me. I'll do my best, I swear. That's Kim Hae-ook begging for his life right now. There has to be a reason he changed his tune so fast, right? You get 3 lives here. Kim Hae-ook respawned right after the first drop, only for Seong Ji Han to toss him off again. Now he is down to his very last life. If he dies again, he hits rock bottom. That is why he is on the ground praying for mercy. He can't afford to rank last. If he finishes last, his level drops and those expensive skills he bought will just vanish. Even if he has to swallow his pride, he'd rather kneel than lose everything he worked for. If a player's level drops below the skill requirement, that skill is deleted. Just like that, Seong Ji Han notes this guy flips faster than an X. Before this, he was actually attacking him, but with 1 life left, he threw away his dignity to beg. Seong Ji Han asks him a question. You were supposed to be some kind of fire mage expert, right? That sounds useful here. Hearing that, Kim Hae-ook stands up proudly. Exactly, I am a level 15 fire mage. You definitely don't want to lose a talented powerhouse like me. Ga Young just sighs. She realizes it really is that same Kim Hae-ook. He was once a respected top member. But after failing his silver rank promotion 4 times, he became a bitter guy who fights everyone. He is basically the ultimate symbol of a total loser. To prove his status, he points. He points at Seong Ji Han and says, I have one condition. You need to apologize first. You apologize for laying hands on me, then I will join your team. Can you believe this? The archer thinks they should all just make up so they can survive this defense map together. But Seong Ji Han doesn't say a word. He just walks over and grabs the mage by the neck. He drags him to the edge. Oh, so you want me to apologize? Well, here you go. Seong Ji Han gives him another free fall ticket, and the mage's scream echoes through the entire map. We watch as Kim Hae-ook falls until his body finally slams into the dirt. Notification pops up, the fire mage is dead. Seong Ji Han's face doesn't even twitch. He just calmly tells everyone that the jerk should have been smarter if he wanted to survive. And then total chaos. It looks like the massive undead assault is finally starting to kick off. Look at them swarm, monsters are crawling up from everywhere. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han's team is just standing there doing nothing. The nearby defense tower is doing great though. Their fire mage is blasting zombies before they even have a chance to climb. The archer starts blaming Seong Ji Han immediately. He says things would be perfect if they still had their fire mage's help. You killed him. Now we're going to lose because of your stupidity. Talk about a major mood killer. Seong Ji Han couldn't care less about the archer's crying. He's too busy opening his status window to check on his quests. Besides the main goal to rank first, Seong Ji Han spots a new surprise. A linked quest called Undead Origin just unlocked. The task: kill 1,000 undead personally. The reward is a massive 3,000 achievement points, soloing 1,000 zombies. Right now, that seems completely impossible, but Seong Ji Han isn't about to let those points go. While Seong Ji Han is thinking Ga Young is watching him from a distance, she's already decided he's the absolute worst choice. She thinks he's selfish and just a support class. Even an amateur gamer wouldn't turn on their teammates like that. There's no reason for the Divergence Guild to be scouting him this hard. The archer is getting even angrier now. Seong Ji Han isn't responding at all, which is just fueling the archer's rage. He's practically screaming at this point. Hey, answer me. You ignoring me now. If you're gonna be like this, then go fight all by yourself. Seong Ji Han actually looks shocked. Not because he's being abandoned, but because he finally gets to solo this entire horde. If he fights alone, every single kill counts toward his secret quest. This is exactly what he needed. Ga Young just sighs and says she'll lead while he supports. She's expecting to fail but won't give up yet. You can't just quit before the game even starts. But Seong Ji Han isn't even listening to her little speech. He just rolls up his sleeves and makes an announcement. I told you before, I've got this covered. I'll clear the path. You just stay back and keep this archer kid safe. Now that's what we call confidence. Right then a zombie finally reaches the top of the wall. The archer starts stuttering. It's a blood zombie. These things are different from normal undead. Their heads are liquid, so regular physical attacks don't do a thing. While the teammates are still panicking, Seong Ji Han just swings his weapon. Boom, the blood zombie's head literally explodes. One hit. That's all it took to shatter that monster into 100 tiny pieces. Absolutely insane power. Ga Young is stunned watching the carnage. She recognizes that skill. It's Holy White Fire, a divine power technique. That's a high-tier skill. Wait, does that mean Seong Ji Han already possesses holy power? This guy is full of secrets. Now it's just Seong Ji Han and his staff against the world. He's standing at the front blocking every single zombie. Current kill count, 6 out of 1,000. Seong Ji Han is just warming up, breaking the game with a wooden stick. You and I are watching a total masterclass. One guy, one stick, absolutely wrecking the entire map solo. Every swing is a massive blow. The kill counter is ticking up so fast it's honestly hard to keep track. Once the normal ones are cleared, the red blood zombies climb up. They're usually immune to physical damage. So Seong Ji Han releases just a tiny spark of holy power. That's more than enough to crush them in one shot. Ga Young and the archer are just standing there, mouths wide open. They are completely and utterly speechless. I mean, Seong Ji Han is a jerk, but you have to admit he's a beast. He's soloing the entire horde. Even Ga Young has to give him credit now. She's watching him control his holy power with perfect efficiency. He's not wasting a single drop of energy. This level of control, it's honestly kind of terrifying to watch. And get this, he's hitting every single zombie head with absolute precision. Every single time. Just a few minutes later, Seong Ji Han's kill count hits 210. He's actually going to clear the 1,000. A notification pops up. He's mastered faith in another world. His holy power just jumped from 6 to 7. That's the smile of a man with a plan. This is exactly the hidden method he mentioned before. He's boosting his holy power without even using stat points. And yeah, it's working like a charm. Sacred relics are the real deal. Way back in 2010, when Earth's tutorial first began, they were pricey. They sold for a fortune and rumors said they held ancient secrets. Fast forward 10 years later and, alright, you and I are watching Seong Ji Han realize these secret items are basically worthless now. Especially those relics from other worlds. Most people have no clue they even exist in this game. But get this, back in his past life, the Saintess Sophia told Seong Ji Han a massive secret. She boosted her holy power using those items, but it only works during the tutorial phase. That little exploit is exactly how Sophia managed to become such a top-tier saintess. Seong Ji Han was floored. Apparently holding these relics and praying for a long time grants serious power. Every item has its own specific rules, but the payoff for Seong Ji Han is totally worth it. Our guy can't believe no one else figured out such an easy way to level up. I guess since the items are rare and tutorial only, almost nobody ever bothered looking for them. Back at his penthouse, Seong Ji Han finds a secret room packed with relics from other worlds. But they're all empty husks now, completely drained and useless, just like a pile of junk. Seong Ji Han remembers Sophia saying someone was hoarding these items. Turns out he knows exactly who. It was his own sister Seong Jia, the legendary goddess and the Sword King's elite partner. She was the strongest support in Korea, but her tragic death happened years ago in the past. Digging through the trash, Seong Ji Han actually finds one surviving item, an E-rank steel staff. It's the only thing left with holy power, so he uses it to bash some zombie skulls. Now the staff is dropping to F rank. There isn't much holy energy left for him to absorb. Still, it's the perfect weapon for giving these zombies the beatdown they've been waiting for. Watching from behind, Ga Young has to admit Seong Ji Han's physical strength is just on another level. For a support class, his raw power is honestly terrifying. This guy is built totally different. His staff skills are even scarier. Meanwhile, the archer points out a high-level group nearby. They're a top 5 team, but the archer is so distracted he misses his zombie creeping up. Ga Young jumps in and saves his skin, taking out the zombie with one clean strike. Seong Ji Han recognizes her style immediately, the peach blossom sword. That means this girl is Lim Ga Young. She was famous as the temporary Sword King, but things didn't exactly end well for her. She actually died at the hands of the current Sword King, who is Seong Ji Han's brother-in-law. Ga Young asks Seong Ji Han if they can party up so they can all climb the rankings together. Seong Ji Han checks the board. He's currently in 5th place with 398 points total. His kill count is 397 out of 1,000. Still a long way to go. With only an hour left on the clock, they are really starting to run out of time. He knows Ga Young can handle herself, so Seong Ji Han decides to dive right into the horde. He tells her to hold the line up top while he jumps down into the chaos below. Mid-air, Seong Ji Han pumps every single drop of holy power he has left into that steel staff. You and I just witnessed a total game changer as Seong Ji Han literally shook the ground with light. What just happened? Look at the screen, the archer is screaming because they've hit rank 1. The staff is totally fried, but the notifications are finally rolling in. Mission complete, everyone. They are officially the top survivors across all 10 towers. That was an absolutely legendary move. Seong Ji Han just sighs. He hit first place, but he didn't actually hit his personal kill goal. 560 out of 1,000. Guess he'll have to come back and try again later. He'll return when he's even more overpowered to finish the 1,000 zombie challenge once and for all. The archer is a total fanboy now, yelling that Seong Ji Han is the absolute pro-level GOAT. Ga Young is still frozen at the edge of the tower, completely unable to process the carnage. A solo player doing all that, and he's a lower-level support, it makes zero sense. One full power strike from Seong Ji Han almost leveled the tower and turned the whole horde into dust. The archer just keeps going on and on about how Seong Ji Han is a literal god. Time to log out of this map. After snagging that easy clear, Seong Ji Han heads off to claim his well-earned rewards. He is about to bounce when Ga Young calls him back. Seong Ji Han is totally shocked. How does she even know him? In this timeline, they shouldn't even be acquainted yet. Meanwhile, Ga Young is thinking she must talk to this guy privately. The raw potential and massive achievements he just pulled off in those 2 battles are insane. He's a total beast. The Pyunki Guild absolutely needs Seong Ji Han. To make it happen, Ga Young throws her pride away and asks for his number. As soon as the words leave her mouth, she realizes how incredibly awkward and sudden she sounds. It is pretty embarrassing. Did she explain her intentions clearly enough? What if Seong Ji Han totally gets the wrong idea about her asking for his digit? Ga Young starts stammering an explanation, saying she is from the Pyunki Guild and the reason she is asking is because. But Seong Ji Han just cuts her right off. Sorry for interrupting, he says, but honestly, I cannot remember my own phone number. Ga Young stands there frozen for 5 seconds. Does a weirdo like this Seong Ji Han guy actually exist in the real world? Seong Ji Han continues, if we ever cross paths again in the future, I will give you my number then. Catch you later. With that, Seong Ji Han logs out instantly, leaving a very confused Ga Young behind. How could he not know his own number? Seong Ji Han is actually walking down the street now. Turns out he used a US number for so long he forgot his Korean one. He was not actually trying to reject Ga Young with a smooth excuse. He just legit could not remember those digits. Regardless, Seong Ji Han knows exactly why she wanted it. It was clearly a recruitment pitch from the powerful Pyunki Guild. Seong Ji Han wonders if he stood out a bit too much, but he has zero plans to join any guild right now. The most important thing is the loot from that map. Those rewards boosted Seong Ji Han all the way up to level 8. His stats are looking good with strength 10 mana 6 and holy power 7 plus 1500 GP in currency. But 1500 GP cannot buy any holy artifacts. Even the cheapest item in the shop costs 3000 GP. It is currently the year 2020, and while prices have not spiked yet, Seong Ji Han still cannot afford a single thing. Maybe heading back to the warehouse to dig through his sister's old inventory will yield better results for him. As soon as he steps inside the house, Seong Ji Han's face drops in pure shock. Something is very different here. The source of his surprise is a simple pair of shoes sitting in the hallway. We all have moments we regret. In his past life, Seong Ji Han had so many things he wished he could change. So much bitterness and deep resentment. But his biggest regret was the fact that he failed to protect that one girl. He told himself this so often. If he ever saw her again, he would say everything he missed. First, he would say, thank you. Thank you for protecting your uncle, say, ah. Next would be an apology for failing to protect her back then. And finally, he would tell her how much he truly missed her. His precious little niece Yoon Se, ah. The young girl standing before Seong Ji Han is indeed Se, ah. She is 18 and the daughter of Seong Ji Han's older sister. After snapping out of his dark memories, Seong Ji Han asks Se-ah if her school trip to Jeju Island is over already. Se-ah scratches her head, admitting she was the only one who finished early. She has always been independent. Since his sister worked non-stop to support them, Seong Ji Han was the one who raised Se-ah since she was tiny. For Seong Ji Han, who lost his parents young, Se-ah is more important than anything. She is his only real family. But thinking about that bastard, Sword King makes Seong Ji Han's blood boil. He stays calm and asks if her father called. Se-ah looks down. She tried reaching him, but it seems like the man has completely fallen in love again. Flashing back to their phone call, Se-ah asks her dad what he is talking about. Falling in love. Is he crazy? The Sword King coldly replies that he does not expect her to understand, she just needs to know. Se-ah asks what she is supposed to do. Is he really abandoning her to just run off to Japan? Yes, he says. That was the condition the woman set for accepting his feelings. He answers without a hint of hesitation. Before Se-ah can say another word, the Sword King just hangs up on his own daughter. What a total jerk. Hearing the story from Se-ah's side makes Seong Ji Han's rage explode all over again. That absolute piece of trash, Sword King. Seong Ji Han takes a deep breath and forces himself to settle down. He cannot let his niece see him this angry. That ungrateful, irresponsible coward abandoned his daughter and his country just for some woman's affection. It is pathetic. Because of him, innocent Se-ah had to suffer so much. No matter how hard he tries, Seong Ji Han cannot hold back. Just thinking about the Sword King makes his skin crawl. Right then Ah speaks up and asks, "Uncle, so you are the one who broke the family photo?" That question makes Seong Ji Han flinch. Looks like he let his anger take over. Regardless, that man is still Yoon Se-ah's father. Would Yoon Se-ah hate him for this? Surprisingly, she does not blame Seong Ji Han for the mess. The kid just giggles and says, "You beat me to it, uncle. I wanted that too." She tells him she is fine, and honestly, that is the resilient Yoon Se-ah Seong Ji Han knows. Her mother is gone, her father turned traitor and left, yet this girl keeps on smiling. She acts happy and worries more about Seong Ji Han than herself. But Seong Ji Han sees the truth. He knows she is hurting deep down. Seong Ji Han pats her head, telling her she is great. Yoon Se-ah, you have really grown up. Now you are the one looking after your old uncle. From now on, I will protect you. I will never let anyone hurt you again. Yoon Se-ah. Over in Seoul at the Gangnam Divergence Guild, Ga Young is looking pretty annoyed right now. Everything that happened with Seong Ji Han in that zombie map is haunting her. Meanwhile, Lady Lee Haeon, she is laughing her head off. After holding it in, Lee Haeon just decides to let it rip. Her laughter echoes through the entire guild. Honestly, you and I can probably hear her here. Ga Young is dying of embarrassment while Lee Haeon cannot believe what actually went down today. Imagine some random guy showing up and actually turning down a girl like Ga Young. His excuse? He claimed he forgot his own phone number. Ga Young sighs, "I could not even argue. How could I force him? Besides, I am not exactly a beauty like you, my lady. I look more like a guy than a girl." Hearing that honesty really catches Lee Haeon off guard. Does she not know how famous she is? People behind her are already starting to whisper. "That is the Peach Blossom sword. Should I ask her out?" His friend warns him away. "She will slice you like a melon." Once upstairs, Ga Young asks about recruiting Seong Ji Han. Lee Haeon sighs, "What else can I do? That crazy old man is forcing my hand here. I have to get him into the guild. The pressure is honestly starting to get to me." Just then, a notification pops up on her phone. Prediction for the winner on the battlefield. Lee Haeon wonders why some random person is streaming today. There are no big matches scheduled. Ga Young asks if the lady always watches these junk streams, but then everything changes. Shock spreads across both their faces. Now you and I are about to see why. They realize the random guy streaming is none other than Seong Ji Han. Talk about a twist. What really blows Lee Haeon away is the title. Seong Ji Han put it right there at the top. "I am the Sword King's brother-in-law." Not just Lee Haeon, but every single viewer is losing it. They see the twin sword statue behind him and realize this guy is actually telling truth. He is at the Sword Palace. That twin sword symbol is the famous statue atop the building. That is the ultimate proof. Seong Ji Han speaks up. Yoon Se-ah, could you step back for a second? Instantly comments flood in. Is that the traitor's daughter? Is she just like her father? While the crowd is busy mocking her, a few sharp eyes notice Seong Ji Han gathering his power. Power surges through his body. He slowly lifts his right leg. Nobody knows the plan. Seong Ji Han slams his foot down. Boom, the entire ground beneath him begins to shatter into pieces. The shockwave completely destroys the base of that massive twin sword statue. Everyone is totally stunned. Lee Haeon, Ga Young, and thousands of viewers are speechless. What is this crazy guy doing? Is he faking drama to sell something? Not a chance. Seong Ji Han puts everything into his fist. He throws a massive punch, pulverizing the statue instantly. The live viewer count hits 20,000. Most people are loving the chaos, but a few fans are absolutely livid right now. The Sword King will never forgive you for this. Suddenly, the views jump to 13 million. Achievement notifications are popping up everywhere. After wrecking the statue, Seong Ji Han finally speaks. Now let us talk about Yoon Se-jin's naturalization on BattleTube. Stick with me, guys. It is the biggest platform on the planet, guys. And we all know why it is part of the legendary Battle.net. The views, the subs, the total watch time, every single one of those stats gives Seong Ji Han a serious reward boost. For our guy Seong Ji Han, that traitor Sword King's brother-in-law title is actually his best chance to farm some massive rewards. Look at all these notifications. Achievements are popping off, but then boom. 100,000 dislikes right in his face. We totally expected the hate, but damn. I cannot believe that traitor Yoon Se-jin still has this many loyal fans left. One comment really caught our eye though. Someone is screaming, "How dare you destroy the monument of the twin swords?" They are calling it the Sword King's symbol. What if he never comes back because of what you did? Absolute madness. See that black twin sword logo? That is the Sword King clan. They are just a bunch of toxic fanboys for that guy. These are the same people who cornered Yoon Se-ah. Their loyalty to the king is just fueling their rage toward everyone else. And now all that blind anger is shifting right toward his only flesh and blood, Yoon Se-ah. It is painful to watch. They claim the king left because of his rebellious kid. They actually want Yoon Se-ah dead so he will come back and kill her. Can you believe this? These guys are just inventing crazy lies to cover up the fact that he abandoned his country. They just need someone to blame for the Sword King's crimes, but Seong Ji Han is not letting that happen on our watch. He is volunteering to take the hit. All right, everyone, listen closely to what I am about to say next. He drops the truth bomb. Yoon Se-jin is never coming back. As Seong Ji Han says those words, we all felt the shift. People are like, wait, is not this that bronze rank Seong Ji Han? Look at him making such a massive scene. He just smashed the twin sword monument. Then right in front of everyone, Seong Ji Han pulls out his phone to show us. It is the original recording. The final conversation between the Sword King and Yoon Se-ah right before he vanished. The whole country just saw the ugly truth. The real face of the so-called Sword King was finally exposed to everyone. Most of us were just stunned, totally unable to process this. But some people, they are starting to get furious. To think a piece of trash like him was our national idol. Then the recording hits the part about his new lover. Seong Ji Han shuts it down. Fans are mocking him now. An international marriage. No wonder he threw away his country and kid. The hardcore fanboys are still in total denial though. They are shouting that it is all fake and cannot be real. Now Yoon Se-ah steps in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I am Yoon Se-ah, the daughter of the Sword King. She is clearly in shock after everything that happened, but she is here to make a huge announcement to us. Her father said he was leaving the Sword Palace to her. You can already see people getting jealous of that inheritance. Some people are even joking, why is not my dad a Sword King? I want a Sword Palace too. Classic. But Yoon Se-ah is not having it. She refuses to accept anything from a man who abandoned his family and nation. So she is donating the entire building to the country. She hopes this helps the government and the people move forward. Rewind to 30 minutes ago, Yoon Se-ah was completely shocked. Uncle, are you serious? You want me to give it away? She asks if he is drunk or something. Why on earth would he suddenly want her to make a move like that? Seong Ji Han just confirms he is stone cold sober. No alcohol involved, he knows exactly what he is doing here. Honestly, we did not think he could convince her. They are not just selling some normal house, you know. This place is worth more than most people could earn in 10 lifetimes. Donating it is a massive, massive deal. But Seong Ji Han has a plan to protect her. He wants to make sure Yoon Se-ah does not get caught in the crossfire. Because later on, the Sword King shows up as Japan's representative. It is a total showdown between South Korea and Japan. He actually defeats Korea, and that is when the public's anger hits a literal breaking point. The rage was so out of control that the government had to seize all of Yoon Se-jin's assets just to calm people. Back then, Yoon Se-ah took the brunt of all that hatred. She had absolutely nowhere left to go. The Sword King clan was constantly hounding and threatening her until she was finally pushed right to the edge. Since the state was going to take it eventually, Seong Ji Han decides they should just donate it first on their own terms. It keeps the public and the government happy, and it saves Yoon Se-ah from all that unfair criticism. That is what Seong Ji Han is thinking. But in the original timeline, he was just a drunk uncle who lost everything. He cannot exactly tell her he is from the future, but get this, Yoon Se-ah does not even doubt him for a second. She just trusts him completely. Without a second thought, she agrees to donate the entire building. This one is for the government. Yoon Se-ah says it has been a long time since she saw Seong Ji Han this confident and sharp. That is why she trusts her uncle unconditionally. Back to the present, and Seong Ji Han is looking so proud of his niece, Yoon Se. She really does look like her mother, talented and beautiful. But then a few toxic comments from the Sword King clan catch Seong Ji Han's attention. Representing the Sword King, they tell Yoon Se-ah she's been tricked and call Seong Ji Han a total fraud. Can you believe these guys? They claim Seong Ji Han isn't actually related to the Sword King but a Japanese spy instead. But our guy Seong Ji Han, not scared at all. He is perfectly calm because being the target was his plan all along. He's basically saying, go ahead, throw everything you've got at me. He is doing this so Yoon Se-ah stays out of their crosshairs. Once she finishes speaking, Seong Ji Han stands up to take over the mic. Honestly, he's doing an amazing job. He says he did everything for a woman, but anyone who knows the Sword King knows better. Yoon Se-ah is just standing there with her jaw dropped. This definitely wasn't in the script they discussed earlier. Then Seong Ji Han keeps going. He calls him out for being a has-been. He asks if they really thought no one knew he ran to Japan because he failed in Korea. This sparks even more drama. The Sword King clan starts spamming Seong Ji Han with threats, but you know he doesn't care. They tell him to watch his mouth. Some people laugh, seeing a bronze-rank guy from Gangnam calling the Sword King a has-been. What a joke. Seong Ji Han ignores the mob and boldly tells Yoon Se-jin to take good care of himself over in Japan. No, he calls him Yoon Se-jin instead. He promises that when they meet again, he's going to beat him beyond recognition. Once the broadcast ends, a worried Yoon Se-ah asks if that was really necessary. Now both Korea and Japan are in a total frenzy. Seong Ji Han tells her to relax and just stop checking the news. But Yoon Se-ah starts to feel like something is definitely up. She says he feels different. Ever since last night, it's like her uncle has transformed into a completely different person. Seong Ji Han knows why she's suspicious. Just yesterday, this guy was stumbling around completely wasted and drunk out of his mind. Now he is acting all mature, so of course it feels strange to her. While they are still talking, the doorbell suddenly rings. Yoon Se-ah wonders who's visiting, but Seong Ji Han isn't surprised. He just didn't expect them to show up at his door this fast. It looks like he already knows who is outside. Meanwhile, over in Tokyo, Japan, the situation is getting extremely tense. Relations between the two countries are predicted to get even worse now that the Sword King has taken Japanese citizenship. Everyone expects Korea to be furious about losing their best player. They're blaming a woman for making him throw it all away. They wonder how beautiful she must be. But now the Sword King's brother-in-law has officially stepped up to challenge him. People say Seong Ji Han represents the pure rage of the Korean people. That's the news Yoon Se-jin is listening to right now. A woman sitting behind him sits up and asks if all the news reports are starting to bother him. Yoon Se-jin brushes it off, acting like the news doesn't affect him at all. But the woman won't let it go just yet. She is worried he is under too much pressure. The Sword King just looks at her and says, "Idasu, do not call me Yoon Se-jin anymore." He says he took her name, so now he is Yoon Se-jin. But Idasu hugs him and tells him he's completely wrong. She says he will always be Yoon Se-jin, Korea's #1 player. That is an absolute truth that will never change. They share some sweet words and a passionate kiss. Let's just say things get pretty intense between them after that. Switching back to Seong Ji Han, once he hears the doorbell, he gets up and heads straight over to open the door. It's exactly who he expected, the head of the Korean government's combat division, Park Hyun. Most people know him as Minister Park. After the Sword King left, the government stopped visiting. This guy was only pretending to take care of Seong Ji Han and Yoon Se-ah. His real goal was surveillance. But now Seong Ji Han is ready to take back everything he needs. The show is about to start. Minister Park admits the government knows they can't bring the Sword King back. Talk about a major blow to their pride. But they can't let the public know yet, especially since Korea has a big match coming up very soon. Seong Ji Han just cuts him off. He tells the minister to stop the small talk and get straight to the point. He knows they want him to stop the electric sword donation. If he does, it's an official admission the Sword King isn't coming back. Park is shocked by how blunt Seong Ji Han is being. He's wondering if this is really the same guy he knew before. The old Seong Ji Han was always drunk, but this guy feels like a totally different person. The change is absolutely wild. Minister Park sighs, claiming they haven't completely given up on bringing the Sword King back home yet. They want a management contract instead of a donation. Seong Ji Han immediately sees through their little scheme. Managing the item until the owner returns keeps hope alive for the public. It is all just a big publicity stunt. Seong Ji Han sees right through them, but he'll play along to reach his own goals. Stick around because things are heating up. Minister Park thinks it is better for Seong Ji Han and Yoon Se-ah to stay even if the Sword King returns. He pulls out a management contract from his pocket. It is filled with amazing terms for both of them. Please read this and think it over. The government clearly put a lot of effort into this offer. If they are willing to go this far, it is probably best for Seong Ji Han to just agree. Seong Ji Han tells Minister Park that they accept the contract, but he has one very specific request to make. The streamer Gwang is finally live. Viewers are already rushing in to catch his latest crazy broadcast. This guy is the one and only Gwang. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel for more action. Today we are returning to the Colosseum of Blood and Bones. Let the brutal battles begin, everyone. Gwang jumps from a statue and flashes a bright smile. He is always so extra with his entries. A viewer instantly sends 100 points with a message. Teach those low-ranked noobs a real lesson. Seeing the points, Gwang is instantly in a great mood. He starts celebrating for his loyal fans. He is doing a victory dance while the other players behind him look absolutely furious with his antics. They wish he would just get hit by a car and disappear. This guy is a total menace, right? Gwang is a famous streamer known for his flashy looks and being the ultimate prankster of the game. He used to be a gold-ranked player, but he dropped himself down to bronze just for the content. He calls it his journey to the bottom of society. Basically, he is just out here hunting noobs. He hangs out with all the big shot influencers and top-tier groups. Everyone knows who he is. They call him the King of Trolls because his gear and stats are still at a gold rank level. He loves the feeling of being overpowered and crushing anyone who is weaker than him. Talk about a bully. After the intro, Gwang starts his hunt. He is looking for his first victim to humiliate on camera. Then he spots something strange. It is Seong Ji Han, the man who is currently trending everywhere right now. Gwang grabs his mic and rushes over to Seong Ji Han. He is not letting this viral moment slip away. Yo, Sword King's brother-in-law, the Bronze Destroyer, can I get an interview with you right now? Seong Ji Han realizes this loud guy is just another BattleTube streamer. He is way too noisy for his liking. Seong Ji Han is just focused on his unfinished battle achievements. He is completely ignoring the guy in his face. Gwang tells his viewers that Seong Ji Han is totally ghosting him. The drama is starting already, guys. He checks the comments and realizes Seong Ji Han is also streaming. Wait, did he just give Seong Ji Han free promo? He is terrified his own viewers will leave to watch Seong Ji Han instead. That would be a total nightmare. Suddenly, a special quest appears. A user named Grade 5 King wants Seong Ji Han eliminated from the match. The reward is 2,000 points to make Seong Ji Han drop to the lowest rank possible. That is huge. Gwang cannot believe someone would pay that much just to kill Seong Ji Han in a game. This is getting crazy. The comments say the person behind the quest is from the Sword King's clan. They want Seong Ji Han gone. The rewards start stacking up even higher. The hate for Seong Ji Han from these people is totally next level. The bounty hits 32,000 points and it is still climbing. I have never seen anything like this. All players are finally summoned and the final bounty is set. Get ready because the number is insane. The final price for Seong Ji Han's head is 42,713 points. Even a big streamer like Guang is losing his cool. That is a life-changing amount of money. Guang starts crying and you might think he feels bad for Seong Ji Han. Nope, it is not for him. He is just upset because the total almost hit 50,000. He is so greedy, right? A viewer from the clan says they will pay 10,000 extra if he actually kills Seong Ji Han. Unbelievable. Guang makes a grand announcement. He will not let the fans down. He is going for the kill. He gets into his combat stance. Seong Ji Han, you better be ready for some serious despair right about now. I will end your game early. Guang activates his body acceleration skill and prepares to strike his target. He charges at Seong Ji Han with incredible speed. It is a total blitz. This is about to be wild. Guang is moving so fast he is just a blur. Can Seong Ji Han even react to a gold rank speed? Seong Ji Han moves toward Guang at a speed that is impossible to track. But the moment Guang swings his sword down, it is a replay of the Bronze League. Seong Ji Han effortlessly uses his item to parry Guang's blade right out of his hands. As the sword flies, Seong Ji Han is impressed. This tool is legit. You and I have to wonder what is he holding. Turns out it is a D-rank holy relic called the Cooking Pestle. Aliens use this thing to cook heathens from other worlds. You get a massive power boost when pairing the knife and pestle. Seong Ji Han even admits Guang has a top-tier sword. But if Guang has a good sword, then Seong Ji Han needs to use his own special alien blade to match him. He pulls out the kitchen knife from his pocket, the perfect match for that legendary pestle he used earlier. With a few quick slashes, Guang gets shredded before he can even touch the ground. He is just taking hits. The chat is going wild watching this. Is that sword chi? How can a silver rank player use sword chi? But wait, he does not have divine power. If he did, would that make Seong Ji Han a support class player? Suddenly, a notification pops up. Seong Ji Han scores first blood and grabs a reward of 100 JP for the kill. Seong Ji Han is loving this kitchen knife. It slashes enemies like Guang and boosts his own divine power at the same time. It is the ultimate dual-purpose tool for combat and self-buffing. Seong Ji Han is officially a menace to everyone in this game. Guang feels like he is falling into an endless night where every bit of light in his world has just vanished. But as the saying goes, the darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. Your boy Guang is officially back. The viewers are totally confused. How is this guy back? Is he hacking the system or something? He actually has a resurrection cross. It is a one-time revive, but it is useless when playing in national alliances. He is alive, but his reputation is trashed. The Sword King clan is especially disappointed in his total failure. They expected a win, but Guang totally flopped. Now he has to try and save face in front of everyone. Seeing the hate, Guang starts making excuses. My bad guys, I was just being a bit too careless back there. Just wait a second. I am going to pay Seong Ji Han back for that embarrassment with interest. Just you wait and see. While Guang is busy yapping away and bragging, he does not even realize that Seong Ji Han is already standing right behind him. Oh, is that so? 2 clean slashes later and Seong Ji Han sends Guang straight to the login screen for the second time. Sorry buddy, but even God cannot save you from being logged out for good this time. You are done. It has been a while since Seong Ji Han saw someone using a revival item. They are basically extinct in the future world. Not because of the cost, but because of the massive loopholes. Seong Ji Han notices the crowd is looking huge today. This place is packed. Looks like the real audience has finally arrived to watch the games starting from today. Those forest spirits. Seong Ji Han absolutely hates them. They are the same monsters that helped bring about humanity's downfall. But that is a problem for the future. Right now, Seong Ji Han needs to focus and handle the present situation. It looks like Seong Ji Han has been isolated. All the other players around him are keeping their distance in groups. They are not grouping up to fight him at all. Instead, they are just screaming and running away as fast as possible. If a gold rank like Guang got smashed, what chance do these guys have? Seong Ji Han can only sigh at this. Seong Ji Han sighs at the situation. If this keeps up, his hunting efficiency is going to drop way too low. He needs to keep the fight going so he can build up more divine power with that new D-rank relic. Just then, a new mission pops up. Subdue the goblins, wipe out every monster surrounding the Goblin King. Seong Ji Han smiles. It is like a gift from above. He needed targets and now he has got a whole forest. He grabs his pestle and starts bopping green goblins on the head. One hit is all it takes to kill them. Using the relic correctly actually makes the monsters surrender. Now that D-rank cooking set is finally starting to react. Seong Ji Han finally figures out the secret to using this bizarre kitchen equipment correctly during his battle. Pestle to the head first, then the knife to the heart. It is a very specific combo for the set. You have to use them in order to get the set effect. Good thing he noticed before the match ended. He has already cleared out a massive pile of goblins, so it is not like he was being slow about it. But the best part is still waiting. The massive Goblin King, the true boss of this whole tournament. Standing 3 meters tall, this beast has double the strength and power of a normal human being. Look at that size. Seong Ji Han stops explaining and just lets his weapon do the talking. One hit, and the Goblin King's face is totally smashed. Even if it is the Goblin King, he is still just a monster. One hit, and it is game over. He is really just a bigger goblin at the end of the day. Then right on schedule, Seong Ji Han pulls his kitchen knife and stabs the goblin right in the chest, finishing the quest to subdue the beast. You just earned 500 achievement points as a reward plus 1 holy power. Note that the cooking kit has dropped from rank D all the way down to rank E. Even though the quality is dropping, Seong Ji Han can still squeeze out 1 more point of holy power from this kit before it is completely done for. It is still useful before it becomes trash. But these items are too slow. They cannot even come close to keeping up with Seong Ji Han's insane hunting speed. Maybe he needs to shift his focus to those other players hiding far away. It looks like everyone is doing their best to avoid our guy Seong Ji Han. They are fighting way off in the distance. Seong Ji Han starts rolling up his sleeves. It is annoying but fine. If a mountain won't come to him, he will go find it. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han radiates a terrifying power, pure bloodlust. He grips that cooking kit like a god of death and starts marching toward the other players. You and I know what happens next. The viewers are already praying for those poor Silver League players. Some people in the chat are actually complaining that Seong Ji Han is not managing his stream well. Still, he is way better than that useless guy who died early. Meanwhile, in a luxury Gangnam apartment in the heart of Seoul, we find someone new. A guy named Hwang Guang is sitting at home, proving he is nothing more than a total keyboard warrior. When he reads those hateful comments, he immediately understands that the useless guy everyone is talking about is actually him. Talk about a reality check. But you cannot really blame him. It is not that Hwang Guang is too weak. It is just that Seong Ji Han is way too strong in a way that makes zero sense. For example, looking at a clip of Seong Ji Han fighting those goblins, his average stats are hovering around 34 to 35. That is just absolute madness for a player at his level. The stat limit for bronze is only 25. How on earth can a guy who just got promoted from bronze to silver like Seong Ji Han have such terrifyingly high numbers already? While Hwang Guang is busy cursing Seong Ji Han out for being a game hacker, several high-pitched squeals suddenly erupt from the live broadcast, sounding just like pigs being slaughtered. When Hwang Guang looks at the screen again, he realizes those screams are coming from the other players left in the Silver League match. They are absolutely terrified. Our monster Seong Ji Han has basically turned into a butcher with that cooking kit in his hand. Everywhere he goes, another player ends up dead. It is a total bloodbath out there. Nobody can survive a single strike from Seong Ji Han. He is racking them up. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, and finally he hits that legendary penta kill. Just like that, Seong Ji Han is single-handedly tearing through the virtual world, leaving every other player completely pale with fear and shock. This archer guy tells the bald player next to him to hurry up and use a strength-buffing spell. He is planning to dump all his power into one shot to kill the hacker. Right after that, the archer lets out a massive roar. "You damn hacker, you need to stop right now." Then he fires off a whole barrage of glowing blue arrows straight at Seong Ji Han's head. But Seong Ji Han stays as cool as ever. With nothing but a cooking masher in his hand, he starts swatting every single arrow out of the air. In the end, not a single arrow even grazes him. The bald guy and the archer are just staring in total despair. I think you and I would feel the same. They do not have a single ounce of courage left to fight Seong Ji Han anymore. Both of these guys end up as nothing more than loot for Seong Ji Han's growing collection. Then they get logged out of the game. The viewers start spamming the chat again. What was that 10 kills in a row already? Is this guy actually using a hack? This is insane. He has gone completely crazy. Seriously, is this guy even human anymore? I am starting to have doubts. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han gets a notification. The cooking kit is reacting, and he gains 1 more point of holy power. We love to see it. The cooking kit drops to rank F. Hidden quest complete. You achieved 10 kills in the Coliseum. That is a massive accomplishment for a promotion match. You earned 500 more achievement points. It looks like Seong Ji Han has finally hit his targets for this specific run. Both holy power and achievement points were gathered perfectly. This trip was definitely worth it. But there are still so many things that Seong Ji Han needs to get ready. He needs something powerful and decisive. Right at that moment, Seong Ji Han notices that a brand new quest has just popped up on his screen. An epic quest. Find the Shadow Queen among the spectators in the Coliseum and provoke her. Wait, an epic quest appearing right here. This is big. An epic quest. How could a mission this huge show up during a simple bronze to silver promotion match? It does not make any sense. Most importantly, check out the rewards. 50,000 achievement points and the attention of the Shadow Queen constellation. That is a literal game changer for him. A constellation, that is a supreme being that represents an entire star. a literal divine entity within the world of BattleNet. Absolute top-tier stuff. Getting a constellation's attention means you might get sponsored, giving you powers and abilities that are usually impossible for a normal player to obtain. This is something that usually only happens at diamond rank. So why is it appearing right in front of Seong Ji Han right now? The world is shaking. Seong Ji Han tells himself he has to finish this mission no matter what. If he can just get one of them on his side, he's set. Surely other constellations will start getting interested too. But trying to find the Shadow Queen while she is hiding won't be simple. Among the endless sea of elves sitting up there in the stands, picking her out is not going to be an easy task at all. Right now, Seong Ji Han is officially one of the very first people in South Korea to ever reach this kind of level so fast. He just set a record for killing 10 players in a row. The only person to ever do this before was the legendary Sword King Yoon. Seong Ji Han is breaking the internet. News about his latest stunt is starting to spread everywhere now. Get this, Seong Ji Han gained 10,000 followers and 4,000 views on his battle channel in just one day. Those Sword King clan haters who wanted him to fail, they are suddenly his biggest fans now. Naturally, all that toxic energy shifted right onto that low-tier guy Huang Guang. His live stream is getting absolutely roasted. The comment section is a total war zone. Can you believe Seong Ji Han killed him twice out of his 10 total kills? Talk about embarrassing. Everyone is treating Huang Guang like a walking meme. Looking at all those hateful and negative comments, all poor Huang Guang can do is sigh. He realizes fighting it is useless, so he decides he is going to hop on the Seong Ji Han hype train and carry his bags for some views. His new dream becomes Seong Ji Han's personal editor and turn the man into a legendary global superstar. Back at the mansion, Yoon Se-ah is staring at her uncle with her jaw on the floor. She is wondering when her drunk uncle became this overpowered. Honestly, she actually feels bad for his opponents. Yoon Se-ah asks why he blocked all his supporters when so many people want to donate money. Seong Ji Han checks his status board and realizes he just forgot the settings. He does not actually hate cash. Yoon Se-ah suggests that he should at least set a minimum donation amount for his fans. Constant pop-ups would be super annoying otherwise. Seong Ji Han thinks her idea is actually pretty solid. He suggests setting the minimum to 10 million won. Yoon Se-ah is totally shook. Is he trying to rob people? Honestly, Seong Ji Han does not even care about the money. He is focused on that new epic quest. Seong Ji Han cannot figure out how to identify the real Dark Queen among the thousands of people in the stands. Seeing Seong Ji Han looking so stressed out, Yoon Se-ah quickly realizes that her uncle is stuck on a tough problem. She tells him to vent a bit and explain the problem. Who knows, she might actually be able to help. Seong Ji Han just smiles. Yoon Se-ah really is her mother's daughter from her personality down to every little gesture. Seong Ji Han gives her the full breakdown of the quest. Basically, he needs to track down the mysterious Dark Queen. Since the only clue is that she was in the audience, Yoon Se-ah decides to stay and study the footage. She's going to scan the recordings to find her for him. Seong Ji Han heads back to his room. He is feeling pretty conflicted. He needs this quest done, but asking his niece feels a bit wrong. Tracking her down is like finding a needle in a haystack, but Seong Ji Han knows it is finally time to get organized. After wrapping up some unfinished business, Seong Ji Han uses his accumulated achievement points to buy a brand new class slot. This lets Seong Ji Han unlock a brand new class slot between the 3 remaining options of warrior, mage, or archer. You and I are watching history as Seong Ji Han picks mage as his second class choice. The mage class is added and suddenly a massive purple aura floods the entire room. He can feel a brand new power flowing from his heart. It feels nothing like divine power. The real reason he picked mage after being a support is all for that. One unique stat you only get by merging these 2 classes together, force. Seong Ji Han remembers what Barrett, that big shot US guild leader, accidentally blurted out while he was drunk. A red-faced Barrett told him that if he had just joined their side a bit earlier, he would have treated him like a real American and given him a much warmer welcome. Usually this guy is arrogant and cold, but alcohol always turns him into a total chatterbox. But that day he said something weird. He thought they could have been true best friends. Just like when he unlocked force. Seong Ji Han was confused. Force, you mean your skill? Barrett looked at him like he was crazy. You really do not know. Force is a special stat that appears when you blend divine power and mana perfectly. Theoretically, anyway. It is not that simple. Most people cannot even try to achieve it. He claimed he was the only one who could do it since he had 2 separate status windows. That was the triple S rank gift Barrett received. Stick around because Seong Ji Han's reaction is absolute gold. Only 2 classes Barrett keeps going. But there is one more catch, one final condition. Your divine power must be 10 or higher. Barrett isn't hiding anything from Seong Ji Han because he is just that, cocky. He is convinced he is the only one on Earth who can dual class. And honestly, his ego is justified. Even Seong Ji Han couldn't pull that off back then. But thanks to Barrett's bragging, Seong Ji Han now knows how to reach that peak. A perfect fusion of divine power and mana. An absolute one-of-a-kind energy. Now that Seong Ji Han meets the requirements, we're seeing the true scale of this. This is the power that pushed Barrett to world number 1. Even though he has been using it for some pretty shady stuff, if Seong Ji Han wants any hope for the future, he has got to put his life on the line for this. This is the endgame, folks. He has to fuse them while keeping it all condensed, no leaks. It is brutal, painful work. Suddenly, boom, Seong Ji Han's room practically explodes. Looks like that first attempt was a total bust. Seong Ji Han lets out a heavy sigh. This isn't something he can just pull off with his current levels. Just one try and his mana pool is bone dry. He is going to need a lot more fuel for this. Another sigh. He cannot keep that energy stable in his hands forever. But then a crazy idea hits him. If he cannot hold it in his hands, why not just shove it inside his own body? He will combine divine power and mana in his upper and middle dantians, then stabilize it all. He is aiming for a perfect loop where zero energy can escape. If he can just compress all three, he goes for it, instant agonizing pain. A chaotic red energy starts swallowing Seong Ji Han's entire body. As he forces the 3 energy centers together, system warnings start screaming. He is way past his limit. Seong Ji Han's screams are so loud that Si-Ah hears them from the next room. She is instantly terrified. What the heck is her uncle doing making that much noise? He is literally tearing his energy centers apart. He is fighting to weld divine power and mana together, instinctively pushing his limits to make them one. But the requirements are insane. You need total mastery and your physical stats must be 100. Fail those stats and you are dead. Period. Si-Ah isn't waiting, she is sprinting to Seong Ji Han's room. Minutes later, she is there with a towel and ice water looking at him with total suspicion. Wait, he was screaming like that just because of a headache, and how did he recover so fast? Seong Ji Han tries to play it cool. The human body is weird, kid. You will get it when you're older. Yeah, right. Even a toddler wouldn't buy that. Suddenly, Si-Ah just starts sobbing her eyes out. She cries, I thought something happened to you. I was so scared. Man, that hits hard. Seong Ji Han realizes he messed up. He was so focused on training he forgot about Si-Ah's feelings. She is his only family left. He immediately swallows his pride and gives her a genuine apology. That does the trick. She stops crying instantly and bam, a light gut punch that almost makes him sick. I'm fine, she says, as long as you're okay. She heads back to keep searching for the Dark Queen. Seong Ji Han makes a vow. Never show that kind of weakness in front of her again. No more worrying. As for the fusion, complete failure. He is just too low level and lacks the experience right now. But wait, there is a silver lining. He actually got the power, divine power plus mana equals force. The 3-way dantian merge failed, but the force is officially here. This is huge for us. Upper is divine, middle is mana, and lower provides the raw strength. It is a new system. Now the link between all 3 is cycling perfectly. Seong Ji Han pulls up his status window. He is stunned. His new force stat is sitting at a 12. You and I know how broken that is. When he combines his divine power and mana, they are replaced by this unique stat called force. Even though the 3-way dantian fusion wasn't a total success, he still managed to unlock the force. The upper dantian gives divine power, the middle gives mana, and the lower gives raw strength. By linking them, the force is born. Now the connection between all 3 energy centers is stable. Looking at his status screen, Seong Ji Han is absolutely floored. His force stat is already at 12. How? Wait, we just started and his power stat is already 12. That is actually insane. Power and strength are linked, sharing agility values. So that is how it works. I like that logic. Now Seong Ji Han finally gets why power is at 12. He decides to take 2 points and dump them into strength. Just as he thought, power jumped to 14. Honestly, this feels like a total cheat code for our guy. Simply having a power stat is already massive, but Seong Ji Han can actually link power and strength together like this. He is already wondering how broken he will be if he manages to merge all 3 dantians later down the line. But that experiment will have to wait. If he tries that again while he is still at this weak level, he might die. Since Seong Ji Han is technically a mage class, now he starts to wonder what it would actually be like to use his magic skills. He calls out the fire skill and a flame about the size of a tomato appears right before him. It only lasts a second before a notification pops up saying he is out of mana. Seong Ji Han looks totally done with this. Next morning, Seong Ji Han wakes up to a flood of notifications. You've gained 10 points of holy power. From now on, you cannot absorb rank D relics or lower. Please use rank C relics or higher. Seong Ji Han looks at the pile of relics and sighs. Every single one of them is only rank D or rank E. He spent so many JP points on this gear, and now it is all basically just a pile of useless trash. Heading downstairs, Seong Ji Han finds his niece, CA, sitting there with massive panda eyes from a total lack of sleep. It is obvious she stayed up all night searching for the Dark Queen for him. Seong Ji Han immediately gives her a piece of his mind. You really do not need to push yourself this hard, Say. But her hard work actually paid off with some great news. Looks like she found a solid clue. This specific video actually contains footage of a completely different creature. Some people have a zoom binocular skill, so they used it to secretly record a few different scenes from a distance. CA plays a video showing two high-ranking elf nobles, but one of them is clearly a dark elf in disguise. CA thinks this girl fits the Dark Queen title perfectly, but it is still too early to say for sure. It is just her theory for now, but Seong Ji Han still gives her some praise. You did a great job. In his head, he is thinking there is no way a constellation would reveal their identity quite this easily to the world. From tomorrow, I will find foreign videos and edit them for you, uncle. Seong Ji Han is totally caught off guard. He had no idea she could edit videos. Seye says proudly, I used to edit everything for my dad. I made all of my father's combat videos. Hearing this makes Seong Ji Han instinctively look at the shattered photo of the Sword King hanging there. Yoon Sejin, you absolute scumbag. Did you really just leave your daughter behind like this, you pathetic piece of trash? Let us jump back 2 days to the unfinished conversation between Minister Park and Seong Ji Han's family. Minister Park says, I think I know who the Sword King's woman is. Her name is a Tosu with an S-rank skill called Alluring Beauty. This revelation shocks both CA and Seong Ji Han. Is Minister Park suggesting that Yoon Sejin was actually under some kind of dark charm? According to him, that is the Korean government's theory. They believe that skill does not just control a person's body, it can actually change their thoughts. This has happened many times before, with Korea's top stars suddenly defecting over to Japan. If that skill has no limits, she will just keep appearing to charm new players. After hearing this entire story, Seong Ji Han immediately starts looking into Itosu's alluring beauty, but he cannot find a single shred of information related to it anywhere. Japan is keeping her a total secret, leaking nothing. It looks like Minister Park might actually be right about this. Seong Ji Han needs to be extremely careful with this woman himself, or he might end up as her next target one day soon. If Minister Park is right, I am afraid those Japanese players have already started making their move. Seong Ji Han needs to get things ready, so he can handle whatever unexpected surprises might be coming his way. While Seong Ji Han is busy getting everything ready, a Japanese Defense Force plane has already touched down on Korean soil to start their operation. The next morning, Seong Ji Han and CA are both looking incredibly sharp. Seong Ji Han announces it is time to go greet our special guests. Looking at CA's face, Seong Ji Han can tell she is super nervous. He steps in to try and calm her down. Just relax, there is nothing to worry about. CA sighs, saying it is her first time appearing in public since her dad left. So she is a bit worried. Just be brave like before. We do not care what people think because we did nothing wrong. Seong Ji Han's warm words help CA relax a lot more than before. They step through the gates and finally enter the grand hall together. A massive crowd is waiting for Seong Ji Han inside. Everyone is dressed to the nines and you can really feel the heavy atmosphere. Pure luxury everywhere. As Jihan and his niece arrive, a voice suddenly calls from behind. We have been waiting for you, Seong Ji Han. Everything is ready, please come inside. It is Minister Park. Jihan asked him to organize a massive auction for the gear. The Yoon Sejin Assets Auction. This is basically the event of the century for fans. Hosted by BattleNet Korea. Back then, Minister Park did not understand the reason. But now he sees the real goal. Jihan is baiting Japan to show their hand. Jihan confirms it. Every item he chose for this auction serves one specific purpose. Japan is desperate for Yoon Sejin's connection device and his secret battle data. Jihan is positive they will bite. He knows they have no choice but to act. He even thinks the Sword King might show up. This forces Koreans to face the truth. Minister Park is stunned. The sheer confidence on Jihan's face is almost scary to watch. It is like Jihan knows exactly what will happen. Like he sees the future. Jihan tells Park this is their last chance. Watch the Japanese reporters very closely. Suddenly, a huge commotion breaks out at the door. People are screaming to get inside. Let us in, we are family. Sia looks back and sees her aunt and uncle. Her aunt screams, Sia, are you crazy? How can you auction these priceless treasures? They are priceless. Then they blame Jihan for tricking her into selling her inheritance. Why would you sell someone else's property, you total scammer? Sia is absolutely furious. You dare call my uncle a scammer? You two are the real frauds here. You were banned from using my father's name for fraud. I am not an idiot. That was a total face slap. I know you just want my father's money. Another verbal blow to their faces. The relatives are purple with rage but completely speechless. My father's legacy belongs to me. I will do what I want. Now get out. They have no right to interfere. These people have no business being here at all. Security drags the greedy relatives away. You and I know they definitely deserve that. Jihan is proud. His niece is all grown up and has a real backbone. Mess handled. Minister Park leads Jihan and Seye into the main auction hall. Reporters swarm them instantly. Jihan, what is the goal? Why let other countries bid? I heard you are allowing other countries to bid. Why would you do that? Yoon say, look here. Did someone force you to sell your father's gear like this? Do you want the Sword King back or are you just trying to cash out? The questions are relentless and insulting. Jihan's mood shifts to cold instantly. He uses his power to shatter every single camera lens in the room. Boom. No one knows what just happened. Jihan takes the stage with a warning. This is an auction, not a press conference. Know your place or get out. He announces the 3 items. First, the legendary connection gear of Yoon Se-jin himself. It reduces injury rates by 99% and holds all his combat logs, plus analysis on high-tier players across Asia written by the Sword King himself. The crowd is buzzing. This data is gold for the upcoming match against Japan. Jihan knew they could not resist. You cannot find data like this elsewhere. Then a hand goes up. Jihan looks over and his eyes widen. It is Takasugi, recruitment manager for the Japan Self-Defense Force. He is finally here. If the auction is starting, can I start the bidding now? The tension is crazy. He immediately drops a massive bid of 5 billion. The crowd goes silent. The trap is set, and Japan just took the bait. Stick around for the next part. 5 billion yen for every single item on the block today. That massive number alone had everyone in the room sweating buckets. But Kazuo had a catch. He wanted a private sit-down with Yoon Se-ah and Seong Ji Han after the whole event was over. Once it finished, Seong Ji Han saw right through him. He didn't blink when he told him, "Sorry, but I can't agree to that. If you have something to say it here. Now is definitely not the time for private chats, and I'm sure Japan knows that." You could practically smell the gunpowder in the air. Ko was terrified, begging Seong Ji Han not to look at him like that. "I'm just a guest here," he stuttered. "But keep pushing like this and someone might lose their cool. I'm starting to get scared. Specifically, my bodyguard Sadao. She might not be the Sword King, but she's a top-tier player you don't want to mess with." Before he even finished talking, Sadao's blade was already resting against Seong Ji Han's neck. Seong Ji Han's eyes went cold instantly. Seriously, this is just some cheap knockoff version of the Sword King. It all happened in a fraction of a second. A shadow flickered, and there she was, sword drawn and ready to end him right then and there. But Seong Ji Han didn't hesitate for a single moment. He threw a heavy punch right into the middle of her face. That punch hit her pride harder than her jaw. Sadao was ready for a bloodbath and prepared to draw her weapon again. Seong Ji Han just casually put a hand on her shoulder and told her she should probably stop while she's ahead. This auction is streaming live on BattleTube to the entire world. You really want to swing a sword at me on camera? Kazuo stepped in immediately to apologize, claiming his guard just got a little too excited. He tried to play it off. "I'll apologize on her behalf. But Seong Ji Han, we need to be clear about this 5 billion yen and that meeting. I need an actual answer to my offer. And I think I deserve to hear it from the mouth of Yoon Se-ah herself. Isn't the Sword King's property technically under her control? She should be the one running this show, right?" Kazuo walked right up to Yoon Se-ah and asked what she thought about his secret offer. "Don't you want to know where your father is hiding? You can ask me anything you want. I have so much to tell you." But his words were clearly making Yoon Se-ah start to look very uncomfortable and hesitant. Ko was smirking, thinking there was a 100% chance she would cave in. How could a kid turn down a 5 billion yen offer? But Yoon Se-ah shut him down instantly, leaving Kazuo frozen. Kazuo was frozen solid for a few seconds. Talk about a total shutdown for someone talking that much trash. He desperately tried to convince her to change her mind. "Our 5 billion yen is like 50 billion to you. You're walking away from that over one little meeting." Yoon Se-ah didn't back down and announced her choice clearly. "My uncle told me to be careful," she said. "He warned me that if my father only reaches out through money, then I don't want to know a single thing about him." The crowd finally exhaled after hearing those words. They were so worried Japan would walk away with everything. It looked like Seong Ji Han had planned for this all along. Ko realized the meeting was off and announced the rejection. "Guess there's no choice. The Japanese Defense Force will still bid the full 5 billion yen for those items anyway." Even Seong Ji Han was left completely shocked by that. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of game Kazuo was playing now. The meeting was apparently just a secondary goal. "I was told to bid that high from the start by the Sword King himself." Then he handed Yoon Se-ah a letter. "This is a personal message from the Sword King to you." She immediately recognized the name on the envelope as Yi. That was the name the Sword King took after becoming a Japanese citizen. Kazuo then turned to the other bidders. Is it really this easy to take his items, or does the Korean BattleNet team just not have enough money? That was a massive slap in the face to every Korean in the room. This auction is ending pretty quickly, wouldn't you say? Seong Ji Han. Kazuo is a notorious recruitment manager. The guy is actually banned from entering the United States. He's weirdly good at poaching foreign players. People call him the Great Disaster of Japan. There's a rumor he's linked to a player with legendary beauty. Those two are likely working closely together. The atmosphere in the room turned sour. Japan was walking away with everything way too easily. It felt like we were just handing these items over. This is going to look terrible in the media. Everyone at the auction was completely deflated. 5 billion yen on the first bid. What's the point of even bidding? So why are we even here? This is totally pointless. Yoon Se, I heard through the news that you donated the lightning sword. I do not know why you would do such a thing, but it is truly a shame. That was the last asset I left for you, so you better use it wisely. This is the end of our father-daughter relationship, so do not expect a next time. Those were the cold words the Sword King wrote in his letter to Yoon Se-ah, and she confirmed it was definitely his handwriting. That was her father's script, no doubt about it. A beauty that could topple nations. According to what Minister Park said, it can actually control a person's mind. It is not just a guess anymore, but a fact. Seong Ji Han has hated him for years, but at least he was once a good father to Yoon Se-ah. I cannot believe he could actually do something like this to her. Then Yoon Se-ah stands before everyone and tears the Sword King's letter apart. Mr. Kazuo, please deliver these words for me. Tell him I have received my inheritance and I am also very happy to cut off this relationship for good. But now I have accidentally torn the letter. Will that just create more work for the cleaners to pick up? Seong Ji Han immediately steps in and burns the entire letter. Do not worry, Yoon Se-ah, I will help you handle this mess. You do not need to worry about anything. Instantly, the entire letter is scorched by Seong Ji Han's firepower and turns to ash. Witnessing this, the crowd is totally stunned. Was that just a mage skill we just saw him use? How can he possess warrior skills along with the holy power and mana of a mage at once, guys? Suddenly, Kazuo's attention is fixed entirely on Seong Ji Han. Seong Ji Han, I really want to have that guy on my side. That is exactly the person our Japan must have. Immediately, hundreds of people rush to hand Seong Ji Han their business cards. Seong Ji Han, I heard you are not in a guild yet. We will meet any requests you might have for us. Just join my guild. I would even wash your feet for you. Seong Ji Han has to politely refuse all of them. I am not in the mood to talk about these things right now. While Seong Ji Han is busy refusing this massive crowd, suddenly behind him, Yoon Se-ah feels a sharp pain in her head. Then she collapses unconscious right on the ground. Seong Ji Han sees this and immediately gets worried. He rushes over to hold her and asks what is wrong with her. Yoon Se-ah, stay strong, I will take you to a hospital right now. But then Yoon Se-ah whispers something in his ear. Those words leave him looking totally blank. It turns out Yoon Se-ah was just acting this entire time to help him. She thought Seong Ji Han was feeling awkward in the crowd, so she did that to help him escape. Seong Ji Han sighs deeply. She is just like his sister, from her intelligence to her beauty. Then Seong Ji Han stands before the crowd to announce, I am sorry I have to end this auction early. My niece is not feeling well and needs to rest. Both Seong Ji Han and Yoon Se-ah put on a show for everyone. Seong Ji Han carefully helps Yoon Se-ah walk toward the main exit door. Kazuo calls out to them, sorry if my appearance caused trouble, I just wanted to say a proper hello to you. Will you contact me after the auction ends? Seong Ji Han immediately uses his power to pull the card up to him. He shreds it right in the air. That is his answer, a total display of pure and firm determination. Some viewers start to mock him. Look at that, a world-class recruiter just got rejected right in his face. A Korean bronze player just did that to him. That old man must be furious, right? But he is not angry. He is actually shivering with joy because he found someone so interesting. You are definitely the right one for us. That incredible physique and the mysterious power that tore my card. That power alone is worth the investment for me. Even as a bronze player, this rising star will only grow more. Kazuo swears to himself right then and there. He must recruit Seong Ji Han no matter what. After leaving the auction, Seong Ji Han offers some high praise for his niece. Yoon Se-ah's acting was just like an A-list star. Even Seong Ji Han was totally fooled by her performance for a moment. Just then a notification pops up for Seong Ji Han. You have an unread message from a user named Takeda. Takeda has sponsored you 10,000 GP. Seong Ji Han, great meeting you today. Let us meet privately next time. Always your fan, signed Takeda. 10,000 GP. Seong Ji Han already turned off his stream, but he still donated that much. Unbelievable that his first sponsor is this total creep. Even Yoon Se-ah nearby is getting some major goosebumps from him. Just then, another greeting sounds in front of them. It is a pleasure to finally meet you both in person. I am here representing the Divergent Guild. I am the head of Department 3, and my name is Lion. And standing right beside her is Seong Ji Han's old acquaintance, the legendary Peach Blossom Sword Guyan, who we all know. Seong Ji Han wonders who else is here besides the people who were actually involved in the auction today. You can't be in here. How did you even get in? Seong Ji Han thinks her voice sounds super familiar. Has he met her before? Probably. She claims she has major pull within the BattleNet department. In Korea, she basically uses her connections. Apparently, she is the office's most popular rising starlet. That shameless confidence is really something else. And that tone, our main character, Seong Ji Han, definitely recognizes it now. Juwa calls him the messenger of victory and claims to be a fan. Then it finally hits Seong Ji Han. Seong Ji Han's face goes totally blank. It's her, no doubt. Seiya notices her uncle's weird expression right away. Our girl Seiya is shook. Is this woman his dream girl? Suddenly, Seong Ji Han finally speaks up. He quotes Mikhail Dostoevsky about the world being full of temptations that are very hard to ignore. A legendary writer who was also a total gambling addict. Seong Ji Han asks her if she likes the quote. The girls are stunned. Ga-young jumps in front of Juwa and demands to know who Seong Ji Han really is. How does he know her personal motto? Very few people know she is actually a gambling addict. How could a total stranger know that? Turns out she is a big shot from the United States. First Guild, Manager Juwa. In Seong Ji Han's past life, this Korean member was just a lazy drunk who loved betting, but she became a top guild leader thanks to her insane voice ability. Originally, it was just buffs. After some testing, that power expanded to everything. We are talking stats, levels, and even gifted ranks. This S-rank voice skill is broken. It boosts experience, stats, and even specific player rewards. From that moment on, her skill became a literal game changer for anyone she chose to support, and Juwa is the best voice user out there. The American Guild is really stacking their roster. Seong Ji Han claims he saw her on a stream. Apparently, her comments really caught his eye back then. Out of everyone, Juwa's comments were the ones he remembered the most. That's why he dropped that Dostoevsky quote. Ga-young looks at Juwa like she is totally crazy. She was really leaving cringy fan comments. Juwa is turning bright red right now. She wants to disappear, but then she somehow manages to stay cool. She is not thrilled about the gambling addict label, but she is still ready to make her move. Things are feeling pretty awkward and weird. She predicts they will be seeing each other often. Seong Ji Han is just thinking it's the truth though. Seiya sees him smirk and her jaw literally hits the floor. Is she really his dream girl? Is Uncle finally in love? Suddenly, Juwa pulls out her phone. She walks right up to Seong Ji Han. Seiya is convinced they are about to trade numbers right now. Talk about moving fast, Juwa tells him straight up that the United States Guild wants him. See you next time, Seong Ji Han. Just the two of us. Wow, she's not holding back. Is this finally happening? Juwa is totally feeling herself, thinking she was super charming just now. She thinks she is a master of the push and pull method. She even tells Ga-young to watch and learn. Juwa starts acting all seductive, showing off her earrings and stuff to tempt our guy. But Seong Ji Han stays ice cold. Sorry, I actually do not know my own phone number. That excuse is so bad it leaves both girls and his niece completely speechless. But wait, Seiya thinks he is playing hard to get. He must have a plan. She decides to help him out by faking a dizzy spell and leaning on him. But our dense main character actually thinks she is sick. It's been a long auction, so Seong Ji Han tells Juwa he is taking his niece home. Give me your card, I will call you later. Juwa's confidence is gone as she hands it over. They leave and Seiya is already planning the wedding for her forever single uncle. This is hilarious. Back at the office, Juwa is fuming while Ga-young struggles to hold back. I can still hear you laughing. Ga-young, are you doing this on purpose? On the way home, Seiya mentions what surprised her most. You are wearing my dad's clothes, uncle. Seong Ji Han just lets out a heavy sigh. How is that even possible? Your clothes just do not fit anymore, uncle. Honestly, clothes are innocent. You just need to actually fit into them. But seriously, uncle, that line about being the first to reject me. How many girls have you tried that on? It is seriously way too old school. You really need a new strategy for picking up girls. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is standing there totally clueless about what she is even talking about. Where did this pickup talk even come from? Being a bit picky is fine, but claiming you forgot your own phone number is just a terrible excuse. Thanks to my quick thinking, I just saved you from a total disaster. But Seong Ji Han, he still has that blank look on his face. Wait, what? What are you even on about? You really do not know. After hearing that, Yoon Se-ah was just completely done with him. So it turns out she was just imagining this whole romantic drama by herself. Anyway, welcome to the Gangnam Bronze Cup arena, everyone. The mission this time, protect the crystal and survive the zombie horde. As soon as they drop in, Seong Ji Han is already complaining about being tired. Is it because he has to deal with another defense map? Meanwhile, his niece Yoon Se-ah finally realizes she was just delusional about the whole thing. She starts crying, thinking she totally ruined her uncle's love life. She feels like a total idiot for being the third wheel and messing things up. Seong Ji Han just sighs. Does she really think I like Lee Han, who would actually want to date someone addicted to gambling like that anyway? Anyway, Seong Ji Han never expected to run into Jo like this. Back in the day, the two of them became close friends pretty fast. They were both from Korea and living as outcasts in a foreign land. On their days off, they used to spend time betting together. Jo was absolutely obsessed with gambling. Seong Ji Han actually tried to convince her to quit the habit a couple of times back then. But Jo said it was impossible to ignore the temptation. It took so much work to get this addicted, so why stop now? Seong Ji Han even asked if she was ever going to fix that scar on her face. Her response, I never had any intention of doing that. She called it the price for making a deal with the devil. Besides both being homeless, these two actually had a lot in common. Their biggest shared trait was the crushing guilt and agony they carried. Those feelings completely consumed both of their lives, all because they failed to protect the people who mattered most in their past lives. But hey, that was a long time ago. In this life, Seong Ji Han is back and has a real chance to fix everything. Suddenly, the massive crowd of viewers starts blowing up the chat. What on earth is Seong Ji Han holding in his hand? Good grief, that thing is so long it does not even fit on the screen. Man, I almost feel bad for the zombies this time. Turns out, Seong Ji Han brought along an item called the Great Sword of the Pope. It is a C-tier item, a blade once used for papal sacrifices. It is basically perfect for slicing through any kind of living creature. Seong Ji Han specifically bought this for this map. It is weird how cheap it was considering it is technically a C-rank holy relic. Probably because it is so huge and heavy that barely anyone can even lift it. But for our guy, Seong Ji Han, this thing feels light. He can swing that massive blade with just his right hand. Watching him show off his skills is totally blinding the viewers with hype. He is strong as a warrior. Is he really a support class? While Seong Ji Han is busy showing off his incredible sword skills, everyone is watching. The comments are flooded with people begging Seong Ji Han to show his status window. They all want to see what his actual stats look like. How could he possibly be this strong? Seong Ji Han slams the blade into the ground. He has got about 12,000 people watching him now. The view count is climbing fast and the audience is getting demanding. Seong Ji Han starts wondering if he should actually show them his screen. He is worried that people might not be able to handle it. He decides it is time to be upfront with his viewers. Hey everyone, Seong Ji Han here. It seems like a lot of you guys are pretty curious about my personal status window, right? I will show you guys, but only on one condition. We need to hit 200,000 subscribers on this channel first. Deal. Some viewers immediately start flaming him in the chat. You only have 10,000 subs right now. How is that even possible? 200,000. You would have to wake the dead to get that many subs. You are just a bronze rank player, dude. Having 10,000 followers is already a miracle, and now you want 200,000. Seong Ji Han just ignores all the haters though. That is my promise to you guys. Plus, I am adding one more rule. From now on, if I ever lose first place, I will reveal my status window immediately. The chat starts blowing up with question marks. Everyone is shocked by his confidence. Do you really think you can keep a winning streak until you rank up? No way, stop dreaming. Arena maps are one thing, but still. Just wait until the team games start, you are going to regret those words. Right then, Seong Ji Han's new teammates finally show up. When Seong Ji Han turns around to see who he is, matched with his face turns into a mask of pure absolute shock. How is this happening? Why are they all in the same place? First up is that flashy guy, Guanik. The same guy Seong Ji Han killed twice in the last arena battle. But honestly, it looks like he has changed quite a bit. As soon as he sees Seong Ji Han, Guanik looks like he won the lottery. Seong Ji Han, we meet again. This has to be destiny. The second guy is a familiar face too, is that fire mage Kim Hee-woo. Looks like all the old enemies are together again. Remember that defense map Seong Ji Han slammed this guy into the dirt 3 times until he died miserably. The salt is still written all over his face. Then there is the final guy. Seong Ji Han is meeting him for the first time. He is entering a dungeon while carrying a really strange-looking star ball. But Seong Ji Han recognizes him instantly. Diego Mas, Argentina's top player before the regression. Back then, he had not even made a name for himself yet. He looks pretty fragile with that messy, unkempt beard. But wait, if Seong Ji Han is the support, Kim is the mage, and Huang Guang is the warrior. Does that mean Diego is an archer? Seong Ji Han remembers that before he regressed, Diego was supposed to have a mage class. What is going on? Why is everything turning out differently after he regressed? Meanwhile, that mage guy Kim has been glaring at Seong Ji Han ever since he showed up. He is literally gritting his teeth. He cannot believe he ran into this jerk again. Because of him, Kim lost every single skill he had. Just then, a notification pops up right in front of Kim. The Sword King 898 clan has posted a bounty mission with rewards. Destroy the crystal and stop Seong Ji Han from taking the top spot. Reward 50,000 GP. Kim is stunned. What a crazy mission. Suddenly, the game start alert rings out. Immediately, something blurs past at insane speeds, slamming into a zombie's face and dropping it in one hit. It is Diego's ball. He just kicked it like a missile toward the undead. Fans cannot believe a soccer ball can deal that much damage. Diego is a legend. He turns to Seong Ji Han and says, "Hey, give me a buff. I am an archer and I need juice for this team." Everyone has to do their job right. Buffing Seong Ji Han has not really used buffs on others before because his holy power used to be low. But now that his stats have skyrocketed, he can give it a shot. Seong Ji Han raises his hand and calls out for massive power. All 4 of them instantly receive a massive strength buff. Huang Guang is loving it. Oh man, Seong Ji Han, this buff is huge. You are incredible. You and I have never seen a support character carrying a blade that big. Seong Ji Han is definitely built different, and the fans are loving it. While Kim is wondering why Seong Ji Han would even bother buffing him, Seong Ji Han speaks up. "Hey Mr. Mage, are you actually going to play for real?" Kim is sweating bullets, trembling as he says, "Yes, of course I am." Huang Guang immediately leans in. "What's the deal? Do you two have history?" After hearing Kim's answer, Seong Ji Han says, "Good, I will leave this spot to you." Then he throws that massive sword on his back and leaps. Diego and Kim are just standing there totally confused. Only Huang Guang is watching with stars in his eyes. Seong Ji Han is just too cool. Kim is absolutely fuming. Does this guy think I am his servant or something? How dare he just give me orders like that in public? Dark thoughts start swirling in Kim's head. If that's the case, he will just do whatever he wants. Besides, he has that huge bounty mission. Let's see if Seong Ji Han can keep acting so tough. Mid-air, Seong Ji Han uses his mana to condense a ball of fire right in his palm. Then he fuses the fire with his holy power, creating a new force. It is a flame, but it is glowing with a bright blue light. Seong Ji Han hurls the fire straight at the zombie mob below. Instantly, the blast wipes out countless undead, but he is not done yet. He raises his greatsword high and boom, a massive vertical slash hits the ground, blowing away every single zombie in the entire area. Now even Diego does not think Seong Ji Han is crazy anymore. He has to admit it. This Korean support is on a whole different level. Hwang Guang is right there with his fanboy face again. Are you guys seeing this? Everything is being live-streamed to the whole world right now. Suddenly, a pack of blood zombies rushes in to attack Seong Ji Han. But something weird happens. As they get close, they start shaking. It is like they are terrified. They will not even step near him. Seong Ji Han just smirks, just like I thought. All that effort paid off. The real secret to controlling space is the domain. Anyone caught inside has their movements restricted and controlled by the user. Most people have no idea this invisible, terrifying power even exists. But Seong Ji Han knows it inside and out. He has seen it all. Barrett, whose control was way below his actual strength, used to be Seong Ji Han's training partner. They sparred together all the time. After fighting Barrett in the domain countless times, Seong Ji Han completely understands how this power works. Right now, Seong Ji Han is basically a god. Diego cannot even call him a lunatic anymore. He can only stand there in awe of the power Seong Ji Han just unleashed on the undead. This support is totally superhuman. Hwang Guang is still making that worshipful face. Honestly, we all feel the same way watching this. Everything is being broadcasted live for the world to see. Seong Ji Han's fame is going to explode after they watch him clear this. Those blood zombies were supposed to be dangerous, but they are literally frozen in fear. They cannot even look Seong Ji Han in the eye. Seong Ji Han gives a little smile. It was a long road to get here, but this kind of power makes every struggle worth it. Watching him dominate the field like this is just satisfying. That space control ability is on a whole other level of broken. Once you are caught in his domain, it is game over. You are just a puppet in his hands, and there is no escape. The world is not ready for this invisible force. But for Seong Ji Han, this is just another Tuesday. He has mastered the art of space. He spent so much time practicing against Barrett that this feels like second nature. He knows every trick in the book now. Because he faced the domain so many times, he learned how to perfectly manipulate the power. He is the ultimate master of this field. Seong Ji Han has reached the peak. Right now, he is an absolutely supreme existence. Get ready because things are just getting started. You guys, this guy is a total beast. He masterfully wields both holy power and mana, all while having insane physical strength and martial skill. Right then, Seong Ji Han channels both holy power and flames into his greatsword. One massive swing sends dozens of zombies flying in every direction nearby. His kill count is at 124 out of 1,000. Remember last time Seong Ji Han actually failed this quest to wipe out 1,000 undead, but this time he is totally confident he can breeze through it. Seong Ji Han throws his greatsword back up and dives right into the zombie horde again. Everywhere he swings, zombies fall like grass. Meanwhile, up top, Hwang Guang and Diego are just standing around looking pretty bored. I mean, they literally have nothing to do. Seong Ji Han is carrying the whole team solo, so their only job is basically to just cheer him on. At this point, it is not just the viewers, even Hwang Guang and Diego are dying to see Seong Ji Han's hidden status window. We are all wondering how his stats are this broken as a support, but fans notice only these two are actually talking right now. That mage Kim Ha-yuk has been suspiciously silent this entire time. We have to wonder what kind of dirty trick this kid is planning. One viewer even sent a comment to Hwang Guang, "Hey, Wind Trading Squad, show us what that mage Kim Ha-yuk is up to over there." Hwang Guang turns around to tell Kim Ha-yuk that a fan wants to see him. But the second he looks, he realizes something is very wrong. Why is this mage aiming a spell right at their own crystal? Kim Ha-yuk does not even care. He takes a deep breath and starts screaming. That damn Seong Ji Han, you parentless loser. You think you are so special lately just because you got a little bit stronger, do not you? You are just trash who manipulates his own niece. How did you even brainwash Yoon Se-ah into listening to a piece of garbage like you? Now the chat is going absolutely wild. Drama alert. Is this mage suicidal? He actually had the guts to bring Yoon Se-ah into this mess. He is totally crossing the line now. He keeps barking, asking Seong Ji Han how he really got that little girl to follow his every command. Fans notice Seong Ji Han has not reacted yet. He is way calmer than we expected. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-yuk just keeps shouting insults from a distance. Let me guess, he yells, have you two already been sleeping together? Now, looks like someone else is tired of living. Check out this bounty on Kim Ha-yuk. It's from the Sword King family. They hate Seong Ji Han. That reward is worth 55 million cash. That's plenty of motivation for Kim Hyuk. He starts insulting Seong Ji Han, calling him a pathetic orphan. Seong Ji Han saw through him instantly. A coward only acts out for two reasons, a backer or provocation. Honestly, Seong Ji Han has lived long enough to ignore these cheap insults. He's heard it all before. Even the orphan comments don't usually sting. But we know everyone has a breaking point. The moment this guy crossed the line by insulting Yoon Se, Seong Ji Han stopped being patient. When Seong Ji Han regressed and saw Yoon Se, he remembered the nightmares he tried so hard to forget. His worst memory, Yoon Se-ah's death. The horrific scars left on her after that terrible accident, orchestrated by the Sword King family. Her face in bandages, her body cold in his arms. Back then, Seong Ji Han was totally helpless. Now he's regressed to ensure that tragedy never repeats itself. Yoon Se-ah is Seong Ji Han's only weakness, and this fool just dared to insult her. Big mistake. The viewers are already praying for Kim Hyuk's soul. You and I know he's toast. Seong Ji Han's aura is terrifying. Everyone's sweating. He's finally tapping into the power of 3 fused dantians. Then Seong Ji Han realized something massive. He can finally use the Nameless Divine Arts. His strength isn't at 30 yet, so it's just a mimicry. Still, it's absolutely broken. Seong Ji Han could actually feel at that specific moment when his 3 dantians finally fused into one felt strangely familiar. It was just like using the Nameless Divine Arts, starting with that spark of electricity surging from the soles of his feet, right up until his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, the sky-shattering technique called the Heavenly Lightning Step. The Sword King Clan 898 just sent 100 GP with a message, Kim Hyuk, break that crystal now. Seong Ji Han has already started his move. Kim Hyuk curses him out, honestly feeling a whole lot better after the vent. Now he is going to smash that crystal and grab the mission reward. Talk about a total win, life is looking great. But then Hwang Guang spots Kim Hyuk getting ready to strike and knows he has to act fast. He screams a warning to the whole group that Traitor is about to destroy our only source of life. Everyone is waiting with bated breath for Seong Ji Han's next move. Can he really stop this absolute madman of a mage? The power of the Heavenly Lightning Step finally explodes. A blinding flash of light completely covers the entire arena floor. What is going to happen next? You and I will have to find out in the next part of the story. He rushes in to block, but even a S-rank gold like Hwang Guang is pushed back by the flames. Kim Hyuk threatens to kill him if he stays in the way. But Hwang Guang won't abandon his mission. While defending, he asks us to like and subscribe so he and Seong Ji Han can safely survive this map. Kim Hyuk is done waiting and starts casting his strongest fire spell. This is going to be massive. Countless magic circles appear, summoning endless flames. On his command, they all fly straight toward the crystal. But suddenly Diego's ball zips in even faster, intercepting the attack and blocking Kim Hyuk's fire. Kim Hyuk is fuming and curses Diego, but Diego just calmly says he only plays clean. He warns that if Kim Hyuk keeps sabotaging the game, he won't stand by and watch anymore. Plus, he won't tolerate him insulting their teammate or their parents. He won't let him do as he pleases. Kim Hyuk gets even angrier, mocking Diego for trying to act tough with just a soccer ball. But before he can finish his rant, something strange happens behind him. A lightning-fast presence just descended. Is that the legendary Thunder God technique? Hwang Guang immediately switches into his MC Hype Man mode for us. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to all your support, our main man Seong Ji Han has finally made his grand entrance. Everyone smash that like button to see what happens next. Seong Ji Han's face right now looks like a demon. He calmly asks Kim Hyuk if he has a lot more to say. You and I can feel the chill. Kim Hyuk is terrified, sweating bullets. He tries to speak, but Seong Ji Han silences him for 2 whole minutes. Seong Ji Han admits he wanted to explode his head instantly, but he changed his mind. That's way too easy. Usually Game Gear reduces pain, so death just means losing a few levels. We all know the rules. That's common knowledge, right? Well, Seong Ji Han is about to show him something that isn't in any player guide. Kim Hyuk is still acting tough, thinking a level reset doesn't matter since he already lost his skills. He thinks he won by making Seong Ji Han mad. But then a scream of pure agony rips through the air. This isn't game pain anymore. Kim Hyuk shrieks that his body is actually breaking apart for real. Seong Ji Han watches him suffer with a cold stare. He asks why he's screaming when they've barely even started. After a minute of torture, Kim Hyuk is a mess of tears and snot begging for mercy. This is more than enough for him. Even Hwang Guang and Diego think Seong Ji Han is being way too cruel. They can feel the pain just by looking at him. It's a literal living hell on earth right now. Hwang Guang is confused. Most players use connection gear to avoid this reaction. How is he hurting? Diego notices Seong Ji Han is constantly healing the guy with one hand. Then Hwang Guang realizes the truth. This is a massive side effect, basically a bug in the system's logic that Seong Ji Han is currently exploiting. If you spam heals on a fresh wound, the safety protocols get overloaded and eventually shut down completely. That's why the gear is bypassing protection, letting Kim Hyuk feel 100% of the damage. Huang Guang wonders what insane skill Seong Ji Han is using to cause that much agonizing physical pain. It's called bone and muscle displacement. It's a rare martial arts technique that sends energy deep inside. It literally tears the body apart from within. Kim Ha-yuk is gasping for air, looking half dead. He's wearing gear that should reduce damage by 95%, yet it feels like his organs are ripping. It's like thousands of needles are stabbing him at once. This trauma is going to be permanent for him. Kim Ha-yuk finally cracks and begs Seong Ji Han to just kill him. He can't take another second. With a quick flash of his blade, Seong Ji Han takes the guy's head right off. Wish granted, I guess. Kim Ha-yuk is officially dead. Seong Ji Han didn't hesitate for even a second to end that miserable life. Seeing that brutal display, even a superfan like Huang Guang is starting to feel some real fear. He feels lucky he wasn't the one on the receiving end of Seong Ji Han's wrath this time around. But then more screams of agony start ringing out again. You won't believe why this is happening. Seong Ji Han chopped his head off because in this defense map players actually have 3 lives total. That means Kim Ha-yuk has to experience that entire nightmare 2 more times. There's no escape. Seong Ji Han is making sure this guy pays for everything. Talk about some absolute savage revenge. Another respawn. As soon as Kim Ha-yuk comes back to life, Seong Ji Han is right there to start the torture session all over again. A moment later, the death notice pops up. Seong Ji Han just sighs, asking if the guy really just gave up and died that easily. He decides to control his power better next time. Kim Ha-yuk respawns again, and immediately the poor guy is absolutely terrified. He is begging now, screaming for Seong Ji Han to stay away and promising he has learned his lesson. Seong Ji Han just gives him a cold stare. Seong Ji Han tells him straight up, if you cannot handle the heat, do not start the fire. Suddenly, a donation message catches Seong Ji Han's eye. It is Yoon Se-ah pleading for him to stop because she is okay. She is worried that if he keeps going, she will lose all her subscribers. Seong Ji Han realizes Yoon Se-ah is actually way more chill than he expected. So is it time to wrap this up? Let us see what he does. It is still technically peacetime, so maybe scaring the trash was enough for now. But Seong Ji Han still needs to confirm one very important thing. He asks the guy who gave him the guts to try this. Kim Ha-yuk is so scared his eyes are practically popping out of his head. He spills everything. Turns out it was some guy from the Sword King 898 clan. They offered him 55,000 GP. The coward begs for a quick death instead of more torture. Meanwhile, the chat is just losing it, spamming "laugh my ass off" all over the screen. What an absolute loser. Immediately, the Sword King clan members start flaming him in the chat, calling him a useless, ungrateful traitor. They are fuming, saying there will not be a second chance, and they cannot believe they trusted such a total moron with this mission. 55,000 GP for one job. It looks like a whole group of Sword King fanboys is behind this mess. Seong Ji Han is definitely taking notes. Seong Ji Han grabs the guy by the throat and tells him he better thank Yoon Se-ah for being the one to save his miserable life. Kim Ha-yuk looks so relieved. As Seong Ji Han tosses him into the air, the guy actually screams out his thanks to Yoon Se-ah for letting him go. And there it is, the notification that he is dead and officially kicked off the map. Good riddance to that troll, right? Huang Guang holds up a 10 out of 10 sign for that execution. Justice served. If you love seeing trolls get wrecked, smash that like button. Now it is time for Seong Ji Han to get back to business and clear out those zombies. We've got a mission to finish after all. If that idiot had not interrupted, he would be done. Seong Ji Han already took out 921 zombies, leaving only 80 more to go. It should not take long, but when Seong Ji Han opens his status window, he sees the zombie origin mission is already marked as complete. Wait, what? He looks down at the ground and sees the entire zombie horde is still being absolutely fried by lingering lightning. Talk about overkill. Was that the sky-shattering lightning step? Turns out the aftershocks from Seong Ji Han's skill were enough to wipe out every single zombie left down there. Actually, Seong Ji Han just could not fully control that massive power yet. The leaked energy caused a massive explosion that did all the work for him. Without the Nameless Divine Art, he cannot master the skill perfectly. He is basically just forcing it with raw energy. A bit of a mess. He feels a little embarrassed about it, but hey, a win is a win, mission accomplished. Seong Ji Han heads over to Diego to say thanks. They share a solid handshake. Diego is a total pro, telling Seong Ji Han not to worry about it since he was just doing his job. Seong Ji Han tells him they should meet up again so he can show some real gratitude. He has things he wants to discuss, but then, suddenly, the entire area starts shaking like crazy. You can see the ground vibrating as everything begins to fall apart right before our eyes. It is not just the tower they are on, the whole dungeon is rocking. It feels like a massive level 10 earthquake is hitting them. Huang Guang hears a deafening explosion nearby. Something just blew up, and you and I are about to find out exactly what it was. The team notices something massive starting to crawl its way out from deep under the earth. This does not look good at all, folks. A colossal hand reaches up from the depths. This thing is so massive it is literally the same size as the tower they are standing on. Huang Guang and Diego are completely losing it. From up here, it looks absolutely monstrous. How can something even be that big? The giant hand has a huge mouth right in the middle of its palm, and it lets out a bone-chilling roar that shakes everything. The scream is so powerful that even our guy Seong Ji Han has a hard time catching his breath. Then the hand starts swallowing zombies. After devouring the undead, that creepy mouth spits out a pile of disgusting green slime. Honestly, it is enough to make anyone gag. The slime starts growing and shifting until it takes the form of a massive green monster. It is getting bigger and scarier by the second. Huang Guang is confused. Why is this showing up now? This thing is supposed to be reserved for gold-rank players and above. The monster born from that giant hand swallowing zombies is finally revealed. We are looking at a terrifying new threat, the zombie golem. Just like Huang Guang said, these beasts have never been seen in a bronze rank match before. The game rules are breaking. Seong Ji Han wonders if this is because of a chain quest. And yep, Zombie Origin Part 2 just triggered. Defeat the golem without the crystal. Right after the 10-tower defense clear message, a new hidden quest unlocks. We have got to take down that massive zombie golem now. It is not just Seong Ji Han team either. Every group in the area just got slapped with this mission. Things are getting intense. A hidden quest. You and I both know these bronze maps always have some crazy secrets hidden up their sleeves. Let us go. Are you guys seeing this? The mission wants us to kill that disgusting thing, stopping those undead golems made by a dark apostle. Supposedly, we can close the power gap using the crystal blessing. But man, just look at the sheer size of that monster. Guang tells Seong Ji Han there is no way they can handle this. Even gold ranks struggle, let alone bronze tier nobodies like them. Seong Ji Han knows this mission is basically impossible. Think about it. If it were easy, the rewards would not be this insane. We are talking a crystal fragment and 1,000 achievement points. That is huge. Rewards like that only come with extreme difficulty. The better the loot, the higher the risk. This mission is clearly designed to be an unbeatable wall for most players. Guang just sighs, figuring they should at least try since it is a side quest. He tells Seong Ji Han to grab the blessing first. But our guy Seong Ji Han just says no need. Then he shoulders that massive great sword and starts walking toward the undead golems. Every single step Seong Ji Han takes feels like a crack of thunder. These golems are undead, meaning they are incredibly hard to put down. You have to smash the core hidden deep inside their massive bodies. Since they are made of rotting corpses, it is almost impossible. Honestly, these golems are considered high-level bosses, even in the gold rank. This should be a total suicide mission. Seong Ji Han tells Guang and Diego to stay back. Suddenly, he launches himself forward, moving like a literal blur toward the undead horde. He is using a technique that serves as the foundation for the Nameless Divine Arts. This is where things get really cool. It is based on 3 elements, heaven, earth, and man, known as the Trinity. Pure martial arts mastery right here, guys. Heaven is the vertical / earth is the horizontal, and man is the diagonal. This is the heart of his power. This specific technique is the Mountain Splitter. The full name is the Trinity Art. Get ready because he is about to go off. Boom, Seong Ji Han swings that massive blade, splitting the giant golem vertically. The hidden core tucked deep inside, completely shattered in one shot. Diego is watching from the back and literally drops his ball in shock. I mean, can you blame him? That was insane. The name sounds fancy, but to Seong Ji Han, it was just a simple vertical cut. A single strike that ended a giant monster instantly. Just like that player, Seong Ji Han has destroyed the golem. One shot, one kill. The legend just keeps on growing. Tower 4 has cleared the side quest. The viewers are totally speechless. They do not even know how to praise him anymore. From now on, everyone is calling Seong Ji Han a freak of nature. After that swing, Guang is feeling a whole mix of things. Fear, jealousy, and pure anticipation. All those feelings are swirling together into one final emotion, absolute worship. This is getting wild. This is the first time Guang has ever felt like this. At first, he just thought Seong Ji Han was good for some easy views. But now, it is way deeper than that. Guang truly wants to capture every moment of this man's life on camera. He knows Seong Ji Han is going straight to the top. Guang has a new life goal now to document a legend in the making. You and I are witnessing a new determination here. Guang is dedicating everything to filming Seong Ji Han's journey to becoming a myth. Besides Guang's total loyalty, this moment also marks the start of a very interesting relationship between Seong Ji Han and Diego Mill. While Seong Ji Han's tower is celebrating, other players are looking up at their own golems and cursing the developers for this difficulty. It is a total disaster for everyone else. Then crash. A giant golem hand smashes through a defensive tower like it is paper. Aside from Seong Ji Han, all 9 other towers failed this side quest miserably. It was a complete slaughter for the rest of them. The side mission is finally over. Players who actually finished it get triple experience points in JP. Seong Ji Han is loving this. He is pretty satisfied with the announcement. Are the rewards in this battle net always this incredible? I guess they are. Seong Ji Han turns to Diego and says, "See you outside. I want to talk about your true abilities once we are out." Diego is caught off guard. My abilities? What do you mean? He has no idea what Seong Ji Han has seen in him. Seong Ji Han just sparks some fire in his hand and says 2 words, mage. This is not the place to talk though, so he tells Diego to meet him later. Diego is still confused. Is he suggesting a class change to become a wizard? If anyone else said that, Diego would have laughed it off. But Seong Ji Han just showed him something absolutely miraculous today. Because of that, Diego is actually excited to hear what Seong Ji Han has to say. He immediately agrees to meet up later. They make plans to find each other outside. Guang, standing right there, starts freaking out. Wait, take me with you. He is begging Seong Ji Han for a ride along. But Seong Ji Han says this is a private matter for Diego. Guang would just be annoying. He gives Guang a hard no right away, so Guang tries to pivot. Fine, then let me be your loyal ally. I will be your editor for life. Seriously, let me do it. Guang is desperate to stay in the inner circle. Just before logging out, Seong Ji Han hits him with a simple no. He leaves Guang standing there, looking completely stunned and rejected. Poor guy is just left there crying his eyes out. Why did our hero have to be so cold? So Seong Ji Han, why would you do that to me? Alright, you and I are seeing a flood of notifications now because he finally finished the whole chain. Origins of the Living Dead 2 is done. Total rewards, 1 crystal fragment and 10,000 achievement points. Next up on the list is Remnants of the Apostles 1 is unlocking. 10,000 points. No wonder this side quest was such a total nightmare to finish. But man, those rewards are sweet. Honestly, is lucky Seong Ji Han already had this much power or he would be toast. He cleared it, but this crystal fragment a bit of a letdown. Let us look at the stats of this item together. It grants the blessing of God. It is B grade, but here is the catch. It is a one-time use item only. It is capped at bronze and silver ranks. Usually, this blessing is reserved for top-tier supports like the Saintesses. One of the best buffs out there, boosting every stat by 50%. A total must-have for any elite player. But since it is single-use and capped at silver, Seong Ji Han is feeling pretty disappointed. Not exactly what he was hoping for. Since he is the only one who cleared the quest, his rewards get a 50% boost. Boom, 3 levels up. He gains 6,000 GP. Seong Ji Han is level 13 now. Gangnam Bronze League with power and strength sitting at 17. Mage and support class. Now he just needs 12 more levels before he can finally move up to the Silver League. Even Seong Ji Han is shocked by his own stats. Has any player ever grown this fast in the history of the game? Right then, a new alert pops up. That Otherworld relic, the Pope's Great Sword, is starting to react to something. He fully understood Otherworld faith. Divine power +1, and it is already merging right into his strength stat. The Great Sword drops to E rank. But wait, Seong Ji Han looks at his stats and his power is still at 17. Did it not go up? Maybe his divine power and strength are out of sync. This sword just cannot hold it. The notification barely fades before the Great Sword, sitting right next to him, suddenly explodes. Talk about bad timing. The 3 talents energy is leaking out. Seong Ji Han wonders if the blade just could not handle his mountain crusher technique. This is bad. He needs to absorb that energy fast. Outside his house, things are starting to look really crazy. A massive golden light starts expanding from Seong Ji Han's place, looking like it is about to swallow the whole street. Then silence. It starts shrinking back. Lucky for everyone, because if that relic fully blew up, the entire building would be gone. Now let us check on Seong Ji Han's neighbor. The lights are still on, and man, you can hear the frustrated sighing. It is Kazuo, the Japanese recruiter. Turns out he is the guy behind the username Sword King Family 898. That mission to destroy the crystal, the one the mage, Kim Hyuk, received. Kazuo was the puppet master. He was so smug about it too. Thinking these foolish Koreans lost their Sword King and now they are just infighting. Watching them fall apart for money makes him happy. Seong Ji Han is always wary of the Japanese, but he is looking wrong. He should be watching his own countrymen. Kazuo just wanted that brainless fire mage to smash the crystal and break Seong Ji Han. That was the plan anyway. Kazuo was talking a big game, waiting for Seong Ji Han to finally taste defeat. But we all know how that ended. The mage got wrecked and the whole plan failed. All because of that idiot. The fire mage could not even troll properly. If he just broke the crystal instead of standing there talking trash, the quest would be over. The more Kazuo thinks about that incompetent mage, the more his blood starts to boil. Otherwise, he would be looking at Seong Ji Han's status window right now. This guy is the top recruitment CEO for Japan, but he is in a tough spot. Years of experience tell him Seong Ji Han is a once-in-a-lifetime genius who needs scouting now. The problem, his bosses at headquarters will not sign off on the deal without seeing clear, detailed info on the target. To prove he has not lost his touch, Kazuo needs the numbers. He needs to see exactly what Seong Ji Han is made of. He needs that status window to show his true potential. Old Kazuo sighs, he is running out of time here. Amateur tactics are not working anymore. But do not get comfortable, Seong Ji Han. I am going to see those stats. Once headquarters sees the truth, I will bag you using the same special method I used on the Sword King. Back to Seong Ji Han. A new message pops up after he finishes absorbing all that raw energy from the exploded relic. Divine power increased by 1. It has been integrated into strength, bringing the stat up by 1. Seong Ji Han just size. All that work for 3 divine power points. And it takes 3 of those just to get 1 point of strength. That puts his power at 18. He is getting closer to that 30-point milestone every single day. Another alert. Since strength passed 17, he can only absorb divine power from B-grade relics or higher from now on. Seong Ji Han is livid. Only B-grade and up. Come on, you and I both know the system is being way too harsh. Searching for a top-tier artifact is a total nightmare. Like, where do you even start? Suddenly, Yoon-se kicks the door open. She is hyped. Turns out 50 billion gold just hit her account. That is the payout from the Sword King auction. She finally notices the room, though. It is a total disaster zone. Honestly, what was our boy Seong Ji Han even doing? The place is trashed and Seong Ji Han is covered in scratches. He is like, don't worry, my weapon just exploded. Classic Seong Ji Han. It is fine, really. But Yoon-se isn't having it. She scolds him like he is a literal child. So adorable, right? Go clean up so I can patch you up. Once she is done playing nurse, they head out for some food. They hit up a local BBQ joint. Fun fact, this is Seong Ji Han's first real meal since his regression. Must taste like heaven. Eating out feels pretty good for once, even if Yoon-se is a bit salty about having to pay the whole bill. Seong Ji Han skipped the fancy stuff for this humble spot. Then he asks how school is going, keeping it real with her. She brags a bit too. Turns out she is the student council president, beauty brains, and a total boss. Love that. But the big day is coming, the Hall of Gifts blessing. And you and I know what that means. Her birthday, December 22nd. She turns 18. In this world, that is, when your whole future is decided by a single gift. She has been waiting for this blessing forever, hoping for a miracle to change their lives. Our girl is so optimistic. A high-rank gift would solve everything. But we know the truth, her future is about to get hit with an F rank. An F rank gift. That is the moment her world crumbles. No matter how hard she has worked, it is just brutal. Seong Ji Han is torn. If he tells her now, she will be devastated. But how do you prepare someone for that? He has got to lower her expectations. Gently. Anyway, Monday is coming and Yoon-se needs to head back to school. Seong Ji Han decides he is driving her. Dad mode, uncle mode. Whatever it is, I am absolutely here for it. She is like, uncle, I am 18. Not a baby anymore. But we all know Seong Ji Han is just being protective. With everything going on, he is not taking chances. Safety first when you are public enemy, number 1 right. She plays it cool, acting like he is overreacting, but you can see that tiny smile. She is actually happy. It has been a while since anyone looked out for her like this. But then they get back to the garage. Seong Ji Han's jaw drops. Every single supercar gone. The government seized the whole lot. Talk about a total buzzkill. So that is why he could not find the keys. Yoon-se is ready to take the bus, but wait. There is one left. A beat-up old rust bucket in the corner. It belonged to Yoon-se's late mother. Too trashy for the government to steal, apparently. Seong Ji Han hops in to check if the old girl still even runs. Keys are there, but the engine starts coughing up black smoke. Not the most epic start for our hero. It is a mess, but hey, it moves. Yoon-se's face is pure gold. You were really taking me to school in this. Seong Ji Han thinks she is embarrassed, but she is actually worried about something else. And then boom, trouble arrives. Hey loser, move this piece of junk. Some meathead starts screaming right in Seong Ji Han's face. Oh, he messed up. This is exactly what she was worried about. Welcome to the Battle.net Academy in Gangnam, Seoul, land of the rich and the arrogant. Seong Ji Han knows his car is a relic, but seriously getting aggro over this. Imagine having nothing better to do than bully someone over a cheap car. The big guy is still yelling. How dare you bring this trash here? People are starting to stare. You and I know what is coming next. Seong Ji Han steps out cool as ice. We were here first. What is your problem? Having a bad day. This is our spot, beggar. Seong Ji Han just looks at him. Why do you not shut your trap? Is embarrassing. I am a guardian here too. Suddenly, the crowd realizes who they are looking at. The vibe shifts instantly. Wait, isn't that Seong Ji Han, the bronze monster who wrecked Kim Hee-wook? Yeah, buddy, you better run. The legend himself is dropping off the Sword King's daughter. Everyone thought she had quit. Guess not. Boom, viral news. Sword King's brother-in-law fights Rolls-Royce owner in a total junker. The internet is losing it. Comments are flooding in. Is he a student? He is 27. Nah, he is just the world's scariest uncle. Is this a rich man? Acts poor prank. Meanwhile, at Guild HQ, Yoon Ah-young is losing her mind. She grabs her bodyguard Lim Ga-young and tells her to gear up. We are heading to the Battle.net Academy. Now, Lee Ha-yeon is fuming. That jerk ignored me. We are going down there to settle this face to face. He is gonna regret looking down on me. Let us go. Oh boy, Seong Ji Han's day just got even busier. For Yoon-se, it was just constant noise. That Rolls-Royce driver wouldn't stop with the insults. Unbelievable. calling Seong Ji Han a beggar for driving that junk car. Then the thug shouts, "Do you know who my father is?" He swings a massive fist right at Seong Ji Han's face. Boom! Seong Ji Han doesn't even flinch. He just stands there taking it. Inside the car, Yoon Se-ah panics, thinking Seong Ji Han's nose is broken. She rushes out to check on her uncle. Those online reporters, they're already saying prayers for the guy. No one can save him now. Look closer though. The fist stopped dead right in front of Seong Ji Han's nose. The thug is totally frozen. He has no clue why he can't move. It's like some invisible force has him locked in place. Seong Ji Han casually lowers his hand and the thug hits the pavement. Seong Ji Han scolds him for acting like a thug. "You're dropping off students too, right? Stop acting like a gangster on school grounds." Yoon Se-ah is terrified her uncle will lose it. Everyone's live streaming, "Uncle, don't do anything crazy." Suddenly, a girl behind them recognizes Yoon Se. "Ah, it's Kim Hyu, the student council vice president." Yoon Se-ah spots her and says hello. Long time, Hyu looks down at the thug on the ground. "Just a slip, my lady." "Don't worry about me," he stammers. Turns out he's her personal bodyguard. Hyu's confused. Where are Yoon Se-ah's supercars? Why did she show up to the academy in this old junker? Yoon Se-ah explains the government seized everything, so her uncle had to use her mom's old car today. Hyu grabs her hand immediately. "You should have called me. I'll give you a ride from now on." Watching them, Seong Ji Han gets thoughtful. In his past life, Yoon Se-ah didn't have a single friend who cared. Something feels off about this girl. Later, Lee Ha-eon and Lim Ga-young rush to the academy parking lot. They're too late. By the time they arrive at the BattleNet Academy, the area is totally empty. A local reporter breaks the news. Seong Ji Han just left the area a few minutes ago. Ha-eon is fuming. The fight didn't even last 10 minutes. It should have gone on way longer than that. If the fights end this quickly, foreign guilds are going to snatch Seong Ji Han right from under them. Ha-eon is so stressed she starts biting her nails until Lim Ga-young steps in to stop her. "Didn't you say biting your nails solves nothing?" "Right." Ha-eon almost forgot her own advice there. No other choice now. Ha-eon opens Seong Ji Han's stream to see who's actually going to win him over. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is busy smurfing. Everyone in this bronze arena is just fodder for his fists. One punch is all it takes. Then Seong Ji Han activates his lightning step technique. The whole arena transforms. The battlefield looks like a massive thundercloud. Lightning strikes everywhere and players are dropping like flies. Seong Ji Han is feeling good. He's finally starting to master the rhythm of this specific technique. He's focusing on the feeling of the skill. Meanwhile, two guys are watching him looking totally defeated. It's that same unlucky mage and archer from before. Seong Ji Han just one-shotted a gold-rank corpse golem. Using just one move, he destroyed it. Facing Seong Ji Han is like being an ant in a lightning storm. No resistance at all. Aside from some screaming, there's literally nothing these players can do. Game over. Seong Ji Han takes first place again. Honestly, is anyone even surprised at this point? It was bound to happen. Since he won 10 times in a row, he gets a huge bonus. That's a massive 200% bonus to his experience and points. He just hit level 15. He leveled up twice, and with that, the new dungeon mode has officially been unlocked for him. Dungeons are a whole different beast that opens at level 15. It's not just simple fighting. In a dungeon, you've got traps and puzzles to solve. There's a limit to solo achievements. While party play is just recommended, it's actually mandatory for anyone wanting to progress. The problem is that too many people are targeting Seong Ji Han. If his teammates start trolling, he is in trouble. Seong Ji Han wonders if it's time to join a guild, but leaving one later is such a huge headache. He'll just have to deal with it for now. Once he hits silver rank, he'll start his own. Next morning, and Seong Ji Han is already busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the two of them. He's whipping up some simple light breakfast items to start the day off right. Seong Ji Han whips up some eggs and toast with sausages fast. Se-ah is seriously impressed with the food. It seems all those years of cooking for himself every single day back in America are finally paying off for him. While she eats, Seong Ji Han asks if her friend is coming by to pick her up for school, but Se-ah just lets out a heavy sigh. He wonders if they had a fight, but Se-ah explains she's just overriding with her friend lately. Turns out her friend was being way too nosy, constantly asking uncomfortable questions about Se-ah's famous father. That is why she is done with that ride. Plus, she thinks her mom's old car is way more comfortable anyway. A bit later, Seong Ji Han gets behind the wheel of his sister's old clunker to drop Se-ah off at the academy. There are huge crowds lining the streets today, all of them watching Seong Ji Han after everything that went down yesterday. Seong Ji Han immediately spots them. It is a massive swarm of reporters and guild recruiters acting like total stalkers. As they pull into the parking lot, he sighs. They are definitely going to need a different car to get around now. But check this out. Inside the parking lot, Lee Haeun and Ga Young from the Divergent Guild are already waiting for them. Seong Ji Han steps out looking pretty annoyed. He definitely was not expecting to run into her right here and now. Haeun starts complaining immediately. She gave him her business card, but he never even bothered to give her a call. Si-ah heads off to class, wishing her uncle luck. She is still clearly trying to play matchmaker for him. Han gets close and asks if she can borrow a bit of his time. Classic recruiter move right. Over at a nearby cafe, a bunch of other recruiters are watching them from a distance, looking absolutely miserable. They know they have already lost to the Divergent Guild. Having a gold contract ready means nothing now. Seong Ji Han wonders if Han is cool with everyone staring at them sitting outside like this. It is quite the crowd. She is used to the attention, but Seong Ji Han admits he was just way too busy to even remember her. Han sighs. It is actually a new feeling for her, having to chase someone down like this for a deal. She has something special ready for him. Ga Young steps up and hands the contract over to Haeon. Haeon drops the bomb. The Divergent Guild is offering him a full platinum rank contract right now. The recruiters in the back are stunned. A platinum contract for a bronze rank player? That is absolutely insane. Even Seong Ji Han is caught off guard. He did not expect Haeon to come to the table with an offer this big. Han is confident though. She is betting everything on her intuition and the potential she sees in Seong Ji Han. The other scouts start packing it in. There is no way they can compete with a platinum offer from Divergent. As she leans in, Seong Ji Han notices something. Her perfume smells exactly like the scent Jezo used to wear. He is almost certain now. Could this woman standing right in front of him actually be Jezo? Han is getting a bit frustrated. How can he stay so calm after being offered a life-changing platinum deal? No mistake about it. The hound standing in front of him is definitely Jezo. Seong Ji Han wonders if it really is her or if he is just imagining it. Haeon is seriously baffled. How can Seong Ji Han stay this calm after she just offered him a life-changing platinum rank contract? Haeon is actually feeling pretty offended because she does not even have his phone number yet. She tells him she will send a copy of the contract once he is done reviewing the details. She asks if they can finally exchange their contact info. Seong Ji Han asks if she is just hitting on him. Ga Young is struggling to keep a straight face. Seong Ji Han is being way too blunt with her boss right now. Seong Ji Han proposes a bet. He hit level 15 and is heading into a dungeon for his next match. Haeon and Ga Young are totally shocked. Seong Ji Han already hit level 15 this early on. She wonders how he hit level 15 in just 1 month. That is some serious speed leveling for any new player. If he does not take first place, he will join the guild and finally give her his number. Haeon is worried. There are hunters targeting him. Is he really going in there all alone? Is he really going in solo with no support? Seong Ji Han's condition if he wins? The bet is actually very simple. He wants to see her status window. He needs to confirm a theory he has about her talent. He is looking for the nurturing talent. Haeon sighs and finally agrees to this bet with Seong Ji Han. She warns him not to regret going solo. Currently, that nurturing talent is hated and seen as useless. People think it is useless, but Seong Ji Han knows its value will change the entire world very soon. Alright, you and I need to see if Seong Ji Han can actually verify her talent before he makes his next move. He logs into BattleNet. Before heading out, Seong Ji Han tells the girls to wait right there for his results. Then he vanishes straight into the system. Welcome to BattleNet. This time it is the high difficulty dungeon called the Tomb of the Invaders, a massive underground labyrinth. It is the final resting place of history's greatest conqueror. This place is infamous for the sheer number of monsters inside. No traps or mazes can even compare to this place. But there is another reason this dungeon is so brutal. To win, every single member of the party has to survive until the very end. No one can die. That is exactly why being lucky enough to get a strong team is absolutely critical here. Seong Ji Han has entered. All players are summoned. The game is about to begin in just a few moments. Seong Ji Han takes a quick look at his 3 teammates to size them up. At first glance, they seem decent enough. The other 3 are completely starstruck. They just realize they are teamed up with the legendary war god Seong Ji Han. A quick handshake to break the ice. These 3 are all from the same guild and their gear looks solid. Looking at their guild symbols, the viewers recognize them immediately. It turns out they are from the Black Eagle Guild. With how friendly they are acting, it looks like Seong Ji Han is taking first place again. His teammates start dreaming big. They can actually dream of the top spot now. It is totally possible since they have Seong Ji Han carrying the team. The trio suggests they should take the lead, while Seong Ji Han stays in the back to provide buffs and support. But Seong Ji Han shuts that down immediately. He wants to lead. Usually, the warrior class is the one who goes first. They are using common sense to judge the situation, but Seong Ji Han, yeah, he is way beyond any normal common sense. Moments later, the Black Eagle members are obediently following Seong Ji Han. Looks like there are no trolls in this group. Seong Ji Han feels pretty lucky too. He was actually worried about the survival conditions of this specific dungeon. After a quick warm-up, Seong Ji Han tells himself that it is time for a full-on sprint. Here we go. Immediately, Seong Ji Han and his crew face their first hurdle, a pack of clay golems, known as the Emperor's Tomb Guardians. The others ask Seong Ji Han how to handle this. The only girl in the group suggests using magic to clear a path. Now check this out, Seong Ji Han, looking reliable as ever, just speaks up. No need for that, just stay close behind me. True to his war god title, Seong Ji Han charges in with his bare hands. He leads the team without a second thought. Every guardian that steps up gets shattered by a single punch. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han's teammates are just standing there completely stunned. He cleared them all out just like that. The Conqueror's Tomb has 10 corridors and every team starts in one. Every single hallway leads down to the 7th basement level. That is where the final boss room is located. Seong Ji Han's team is in Corridor 8 and obviously they are currently in the lead and absolutely dominating the dungeon. They have already reached the 3rd basement level. Even though they are doing nothing, the teammates are starting to sweat. They are just blown away by seeing Seong Ji Han fight in person. His combat style is on a different level. Those guardians are supposed to be tanky as hell, but Seong Ji Han is smashing them like they are nothing but glass. It is like they are made of cheap clay. While Seong Ji Han works, a Japanese guy named Kazu donates 10,000 GP. His message says, Seong Ji Han, you still haven't checked your inbox. Can you please just read my message for once? Just look at it once. I even have a massive amount of support funds ready and waiting just for you. Seong Ji Han doesn't give this persistent creep any attention. He just keeps tearing through the guardians like a machine. Some viewers are getting worried that Seong Ji Han might abandon the country for Japan just like the Sword King did before. Seong Ji Han makes a public announcement. No matter what happens, I am definitely not moving to Japan. Period. End of story. He even blocks Kazu on the spot. The viewers start spamming Seong Ji Han's name to show their absolute trust. Before long, Seong Ji Han and the squad clear the 3rd floor and head even deeper into the next level. Normally, they would barely be past the 1st floor by now. This pace is honestly just way too fast. The knight even pulls out his weapon and taps the head of a fallen guardian just to check it. It is as hard as iron, yet Seong Ji Han turns them into mud. Suddenly, a mysterious notification pops up near the knight. The girl from Black Eagle thanks Seong Ji Han. They cannot deny the fact that they are totally getting carried here. Seong Ji Han tells them there is no need for formality. Stick with me because as long as they don't mess up, Seong Ji Han's progress is absolutely insane. He is almost there. We are finally at the 4th floor of the catacombs. It is a straight path with 0 guards, which is totally different from the previous levels. While Seong Ji Han is scanning the area, that archer guy behind him gets a super sketchy system notification on his screen. Just by looking at the walls and floor, Seong Ji Han can tell this whole place is rigged with traps. It is a total minefield. Seong Ji Han asks the team if they mind him picking up the pace. The mage girl is totally cool with it and says no problem. The other 2 guys jump a bit before agreeing it is fine. Seong Ji Han steps forward and decides to take the lead. He tells them he will handle the traps while they cover the rear. As Seong Ji Han moves up, his teammates are already getting ready. The warrior and archer have their weapons out. They are thinking, go ahead, just keep walking right into our little trap. Do not mind us, buddy. The second you rush forward, that 1 million GP bounty is as good as ours. Turns out some guy from the Sword King family, 787, sent them a secret quest to commit suicide without Seong Ji Han noticing. The reward is a massive 1 million GP. Every member of this Black Hawk Guild trio actually accepted that shady suicide mission. And of course, Kazuo is the mastermind. He is still salty after Seong Ji Han blocked his account and he wants some serious revenge. The old man is just sipping tea, totally obsessed with finding a way to see Seong Ji Han's hidden status window. He says he hates using the same play twice, but things are getting desperate and he is running out of options. What are you going to do now, Seong Ji Han? I have already bought and paid for your entire squad of teammates. I told them to be as sneaky as possible. You know exactly what that means for you, right, Seong Ji Han? The moment you charge ahead is the moment you fail. This victory is already mine and there is no escape. Unless a miracle happens and someone warns you, nothing can ruin my perfect plan to bring you down. Back to Seong Ji Han, he is on the move. The first trap he hits is a barrage of automatic arrows flying his way. These things are moving fast. The mage tells Seong Ji Han to step aside so she can use his skill to blow them away. Seong Ji Han just tells her not to worry about it. Why? Because he has got a little something called space domain. As soon as the arrows hit his range, they just stop dead in the air. This guy is a literal walking cheat code. The mage is completely floored. Even for a magic user, she has never seen a skill this broken or powerful before. It is totally unbelievable. But when she turns around, she realizes what her 2 teammates are actually up to. They are literally holding their own weapons to their throats. We all know exactly what they were trying to do. Seong Ji Han immediately activates his Nameless Divine Art Shattering Lightning. He moves like a bolt of lightning, disarming both of them instantly. In under 2 seconds, he uses his force to bind their bodies tight. These 2 troublemakers are not going anywhere now. They are groaning in pain, cursing because they were so close to actually killing themselves for that reward. The archer is shocked the warrior had the same mission. The mage is just confused why they are competing to die. Seong Ji Han realizes they both had the same suicide quest. If even one of them succeeded, the entire game would be over. There could only be one winner for that reward. Honestly, the mage looks totally ashamed of her teammates right now. She bows and apologizes to Seong Ji Han, but he just tells her to stop. He knows she is just like the others. Before she can react, Seong Ji Han binds her arms too. She was just about to pull the exact same suicide stunt. She screams in frustration, wondering how he knew. She thought she was being so sneaky and hiding it well. So how did Seong Ji Han catch them? Shout out to streamer Huang Guang, who sent 10,000 GP with a warning message. He told Seong Ji Han the Black Hawk Guild was bought out. They all took that million GP suicide mission thanks to Huang Guang's intel. Seong Ji Han's self-proclaimed top assistant Huang Guang starts bragging. He says he is a true fan through and through. He follows Seong Ji Han all day. He watches the livestream all day, and he keeps an eye on the teammates too. That is how Huang Guang spotted the exact moment they all received that million GP quest notification on their screens. He snitched to Seong Ji Han immediately. A million GP is a lot, but for justice and Seong Ji Han, he is an assistant for life. Seong Ji Han knocks out the trio from the Black Hawk Guild and just sighs at how desperate they all were. No matter how much you hate me, is a million GP really worth throwing your lives away? That is just sad. He concludes this must be a major guild or someone using the Sword King's influence to pull these strings. Imagine spending a full million GP just to get a peek at my status window. Who would actually do that? Back at home, Kazuo is sweating bullets. He can see Seong Ji Han and a massive crowd of people watching the screen. Kazuo is panicking and sweating as he realizes Seong Ji Han and the entire audience are staring right back at him. You and I can already guess who is behind this mission. They are clearly desperate for my status window. So I am changing my promise. Forget 200,000. I am aiming for 1 million subscribers now, and rank 1 is still the goal. Thanks to this bold move, Seong Ji Han is racking up fame and money fast. You have to love the hustle. He decides to squeeze every bit of profit from this opportunity to max out his subscriber count. He pulls an F-rank binding rope from his inventory. Immediately, he uses those ropes to tie the 3 Black Hawk Guild members together. No more running away for these guys. Seong Ji Han grabs one end and drags his 3 teammates behind him. Trust me, things are about to speed up significantly. In no time, Seong Ji Han reaches the 6th floor of the tomb. As soon as he steps inside, ghostly voices begin to echo. Do not disturb the Emperor's sleep. He is immortal. The Emperor is eternal. Do not even think about bothering him. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. All 3 Black Hawk goons were trying to act tough and threaten Seong Ji Han. This is your last warning. Let us go now, or the Black Hawk Guild will hunt you down and destroy you. Before he could even finish talking, Seong Ji Han uses one finger to punch 3 clean holes through his armor. You actually think your guild would lift a finger for 3 pieces of trash like you? Seong Ji Han does not hold back. After getting poked, the warrior loses all his strength. It is like his body is paralyzed while his brain is still wide awake. Seong Ji Han recognizes the feeling. Pressure point striking. It has been a while, but his accuracy is still absolutely deadly. This was a move he mastered in his past life after evolving from a warrior into a martial master. The warrior remembers how Seong Ji Han snaps whenever anyone mentions his niece. Just look at what happened to that mage Kim Hyuk. This guy tries to talk more trash, but Seong Ji Han immediately shuts him up for good. Talk about a forced silence. Muzzled before he could even let out a peep. With the dead weights settled, Seong Ji Han continues dragging them along like dogs on a leash. He even heals them while dragging them so they do not accidentally die on him. Now that is what I call service. Seong Ji Han finally hits the 6th floor. Clear this, and it is straight to the final boss fight. We are almost there. The moment he enters, thousands of terracotta statues erupt from the ground and walls. They are everywhere you look. Even the ceiling is crawling with them. Seong Ji Han is stuck in a real jam here, surrounded on all sides. He has to fight off an army of clay soldiers while protecting those 3 idiots. If they die, the mission is over. These clay warriors are not exactly top tier, but they have the numbers. His a massive wave of enemies. Seong Ji Han handles it easily, shielding his team while slicing through the mob. But then the statues suddenly freeze in place. Their eyes glow red as they chant about the immortal emperor. Nobody is allowed to disturb his sacred slumber. It looks like they are going into a full berserk mode. To make things better, a quest window pops up. Limited quest, wipe out every single clay soldier. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Now we are talking. Perfect timing. Seong Ji Han was going to kill them all anyway, so why not get paid for it? Let the massacre begin. Before the real brawl starts, Seong Ji Han sets up a protective barrier for his 3 troublesome teammates. Safety first, right? To be extra sure, he even tests the shield with his own sword. That is one tough bubble he created. With the force field holding strong, Seong Ji Han can finally stop worrying and go all out on these clay freaks. Domain expansion. Oh wait, is that Sukuna's line? Let's call this the territory expansion instead, everyone. A massive red light explodes from Seong Ji Han, instantly covering the entire floor. This is where the real power shows up. No matter how many times he uses this, Seong Ji Han is still shocked by how broken this skill really is. Every single enemy in his territory slows down to a crawl. He can dominate the entire room with one hand. Inside this zone, Seong Ji Han is basically the king. He is literally the father of this entire lobby right now. Sorry, Barrett, but using such an overpowered skill just to boost your mana is a total waste. Watch this. Playtime is over. It is time to wrap up this floor and move on. Seong Ji Han raises his blade high. One swing and a massive blue cyclone erupts, blowing the entire clay army into dust. Talk about a clean sweep. 6th floor cleared. You have eliminated all clay warriors and earned 1,000 achievement points. Too easy for him. The Conqueror's tomb can only be cleared if the whole party survives. And then a new voice greets them. Welcome, Conquerors. Gold is the one thing humans desire most. Do you want it? I hit it all. Wait, that sounds like a pirate king. This guy says, I will give you what you crave. Just show respect. These are the final conditions to clear last stage. Are we ready? This is the ultimate respectful submission from all the players. We have finally reached floor 7, the tomb's end. Standing right before Seong Ji Han is the final boss. According to the viewers, everyone here is usually forced to kneel. No one can resist. Immediately, Seong Ji Han slams those 3 teammates to the ground like they are just animals. Some viewers are loving Seong Ji Han's brutal style here. Others wonder how exactly does he plan to make them submit. We watch as Seong Ji Han silently uses his force to snap the ropes, binding the 3 members from Black Hawk. But Seong Ji Han isn't setting them free. He is using his power to hijack their bodies, forcing them to move. He is making them do exactly what he wants. Seong Ji Han's force stat is currently sitting at 18 right now. His domain's range and influence have been massively improved. Seong Ji Han stares straight at the boss's intense killing intent. It looks like the boss is ready for a showdown. Seong Ji Han shows zero fear, slowly expanding his domain's reach. As long as he stays in the center, he has total control. Those 3 Black Hawk members suddenly kneel. Then Seong Ji Han himself starts kneeling respectfully before the final boss. He tells himself this will be a perfect conquest. The boss says, very well, you may all return now. An intruder. Right then, a new notification appears. We have conquered the 7th underground floor. A portal immediately opens up behind Seong Ji Han and his 3 teammates. That archer from Black Hawk is still crying over the 10 million JP reward he is about to lose. Meanwhile, the mage is confused why Seong Ji Han is just standing there staring at a quest board like a statue. Turns out Seong Ji Han found a hidden quest. Show your sincere respect to the statue of the Conqueror. The reward is 5,000 achievement points plus the Conqueror's arrow. That point bonus is a total steal, not to mention that arrow item. It is so massive that Seong Ji Han thinks it is a spear, not an arrow. Show sincere respect, huh? Seong Ji Han shoots a very mysterious look toward the mage from the Black Hawk Guild. She senses something is wrong and tries to bolt for the portal to get out of there fast. But before she can move, Seong Ji Han uses his force to drag her back toward him like a magnet. Seong Ji Han looks at the boss. Conqueror, no, you should be called the King of the Marauders instead. He tells the boss, this is my sincere tribute. Then Seong Ji Han just tosses the mage toward the boss. Suddenly, the boss's mount takes a massive bite out of her. A notification says the mage is dead. The comment section is going wild. What just happened? Is Seong Ji Han actually executing those Black Hawk Guild members? The boss glares at Seong Ji Han and asks, King of Marauders, are you talking to me right now? Seong Ji Han replies, a conqueror is just a thief. I am just showing my respect to you properly. Instead of all that gold, I will take something with real value. That arrow you are holding. Since the conqueror's arrow is part of the reward, taking it is Seong Ji Han's way of showing respect. That is the secret condition to finish this hidden quest. The boss lets out a massive booming laugh. He says, good, I like it. I will reward you with my treasure since you have shown such respect. Seong Ji Han immediately draws his sword and says, thank you, I will be more than happy to take it. The boss challenges us to try and take his phoenix arrow. He notches it for a devastating shot. Even from a distance, the archer feels like he is being incinerated by a massive wall of fire. The heat coming off the boss is terrifying. All 3 guild members are starting to literally catch fire. As they scream in pain, Seong Ji Han is drenched in sweat, barely holding on against this intense, scorching flame. That archer from Black Hawk can feel the massive flames burning him even from a safe distance. This heat is just way too intense. Not just him, but the whole Black Hawk team is burning. We hear their screams. Seong Ji Han is sweating buckets too, trying his best to endure this insane fire. Seong Ji Han looks at his teammates and hesitates. At this rate, they are all going to be dead soon. He doesn't care about their lives, but if the warrior dies, Seong Ji Han's weapon will vanish instantly. He has to finish this quest fast before that happens. Just look at the gold piles nearby. That gold is literally melting into liquid from the heat. Suddenly, that archer can't take it anymore. Notification says a Team A member is dead. Only 2 out of 4 members are still alive. The archer finally drops dead. Team A member is gone. 2 out of 4 remaining. The heat radiates. You and I can see how terrifying this is. Even Seong Ji Han has to admit he stands no chance against that thing right now. Seong Ji Han has to target the arrow before it even fires. Long ago, a sage appeared before a man who had lost his way. He said, I will show you the path. Follow it. Straight and true. That is the human essence within the three talents. A highly sophisticated straight thrust. That is the exact technique Seong Ji Han chooses to use against this deadly arrow. Right as the boss prepares to loose the arrow, Seong Ji Han lunges forward and swings his sword directly at the target. A golden flash of light erupts from the tip of Seong Ji Han's blade, flying toward the boss at incredible speed. Just like that, the boss's bow snaps in half. The arrow falls to the ground before it can even be fired. The stunned boss finally asks, what is your name, intruder? Seong Ji Han answers him with total confidence, I am Seong Ji Han. Seong Ji Han, impressive. You are a true warrior. Since you showed me respect, this phoenix arrow now belongs to you. The boss tosses the arrow straight to Seong Ji Han. Everyone watching thinks this looks way more like a spear than a simple arrow. I mean, who uses an arrow this massive? The boss tells Seong Ji Han he hopes for a real duel next time. After those words, the boss begins to fade into nothingness. Seong Ji Han picks up the phoenix arrow and tests a few basic moves. There are so many different arenas in Battle.net, so you and I will probably see these two meet again later. Seong Ji Han thinks this thing is amazing. He could just remove the feathers at the end and use it as a full-on spear. Meanwhile, the viewers are still losing their minds over the technique Seong Ji Han used to break that bow. Some are even recording the screen and playing it in slow motion, but they still see nothing. Seong Ji Han just smirks. They won't see a thing. The sage's guidance is too fast, using thin sword chi to strike one exact point with precision. Thanks to this move, Seong Ji Han's control over the Nameless Divine Arts has officially reached a whole new level. Using it for the first time after his regression was super unstable and drained a massive amount of his energy. But now it is much faster and more accurate. At this rate, Seong Ji Han will be using high-level techniques before we know it. Suddenly, a notification appears. You have been recognized by the Conqueror and are now exempt from the 7th floor challenge. Looks like the dungeon is ending. We are all so jealous. This is the first time anyone has ever skipped floor 7. Even though 2 teammates died, he still cleared it. Just then, the warrior finally wakes up from his unconscious state. Since he was out cold, he has no idea the archer died a while ago. Seong Ji Han walks right up to him. He is spinning that phoenix arrow like a baton. Then Seong Ji Han says softly, hope you can understand my position. I am not noble enough to let a traitor benefit from this run. With one strike, the archer is finished for good. Team A is wiped out. Only 1/4 of the members remain. Seong Ji Han is now the only one left alive. As soon as the game over notification pops up, Seong Ji Han is instantly teleported back to the outside world. The recruiters are just like us, standing there with their mouths wide open staring at that insane spear. Li Haon and Gai Young are in total disbelief. A legendary item like that dropping in a bronze dungeon is unheard of. Seong Ji Han looks at the girls and asks, you watched the stream right? Sorry, I ended up in first place again. Even though they have seen his power before, they still cannot believe what they are seeing right now. Seong Ji Han calmly tells Li Haon it is time to pay up. He wants to see her status window immediately. Li Haon is literally shaking. She is not trying to back out, she just wants him to put that spear down first. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Seong Ji Han and that weapon is making it impossible for her to breathe normally. She pulls up her status window and sighs. I told you are going to regret seeing what is in here. But Seong Ji Han is standing there with a huge grin. It's exactly as he suspected. She still possesses that specific talent, A-rank nurturing talent. It allows the owner to cultivate and grow other players. It is a pure support type ability. It helps other players get stronger much faster. Behind her, Ga Young looks really worried for Li Haon. She knows Li Haon absolutely hates revealing her personal talent to anyone else. But since she lost the bet, she has no other choice but to show him everything. She once spent a fortune on her abilities only to end up with what everyone called a trash talent. That realization actually sent Li Haon into a deep depression for quite a while. Lately, she has felt constant pressure whenever she has to deal with other high-level players. The association has been pushing her hard lately, and you can see she is completely exhausted. Man, I am so jealous of rookies with top-tier gifts. I spent a fortune and prayed for so long, just to end up with this trash nurturing talent. Why did I even join that cursed academy? Ga Young remembers. Li Haon trashes her school every chance she gets. You can really tell how much she hates her own gift. But when Han looks at Seong Ji Han, he has this massive grin on his face. This makes her think to herself, wait, is this guy actually laughing at my talent right now? She is fuming. Do you think mocking people is okay? Seong Ji Han shuts that down instantly. I am not mocking you at all. I am just feeling genuinely happy right now. At the same time, Seong Ji Han pulls out his phone and asks for her number. Talk about a bold move from our hero. Both girls are completely stunned. I mean, she clearly lost the bet. Is Seong Ji Han just doing this out of pity? Seong Ji Han simply says he wants her contact info. Han sighs, realizing there is no getting around this guy. My number is on the business card I gave you last time, she reminds him. Seong Ji Han just plays it cool. I lost that paper a long time ago. That answer leaves Haeun and her friend totally frozen. Is he teasing her? He rejected her so coldly before and even lost her card, but now he is the one asking for her number. Could he actually be interested in a nurturing talent? Why would a powerhouse like him even care about that? Haeun feels like she is being toyed with. Her pride tells her not to just hand her number over like this. Her mind says no, but her hands are already typing her number into his phone. We have all been there. She saves herself as manager Lee Haun. As she walks away, she is feeling pretty smug about the whole thing. What do you think of that Seong Ji Han? Surprised, but then she turns back and her brain just completely short-circuits. Why is he still smiling? He was supposed to be confused. Meanwhile, over at the BattleNet Academy, young Yoon-se just watched Seong Ji Han clear his first dungeon. Her classmates are losing their minds with praise for him. They say her uncle is a beast with no equal. But her classmate Haiju is clearly annoyed by the hype. The jealousy is real. Then a girl with a ponytail pipes up. Haiju, do you think he looks different? Remember seeing him at Yoon-se-ah's place last month? He looked like a broke drunk with no future back then. Yoon-se-ah is moved to tears. Her uncle finally woke up, found his path, and turned his whole life around. Haiju asks, isn't Yoon-se-ah's 18th birthday coming up? That is the big day for every student in this world. Turning 18 is when you officially become a player. It is the moment their status windows finally unlock for them. Her friends want to set up a mock battle as soon as she awakens. They are all excited for the results. These student duels are what every training center and academy lives for. It is where the real stars are born. The talent room is the whole reason these schools exist. Most students are obsessed with what gifts they will get. Everyone is dying to see Yoon-se-ah's rank. Her father is the Sword King with a triple S rank talent. Her mother was a double S rank saintess. Seong Ji Han's rank is unknown, but rumors say he is at least an S rank. That is more than enough to prove her potential. But Yoon-se-ah just gets all shy and awkward about the pressure. DNA does not always guarantee a great gift, she says. But we all know she is secretly hoping for greatness. If she does not get something good, the disappointment would be crushing. We are all rooting for her, though. It is already the 13th. The 22nd is her big day, and you can tell she's getting really nervous. Haiju holds her hand to comfort her. Do not stress. Just focus on the talent you want and wait. At the same time, in a Tokyo training room, bodies are scattered everywhere. Someone has been busy training hard. That man with the twin purple blades is the traitor Sword King. The guy in the suit is totally speechless. The Sword King is still as powerful as ever, right? But the guy in the white coat shakes his head. He thinks the Sword King is actually getting stronger. Just look at how his stat numbers have jumped recently. Every single stat has skyrocketed. Japan is putting all their hopes on King Yu for the next international tournament. Cut to the Divergence Guild headquarters. A huge family fight is about to explode behind these closed doors. Are you crazy, Dad? How could you think about giving me to that lunatic? Do not even think about it. This is exactly why I left. Marriage is my choice, and I am telling you now that I refuse. Lee Haun hangs up the phone, absolutely fuming. It looks like her father really crossed the line this time. Ga Young asks if she is okay, but Haun is ready to vent. She is not holding anything back now. Do I look okay to you? Because I am literally losing my mind here. You guys have to see why Leon is fuming. It turns out her dad basically forced her into a blind date, but the guy he introduces is some random old man. And to make it worse, he is totally bald. Ga Young just sighs, thinking that being rich definitely does not buy happiness. She suggests that Leon should just go home and rest. But after that disaster, Leon clearly wants to avoid her house. After a long silence, Leon speaks up. She apologizes to Ga Young because this job takes up all her free time. With her S-rank abilities and talent, Ga Young could easily support herself, but her friend just smiles and says that being her bodyguard is her duty. She will stick around until Leon eventually takes over her father's company. Leon immediately pushes back on that. She has zero plans to inherit that business and wants to start her own instead. That way her parents cannot force her into marriage anymore. Ga Young asks if she plans to make money by gambling. Leon goes quiet because it is true, she really is only good at gambling. But then she makes a bold claim. She is determined to win big this time. Her target is the upcoming international match between South Korea and Japan. Ga Young thinks this bet might actually be smarter than usual, mostly because almost everyone in Korea is betting on Japan. They are predicting a 3-0 blowout. Looking at the polls, only 2% of people think Korea can win. The other 98% are all in on Japan. Some say that when money is on the line, patriotism is dead. Without Yoon-jin, Korea has zero hope. Right then, Leon's phone buzzes. It is a late-night text from Jihan. Why would he message her this late? When she finally opens the text, Leon is completely shocked. What is this? Now let us switch over to Jihan. He is having a formal meeting with a legend, Diego, from Barcelona. It is his first time in Korea, and he is actually moved to tears by the taste of Korean barbecue. Diego even starts mixing beer and soju for them to enjoy together. Jihan thinks his mixing skills are impressive. Once he gets a bit tipsy, Diego starts opening up. He admits he is pretty bitter about his current life. He used to be a massive soccer superstar. If it were not for BattleNet, he would not be at rock bottom. Since he lost all his money, even his wife and kids left him. Jihan just sighs, knowing the full story. From his past life, Jihan remembers that Diego Martin was a world-famous legend who once had everything. But once BattleNet appeared, people lost interest in soccer. Fans vanished and the soccer leagues were totally disbanded. Other sports lost their status too, and even the king of sports was not safe from the BattleNet craze. Seeing a former superstar teaching kids in Korea just shows how much the world has changed. Diego continues on. He stops complaining and gets straight to the point. He asks if Jihan is seriously suggesting he become a mage. Jihan confirms his theory. He asks if Diego's talent buffs any equipment that looks like a soccer ball. Diego's talent is the triple S rank Soccer King. Standing near a ball massively boosts all of his combat stats. It buffs ball-shaped items by 300% and the effect gets stronger the longer he keeps the gear equipped. Diego admits that is why he always carries a ball, but he thinks he is a terrible fit for a mage. His energy stats are absolute trash. Jihan then summons a sacred artifact and asks Diego to check it out. It is the B-rank Achen Sphere, a magical foreign artifact from the spider tribe encased in thick webbing. This artifact is a magic item used by Achen. Since it is wrapped in webs, it is extremely elastic. Because it is round, the system recognizes it as a ball. Jihan says it is the perfect gear for Diego. This item will finally reveal his true strength, the power of the man who was once the strongest mage alive. Diego looks at the artifact with pure excitement. He immediately asks how much it is going to cost him. Jihan thinks for a second before giving him a price. Is it 500,000 GP? No, wait. It is actually 5 million GP. That price makes Diego's eyes almost pop right out of his head. What? That is way too expensive. Even selling his whole house would not be enough to buy that. But then Jihan says he is actually giving it to Diego for free plus some financial support. Diego is completely stunned. Why would Jihan go this far to help him out so much? Jihan keeps it simple. He wants Diego to join his guild. Once he hits silver rank, he is starting 1. He wants to build his own team from scratch. So do you think Diego is going to accept this deal? Stick with me, because Jihan's squad is about to become the most overpowered team in the entire world. Diego is worried. He asks Seong Ji Han starting a guild costs a fortune. Can you actually afford this? Seong Ji Han pulls out his phone and tells Diego the cash is coming. Diego looks and loses it. He yells, "Are you insane? Why would you do that?" Over with Ligan, she is staring too. She can't wrap her head around Seong Ji Han's move. That message he sent, it was labeled as a gift. It predicted the Korea versus Japan scores. Game 1, Korea wins. MVP is Lim Guk. Japan takes the rest. September 15th arrives. The former Sword King of Korea is back gripping his blade for the big match. But there's a twist. He is representing Japan now fighting against his own former home. The International BattleNet tournament kicks off at 5 p.m. on October 15th, 2020. The showdown between Korea and Japan is officially on. Can Korea actually win Game 1? Diego knows Korea is tough, but Japan has the Sword King. That guy is a literal monster. He is known for wiping out entire teams alone without breaking a sweat. Pure nightmare fuel. Seong Ji Han is confident though. He knows the Sword King better than anyone. Just wait and see. Seeing is believing, right? Seong Ji Han grabs the remote and flips on the TV to catch the match. The war between Korea and Japan is just about to start. The hype here is unreal. The notification pops up. The international tournament is live. Wipe out the enemy team to win. It is a best-of-5 series. First to 3 wins takes the whole thing. The Sword King leads the Japanese squad. He steps forward, telling his teammates to follow his lead. But his own team ignores him. They tell him straight up, "We are not following your orders." They do not even see him as an ally. He asks if it is because of his heritage. Nope, it is worse. They think he stole the spot from their longtime teammate XJ. Since XJ got kicked for him, they see him as a villain who stepped on others. While Japan is arguing, a massive bolt of golden light slams down from the sky at Seijin. The Japanese players recognize the skill. It is divine punishment. Korea is not waiting around. They launched a sneak attack while Japan was distracted. That hit came from the Korean support player. Everyone is shocked they actually landed a clean hit on Yoon Seijin. This is Korea's big chance. With Japan's teamwork in shambles, the window is open. But the attack barely did anything. The Sword King is totally fine, just a bit surprised. Now the Korean team is charging in. Seijin just gives his sword a light swing. The ground literally shatters, stopping them in their tracks. Then the unthinkable happens. The Sword King turns his own blade and stabs himself in the chest. He tells his team, "Since you won't follow me, I am sitting this out." Ultimate flex. The system announces a kill for Korea. Nobody can believe what they just saw on screen. The craziest outcome actually happened. Seijin committed suicide in round 1. Lim Guk gets the credit. Diego is standing there with his jaw on the floor. How did you know this would happen? Why would he kill himself like that? But Seong Ji Han keeps his mouth shut. Trade secrets, you know. Seong Ji Han gets the notification. His bet was a success. The odds were 37-1. Total jackpot. With the numbers advantage, Korea easily crushes the remaining Japanese players to take the first win. And just like the prediction said, Lim Guk is the MVP. Seong Ji Han really called it. It is halftime now. The Japanese players are furious. They grab Seijin and start screaming. They ask what the hell he was thinking. Why would the national representative just kill himself? Seijin hits back hard. He calls them immature brats who do not understand the real world. He calls them trash and asks if they finally realize why they just lost to Korea. They are fuming, but they can't say a word back. Seijin isn't playing their friendship games. He gives them a choice. Either acknowledge him and win or keep losing face. Break time is over. Round 2 is about to begin. You and I better buckle up. The Korean team heads back out, still scratching their heads over why the Sword King quit. Just look at that, could he really be a mole for Korea? But standing right in front of the Sword King, they'd recognize him instantly. The Sword King isn't playing around anymore. You can feel the bloodlust. He's about to end them in the most brutal way possible. Our shield guy steps up to keep the team calm. He tells them not to worry because the enemy is the traitor Sword King. But before they can even finish their sentence, one swing from the Sword King cuts through the entire team like butter. 2 teammates are sent to the scoreboard in the blink of an eye. Now only the support and the shield warrior are left. The warrior managed to block with his shield, so he's still alive for now. But let's be real, we all know the end result. Deep down, they know they're about to follow their fallen teammates. And just as we all expected, the end comes fast. With a second swing from the Sword King, the last 2 guys are sent straight to heaven together. Absolute total wipeout. The crowd below is split into 2 completely different worlds. On one side, the Korean cheering squad looks absolutely miserable. Watching their team get crushed without a single chance to fight back is rough. Meanwhile, the Japanese fans are already celebrating. They're going wild after seeing the Sword King dominate Korea so easily. Every single one of them is chanting the name he. That's right, everyone. With only 2 slashes, Sword King, he just dismantled the Korean team. That was pure, unfiltered dominance. Honestly, I can't believe it. In this international showdown between Korea and Japan, the total score is now tied at 1-1. We move fast to round 4 of this international tournament. Japan has now snatched 2 massive victories in a row. The score is currently 2-1 in Japan's favor. Our MC is trying his absolute best to hype up the Korean home team. Our country has to try harder, at the very least, show us some resistance. Don't just let them beat us this easily. Round 3 was honestly painful to watch. It was even faster than round 2. But round 4 actually starts looking promising for Korea. They're surviving longer than the previous rounds, and they're actually putting on the pressure, attacking the Sword King constantly. They aren't giving him a second to breathe. While the warrior keeps up the pressure, the Korean mage instantly fires off a spell. He lands a binding magic right on the Sword King's arm. The Korean team is ready to sacrifice everything just to take him down. But as they rush in for the kill, the Sword King's blade starts moving on its own. It's like he's controlling it with his mind. He's literally using telekinesis to control his sword. It moves exactly where he thinks. This level of skill is just terrifying. In the next second, the Sword King swings and the warrior is instantly eliminated. Everyone watching is in total shock. Did he seriously just break that binding magic with his bare hands? He's way too strong. The Sword King is clearly getting bored now. He's done playing games with these guys from Korea. He starts moving through them, slaughtering every single person in his path. Nobody can handle even a single strike from him. The archer tries to get some distance and attack from afar, but out of nowhere, an arrow pierces right through him. Turns out it came from the other 3 members of the Japanese team. We all got so focused on the Sword King that we forgot he has teammates too, and these guys are definitely not pushovers. Now only the support guy is left for Korea. Somehow, the Sword King flies up high and appears behind her like a god. He's literally hovering there. "You guys are always the same," he says. "Just a bunch of useless, weak losers." The support realizes he's using a flying sword technique to stay in the air like that. It's how he's floating above them. Ever since he left for Japan, he's definitely gotten way more intimidating, and that flying sword skill really fits a guy like him. The Sword King just looks disappointed. "If your fighting skills were as good as your trash talk," he tells them, "then maybe you wouldn't have lost so pathetically." He draws his blade, deciding to use this guy to test out a new move. Boom, a massive golden sword materializes out of nowhere and slams straight down onto the arena floor. It destroys everything it touches. Once the shockwave clears and we look closer, the entire stage is nothing but a pile of ruins. We don't even need to see the result to know what happened to that Korean player. The match is officially over. The final score is 3-1 in favor of the Japanese team. Our MC can only try to comfort himself and the fans. Maybe in the future we'll find a way to be strong again. Maybe someone will eventually rise up to replace the Sword King. Even though we were crushed, we have to keep moving forward. Over on Seong Ji Han's side, Diego is standing there with his jaw dropped. He can't believe the results. It played out exactly how Seong Ji Han predicted earlier. I mean, it wasn't off by even a little bit. Diego is dying to know how much money Seong Ji Han just won from this. Seong Ji Han pulls out his phone to check the balance. He won a huge amount of cash, but that final move the Sword King used actually caught Seong Ji Han by surprise. The guy is much stronger than Seong Ji Han remembered. If things stay like this, Seong Ji Han might not actually be able to beat him. Just using the Nameless Divine Art won't be enough, especially not when the Sword King is rocking a triple S rank skill. Just like that triple S rank sword, the Nameless Divine Arts is on another level. Just wait, no matter how strong you get, Seong Ji Han will be stronger. Our boy's coming for you. The day they clash isn't far off, and that's when you'll realize just how wrong you were from the start. Meanwhile, we've got poor Leon over here with her jaw on the floor. She absolutely cannot believe what she's seeing right now. See, she only bet 5 million won because Seong Ji Han told her to, but now, she's sitting on a massive 185 million won. That is a 37 times return on her money. Even though she's a total gambling addict, her nickname used to be the Queen of Wrong Guesses. We never expected a win this big. And it's all because she took a chance on that insane score Seong Ji Han sent her earlier. But here's the kicker, she's actually still in the red. Why? Because Leon didn't fully trust our man Seong Ji Han's message. She went and placed another massive bet on Japan beating Korea 3-0. Typical gambler move, right? She dropped 200 million on that wrong score. So even with her big win, she's still down about 20 million won overall. Now Leon is stuck wondering what if she just put the whole 200 million on Seong Ji Han's tip? She'd be halfway to starting her own company by now. Too bad you can't buy a bottle of no regrets at the store. Back with Seong Ji Han and Diego, our main character asks him again, "So, you ready to sign a contract with me or what?" Diego's still hesitant. He doesn't get why someone as rich and powerful as Seong Ji Han wants to sign a supposed failure like him. Seong Ji Han brings up his future sight from the match and tells him he's 100% sure about his potential. He's seeing something we're not. That's exactly why Seong Ji Han wants him on the squad. He tosses the ball to Diego and makes a bold claim about the future. "Diego, you're going to be a genius mage, the strongest in the entire world, and nobody will even come close. This contract isn't charity, it's an investment in the future. So stop doubting yourself and join the team already." Diego catches the ball totally stunned. He probably can't even remember the last time someone believed in him like this. It's been forever. Maybe back when he was still playing ball before the whole BattleNet thing even existed. Seong Ji Han is giving him a new spark of hope and real acceptance. Honestly, there's no way Diego can say no to this. They seal the deal with a handshake. Diego promises right there that he won't make Seong Ji Han regret this decision. "I'll pay you back 10, no 1,000 times over." Seong Ji Han is absolutely loving that fire in his eyes. This is exactly the version of Diego we've been waiting for. Seong Ji Han's going to wait for the day he becomes a total legend. While they're talking, the grind never stops in the other arenas. We've got matches going on left and right. This round features the Peach Blossom Blade Ga Young. With just one slash, she's dropping anyone who dares to charge at her. Once the others realize Ga Young is in the game, they all decide to team up just to take her down. They're desperate to end her winning streak. But it's the same story every time. She draws her blade at light speed. A few quick slashes and they're all cooked. Game over. 60 survivors left and she takes the #1 spot easily. 5 kills in first place. That's a solid run for most people, but Ga Young is far from satisfied with this result. After seeing the insane power the Sword King showed in that Korea versus Japan match, she's more determined than ever. Besides the Sword King, she's got Seong Ji Han breathing down everyone's necks as he becomes a new legend. They both make her feel like she's standing in a giant's shadow. Ever since she joined the guild, she's been lagging behind. She realizes she's been slacking on her training. It's time to get back to the grind and work twice as hard. Meanwhile, little Yoon Se-ah is looking at her phone, reading about her dad crushing the Korean team for Japan. It's heartbreaking to watch. You can see the sadness and humiliation written all over her face as she reads the news. Her friend Hayu tries to cheer her up, telling her not to be sad and even offering to stay over. Yoon Se-ah thanks her but politely says no. Her uncle Seong Ji Han is super busy, so she needs to go check on him. Even the driver in the front apologizes and tells Yoon Se-ah to let him know if she needs anything at all. He's still feeling bad about how he treated them before. Then Hayu asks if she's thought about that offer yet. "If you're okay with it, we should start preparing now." Yoon Se-ah hesitates, admitting she's still not entirely sure about it. But then screech, the car slams on the brakes and Hayu faceplants right into the seat. The driver is shaking like crazy. The director told her to just ask if she needs help. He's really trying to make up for being a jerk last time. Hugh brings up the offer again, asking Yoon Se-ah if she's ready. If she's down, they need to get moving immediately. Yoon Se-ah's still on the fence, not quite ready to commit. She's mid-sentence when the car suddenly jerks to a halt. Poor Hayu gets thrown forward again. This is getting intense. The driver looks absolutely terrified as he turns around to talk. "We're finally here." But wait, who are all these people blocking the way? So that's why the driver hit the brakes so hard. A whole crowd of mysterious people just blocked their path out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is busy training. He's literally parkouring across the city, leaping from one skyscraper rooftop to the next. Just one jump and he clears 100-story buildings like it's nothing. Seong Ji Han is on a completely different level now. He can feel his body becoming lighter with every move. It's clear proof that our guy is getting seriously strong. Watching the sunset from up here feels nostalgic. Back in the United States, Seong Ji Han always used to seek out high places. He'd just sit there alone all day, totally lost in thought. Being up here brings those memories flooding back. This moment helps Seong Ji Han finally realize exactly what kind of person the Sword King was during this era. Truth is, Seong Ji Han has never actually had a formal official duel with that legendary Sword King before. Back when nations were vanishing and players started gathering in one place, things were absolute chaos for everyone. That's when the Sword King, the #1 ranked player at the time, suddenly went completely off the grid. To this day, Seong Ji Han still doesn't know the real reason why that guy just vanished into thin air. But the current Sword King is already as powerful as Seong Ji Han was at his peak in his past life. That's exactly why Seong Ji Han can't slack off on his training. He needs to push his limits and get even stronger. Stronger than his past self and way stronger than that Sword King jerk ever was. He has to master the Nameless Divine technique faster to truly level up. Anyway, back to the driver situation. He's shielding the car, trying his best to push back the massive swarm of reporters surrounding the doors. But they keep slipping past the big guy, desperate to shove a microphone in CA's face for an interview. What's your take on the match and the Sword King's interview today? Give us a quote, CA. Some people are saying CA's previous comments were the spark that really set the Sword King off. Tell the public the truth. They're acting like vultures, attacking her with sarcastic, biting questions just to get a reaction. They're bullying her, trying to force a panic attack just for a headline. The driver is struggling to keep them back. They're demanding the driver move aside. With Seong Ji Han gone, they're preying on CA while she's all alone. This drama is their meal ticket. But suddenly, a true monster of a man starts slowly walking up behind the crowd. He gets there and just roars, "Get out," then he unleashes his massive power right then and there. He blows the entire crowd away. Nearly 20 reporters hit the pavement at once, all from one flick of Seong Ji Han's wrist. Some of them yell at Seong Ji Han, asking if he's really crazy enough to attack members of the press. Don't you care about your image? Seong Ji Han just grinds his teeth, veins popping as he looks at them. If I didn't care about my image, all of you would be in the hospital right now. You should be grateful I showed some restraint. After that, Seong Ji Han heads straight for the car to check on CA. His expression softens completely. Let's get you home, Say. It's time to go. Before leading CA away, Seong Ji Han makes sure to thank the driver. If it wasn't for his help, those reporters would have stormed the car. He's humble about it, saying he was just doing his job. As Seong Ji Han leaves, CA's friend Hisu speaks up. She tells Seong Ji Han to make sure he takes really good care of CA. But the moment they're gone, Hisu's personality pulls a total 180. Her true colors are coming out. She bursts out laughing and sneers. "Oh, poor little Say. It looks like you're finally finished, aren't you?" The nearby reporters quickly realize this girl is actually Kim Hee-soo and she's not who she seems. She's the granddaughter of the Tagon Daily CEO, Korea's top media mogul. Then a voice says, "I have no daughter. I buried my entire past to move to Japan. Therefore, I don't have a daughter anymore. Stop asking these pointless personal questions." It was probably because of this specific interview that everything went south. That's exactly why those vultures targeted CA. Seong Ji Han is so furious he honestly wishes he could just hunt that jerk down right now. CA was finally doing better, but this one interview just trashed all the progress she worked so hard for. Suddenly, CA looks at Seong Ji Han and asks if he remembers that promise to grant her one wish. The wish for finding the Shadow Queen. She holds up her phone and says, "I think I actually found her. The Shadow Queen you were looking for." This completely catches Seong Ji Han off guard. He's been so busy lately that he almost forgot about this mission entirely. Fast forward to the next day. Seong Ji Han is back at the Bronze Arena once again. The second he appears, he looks straight up at the stands, wondering if this person is really the Shadow Queen after all. Going back to yesterday, CA showed him her phone and explained her theory. Based on her research, she's convinced the person in this specific video is the actual Shadow Queen Seong Ji Han has been hunting for. Seong Ji Han asks her exactly why she thinks this person fits the description. Those spirits on the throne, total frauds. We can tell they are just pretending to be the true Dark Queen. CA can see right through their act, but when we look at the girl in this photo, she looks dangerous. It starts with her eyes. Pure black eyes are rare, but having black pupils too, that is truly unheard of. Seong Ji Han listens to CA's analysis and checks the photo. It makes total sense. But wait, it gets even weirder. Before the tournament even kicked off, this strange girl already had her eyes on the eventual winner. She kept staring at our boy Seong Ji Han with this intense, cryptic look. It is honestly super suspicious. So CA tracked other matches too. Guess what? The same thing happened every single time. She would watch the future winners before the matches even started. It is like she already knew. Seong Ji Han agrees this is beyond weird. A few times might be luck, but this is a clear pattern. One coincidence is fine, but this many, something is wrong. CA is sure of it. The smoking gun is at the end of the video. The shadow under her feet is totally wrong. The video is blurry, but you can tell it is unnatural. This is definitely worth a closer look for Seong Ji Han. Seong Ji Han is impressed though. He asks if she really analyzed all this data and footage all by herself. CA admits it took a massive amount of time, but she just wanted to help her uncle out. Seong Ji Han decides to test her theory next time he enters the arena. He even asks her for a wish. Name it, and he will make it happen. Now let us jump back to Seong Ji Han in the heat of battle. After wiping out a whole horde of orcs, Seong Ji Han hits 10 kills. First place is basically in the bag. Now for the real plan, destroying the spectator stands. Our boy is really about to do it. There is a massive barrier separating the combat zone from the crowd. It is built to be nearly indestructible. This shield is diamond tier support level magic. It is designed to block every attack coming from the inside. To use his traveler's eyes and scan that girl, Seong Ji Han needs to punch a hole through that barrier first. The viewers catch on to his weird movements and realize his plan. They can't believe their eyes. They think he's going to try and shatter the arena shield. That is a massive gamble. It should be impossible for a bronze player, but Seong Ji Han has a secret weapon in his hands. Remember that Phoenix arrow he got from a fan? It is finally time to see it in action. It is a grade A weapon that packs massive power and always returns to the owner's hand. It is infused with Phoenix flames, but it will vanish after 5 throws. There is a risk involved, but for breaking this shield, it is more than enough. Seong Ji Han readies the arrow for a massive strike. He triggers his 3 talents, strike, and pierces right through. The arena's massive barrier is blasted wide open. The chat goes wild. No way did he really just punch a hole in the shield. Everyone is losing it. Even diamond tier mages would struggle to do that. Seong Ji Han doesn't waste a single second. He activates Traveler's Eyes immediately. He has to see her before the barrier can heal itself. Alright, show yourself. Who are you really? But as soon as the skill hits, everything shifts. Seong Ji Han is suddenly warped to a different dimension. It is pitch black with nothing but darkness around him. Then a massive blue eye appears behind him, staring straight into his soul. That is absolutely terrifying. Later on, Seong Ji Han is back in his room totally drained. He lets out a heavy, tired sigh. What an exhausting day. He is still trying to calm down after that encounter in the void. He faced that thing with his real physical body, and it was a bone-chilling experience. Even compared to his past life, that strength was insane. But the payoff was actually worth it. He spent his achievement points to upgrade the shop to level 5. This unlocked constellation slots. This lets him pick multiple constellations, though it is still a bit early for that right now. Earth is currently in a trial period, so the feature won't show on the status window yet. It is not urgent, so Seong Ji Han decides to ignore it for now and focus on something else. He buys an extra title slot instead. Our boy is currently level 22 and climbing fast. Just 3 levels until he hits the Silver League. With his stats, that promotion is a done deal. Silver rank is basically a done deal for him. But there's a reason Seong Ji Han is buying an extra title slot. It's for the heir of the War God title he's destined for. His martial power will hit 30 very soon. That's how he'll unlock the Nameless Divine Arts. He's at 27 now, so he's practically at the finish line. During the process, he can link up with the War God and officially claim his place as the heir. That's the same title he used before he died in his past life. He has to get it back, because soon he's facing that guy, a monster with terrifying power. Meanwhile, let's head to the center of Gangnam. This isn't just a rich area. It's the heart of elite education with some of the most prestigious schools. The realtor shows them around, claiming it's the best house in the district. Seong Ji Han and his niece are listening. It's over 200 square meters, but compared to their old mansion, this place feels like a tiny shoebox. You can see the disappointment all over Yoon Se-a's face. Honestly, we can't even blame her for that reaction. Yoon Se-a grew up in the massive Sword Palace penthouse. A regular apartment like this just won't cut it. What surprised Seong Ji Han most was Yoon Se-a telling him her biggest dream right now is just to move out. She wants to leave because that place is full of painful memories of her father Yoon Se-jin. Staying there is suffocating her. So Seong Ji Han makes it his mission to find a place she'll actually love. Seong Ji Han tells the realtor straight up they need way more space than this tiny apartment has to offer. Yoon Se-a is turning 18 soon and needs room for her connection gear. The realtor catches on immediately. He promises to find a bigger spot. Before leaving, he fanboys calling Seong Ji Han handsome and incredibly powerful. He says Seong Ji Han is a genuinely good guy and promises to keep cheering him on as a fan. Seong Ji Han is happy, but stays humble, saying he has room to grow. Then the realtor gets serious. Turns out he was with the Sword King's clan. He left when the king defected, but still worried about Yoon Se. He feared she'd spiral after everything, but seeing her now, he's finally at peace. He wishes her luck, hoping she lands an incredible gift. Yoon Se-a is clearly moved by his kind words. Those words hit deep. Ever since the match against Japan, the whole country has been obsessed with her. Everyone is talking about her upcoming awakening and what kind of insane gift she might actually receive. But you and I know the truth that fame will turn into poison if she gets an F-rank gift. Headlines will scream that the Sword King's daughter is a failure. Our greatest hope turns out to be a dud. SSS rank traitor father and F-rank loser daughter. The media will tear her apart once the truth comes out. Seong Ji Han has to block this. He needs to keep everyone, especially those media vultures, away from her. Meanwhile, Yoon-se's friend Hyu is already on the phone leaking info to a bunch of hungry reporters. She tells them Yoon-se turns 18 on the 22nd and promises them all exclusive interview access. As she schemes, a blonde guy nearby calls out her fake act. Talk about a true media family snake. Hugh just snaps back, telling him to get lost if he has a problem with her methods. Blondie stays put. He wants to meet Yoon-se too, but he's curious, why does Hyu hate her so much? Hugh just scoffs. Yoon-se is nothing compared to her, yet she keeps trying to act like an equal. She only tolerates her because of Battle.net and because Yoon-se is perfect clickbait for the news. If her gift is trash, Hyu plans to make Yoon-se a complete laughingstock for the whole world. Even the blonde guy has to admit Hyu is way more dangerous and devious than she looks. He mentions her uncle Seong Ji Han is getting famous and protecting her. Can Blondie actually beat him? Blondie scoffs, declaring he won't even spare a glance for a bug like Seong Ji Han. He just tells Hugh to keep her promise, and she's more than happy to agree. Hugh is ready to write the story. If that gif is garbage, she'll make Yoon-se a joke for the entire world. Blondie has to admit it, Hyu is a total snake, and you definitely can't judge her by her face alone. Seong Ji Han, the uncle, has been getting incredibly famous lately, and he's been stuck to Yoon-se's side all day. She asks if he can actually defeat Seong Ji Han. Blondie just steps closer to Hyu and makes a bold declaration. He claims he won't even spare a glance for a pest like Seong Ji Han. She just needs to keep her promise. Hugh agrees. Gold. Once I do my part, you can do whatever you want with Yoon-se Gangnam's Battle.net Academy. Located in Seoul. It's 10 a.m. on the 21st. 14 hours until Yoon-se finally awakens. Hee-soo is putting on her fake innocent act, trying to pressure Yoon-se into an interview. But Yoon-se refuses. Honestly, Yoon-se has zero interest in being interviewed. Hee-soo then claims everyone is insulting her because of the Sword King. She says a good news story would distract people and help her. She's really pushing it. I had to beg my grandfather for this. But Yoon-se stays firm. I'm fine, thanks anyway. Don't worry about it. As Yoon-se walks away, Hee-soo's mask slips. What a total jerk. I don't get her. She should be begging for this interview. Whatever, let it go. I'll just wait at the gift hall. Can't wait to see what gift she gets tonight. Time to find a reporter and drag her to hell. I hope she gets a gift. Specifically, an F-rank gift. You and I can see Yoon-se knows exactly what's going on. She knows Hee-soo isn't her friend. You're still following her like a fly. Are you two besties? Hee-soo snaps back. Don't say that. I'm just using her before throwing her out like trash. She is just a tool to me. When she hits rock bottom, that is when I strike. I hope she gets an F-rank gift. I'll snap photos and ruin her online. And right then, Yoon-se hears every single toxic word from her supposed friend. The truth is finally out. Hee-soo's real face. Now Yoon-se is terrified. She starts worrying she really might get a gift. An F-rank one. It is not just Hee-soo. Plenty of people are rooting for her to fail. She can't let that happen. Please God, just give me something good. Anything but F-rank. 7 p.m. at the academy. 5 hours left. Seong Ji Han is there, eyes glued to the clock. Only a few hours to go. He finally arrives at the Battle.net Academy scene. 2 guards lead Seong Ji Han to the gift hall. He gives them strict orders. No one gets in. Especially not the media. This is a massive story and everyone is watching. Even the government is involved. School staff are completely blocked from the hall. Around this time, yesterday Seong Ji Han spoke with Minister Park about the Sword Palace donation. The deal was set. Minister Park knows tonight is Yoon-se's big moment. Given the hype, he's worried about intruders, so he offered elite guards to protect the site. No strangers allowed. Seong Ji Han had no reason to say no. Now he knows Yoon-se can awaken safely, under the government's protection. Soon, Seong Ji Han reaches a massive door. Inside lies the gift hall. They even set up a chair right there for Seong Ji Han to wait. He's impressed with the government's thoroughness. They agree to meet again at midnight. Seong Ji Han looks calm, but you and I know he's a nervous wreck inside. He's sighing constantly. This time, he will protect her. He can only pray for a top-tier gift. Time flies. It's 11:55 p.m. Just 5 minutes until Yoon-se's awakening begins. As Seong Ji Han waits, a voice rings out. Oh, I knew I'd find you here waiting. It's Hee-soo. But wait, is that a reporter with her? This doesn't look good. Seong Ji Han is confused. How did she get past the lockdown? No one was allowed in. Hee-soo smirks. The media has deep connections, uncle. A friend helped me slip inside. I'm getting that interview with Yoon-se tonight. Seong Ji Han is absolutely fuming. Stop talking nonsense and leave. This is my first and final warning to you. Hee-soo just sighs. What can I do? I'm no match for you in a fight. But how's this for a headline player? Seong Ji Han ambushed by a level 50 warrior. While she's talking, a mysterious stranger lunges from the shadows right behind Seong Ji Han. Fist raised high. He's aiming right for Seong Ji Han's face. Meanwhile, inside the hall, it's finally midnight. Yoon Se-ah is officially a player. You and I are about to see her special gift. Yoon Se-ah just pulled the late bloomer flower, a total F-rank dud. Seeing this, she breaks down in tears of pure helplessness. She was hoping for a miracle, but now it feels like game over. Meanwhile, outside the situation is getting heated. Jihan just got blindsided by a level 50 warrior and is currently eating dirt. That warrior is actually laughing. He tells him to stay down while he goes to take care of Yoon Se. Jihan's veins are literally popping out now. He glares back, calling him a dog. How dare he talk about her like that? Does he have a death wish? The warrior is shocked. He can't believe Jihan is still conscious after that hit. Our guy is built different. Without skipping a beat, Jihan rounds on him and punches that guy right in his smug face. Stone Skin right. Stone Skin takes the hit but just laughs it off like it was nothing. This guy's defense is actually insane. He's impressed Jihan knew his name, but then he launches a brutal hook right into Jihan's ribs. You can practically hear the impact. That punch was absolutely monstrous. Is our guy going to be okay? Meanwhile, Hee-soo and her cameraman are just standing there like they're watching a movie. Someone needs to humble her. Jihan and Stone Skin are just trading heavy blows now. It's a total slugfest and nobody is backing down. Stone Skin starts trash-talking again, calling Jihan a pig who doesn't know his place. He's way too overconfident. He lands another punch on Jihan's chest, but Jihan immediately lunges forward to pay him back in full. Boom! Jihan's punch sends blood flying everywhere, and Stone Skin actually gets launched into the air. Then Jihan summons a giant red energy hand and grabs Stone Skin by the head midair. This looks epic. The guy is just dangling there, totally helpless. Jihan calls him out for being nothing but a common thug. He's about to leave a mark on this guy that he'll never forget. This is the revenge we've been waiting for. With one sharp movement, Jihan literally rips something out of the guy's body. It happens so fast. Stone Skin just goes completely limp and falls to the ground like a sack of bricks. He looks totally finished. Now Hee-soo and her reporter are finally panicking. They realize they messed with the wrong person and start screaming. Back to Yoon Se-ah. She finally stops crying and decides that sitting around won't change anything. That's the spirit. She knows her uncle is still out there waiting. She has to keep moving forward no matter what, but she's still worried. Being an F-rank player means she might be stuck in the Bronze League forever. Wait, look at the description for late bloomer flower. It says she'll realize her potential soon. Is this a hidden gem? She realizes she's been praying like a fool for days. Suddenly, she hears Hee-soo's scream and runs outside. She finds Jihan holding a clump of blonde hair. Wait, did he just scalp that guy? This is wild. Beside him, Stone Skin is now completely bald and crawling on the ground. Talk about a total humiliation. Yoon Se-ah asks what happened and Jihan just says the guy deserved it for insulting her. Best uncle ever, seriously. Hee-soo starts screaming like a brat, threatening him with her grandfather's name. She's talking about the Taegeun Daily chairman. She thinks her family's media power makes her untouchable. Jihan's reaction, a perfectly calm, so what? He doesn't give a damn about her family business. Is she really going to try and manipulate the news? Then she reveals how evil she really is. She's planning to spread fake news and ruin their entire lives. She wants to make them the most hated family in the world. This girl is actually a literal demon. She says the public doesn't care about the truth anyway. You can see the rage building in Jihan's face. He's barely holding back. If the public is already against them, then he has nothing left to lose. He tells her to go ahead and try. They can always leave the country, but can she handle the consequences? Now he's summoning a massive fireball. You and I both know this is about to get very, very explosive. Hee-soo is still running her mouth, calling him a low life. She has no idea how much danger she's in. She thinks Battle.net and the Sword King are the only reasons he's relevant. She's about to learn the hard way. Jihan is going to make sure she never forgets this mistake. Don't touch his family. Ever. A massive golden light engulfs the entire academy. We just hear Hee-soo's scream echoing everywhere. What a cliffhanger. Later at the parking lot, Yoon Se-ah is still worried. Revenge felt good, but the fallout might be huge. Jihan is totally chill though. He asks what's bothering her. Of course, it's that powerful chairman grandfather. She knows he's going to come for them. But honestly, I'd put my money on Jihan any day. You and I know Seong Ji Han runs Korea's biggest media company, so he is not worried. The group is too big to be reckless. If they have any brains, they will back off. They won't target a star player, but you and I know something much bigger is coming. It is all about Sei's gift. When he asks about it, she goes completely silent. It is an F-rank late bloomer. Just like Seong Ji Han thought her gift is the same. Seong Ji Han reveals his status window to her. This is the first time he's shown anyone. Sei is stunned. She cannot believe her uncle's gift is also just an F-rank. As a wanderer, she's confused. How did he get this strong with a low rank? Seong Ji Han explains it all. It is because of his unique stats like his martial power. Most people miss the hidden conditions. A gift rank is not the whole story, guys. You can get unique stats too. But first, this item will show you the future. In the life before Seong Ji Han regressed, the world's number 2 was a girl named Jin Yu Hua. Her gift was also that F-rank late bloomer. Seong Ji Han's mind was absolutely blown. The gift that drove Se to despair hides a massive hidden secret. The late bloomer. 50 matches to rank up. The condition: you must participate in the battle net. These are the hidden details Se sees after using the item her uncle gave her. It worked. Seong Ji Han's plan was solid. That item is called the Monocle of Hermes, an A-rank item of the god Hermes. It is used to see a gift's true nature. Seong Ji Han made this by repairing a broken C-rank messenger monocle. Absolute genius. He dropped 10,000 points to fix it just before her 18th birthday. The gift rank can jump and even the base effects get a major boost. With a 100% growth rate, her training efficiency is doubled. With these stats, she will hit those unique power levels in no time at all. Seye is floored. Who knew an F-rank gift had this much hidden potential? He asks if she can reach the top. He knows she can do it. Seye just breaks down. Is it true? Did I really get a good gift, uncle? Seong Ji Han tells her straight her gift is incredible. She's finally found some hope. Her dad abandoned her and even went on TV claiming he had no children. People just used her for views. Seye wants to prove herself as Yoon Seye. She wants to stand on her own. Seong Ji Han just tosses her a towel to dry off. He says to cry it out, but Seye just uses it to blow her nose. No time to cry, only laugh. But uncle, you're being really mysterious lately. It's like you know the future. That comment makes Seong Ji Han totally freeze up. Just call it luck and intuition. Once she calms down, she is absolutely starving. Seong Ji Han heads to the kitchen to cook a feast for her 18th birthday. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han taught Hisu a lesson by burning off her hair and eyebrows. Talk about a brutal punishment. She is sobbing as she calls her bodyguard inside. The guard walks in and hands over the camera footage she asked for, but inside he thinks she is a total nightmare. He definitely hates her. Hisu watches the video with a wicked grin. She is already targeting poor Seye. You can't hide your feelings. That crying face is perfect for the tabloids. She definitely got an F-rank gift. Ha, you two are totally finished now. Hisu clearly hasn't learned her lesson even with her hair burnt off. You and I both know she's going to regret this very soon. Let's check back on Huang Guan. Remember, the guy who helped Seong Ji Han out. Back at the last dungeon, Huang Guang Huin is at his computer, sighing. Just a case of unrequited love and a broken heart. He spent his days feeling empty and drowned in sorrow because his idol didn't pick him to be on the team. That ugly, stupid fire mage and those 3 cowards from the Black Eagle Guild, he's still fuming about all of them. Huang Guang thinks he cleared every obstacle for Seong Ji Han, but then it hit him. You guys won't believe what he realized next. He believes he was born to be Seong Ji Han's manager. He's literally begging the great Seong Ji Han to please just read his messages. While Huang Guang is busy writing his tragic fanfiction, Seong Ji Han is already grinding in a dungeon. It's a classic defense mission. Seong Ji Han is busy mowing down waves of undead with his spear. Meanwhile, check out what his teammates are doing. While Seong Ji Han is doing all the heavy lifting, his 3 teammates are just sitting on the fort snacking on popcorn. They look like they're on vacation rather than a dungeon raid. Right, boom, map clear. Seong Ji Han takes first place again. The teammates are actually sighing because the round ended before they could even finish their snacks. Talk about being carried. They're already planning to bring cheese and caramel-flavored popcorn for the next round. These guys have zero chill, I swear. Seong Ji Han just hit level 25. That means he's finally eligible for the silver rank promotion matches. Big moves are coming. The viewers are begging him to rank up already. They feel bad for the low-level players getting crushed by his power. He earned the bronze rank ruler title for maintaining an insane win rate. Seriously, his stats are just off the charts. He's been selected for the Global Top 100 Bronze Cup. The promotion match is set for the 25th of this month. It's been forever since a Korean player got this notice. Being in the Global Top 100 is a massive deal. This proves Seong Ji Han's battle net score is truly elite. We're talking world-class levels here, and the hype is very real. Every player in the top 100 is basically guaranteed a promotion. It's a gathering of the world's best monsters. Just by participating, these top-tier bronze players are automatically bumped up to silver rank. But there's a huge catch. The promotion match is a survival game. It doesn't end until only one person is left standing on the entire field. It's a total battle royale. No alliances, no mercy, just one survivor. A stage built for the absolute best of the best. A stage to find the ultimate number 1. And Seong Ji Han spotted a very familiar face among the top global contenders. It's been a while. Barrett Williams, the number 1 ranked player from the United States. This guy is legendary. Seong Ji Han expected to face him eventually, but not this early. This is bad news for our main character, guys. Seong Ji Han is actually worried because he's never beaten Barrett before. The pressure is on and the odds are looking stacked. The key factor that got Seong Ji Han into the top 100 was his force stat. Raw power is everything here. His Nameless Divine technique combines strength, stamina, and speed into one insane stat. It's his ultimate secret weapon for survival. With absolute domain and telekinesis, his force is overwhelming. But is it enough to take down a world-class titan? There's still a massive gap. Barrett's force is on a completely different level than anything Seong Ji Han has faced so far. Force scales with mana and holy power, and Barrett's mana pool is just bottomless. He's a literal walking cheat code. Barrett's force is double Seong Ji Han's. Even with perfect mana control, Seong Ji Han is staring down a wall of pure, unadulterated power. Barrett has stayed at the top just by using brute force. He doesn't even need fancy techniques to win his matches. You don't get to be number one by accident. This guy is the real deal and everyone knows it. He's got diamond rank potential written all over him. Fighting him head-on is basically a suicide mission for most players. Seong Ji Han needs to unlock the next level of his technique. He's looking at Barrett's younger self and can't believe it. Is this really the same guy he knew? Apparently, Barrett became much more mature after becoming a guild master later. How could he change that much? Right then, Seong Ji Han's phone rings. It's Leona calling with some urgent news. Leona sounds desperate. She asks Seong Ji Han if he can give her another choice. What is she planning this time, guys? Later, at the Divergent Guild, Ga Young arrives to pick up Leona for their scheduled meeting. Things are moving fast. Leona needs 5 more minutes. She tells Ga Young that she called Seong Ji Han earlier to ask for one more option. She also drops a bombshell. Seong Ji Han is in the global top 100 with the American powerhouse Barrett Williams. Leona is torn about betting on Seong Ji Han. Ga Young is worried too. Facing Barrett is a nightmare for anyone. Everyone knows how broken Barrett's power is. He's a monster that most players would rather avoid at all costs. That's Leona's dilemma. Barrett has the better stats even though Seong Ji Han's previous predictions were 100% accurate. In the end, Leona decides to bet everything on Barrett Williams. Is she making a huge mistake? Let's find out. Let's look at Seong Ji Han's current stats. Seong Ji Han, level 25, currently competing in the Gangnam Bronze League. Power 29, Divine Power 29. He's a mage support with an F-rank gift, Wanderer's Eyes. They call him the King of Bronze. It's finally time for Seong Ji Han to unlock the legendary Nameless Divine Art. Power hits 30. Immediately, the Wanderer's Eyes skill activates and the entire atmosphere starts to shift. The Wandering Martial God constellation tracks him down. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han is completely surrounded by a deep, heavy darkness. He can feel it just like before. The Wandering Martial God is watching his every move right now. The god claims Seong Ji Han will be his successor. In his past life, Seong Ji Han actually received his help too. Congrats, you've obtained the Nameless Divine Art. Usually a constellation's protection leads to a massive power-up. Strangely, the god asks for nothing. Seong Ji Han learns the 3 talents and the heaven-shattering lightning step. Right then, a massive wave of energy explodes from Seong Ji Han's body. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up. The Wandering Martial God is frowning. He's definitely not happy that your triple dantian have been fully opened. The Martial God is now wary of you. Seong Ji Han never expected him to get paranoid over 3 dantian. Don't you think these gods are getting way too suspicious lately? Then a series of alerts start flooding in. Martial art cancellation successful. The Wandering Martial God has officially withdrawn his trace. The connection is totally severed. Seong Ji Han is slammed back into reality. He immediately checks his status window. What a total absolute disaster. Just before the top 100 match, everything goes wrong. Seong Ji Han's gift has vanished. It's just gone. Seong Ji Han just lost his most vital asset. The next day, Yoon Se-ah tells him she's officially dropping out of school. Instead of getting angry, Seong Ji Han comforts her. He just asks if she's finally feeling a bit relieved now. After awakening her powers, Yoon Se-ah decided to leave the academy. Its only purpose was helping students get gifts. So quitting after awakening is actually pretty normal. Yoon Se-ah decides she's just going to stay home for now. That's because Seong Ji Han will be training her himself. The uncle and niece duo start their intense home workout. Yoon Se-ah won't have to worry anymore, but Seong Ji Han, he's the one facing the real problem right now. The top 100 match is tomorrow. Losing the Wanderer's Eyes gift is one thing, but there's more. Seong Ji Han didn't even get the Nameless Divine Art. The skill he actually received is called Nameless Godly Art. It's basically a cheap knockoff version. Only S rank. It looks similar, but clearly lacks the original punch. It covers basic combat and lightning step. Master these and you'll still have a chance to show off. Seong Ji Han is absolutely fuming. After all that prep, he gets an S rank instead of a triple S rank skill. To make matters worse, he already knows these techniques. It's honestly just a massive slap in the face. Yoon Se-ah can tell her uncle is in a terrible mood. Is he worried about the big match tomorrow? Seong Ji Han gives her a vague answer just to keep her calm. His future is way more complicated than a match. Yoon Se-ah asks, "You're going to win, right? You always find a way to fix everything no matter what." So she's not worried. She knows he'll just show up and announce he's taken first place again. Yoon Se-ah even wants to bet all her money on him, but Seong Ji Han stops her right then and there. Kids shouldn't be thinking about gambling. While they're talking, Seong Ji Han's left eye suddenly flashes with a strange light. It only happens for a split second, leaving Seong Ji Han totally confused about what just occurred in his eye. Night falls quickly. Seong Ji Han is at the park after a long day of training. He feels something strange. Something in his left eye is definitely different now. It's the first time he's felt a sensation like this. Seong Ji Han sits down to meditate, using his internal energy to find the anomaly and destroy it for good. Once he crushes it, a sharp explosive pain hits his eye. It feels like it literally just blew up. A notification appears immediately. The trace of the wandering martial god has been completely removed. Player Seong Ji Han is now totally free from constellation control. Seong Ji Han can't even process what this means yet. Wait, free? You and I both know that's huge. Now he can receive blessings from other constellations too. Does that mean the martial god was blocking him this whole time? The system never lies about this. So the wandering martial god was interfering from the start. Seong Ji Han sighs, thinking the guy was actually generous. Turns out he was a parasite this whole time. Now the martial god is being even more cautious. Seong Ji Han, our wandering martial god, is already erasing his tracks. What is up with this constellation? Afraid of a bronze ranker? Why is a literal god hiding like this? Talk about a total fall from grace. Even in Seong Ji Han's second life, mysteries keep piling up. But one thing is crystal clear right now. Seong Ji Han can't tap into that martial god power anymore. There is just no way around it. He needs a new constellation to back him. Lucky for us, he still has an ongoing epic quest. The mission challenged the Dark Queen in the Colosseum. That is 50,000 achievement points on the line. Plus, he gets the Queen's attention. If he wants to take her down, he needs a solid game plan. Suddenly, it clicks. Seong Ji Han realizes he has one last trump card. Fast forward to the big day. The top 100 Bronze Cup is finally here. It is a total bloodbath until only one player survives. Time to prove who is boss. Look at that crowd cheering for Seong Ji Han, the pride of South Korea. Everyone is betting on him. Seong Ji Han just shouts, "I am not here to waste time playing with extras. Come at me all at once." Instantly, a dozen players lunged at him with pure killing intent. With the Phoenix Spear, he is dropping them like flies. One strike is all it takes to finish them. While Seong Ji Han is busy taking on 10 guys, some mages are lurking in the back, aiming for a cheap shot. Too slow, Seong Ji Han dodges, making that fire blast hit their own teammate instead. You love to see it. The mage is stunned. He never expected Seong Ji Han to ditch his weapon just to dodge a spell. Before he can blink, Seong Ji Han is in his face. Take that for trying to sneak attack, you coward. Seong Ji Han realizes it is not just Barrett here, but this mage too. Time to clean house and end this fast. But wait, a mysterious figure suddenly appears, swinging a blade with insane speed right at Seong Ji Han's midsection. Seong Ji Han barely blocks it. When the dust clears, it is Lim Ga-yeon. Wait, the Peach Blossom's sword. Why is she here? Ever since the Galaxy Cup started, everyone knows dying in the game means dying for real. The stakes are life and death now. This was also when the Northeast Asian tournament was heating up. Representing Japan in the finals was none other than the legendary Sword King Ito, a literal monster. Back then, no one in Korea could touch the Sword King. Everyone was terrified of meeting their end. The Korean players all backed out, too scared to fight. But finally, one brave soul stepped up to represent. The only one willing to face the king was his potential successor, Lim Ga-yeon herself. Seong Ji Han is confused. Why is she in this match? She never even made the top 100 before. Is the future changing? And since when was she this powerful? Seong Ji Han tries to process this mid-fight. He can feel it. Ga-yeon has leveled up big time. She is on a whole different tier now. Gone are the wasted movements. Every strike is pure energy and her footwork is smooth as silk. What happened while they were apart? Seong Ji Han is genuinely curious about the Peach Blossom Sword's massive glow-up. What could have pushed her to evolve this much? Let's take a look at what went down earlier. A few days ago, Li Haon asked her about her BattleNet score. Looks like she was grinding. Ga-yeon reveals she made the top 100. Li Haon is absolutely floored by the news. That means she hit level 25. Li Haon is hyped. Why keep such amazing news a secret? After a moment, Ga-yeon asks for new gear. She doesn't want to blame her equipment, but the sword is just too heavy now. Even though it was a gift, it is holding her back. She literally can't use it anymore. Hearing this, Li Haon actually gets pretty heated about it. Not because Ga-yeon rejected the gift, but because she waited so long to speak her truth. Ga-yeon was worried it would sound like an excuse, since her scores were still pretty high. Li Haon tells her to toss that blade immediately. She is buying her something that actually fits her style. Li Haon starts making calls right away. She is on a mission to find the perfect sword. The only requirement, show everyone your true power this round. Prove what you are really made of. Ga-yeon, you could even beat Seong Ji Han, so stay confident. Ga-yeon can't help but smile. Thanks, Milady. Thanks for always believing in me. But I think I might be even stronger. Our girl realizes she just cannot beat Seong Ji Han yet. He is simply on another level right now. Seong Ji Han is actually curious too. She knows she is outmatched, so why keep pushing herself like this? She could have easily survived longer by fighting someone else, even back during the Northeast Asia Finals. Ga Young catches her breath and admits she knows better than anyone that she might never actually win. But even if victory is impossible, she is determined to do whatever it takes to finally catch up. Suddenly, Ga Young unleashes her Peach Blossom sword technique. Honestly, she has always been this kind of dedicated warrior. That is the player's spirit, fighting to improve every single second, even when the odds are stacked against you. In the past life, the Sword King ended her, but this time around, she has officially cracked the top 100. Seong Ji Han wonders how much his regression has shifted the future, but there is one thing he is dying to say. He tells Ga Young he needs her in his guild. Right then, she screams out her secret art Peach Blossom Storm. She charges in her blade, moving with insane fluidity as she launches a full-scale assault on Seong Ji Han. Seong Ji Han readies his spear. He admits this move is not standard spear play, but it is perfect for this exact moment. 3 talents, Void Earth Sweep. With one massive boom, Ga Young's entire technique is sliced right in half. Suddenly, a group of American players shows up. Looks like they have crossed paths with our hero again. Leading them is a bald guy named Glenn, a warrior ranked 3rd on the American Bronze leaderboards. But the guy they are really worried about is Barrett William, the top-tier support and mage from the States. Glenn mocks him, saying the world is ending if a coward who needs constant help is a top seed. While Glenn is mid-sentence, Barrett just straight up yawns. Talk about a total lack of respect for his teammate. He calls them barking insects and tells them to just attack already, so he can burn them all. Barrett is a total war maniac. He grabs Glenn by the head and blasts a skill point-blank into his face. Now you and I can see the other players watching this absolute madness unfold as their teammates vanish. After seeing what Barrett is capable of, everyone decides they have to team up and take him down first. Barrett just laughs like a psycho, asking if this group of trash actually thinks they have a chance. Then Barrett just casually blows every single player away with a terrifying display of raw, overwhelming power. He laughs, telling the insects to die. Honestly, the guy has always been incredibly arrogant like this. Humility is not in his vocabulary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Seong Ji Han is busy racking up kills. Seong Ji Han's insane strength finally catches Barrett's eye. And after seeing him in action, there is no way Barrett can ignore him. He actually acknowledges Seong Ji Han's power this time, which is a huge change from the previous timeline. Barrett steps forward. He asks if Seong Ji Han is the legendary Invincible One. Seong Ji Han just sighs, correcting him on the name's meaning. See, the name sounds a bit weird in Korean, so Barrett just laughs and gives a fake apology. He insults the language, calling it trash, but before Seong Ji Han can even respond, Barrett launches a surprise attack. A flash of light strikes Seong Ji Han, but he instantly reacts, activating his heaven-shattering thunder step with electricity crackling. He lunges forward with his spear, but Barrett is fast enough to dodge, actually giving Seong Ji Han a rare compliment. Barrett says Seong Ji Han is different from the usual insects and summons countless magic circles across the entire arena. The arena is completely covered. When Seong Ji Han tries to take the fight to the air, Barrett hits him with a massive blast. Seong Ji Han gets slammed back down to the floor. Barrett mocks him, asking why an insect would dare look at the sky. He tells Seong Ji Han to know his place. This is the perfect end for trash like him. By now, the magic circles have filled every single inch of the battlefield. Then Barrett shouts out for everyone to just drop dead. Magic starts raining down from every circle. Barrett's attacks are like a literal reaper harvesting souls across the stage. Everywhere Barrett's power touches players fall. The entire arena has basically turned into a massive glowing red furnace. It looks like everyone is about to be crushed by Barrett, but wait, a golden light starts shining from beneath the flames. That light surges upward, shattering Barrett's ultimate techniques. And you guessed it, that power is coming straight from Seong Ji Han. He just unleashed a skill called Annihilation. One simple wave of his hand was enough to wipe out every incoming attack. Anyone who was barely clinging to life inside Barrett's fire was instantly finished off by Seong Ji Han's massive shockwave. You and I just witnessed a total sweep. Seong Ji Han racks up a massive score after clearing out everyone in his path. Man, Seong Ji Han is absolutely crushing it. He has officially taken the top spot on the leaderboard with 20 kills already. Meanwhile, Barrett is stuck at 17. Look at his face, he is totally losing it, wondering how Seong Ji Han is even still alive right now. He thought combining his force with Flame Strike was a guaranteed kill. Once those flames touched him, Seong Ji Han should have been toast right. But wait, Barrett looks closer and realizes something insane. His massive wall of fire did not even graze Seong Ji Han. Not even a single spark. He is like, no way you have the force too. Barrett thinks he's the only one because of those rare dual status windows of his. He is screaming about what kind of trick this is, but our guy Seong Ji Han just gives him this savage mocking smirk. What trick? Basically, Barrett is not as special as he thinks. Seong Ji Han tells him straight up now that they are fighting, he can see the truth. Your skills are honestly trash, Barrett. Yeah, that one line was enough to make Barrett completely snap. He is absolutely fuming. Veins are popping out all over his face. He lets out a roar, unleashing all that energy. "You copycat piece of garbage. How dare you look down on me? I will burn you until there is nothing left." And just like that, the air gets heavy. The entire arena is drowning in Barrett's force again. We have to admit this guy's mana pool is actually pretty terrifying to look at. But you know Seong Ji Han is not just going to stand there. He pulls out a secret weapon he has been holding since before the tournament. A glowing blue item appears in Seong Ji Han's hand. Let's rewind to last night when he was trying to figure out his game plan. Even with the Dark Queen constellation on his side, he knew winning tomorrow's match was not going to be a walk in the park. The gap left by the wandering martial god was massive. He needed something powerful to fill that void and tip the scales. That is when he remembered it, the crystal he got from that zombie-slaying quest. Remember that one, it was a total lifesaver. It is a one-time blessing for players, but there is a catch. You can only use it in the bronze or silver leagues. Back to the fight, Seong Ji Han crushes the crystal. System notification pops up, you have used the crystal and receive a divine blessing. Boom. Every single one of Seong Ji Han's stats shoots up by 50%. He has been waiting for this exact power spike. Time to give Barrett the beating he deserves. See, Barrett was not always this cocky, he used to be a total coward. He was not big or strong like the other guys. He was just this shy kid who was absolutely terrified of getting into a real fight. Everyone used to say those dual status windows were wasted on him. Like great powers, wrong person you know. With 2 classes, he could have ruled Battle.net. But Barrett was too scared and chose to be a support and a mage. Basically, he just wanted to hide behind his teammates. But everything changed the second he got his hands on the Force. He started steamrolling everyone with that massive mana pool. So many rising stars have been taken down by this guy. Anyone who survived a fight with him says the same thing. Barrett wields 2 literal calamities in his hands. The first one is called Flame Tide. It is a massive wave of fire that just washes away anyone in its path. Nobody has ever walked away from that attack. But today, Barrett is witnessing a straight-up miracle right before his eyes. Seong Ji Han is officially the first person to ever break through it. He just grips his spear and gets ready to move. Sage's Path. With one single, precise thrust, he completely obliterates the Flame Tide. It just vanishes, like it was never there. Seong Ji Han snuffs out the attack before it can even land. He just smirks. "I knew it. You look tough on the outside, Barrett. But inside you are hollow. You spent all your time hiding your lack of skill instead of actually getting better. That is just who you are, isn't it?" Seong Ji Han slams his spear down, sending Barrett crashing straight into the dirt. Hard. The floor literally shatters from the impact. Barrett groans from the ground, asking how Seong Ji Han could possibly know so much about him. Seong Ji Han tells him he reminds him of someone from his past. No matter how much Barrett pretends to be this big, tough guy, he cannot hide that deep-seated inferiority complex, or the crushing guilt he has been trying to bury for so long. That guilt is rooted deep in his heart. All that training to look muscular was just a way to change his image. He used flashy skills to comfort himself. But if you do not change who you are inside, all those tricks are meaningless. I hope this finally teaches you a lesson. Barrett struggles to his feet, looking like he's about to lose it. "I really hate that arrogant attitude of yours." Seong Ji Han just shoulders his spear. "Fine then. Enough talking. Let's finish this. It's time to end this match." As Seong Ji Han closes the distance, Barrett suddenly raises his hand. Then boom. A massive bolt of high-voltage electricity slams right into Seong Ji Han's chest, sending him flying across the arena. His chest is scorched and covered in wounds. Barrett calls this his second calamity, the Thunderbolt. Unlike the wide-range Flame Tide, Thunderbolt is a high-level skill that concentrates mana to pierce right through enemies. It is a focused strike meant to destroy everything in its path. This skill actually fits Barrett's personality perfectly because it is all about raw power, not just perfect control. Even the mighty Barrett was shocked. He could not believe it. Seong Ji Han took that lightning bolt directly and survived. Here is the kicker. Seong Ji Han quickly used his spear to parry the strike. If he had taken that hit directly, our MC would have been toast. Barrett admits Seong Ji Han is fast, but once is not twice. Barrett gears up for a full power strike. The survivors watching know he is finally getting serious. Is Korea's star about to fall? No way. Seong Ji Han survives a max output blast from Barrett. Everyone thinks it is game over for our guy. But Seong Ji Han, he has other plans. He feels the Dark Queen watching him. Seong Ji Han just smirks and resets his combat stance. Just as Barrett drops the hammer, Seong Ji Han releases his trump card, the Phoenix Arrow. The arrow blasts Barrett back instantly. Seong Ji Han does not hesitate even though he knows the cost. 5 shots and this arrow is gone forever. But there's a bigger reason he fired. Barrett was not the goal. From the start, Seong Ji Han had his sights set on someone else. The Dark Queen herself. For the first time in history, the massive tournament barrier has been shattered. You and I are watching Seong Ji Han absolutely manhandle the invincible Barrett. Talk about a massive upset. But Leon is not cheering for her countrymen. Why? Because her money is on the line. She bet everything on Barrett. If Seong Ji Han wins this, Leon is going totally broke. Ga Young walks in pouting. She asks if Leon had zero faith in her winning too. I knew it, but it still hurts. Leon gives her some brutal honesty instead of comfort. Do not be sad, you were a loser from day one. That shut Ga Young up. But hey, the top 100 tournament really seemed to change Ga Young's vibe right. It is like she finally let go of a heavy weight. She just smiles and agrees. That match taught me I am still growing. I know I can get even stronger. Suddenly, a voice screams from the phone. You will not believe what just happened. Seong Ji Han broke the barrier. Even the defeated Barrett is standing there watching in total shock. Barrett looks miserable. He asks, was I really not even the target this whole time? Am I not even a rival to you? Meanwhile, the Phoenix arrow returns to Seong Ji Han's hand. He catches the arrow and smirks. Long time no see, he says. Here we go. Dark Queen. Suddenly, the entire arena is swallowed by a thick, ominous purple mist. The darkness eats the whole world. Then boom, the screen goes black. No signal for anyone. The stream cuts out for everyone. Se-ah is freaking out about her uncle now. Back in the pit, Seong Ji Han is completely submerged in shadow. The whole arena is gone. It is pitch black, freezing and heavy. Even taking a single breath is a struggle. He knows she is watching him from above. But strangely, no system notifications are popping. Guess his little stunt was not enough to trigger a challenge. Time for round 2. He draws his bow and fires his sage skill at the queen. But his light, it gets sucked into the void before it even touches her. It just vanishes. She is just eating his energy for breakfast. Normal attacks will not do anything here. He feels her right behind him, but when he swings, he hits thin air. You and I see him fighting ghosts. Everything in this arena is a deadly shadow, but these shadows can kill. The weaker players are getting absolutely shredded right now. Even Seong Ji Han is feeling the pressure. These mysterious shadows are coming at him from everywhere. Physical moves are useless. Seong Ji Han thinks, okay, how about we try some holy power? He hurls a holy fireball at the mist. It does not land a direct hit. But you and I can see the darkness flinched. Light is definitely her weak point. Seong Ji Han remembers that undead fight. Back when his heaven-shattering lightning step went totally out of control. Perfect. Lightning is crashing down everywhere, totally random and chaotic. And now Seong Ji Han's about to bring that same energy. He activates heavenly thunder steps instantly and brilliant bolts of lightning explode from his body. Those shadows are totally shocked. They immediately back away, too scared to even get close to him. Our man's light is absolutely terrifying them. Seong Ji Han thought this would be a piece of cake, but his confidence doesn't last. Suddenly, his light starts to fade. To be exact, the darkness here is surging, getting way more intense. It's like the shadows themselves are being supercharged. Those shadow monsters are soaking up power and getting massive. Seong Ji Han is just pissed off. Are you guys kidding me? Let's talk gear. You absolutely need a BattleNet connector to play. Its whole purpose is actually pretty straightforward. It numbs the pain of being burned or having your limbs sliced off, which happens way too often inside games. The system even warns you that the pain is 100% real, so it strongly suggests using a connector. That's why these devices became a total necessity for everyone rather than just being an optional choice for the players. The recommended models can slash that agonizing pain by 80%. It makes the whole experience much more bearable. Most top-tier players actually go for the 90% version, making their playstyle way more aggressive since fear is gone. With the fear of pain erased, they can pull off insane moves. But even so, Seong Ji Han refuses a connector. His reason is simple. He knows BattleNet is going to become our new reality sooner than anyone thinks. Using a device to hide from the pain is just temporary. Once the Galactic Cup starts, all that is useless. He fights every battle like it's his actual life on the line. No safety nets allowed. This is the real deal. That's exactly why he skips the device. Even when fire burns his skin or millions of volts hit his heart, Seong Ji Han has survived levels of pain that a normal person couldn't imagine. And now he's facing a massive threat. He's about to be sliced in half by a 10-meter sword. Other players watching from the shadows are completely confused. They're looking at this giant thing and wondering what it is. They've never seen this in a top tournament, especially since this massive pitch-black monster seems to be targeting Seong Ji Han and only Seong Ji Han. It is a total nightmare scenario. Seong Ji Han is struggling to hold it back while cursing his luck. This is the definition of an unfair fight. Looking at the insane size difference, you've got to wonder how he can win. If he just dodges, he is dead. If he keeps playing defense, he's going to lose eventually. And the Dark Queen isn't the only one hunting him. Barrett's earlier attack put a huge target on Seong Ji Han's back. Now everyone wants a piece of him to knock him out. He's got to think of something else besides just blocking. Seong Ji Han sighs, realizing he's out of easy options. Time to go. He starts channeling his mana reinforcement along with the flames in his hand. He's going to face them head on. If she wants to drown him in darkness, he'll just bring a brighter light to burn it away. Watch this. Nameless Divine Technique. 3 talents, Martial Domain. He prepares a strike that is about to shake the entire arena. He unleashes the Mount Tai Press, and a massive fireball erupts forward, incinerating the eternal darkness in one shot. It lights up the whole arena, and the other players see this power and realize they've picked the wrong fight. One guy says his dad needs him to get baby milk, another says his mom's calling. They are running away. Looks like Seong Ji Han successfully scared them off. Now it's just him versus the main event, the Dark Queen. She manifests once more using her skills to try and bury Seong Ji Han in shadows again. This cycle just won't end. It is never going to stop as long as her main body is intact. Seong Ji Han is tired of this fight. His triple dantian starts to vibrate, and Seong Ji Han realizes he can push for an even higher level of martial arts. He's trying to use the 3 talents without the Nameless Divine technique as a base. It is risky and imperfect, but he can't just keep relying on the Phoenix arrow alone. He needs that explosive Phoenix fire to bridge the gap. Since the dawn of time, lightning has been known as Heaven's Rage, a divine punishment sent down from the gods. When the world is drowning in darkness and chaos, a new power finally appears to push it back the light. As Seong Ji Han calls upon the light, a golden pillar from the heavens strikes him directly. It is an incredible sight, but then the system starts screaming warnings. Power exceeds player capacity, player's life is in serious danger. Seong Ji Han is in pure agony, but he's refusing to let go. He is holding on to unleash the ultimate move. This Thunder God art purges all evil. Nameless Divine Technique, Heavenly Thunder God Skill Thunderbolt Flash. Instantly, the arrow in Seong Ji Han's hand isn't just carrying fire, it's loaded with the devastating power of Heaven's lightning. Lightning crashes down, and massive flash of light blinds everyone in the dark arena. Here we go. His Heavenly Thunder skills are on a different level. Everyone's saying it's just built different. Since he lacked the juice for the Phoenix arrow, Seong Ji Han pulled off a completely new move. He pushed it to 80%. Originally, this technique was just a bunch of scattered bolts. They're supposed to strike as one, but Seong Ji Han's version isn't quite perfect yet. It flies off, but it's too slow to match the Phoenix arrow's insane speed. It only managed to reveal the Queen's face. No damage, just a clean look. The Shadow Queen felt safe until a cut appeared on her face with tiny sparks. For the first time, she's actually shocked. Seong Ji Han's just thinking, wow, talk about luck. Because the lightning was a bit late, it only managed to delay her attack by a few seconds. Who would have thought a move like that could actually scar the Shadow Queen's face? Grabbing the Phoenix arrow again, you can see Seong Ji Han's hands are completely scorched. Seong Ji Han wonders if he's taunted her enough yet. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Mission complete. He provoked her, but Seong Ji Han's still struggling to survive these brutal attacks. She's relentless. Because he used that massive move earlier, Seong Ji Han's hands are basically toast. He can't even handle his weapons properly. At this rate, he won't last long. Her attacks are getting faster and more frequent. Plus, she's already trapped the others. Strangely, she's just binding them. You and I have to wonder what her plan is. Shadows swallow Seong Ji Han's feet and start climbing. This is where things get really dangerous. Seong Ji Han realizes her game. She wants to kill him first before finishing the rest. Even with his thunder steps, Seong Ji Han feels the Queen's power scaling to insane heights. He can't move an inch. Once she has him pinned, something huge appears overhead. A massive black spear is slowly descending. Is she seriously toying with him right now? She's totally playing with her food. What a sick sense of humor for a goddess. If he doesn't do something, Seong Ji Han's going to lose his rank 1 position. He needs to kill the players behind him first. Look at them, they're so confident. Seong Ji Han's tied up, but his fingers can still move. He's got one last play. Suddenly, the other 3 start screaming in agony. Their faces are contorting and foaming at the mouth. Seconds later, they're dead. Now Seong Ji Han is the only player left on the field. This totally shocks the Shadow Queen. Her little torture session just got ruined. Seong Ji Han just smirks. Oops, looks like I accidentally killed everyone. Congrats to Seong Ji Han for taking first place. Rank 1 achieved, logging out in a few seconds. The Queen is absolutely furious. She snaps. She launches that massive shadow spear at Seong Ji Han with incredible speed. Bound by shadows, Seong Ji Han just stands there. He's actually wondering if this will hurt. Boom. The spear strikes, obliterating everything. Only Seong Ji Han's arm is left in the crater. Did he just get wiped out? From above, you can see the pure destruction. She thinks she's got him, but then Seong Ji Han's voice rings out once again. Too bad, almost didn't dodge that one. Once the game ends, her power fades. Your shadows are weakening, but hey, be happy you at least hit my arm. Game over. The system is forcing a logout. We're finally getting out of here. Before leaving, Seong Ji Han throws one last insult. Catch you later, Queen. See you next time. A red warning flashes. Error, the shadow of the sun has fallen on your arm. Back at home, Seong Ji Han collapses on the floor, gasping for air. He's totally spent. That was insane. Fighting Gae Young, Barrett, and the Queen. He's completely exhausted. Seong Ji Han is drained. 1 second slower, and it would have been lights out. What an absolute roller coaster. Seong Ji Han focuses every ounce of power into his fingertips, severing the hearts of the remaining players instantly. The Dark Queen is terrifyingly strong. Seong Ji Han thought she would stop him, but luckily she didn't notice a thing. In the end, Seong Ji Han only lost his left arm. That is actually good news considering that massive shadow sword. his whole body would have exploded otherwise. One gamble was enough, and man, did those rewards pay off. You secured a top 100 finish earning 1 million achievement points, plus you just gained 5 levels. These are top 100 tournament rewards, so we are talking about a completely different league of loot. You have earned a new title, King of Bronze Kings. This goes to the winner of the promotion matches. Every stat increases by 5 in silver matches, and your experience gain is permanently up by 50%. With this, Seong Ji Han can finally replace his old title. He is going to dominate the silver rank even faster now. Next is the special achievement reward. For winning the top 100, he bags 10,000 achievement points. He even cleared the special achievement for first place without any gifts. That is another 50,000 points. Just like that, Seong Ji Han rakes in 60,000 points. Losing that gift from the wandering martial god actually helped. This accidental turn of events worked out perfectly. With these points, the things Seong Ji Han can do are now endless. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han realizes his left sleeve is completely severed. It was perfectly fine just a second ago, wasn't it? He starts to worry. Is BattleNet actually affecting his physical body? Earth is still just in the tutorial. The Galaxy League hasn't even opened. How is the system manifesting? Could a constellation's power be that much higher? Strangely, his actual arm shows no signs of injury or any scars. This whole situation is getting beyond weird. Right then, Yoon-se bursts through the door. The stream cut out suddenly, and she was terrified for Seong Ji Han's safety. Seeing him safe lets her finally breathe. Seong Ji Han is also shocked that the broadcast signal was actually lost. According to Yoon-se, the moment Seong Ji Han shattered the arena barrier, the entire feed went dead. Talk about a cliffhanger. Now you and I can see the public and the media are in a total frenzy over this. Nobody has ever seen a barrier break like that. News articles are popping up everywhere, losing their minds. Everyone is buzzing because this is a historic first. Amidst the chaos, Yoon-se asks if that girl was the one. Was she really the Dark Queen he was hunting? Seong Ji Han confirms it. She is definitely the one and only. Thanks to Yoon-se's help, the mission is officially complete. She is thrilled to have helped her uncle, but then she stops and asks what is wrong with his arm. Looking closely, Seong Ji Han's left arm is slowly turning pitch black. Seong Ji Han looks down and freezes in shock. What on earth is happening to his body right now? This looks bad. A red warning flashes, curse detected. Meanwhile, over at the Divergent Guild headquarters in the heart of Seoul, the officials can't believe their eyes watching the replay. Seong Ji Han beating Barrett was impressive, but this is another level. What happened next was even more shocking. He actually pulverized the barrier of that legendary high-class arena. A mere bronze player having the power to crack that shield. Everyone is desperate to see where this goes. Li Haun is stressed out of his mind. Just as he feared, even the international media is going absolutely wild. After crushing Barrett and the barrier, Seong Ji Han has proven he is a beast. He is getting stronger way too fast. They need to sign him immediately. But after this stunt, Seong Ji Han has become the most famous player on Earth. Foreign corporations are already lining up to poach him. An emergency meeting is currently underway in Manhattan, New York. As the top guild in the United States, they all agree they must get in touch with Seong Ji Han right now. Simultaneously in Japan, another urgent meeting kicks off. After witnessing that impossible display of power, they are shaking. The Japanese leaders finally admit the old man Kuo's reports were true. They need to contact Seong Ji Han this instant. They want him in Japan at any cost. The problem is they already tried using money and power before. Clearly, those things are not enough to sway him. Another man in the meeting finally speaks up with a plan. Don't we still have that special squad? The leader slams the table, yelling about the legendary Sword King. They are forbidden from being used. If she goes to Korea, who is going to keep the Sword King controlled? The man remains confident. He claims they have a way to both recruit Seong Ji Han and keep the Sword King in check. Please just rest easy and leave this entire mission to our team. A bit later, at a private airport in Japan, the Sword King is finally asking the big question. You still won't tell me where you're going. Why are you heading out all alone? The girl just looks at him. Don't worry, it won't be long. You just need to wait here quietly and keep loving me like you always do. Suddenly, the Sword King's eyes turn bright pink. I'll do exactly as you say, he mumbles. Just please be careful. That girl is Itosu, Japan's legendary and most dangerous mind controller. She gazes up at the clear sky, noting how beautiful it is without a single cloud. In her mind, it's the perfect day to go out and find someone special. Meanwhile, our boy Seong Ji Han has no idea. He's just become a target for multiple nations. He's just chilling at home with his niece Yoon-se, but look at his hand. It's being slowly swallowed by a mysterious swirling darkness. What in the world is happening to Jihan's hands? Suddenly, a man's voice booms through the house as a water cup floats in midair. You should be grateful we're even giving you a chance to bow your head and apologize. But what is up with this attitude? You're going to regret this. But before the guy can even finish his threat, that floating cup dumps water right onto his head. And we all know who's behind this move. It's Jihan, obviously. The man is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth while glaring at him. Seong Ji Han, you absolute jerk, have you completely lost your mind? He's shaking with rage after being soaked in front of everyone. To understand why Jihan pulled a move like that, let's jump back 10 minutes. This drenched guy is Kim Nam-T, a government official. Just a few minutes ago, he was on the phone acting all humble and respectful. Yes, sir, I've arrived. I'm grateful for the support. Since you sent me here, I'll be the one to settle this. I'll make sure to deliver your message to the two who offended Dagon daily. Jihan and Yoon Se-ah actually go to the door to welcome this Nam-Tae guy. They're surprised the head of BattleNet is visiting. Nam-Tae just laughs it off. Sorry, I haven't visited more often. How have you two been lately? Jihan and Yoon Se-ah give him a quick half-hearted answer before asking why he's really there. He looks at Jihan and says the department wants to reward his work. Sounds great, right? But first, he says, Jihan and Yoon Se-ah have to give a formal apology to the powerful Dagon daily newspaper. Remember, Jihan did attack the CEO's family before. If he signs a promo contract and apologizes publicly, they'll supposedly let it slide. He claims they're being very generous. But Jihan doesn't even let him finish. He stands up immediately and says, I refuse. Leave now. Nam-Tae slams the table in a rage. I'm a department head. How dare you walk away while I'm talking? Do you know who they are? He warns that Dagon Daily is about to release a massive article about Yoon Se-ah. One word from them can ruin a person's entire future. Even if you try to clean your image with charity, people will still look down on you for your connection to the Sword King. You should be grateful for the chance to bow your head, but look at this attitude, and that leads us back to the water dump. Jihan points right at his face, fed up. You and everyone else are just trying to use Yoon Se-ah to threaten me. It's pathetic. Nam-Tae is totally losing it now. Seong Ji Han, are you insane? You're treating the head of the BattleNet department like this. You clearly don't realize how serious this is. You just made enemies out of the entire press and the South Korean government. There's no more talking. I'll make sure that article about Yoon Se-ah is published everywhere. You better prepare yourself for the fallout. After his little tantrum, Nam-Tae storms out, leaving the two alone. Jihan turns to his niece and asks Yoon Se-ah, does this bother you? Yoon Se-ah just flashes a bright smile and says, not at all. A bit later, at the Dagon Daily headquarters, Nam-Tae is still fuming. Those arrogant brats, I've never been treated with such disrespect. Does he think winning a few matches makes him a god? The man in glasses is the CEO Kim Hyun-chun, and he's just giving Nam-Tae some empty words of comfort. But look who's here. Standing next to him is Yoon Se-ah's friend Hisu. You remember her, the one Jihan literally set on fire before. She's happily checking her phone. She's bragging about how the post about Yoon Se-ah's gift is going viral. Everyone online is talking about it. This is exactly what they wanted. The news that the Sword King's own daughter only got an F-rank gift is a huge scandal. It's making her look like a joke. In a family of S-rankers, having an F rank is seen as a total embarrassment. CEO Hyun-chun just smiles, finally feeling satisfied. He tells her she doesn't need to be angry anymore. They don't realize how bad this is yet, but soon they'll be begging us. While these villains are busy celebrating their petty win, they have no idea what Jihan is truly capable of. This is just beginning. The darkness on Jihan's hands isn't a curse, it's a sign of a power that's about to flip the entire world upside down. You and I know that when a protagonist like Jihan gets pushed, he doesn't just push back, he levels the entire playing field. The government and the press think they can control him, but they're playing a game where the rules don't apply to him anymore. Yoon Se-ah's F-rank status might be a joke to the public, but we know there's something much deeper hidden behind that system screen. As the shadow grows, so does the tension. The next move Jihan makes is going to leave the entire country in absolute shock. While they plot their next move, our hero is already 10 steps ahead. Stick around because this revenge story is about to get wild. Just when things look good for the CEO, a frantic minion bursts into the room. Kim Hyun-chun is fuming. What could possibly be so urgent right now? He thinks Taegan News is untouchable, but his assistant is literally sweating bullets. The news is a total emergency that the director needs to see immediately. Our main character, Seong Ji Han, is exposing Taegan News and the BattleNet division live. Right now, Seong Ji Han and his niece Yoon Se-ah are streaming from the rooftop. He is holding up his phone, playing the recording of that BattleNet official. It is proof they tried to blackmail them into an apology using Yoon Se. You and I can see exactly what is happening here, right? This is the garbage Taegan News and BattleNet pulled on my favorite duo. The chat is exploding with rage. An official threatening a player. That is low. He is a genius player and they treat him like this. Unbelievable. So this is why the Sword King abandoned Korea for Japan. Talk about toxic. What a wonderful country we have. Seong Ji Han just keeps the sarcasm coming. The CEO's own family attacked him just to release a smear article on Yoon Se-ah. And the BattleNet head was working with them to apply pressure. When that failed, they went nuclear and leaked Yoon Se-ah's gift all over the internet. Seong Ji Han already scanned her gift with Head's monocle. He is 10 steps ahead. Once the true nature of this gift drops, everyone will see the truth. It is finally time to announce Yoon Se-ah's real gift to the entire world. Yoon Se-ah, are you ready? Suddenly, a status window pops up on the stream. Late bloomer gift rank F. She needs 50 games to even level up. To evolve, she just needs to keep participating in those BattleNet matches. Rank F effect. Her daily game count increases by 1 every single day. Plus, her natural growth rate is boosted by 100%. Broken. Everyone watching, even the snakes at Taegon News, is staring with their mouths open. A gift that can actually level up. Nobody has ever seen this before. I cannot believe it actually exists. This makes her gift literally priceless. There is no level cap. It evolves forever as long as she has time. As you can see, Yoon Se-ah's gift is the furthest thing from useless. Seong Ji Han hopes that clears things up. But for us, this is just the start. He really wanted to slap them a few more times, and honestly same. Suddenly, someone named Robert Gate drops a massive 100,000 GP donation. Hello Seong Ji Han. I am Robert Gate, a recruiter from the top guild in America. I am seriously impressed by your battles and this entire live stream. I have a contract for you to check out. Can we talk privately? Seong Ji Han sees the opening. This is how he deals some real damage to Taegon. He tells Robert Gate he can't say no after such a huge donation. But he asks if the viewers can see the contract too. Savage move. Robert Gate agrees, offering a contract worth $300 million. Absolutely insane. The comments are losing it. That is a lot of zeros in US dollars. Is Seong Ji Han moving to the States? With that money, I would be gone too. We are about to lose another top player. You and I can feel the regret. His psychological warfare is working perfectly. He thanks Robert Gate for the massive offer. He mentions his dream of a Korean guild, but this treatment makes it impossible. The CEO is fuming. Seong Ji Han says he loves his country and hopes fans help him stay. Then he ends the stream. Yoon Se-ah asks about his next move. Seong Ji Han smiles, saying he has something to handle. He meets Lee Lim-ga-young, who is surprised by this sudden visit. He asks her to pick a simple but attractive outfit. Down in the parking lot, a group of masked men appears. They are definitely not just one group. Ninja cosplayers. What a joke. Did the BattleNet head or the Taegon Daily send you goons here to die? These guys aren't talking. Instead, they just pull out their weapons, totally ready to jump Seong Ji Han right here. Well, Seong Ji Han has his answer then. Looks like both of those forces have their dirty hands in this mess. Our boy wonders if he should use that secret weapon now. He just whispers one name, Ariel. The second he says it, dark energy erupts from his shadow. Behind Seong Ji Han, something massive starts to take shape. A massive dark entity appears and immediately starts trash-talking. Lowly human, you summoned me just for this. Just to swat these flies. The masked ninjas are absolutely losing it. You can see the pure terror on their faces. They are sweating bullets now. Seong Ji Han just shrugs and tells her to consider this a quick little warm-up. They are perfect for testing your skills. Plus, we are in an underground parking lot. It is nice and dark. It is already dark enough, so let's get moving. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han's left arm starts to warp and shift. His whole arm turns into pure darkness. We do not even see the full fight, it happens so fast. Within seconds, those ninja cosplayers are all face down on the concrete. Every single one of them is broken. Dark energy flickers over their bodies. The power gap is just insane. Seong Ji Han does not even look slightly out of breath. He rates this new power in 2 words, very cool. The Shadow Queen pops up and starts lecturing him again. Very cool is an understatement. Be grateful, mortal. I only gave you that dark spirit move out of pity. You need to realize what a huge favor this is. We are talking about a completely different level of power. Seong Ji Han straight up ignores the goddess while she is yapping. Picking up his phone is way more important right now. Turns out it is Leona calling. She tells him she finally made it to their meeting spot. But after Seong Ji Han says a few words, Leona's face goes totally dark. Ga-young is standing there wondering what happened. What could he have said to make her that mad? Leona just sighs and tells Ga-young the bad news. Looks like I just got stood up. Poor girl spent a whole hour deciding what to wear for this. And then she gets ditched. Meanwhile, back at Taegon, Daily Director Kim Hyun-chun is having a really bad day. He was acting so smug before, but now his dad, the big chairman, is beating him without any mercy. He is just rolling on the floor, begging for forgiveness and trying to explain. But the chairman is not listening. You can explain after you take this hit. Hee-soo sees her dad getting thrashed and tries to step in. Before she can say a word, Grandpa slaps her right across the face. I always treated you like a treasure. You are the only granddaughter I have, and yet you dare to cause a mess this massive. The old chairman is absolutely livid. Do you have any idea how much our stock prices just tanked? If we do not fix this disaster, I am disowning both of you. You are officially dead to me. They can only bow their heads to the old man's power. Hee-soo is seething. Damn it, this was not the plan. Everything was supposed to be perfect. This is all that bitch Yoon Se-ah's fault. I am going to make her pay. While the villains get what they deserve, Yoon Se-ah is finally entering the BattleNet arena for the first time. Since she is a newbie, she is a bit lost. Should I just start swinging or wait for the clock? Suddenly, some guy walks up behind her thinking, what the heck? She looks totally clueless. She must be some random nobody. This guy is Do-hyun, and he is actually related to a top-tier guild member. He is from a branch guild and has an A-rank agility gift. Honestly, the guy actually has some decent potential. With that gift, he can outplay almost anyone. No wonder he is so confident about making the top 50. And the first victim on his path to the top is the random girl standing right in front of him. Do Hyun pulls his sword and charges at Yoon Se-ah with a nasty grin. You are finished, little rookie. But man, Do Howen is having some serious bad luck. He picked a fight with the wrong person today. Yoon Se-ah flinches but actually blocks his blade with her hand. How well, her uncle is just built different. He hooked her up with A-rank turtle armor, steel bracers, S-rank speed shoes, and even an A-rank stealth necklace. With this insane gear set, it does not even matter that her own gift is still stuck at rank F. She can wipe the floor with these veterans easily. Yoon Se-ah lands a solid punch that sends a shockwave through him. His whole arm is shaking from the pain. Before he can even process what happened, she just takes his sword. Look at that disrespect. Yoon Se-ah takes him down, repeating his own words right back at him. Thanks for the first kill. Seong Ji Han is just at home watching, totally impressed. He is beaming with pride. For her very first match, that was actually incredible. Definitely worthy of being his niece. Suddenly, Shadow Queen Ariel appears with a massive scoff. No matter how good she is, she's still just a lower life form to her. Seong Ji Han doesn't even blink. He just reminds her she's currently serving one of those inferior humans. Talk about a reality check. Ariel is fuming now. She is losing it. Shut up, I am only here to fulfill the grand mission my original self tasked me with. So dramatic. You should be thanking me for the help. Do you even understand the sheer glory of the power you are currently wielding? That comment takes Seong Ji Han right back to the moment his left arm first started changing. Total core memory unlocked. Right as his arm was shifting, this ominous red status window popped up in front of him. Talk about a bad sign. Level unknown curse. It stops draining your mana and experience once the seal is broken. Looking at that stat line, Seong Ji Han realized something. Seong Ji Han noticed the system notification looked exactly like an item description. Naturally, he decided to test a little theory. He just shouts out rapid recovery boom. A notification pops up saying he is partially recovered from the solar shadow curse. The curse was too deep for a full fix, but Seong Ji Han did not care. He just kept spamming emergency recovery over and over. He kept getting those partial messages, but he did not give up. On the 10th try, a whole new window finally popped up. Curse broken. The true power is finally unlocked. You can even see his left arm starting to lose that dark, creepy vibe. An SS-rank solar shadow from the Dark Queen constellation. And now, it can finally transform into the Black Eclipse Sword. The Black Eclipse Sword, it is upgradable through that same constellation. Right as Seong Ji Han broke the seal, things got even weirder. His arm snapped back to normal, but that was not the end of it. Suddenly, the Dark Queen voice rang out. Seong Ji Han is on high alert, telling Yoon Se-ah to get back. Then this tiny little version of the Dark Queen pops into existence. She looks at them and says, I am a clone of the Dark Queen. My main body is super curious about your power. My original self wants to see you grow, so she ordered me to help. I guess I am serving you now, master. She is literally pointing right in Seong Ji Han's face while saying it. Like, girl, is that really how you treat your new master? But right after she speaks, Seong Ji Han gets a notification. Ariel actually gifted him a dark spirit skill. Talk about a power-up. This skill lets him use shadows as literal weapons. Seong Ji Han has not even tested this in BattleNet yet, but man, it is promising. He has not taken it into a real match yet, but you just know this thing is going to be absolutely broken. Ariel will not stop nagging him like a grumpy auntie. Did you hear me? If you get it, go upgrade your stats already. Later on, Yoon Se-ah finishes her very first match. Seong Ji Han is such a proud uncle, he is showering her with compliments. You did amazing. For a first-timer, that was more than enough. Yoon Se-ah's face just lights up hearing that from him. She is all smiles, eating and laughing at the same time. Then she asks, so what is the plan for that huge American offer? How are you going to reply to the United States? Seong Ji Han just says he is rejecting it. Yoon Se-ah is devastated over all that cash. $300 million, Seong Ji Han just chilling, totally confident he can make that kind of money on his own eventually. Plus, Seong Ji Han is not interested in joining someone else's guild. He wants to build his own empire from the ground up. While they are upstairs dreaming about their own guild, Lee Haeon is already downstairs waiting at the front door. She actually tracked him down. Once they start talking, she is so shocked she has to take off her sunglasses to see straight. She literally takes her glasses off just to double check. Seong Ji Han says it again slow and clear, so she does not miss it. I will say it one more time. I want you to be the master of my new guild. She is definitely not dreaming. She is still stunned, asking where he even got such a wild idea. Seong Ji Han just sips his coffee cool as ever. You can just be the face of it. You are the master, but I will handle the actual heavy lifting. She just sighs. I am already tied to the Divergent Guild. Even if I am just a sales manager, there I am not really a player. But listen, Seong Ji Han. A guild master needs to be someone strong, someone who represents the whole group, someone like me. I am way better at managing than leading. So why me? Seong Ji Han sets his cup down and gets ready to explain. You have a support gift right, a 10% experience boost for everything. I bet you think that is totally useless. You think it is trash because it does not stack with items. But trust me, once you are the guild master, the true value of that gift is going to shine. Looking at how confident Seong Ji Han is right now, Lee Haeon is absolutely stunned. Could her gift actually be worth something? Was she wrong about it this whole time? Does Seong Ji Han know something she does not? Her gift is A rank, but she always figured it was the weakest one there. Both the experts and she think it's useless, but she really wants to trust our boy Seong Ji Han. He sees the hidden value in her gift, but can she really handle being a guild master? Sensing her doubt, Seong Ji Han sweetens the deal. He's got a special reward waiting for her. He'll predict every future BattleNet result perfectly. You and I know that's basically infinite money. As a total gambling addict, Lee Haeon can't say no. She's all in as guild master. Seong Ji Han pulls up the system prompt. Are you ready to lead this guild to the top? She hits, accept immediately. Suddenly, a massive light erupts right in front of her eyes. A new notification pops up. The nurturing gift now applies to every single member in the guild. Growth rate hits 200% and everyone gets a 30% experience boost. Absolutely broken. In an instant, every fan across Korea gets the same alert. Seong Ji Han is finally live. The announcement for his new guild is out. Our guy really went through with his promise. On the stream, we see Lee Haeon herself stepping up to greet all the viewers. Check out that title. This is the official debut stream of the legendary Daytree Guild. I am Guild Master Lee Haeon. And trust me, the fans recognize her name instantly. Wait, isn't she the goddess of finance from the Divergence Guild? What's she doing here? Why the switch? Seong Ji Han jumps in to explain that she's actually vital to the team. She's the boss. Now let's take a look at what this guild is really made of. Daytree Guild. Owner Seong Ji Han, 5 members, and a level 1 blessing. Let's see those stats. Stat boosts and a level 11 growth rate. This is getting crazy for a new guild. 200% growth and a 30% experience bonus for everyone. This is literal cheating. Everyone is losing it in the chat. How is a 30% boost even possible? Usually 10% is the max. 200% growth. That's basically double the power. These numbers are insane. Haeon continues, explaining their focus is entirely on rapid growth. Their growth rate beats everyone else, but there's a catch. Only 10 people can ever join. It's a small start. The current lineup is Seong Ji Han, Haeon Diego, and Leona. Not bad. And then there's Guy Young, the Peach Blossom Blade, who's basically a package deal. Calling her a bonus contract definitely didn't make her happy. That's the Daytree squad, everyone. Watch the stream and contact Haeon if you want in. Who wouldn't want these buffs? Guy Young whispers to Seong Ji Han. Uncle, you've got to explain what our guild name actually means. It's simple. Daytree stands for late blooming flowers. A pretty deep meaning, don't you think? Meanwhile, back in the States, we see Barrett getting ready for a massive rematch. He's going head-to-head with Seong Ji Han, and our guy is really struggling against that fire magic. Barrett decides he's done playing games. He's going to end this with one final strike. A massive fire blast tears through the arena, heading straight for a wounded Seong Ji Han. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han strikes from the smoke, but Barrett is already one step ahead of him. He blasts Seong Ji Han with lightning, leaving our hero unconscious on the ground. It's all over. Training complete. Wait, so that whole fight was just a high-tech simulation for Barrett. Barrett's got that smug look again. He thinks Seong Ji Han's previous win was just pure luck. But the scientist kills the vibe. Good job, you beat Seong Ji Han. At 50% power, next time it'll be 75%. And just like that, Barrett's smile is gone. Right then, the door opens. Someone's here to tell Barrett the guild master wants him. Barrett is absolutely fuming. He's literally gritting his teeth in front of the boss. This is Robert Gate, head of America's top guild. He wants Barrett to join Seong Ji Han. He just shakes his head. You're going. That is an order you cannot change. He's not asking. You are going. You guys have to see this. Barrett is absolutely losing it after rewatching Seong Ji Han's latest live stream right now. The guy is literally fuming. His power is so out of control that objects are starting to float everywhere. Are you getting old, Robert? This is a scam. Do I look like someone who needs help from a fraud? I am the strongest on Earth, he says. Don't ever mention that scammer again. Then Barrett just storms out in rage. Robert is just left there sighing. We all know Barrett hates Seong Ji Han, but this level of rage, it is completely insane. If Barrett won't go, Robert has only got one choice left. It is time to send her instead. And get this. The girl he is talking about is an old acquaintance of Seong Ji Han's from back in his US guild days. It is Sophia, the #1 saintess in America, and she is actually a huge fan, gushing over Seong Ji Han's stream. Check this out. Lee Haeon is at a cafe totally shocked. She tells Seong Ji Han the top U.S. guild wants his secrets. They are offering a mountain of cash to learn how he gets those guild buffs. China and Japan, same thing, but our hero isn't selling. He tells her it is just for her to know, never ever let them find out. Lee Haeon is loyal, obviously. She is still processing how incredible her own gift actually turned out to be. Then she remembers what her old boss said. He thought Seong Ji Han was just lying about actually wanting her gift. That jerk claimed Seong Ji Han only wanted her body and told her to use her looks to seduce him. He said she and her useless gift were worthless otherwise. Talk about a toxic boss, right? It is unbelievable. Those memories just fuel her fire. Seong Ji Han, she says, I am going to give this great tree guild everything I've got. She is so intense that Seong Ji Han feels a bit awkward. He just wants her to handle being the guild leader. See, Seong Ji Han actually plans to move on once the other members are strong enough. He is a lone wolf. But Lee Houn jumps up. Being a real guild leader has been her dream since the very beginning. She was even betting on Battle.net just to save up. So she is going all in on this. First things first, they need a real office. She was ready to turn this into a world-class powerhouse. They decide to use the common area at the Sword Palace, and just like that, the recruitment begins. The line for the Great Tree Guild recruitment is massive. Everyone wants a piece of the action. First up is Eun, a sharp-looking girl in glasses. She has been making high-end ads since middle school. She is a design major too. Lee Haeun is impressed. She needed help fast, and this girl is actually perfect. The next person is someone we all recognize. If you follow Seong Ji Han's streams, you know this guy. It is Flash, Seong Ji Han's biggest fanboy. He has been waiting for a chance to work with his idol forever. He can edit, run ads, whatever the guild needs. He is basically a one-man army for the brand. I have been here since the first stream, he says. My head is full of a billion ideas for Seong Ji Han. If you hire me, I will literally give my life to the Great Tree Guild. Now that is dedication. He is so over the top that Lee Houn and Yoon Se-ah think he is crazy. Yoon Se-ah almost pulled a sword. Next is Kim Gun. 4 years of video editing experience at a mid-sized guild. A total pro. He calls himself a BattleTube veteran. Hire me, and I will use all that experience for our guild. But something is off. Lee Houn asks why he would leave a famous guild to join a brand new one. Your old guild was famous in Korea. Why take a chance on a tiny place like Great Tree? Gun says the guild might be new, but having Seong Ji Han is more than enough for him to join. He believes this position is exactly where he can finally show off his true potential. Sounds smooth. Flash is starting to sweat. This guy has so much experience, is looking bad for our favorite fan. The competition is just too high. Flash might actually get cut before he even gets close to Seong Ji Han. Suddenly, Gun asks where Seong Ji Han is. Why isn't he at the interview? And wait, where does he live? He is literally asking for Seong Ji Han's room number in the building. That is a massive red flag right there. Lee Haeun is totally stunned. He has no idea how to even respond to a creepy question like that. But Flash isn't having it. He stands up and yells, Hey, I have been holding back, but you're crossing lines. I am his biggest fan, and even I wouldn't pry like that. You can like Seong Ji Han, but stay out of his private life. Flash shoves him, and a hidden knife falls out of Gun's jacket. He flips out, calling them Seong Ji Han's disgusting little lackeys. Do you really think you can run a guild after trashing the Sword King's reputation like that? Where's that jerk Seong Ji Han? Our Sword King refused to return to Korea just because of that guy. Turns out this guy is a total Sword King fanatic. He is charging in for a direct attack. He lunges toward Legan, but Peach, Blossom's sword, Lim Ga-young, is always there to protect her. She is on guard 24/7, but before Lim Ga-young can even move, Huang Guang strikes first. He grabs Kim Ji-eun by the collar and just tosses him back. Look at Huang Guang's face. You can see the absolute rage in his eyes right now. But Kim Ji-eun is not quitting. Even after getting slammed, he grabs his knife and starts swinging wildly at Huang Guang. But come on. Huang Guang is a gold-ranked Battle.net player. He is not getting hurt. Huang Guang dodges the attack easily and lands a massive bone-crushing punch on Kim Ji-eun. One hit and the guy is out cold. Both Lim Ga-young and Leha finally recognize him. He is a gold-ranked player who purposely lowered his rank just to crush some beginners. He is incredibly strong, but his personality is, well, a bit weird. He was cool for a second, then the crazy side comes right back. After knocking Kim Ji-eun out, Huang Guang pulls out his phone. He takes a selfie with the guy for evidence and posts it with a dramatic caption. Quote, I have protected Seong Ji Han from the Sword King's assassin. Later, once the chaos settled down, Legan tells Seong Ji Han everything that happened. Seong Ji Han is totally shocked. They actually dared to come here. He is worried they will try again. It is time to beef up security at the Sword Palace. Plus, they still need an editor for the Big Tree Guild. But Legan says, forget it. She already found the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, Huang Guang is losing his mind with anxiety. He cannot sit still. When are the results coming, even though the interview just ended? It has only been a few hours, but for Huang Guang it feels like years. What if I fail? Will Seong Ji Han actually hire me? Was I way too excited back then? A million questions pop up. Suddenly, a notification hits his phone with the results. Congratulations, you have passed the first round. You are officially the new editor for Big Tree. We will send the details tomorrow. Get ready. But wait, we've all been played. That message was actually sent by that girl Eun Ji. The even bigger shock, standing right behind Eun-ji, is that Japanese guy Kazuo, the same guy who failed to recruit Seong Ji Han before. Kazuo is literally calling her his goddess. Is it okay, goddess? Infiltrating as an editor seems risky. I do not want to cross any lines. Editing video is actually pretty hard, but then Eun-ji, or should I say, Itosu, appears. She is Japan's legendary mind control expert. She just smirks and tells him not to worry. Editing is her specialty, apparently. Now back to Huang Guang after he reads his actual message. His face goes completely blank. He lets out a sigh and then slams the table in rage. Why did I get rejected? I swore my loyalty to Seong Ji Han. I even uncovered their plot. I found the Sword King's conspiracy and helped them beat the assassin. This makes no sense. Then a fan donates 10,000 yen with a message, why not try being a bodyguard? Why not be Seong Ji Han's bodyguard? That message hits Huang Guang like a lightning bolt. Of course, Seong Ji Han must be so worried about assassins right now. Huang Guang has made his choice. From now on, he is walking a different path as Seong Ji Han's personal secret protector. Back to Seong Ji Han. He is finally starting his live stream and heading into a brand new map. This is the first time this map has appeared on his stream. Welcome to Gangnam District. The mode is set to Invasion. Looking at those red stone pillars, Seong Ji Han feels totally nostalgic. Suddenly, Lim Ga-young pops up behind him. What do you mean this is your first mission here? Teaming up was Ligon's order to promote the guild. Seong Ji Han has to scramble for an excuse. He claims he has seen it so much on live streams that it feels familiar. The team arrives. Guess who just showed up? 3 members from the Divergence Guild's promotion team. They literally just arrived on the scene. They recognize Ga-young immediately. I mean, they used to be in the same guild. You would expect some serious drama here. But surprisingly, they are actually pretty close. No massive brawl or internal conflict breaks out. Everyone is being civil for once. The Divergence Guild guys start asking Ga-young a big question. When is she finally going to come back to their guild? They hope she and Lady Ligon haven't left for good. One guy is even head over heels in love with her. Seeing Ga-young again makes him so happy. Since she left the guild, his life has felt like a total living hell. He had a whole fantasy ready. Once Ga-young hit silver rank, he would join her team and guide her through everything. He even imagined them dating and getting married. Too bad reality doesn't care about his little daydreams and fanfiction. In his head, the root of all his problems is one man, Seong Ji Han. He blames our hero for everything. Because of Jihan, Ga-young left the guild. Since this is their first invasion mission, they start explaining the rules. For Jihan and Ga-young's first time, the guild members break it down. 10 players are split into 2 different bases. It is a 5 versus 5 showdown between the angel base and the demon base, divided into 3 main lanes. You and I know the goal. You push through the 3 lanes and destroy the enemy fort to win the match. Both teams have to remember the jungle areas that sit between the main paths. It is a very dangerous place. This jungle is home to the Elder Dragon and Barret. Killing these monsters grants powerful buffs for your entire team. These buffs give a massive advantage. In this match, Jihan and his crew are playing on the side of the demons. After hearing the rules, Jihan has a question. He asks if anyone is jungling and tells them to bring Smite. The veterans think he is just a clueless newbie. They think he doesn't realize jungle mobs are level 65 plus. Our team is level 40 or below. Ga-young is only level 30 even with her recent top 100 bonus. So obviously the team thinks no one is strong enough to step foot in that jungle to fight those beasts. That jealous mage clears his throat. He tells Jihan that as a newcomer, he still has a lot to learn. He tells Jihan not to worry and just follow orders. Then he tells his teammates to head out ahead first. He says he will guide the newbies. In his head, he thinks Jihan is just a lucky bronze player here. To him, playing solo is just trolling. He wants to show Ga-young how much more experienced he is than Jihan. He wants to prove his worth. The mage points toward the red and blue units standing right in front of them. He asks if they see those little guys. He explains that these creatures are what they call the minions. He says their attacks are simple, but still very tough for silver players to handle without any help or teammates. They respawn every minute, so he warns them not to rush in blindly or they will just get pushed back. Before he can finish, Jihan cuts him off. So as long as I don't die is fine, right? Suddenly, Jihan activates his dark power. His left arm starts transforming. He is already locked and loaded for a fight. He steps forward and aims that dark arm at the enemy waves. It is his first time testing this skill. He is curious about the effect. His current power is not quite at the Shadow Queen's level from the tournament. Her blade was truly massive and terrifying. But against these weaklings, this should be a walk in the park for him. Dozens of dark swords suddenly appear above the enemy waves. Jihan gives them a simple flick of his hand. Those blades fly forward instantly, shredding the enemies into pieces. It happens so fast, the mage is left totally speechless. Ga-young is already used to this madness. She just shrugs and tells the stunned mage it is time to move. After a few minutes of total slaughter, a notification pops up. Jihan has already taken down 50 enemy minions. The Demon Lord recognizes his strength and grants a blessing. All of his stats just shot up 20%. Now Jihan is finally ready to handle the jungle on his own. He turns back to talk to Ga-young. He tells her he is splitting off for a bit and asks her to wait there for 10 minutes. Ga-young is confused. Why leave the team when things are going so well? But Jihan points at the forest. He tells her he is going in there to level up. Without another word, he charges straight into the jungle. He disappears into the dark trees. As soon as he's gone, that jealous mage suddenly makes a move toward Ga-young. He jumps forward with his magic staff in hand. Did he really think he could just pull a move like that? You and I are going to have to see how she handles this clown while Jihan is busy leveling up. Someone is trying to sneak up on Lim Ga-young. She spins around, catches the mage creeping, and draws her sword in a split-second pure reflex mode. She is ready to strike back, but wait, she realizes he is not attacking her. He is actually casting a protection shield to keep her safe. It was not a sneak attack at all. There were two enemies right on Lim Ga-young's tail. Let's rewind 5 minutes to see how this mess started. Our mage friend is fuming. Seong Ji Han's skills are totally off the charts, and it is ruining every plan he had to act like the leader. His dreams of showing off to Lim Ga-young totally down the drain. But then a sneaky idea pops into his head. His guildmates are playing support and AD carry elsewhere. That leaves Seong Ji Han, the mage, and Lim Ga-young together in the top lane. If he can just lure Seong Ji Han down to mid, he will finally get some quality alone time with Lim Ga-young. Talk about a thirsty strategy. He thinks he is a genius. Letting Seong Ji Han go solo makes sense anyway, since that guy never listens to anyone's orders. But just as he is about to make his move, he sees Lim Ga-young running after Seong Ji Han. She is not even looking at him. Suddenly, two enemies jump out of the shadows with weapons drawn. They are going for a cheap shot on Lim Ga-young. He does not hesitate. The mage dives in, popping a shield to keep her safe. Lim Ga-young is totally caught off guard by the sudden ambush. She can't believe they are being targeted. And where is Seong Ji Han? Why did he have to vanish right when things got real? Did he plan this? The mage is struggling hard now, his shield vibrating under the pressure of the enemy assault. His whole body is shaking. Suddenly, he coughs up a spray of blood. He is reaching his absolute limit here, guys. The shield shatters. One heavy blow from the enemy was all it took to break through his defenses and send him reeling. As his body begins to fade, he sighs. I'm sorry, Lim Ga-young. I really wanted to be your hero today. It is too late for this, but I really like you. And just like that, he vanishes into thin air right in front of her. The enemies are just standing there like, what was that? I mean, this is a game. You literally just respawn. He will be back in 60 seconds. Why was he acting like it was a tragic death scene from a K-drama? Finish with the romance. Good, now it is your turn. The enemy mage warns his knight not to get careless, though. That is Peach Blossom's sword, Lim Ga-young. She is a rising star. Meanwhile, Lim Ga-young is absolutely fuming at Seong Ji Han. Where did that jerk run off to? It is a team game, but he is out there acting like a solo player again. But then the vibe shifts. A massive wave of dark energy erupts from deep within that creepy forest nearby. The power is so intense it sends a literal shiver down her spine. Now let's see what is happening inside. Seong Ji Han is staring down a two-headed wolf. These things are the bread and butter of the forest monsters here. Standing 10 feet tall with jaws that can crush bone, they usually travel in packs. They are no joke. It normally takes a full 3-man squad to take one down. But we all know Seong Ji Han is not your normal player. He just uses raw physical power to stun the beast. One punch and the wolf's heads are spinning. But the wolf is not ready to quit. It shakes off the shock and lunges at him with everything it has got. It is a barrage of attacks. Seong Ji Han leaps high to dodge, and you can see him finally getting serious now. Dark energy swirls around his left arm. Suddenly, a blade made of pure shadows manifests out of nowhere. Swoosh. One clean slice and the wolf is decapitated. Seong Ji Han looks at the blade. This thing is seriously cool. It reminds him of Eclipse, the SS rank weapon the Dark Queen used. This power is on a whole different level. A shadow sword like this can only be summoned by someone who has mastered shadow spirits. It is unstable if you do not have perfect control, but Seong Ji Han, he is confident he can handle the darkness. Boom achievement unlocks Silver Tier Jungler. That is a smooth 1,000 achievement points right there. Everything is going exactly as Seong Ji Han planned. If he keeps farming these forest mobs, his score is going to skyrocket. The points are great, but he needs player kills too. He has got to hunt down the competition next. Wait, look at the scoreboard. The demon team is actually ahead of the angel team now. How did that happen? An angel knight just got a dark blade through the chest, dead instantly. This escalated way faster than expected. The enemy mage is terrified. And who is behind it? None other than the Dark Queen herself. Well, a tiny chibi version of her anyway. Even Lim Ga-young has no clue where this little spirit came from. The queen decides to leave the last guy for Lim Ga-young. Apparently, she does not like getting her hands dirty with pests. The enemy mage is not going down without a fight. He unleashes a massive fire explosion, turning the area into an inferno. Everything is buried in flames, but look, Lim Ga-young leaps out of the fire, ready to end this. Sword in hand, he dives in. We all know what happens when a mage gets cornered by a swordsman. He unleashes the Peach Blossom sword style, deleting that mage instantly. Ga Wai tries to thank the queen but gets zero respect. She basically tells her, "I don't need thanks from a lowly human." And man, she's getting more triggered by the second. Apparently, Seong Ji Han forced her to stay. She's fuming that he's making her do all the heavy lifting while he's gone. Ga Wai finally gets it. This tiny summon has a massive attitude. Seong Ji Han really knows how to pick them, doesn't he? Sword sheathed. It turns out Seong Ji Han wasn't ditching them after all. We really thought he had just abandoned his own teammates. In a team dungeon, no less, the Dark Queen just stands there, acting all high and mighty, mocking Ga Ye's frustration. You probably hated seeing him run off alone, right? But she warns her, this form won't last forever. Switching back to Seong Ji Han. The floor is absolutely littered with two-headed wolf corpses. He has been busy. He has been clearing the forest like a machine, but suddenly he gets hit with a massive pounding headache. Thick green gas starts flooding the area, and then right behind him, this absolute unit of a monster steps out. Red alerts everywhere, abnormal status detected. Seong Ji Han spins around just in time to see the threat. The poison toad strikes with its massive tongue. Seriously, where did this thing even come from? His reflexes are insane. He leans back narrowly, dodging the hit. He's still trying to gauge what he's up against. He jumps back to reset. Catching his breath, he touches his shoulder wound and actually cracks a smile. Long time no see, you toxic pest. Seong Ji Han's facing off against a creature with some of the deadliest venom around. These high-level toads are forest stalkers that weaponize their poison. You don't usually see them in these lower brackets. Seeing one in silver rank is super rare. Usually, the tournament filters out threats this dangerous for the lower tiers. Seong Ji Han checks his system alerts. He's guessing there's a specific reason this boss monster decided to crash the party. Poison Rain active. Every single stat just took a 50% hit. This debuff is absolutely brutal to deal with. The chat is going wild. People are asking, wait, what did I miss? Why is Seong Ji Han deep in the woods? In silver rank, this giant bloated toad is slowly closing in. Seong Ji Han's totally locked in now. Here it comes. The toad unhinges its jaw and sprays a massive wave of venom right at him. He drops low, barely avoiding the splash of that nasty green sludge. One hit, and it's game over. Since that failed, it switches to its 8-foot tongue. But our boy Seong Ji Han isn't going down that easily. He draws his blade. The comments are absolutely blowing up, praising his god-tier movement and composure under pressure. Seong Ji Han is handling this like a pro. They've just been having this intense staring contest for a while now. During the chaos, Seong Ji Han keeps his head. He knows this thing isn't just a sniper, it's fast too. Gotta watch out for that toxic slime, he thinks. But bad luck strikes, his arm gets pinned down tight. The toad's tongue is wrapped around his arm like a vice. He's completely lost control of his right side. The toad starts pumping venom through its tongue, trying to infect Seong Ji Han directly. This is looking really bad. His body is visibly shaking from the poison's power. But wait, his other hand just summoned a new sword. He slices right through the tongue. In a split second, the toad's main weapon is completely neutralized. Luckily, Seong Ji Han only took a little bit of poison to the hand. The toad just collapses, lying there motionless. It's just sprawled out on the ground. Seong Ji Han hesitates for a second, wondering if it's finally over. We thought it was dead, but it was just charging up a massive area of effect poison blast. It's re-energizing. This is so frustrating to watch. Suddenly, it vomits out a massive flood of green toxins. The wave is heading straight for him. Seong Ji Han seems stunned, just standing there staring up at the incoming doom. Everyone watching is terrified. He's toast. If that hits him, Seong Ji Han is seriously dead. The toad stops to admire its work. But a second later, it flinches, realizing something is very wrong. Talk about a close call. Before the sludge hits, Seong Ji Han throws up his shield just in time. He looks ahead, totally confident. Did you really think I came here without a few tricks up my sleeve? The system pings. He's defeated the wolves and earned a 30% stat boost. Now we're talking. It's time for the counterattack. In an instant, the toad is completely surrounded by swirling dark energy. Dark swords rain down like a meteor shower. The toad didn't even have time to react before it was over. He collapsed right there. Seeing his vicious attack failed to completely finish the thing off, Seong Ji Han started grimacing in frustration. Still alive. Its defense is way better than I thought. Realizing that sticking around was not doing him any favors, Seong Ji Han decided to get out of there fast. But when the fans saw Ji Han suddenly standing completely still, they got worried. What is going on with him? Is that monster controlling his mind? Damn it, Seong Ji Han just stood there staring blankly ahead. Wait, look at those toxic toad eyes. They started glowing bright like car headlights. This is not going to be good. Then a massive poison gas explosion erupted, turning the entire sky into a sickly shade of lime green. It was pure chaos. Everyone watching lost all hope. Someone cast a spell now. Is it really over for our main character just like that? Somehow, Jihan survived that blast, but his health bar was flashing in the danger zone. Things were looking seriously bad. I did not expect it to self-destruct like that. I should have finished it off the second I had the chance. The system flashed a red warning. Abnormal status detected, lethal poison. All player stats increased by 90% for 5 minutes. After seeing that notification, Jihan felt a huge wave of relief. This buff was actually a massive game changer for him. It is okay since it will not last long. I just have to wait it out. But where is my achievement? I thought clearing all the forest monsters would trigger a reward. I thought it was over, but then something else appeared. Another toxic toad crawled out right in front of him. Jihan immediately whipped around and glared the monster down. The chat went absolutely wild. Oh my god, did the mind control actually work? Why are there 2 of them now? Why are there 2 toxic toads? This is insane. Jihan's body was shaking uncontrollably as he stared at the new threat. I cannot fight another one of these things in this condition. All the buffs I stacked will vanish if I die. But I am not giving up on that achievement unless I find a better buff elsewhere. Wait, is that battle noise? He suddenly noticed something happening nearby. Fighting sounds. Seong Ji Han started wondering exactly where he was in this massive dangerous forest. Wait, where am I? For a second, he just looked totally lost. His blank face was actually pretty hilarious considering the situation. Then a smirk spread across his face as it clicked. Right, it is finally time for me to head back now. He had been gone way too long and needed to regroup. Meanwhile, 2 other teams were locked in a fierce battle. An archer saw their warrior get blasted back and yelled out in a panic. Are you okay? Can you still fight? Both sides backed off to reset for the next clash. Team Angel was feeling themselves completely hyped up for the win. Nice, we took down their gladiator. Our teamwork is actually insane right now. We just need to keep pushing this advantage. Jihan sprinted back, remembering the plan. They said the top lane was almost cleared, but mid is still a war zone. We need to seize control here. But just as Team Angel was about to counterattack, Seong Ji Han and the toad suddenly appeared. Wait, what is that noise? Out of nowhere, Jihan came crashing down with an absolutely explosive and powerful landing. Everyone was stunned, staring at him in total confusion. They had no idea what had just crashed into their battle. Jihan slowly turned toward them, his eyes filled with pure, murderous intent. Buff me, he demanded, standing before his teammates. He blocked the path for his allies and gave the order. 5 minutes earlier, Jihan had faced off with that toad. Seong Ji Han did not just rush in. He actually took a second to strategize how to take down this colorful, toxic beast. I need to lure this thing out to the lane first. With that player kill buff active, I can end it instantly. Why is it just standing there? The chat started joking around. Maybe it thinks you are a handsome male toad. Honestly, toads have terrible eyesight, so anything is possible. Believe it or not, the toxic toad actually started blushing at him. Why is it blushing? You are actually right. Seeing this for the first time in his life, Seong Ji Han was completely frozen solid. He was speechless. But he could not waste any more time, so he delivered a sharp slash right at the creature. The toad looked offended and started sulking. Jihan just ran off, yelling, I did not mean to attack you. Back in the present, the other players were absolutely shocked to see a forest monster wandering into the middle of their fight. It clearly was not there to make friends. It immediately started spraying a massive cloud of toxic gas everywhere. The players inhaled the fumes and started coughing up blood. Then the system triggered another red alert for the poison status. Everyone was in bad shape and could not even fight back. It was a total nightmare for the other teams. I cannot breathe. They could not wrap their heads around why Jihan would drag such a disaster over to them. Is he insane? Why would he bring that monster here? Suddenly, Jihan's shadow sword manifested right in front of them. He just gave him a friendly little smile and raised his blade. Sorry guys, but I am ending this right now. Look at this. Both the players and that toxic toad are feeling the heat. Thankfully, that nasty poison debuff is finally gone. With the air clear, Seong Ji Han finally takes a breath. Total relief, right? Our guy is feeling much better now. He even thanks them for the extra buffs. Then, boom, the system pops up with a double bonus. His stats are climbing fast. But wait, that toad is not done yet. It is absolutely fuming after Jihan's attack and tries to launch a desperate counter-offensive. Jihan's expression goes cold. You can tell he is done playing around. This monster just signed its own death warrant, guys. He unleashes Mount Tai martial arts. Without a second thought, he slices through that toad like it was nothing but soft fruit. The archer is completely floored by that clean strike. I mean, can you blame him? He is just standing there like what just happened. While the archer is still processing, Jihan is already finished. Toad defeated and his stats just got a massive permanent boost. Hidden quest alert, he is the first one to clear the forest. That is a cool 10,000 achievement points right in the bag. Now that is what I call a payday. Hard work definitely pays off here. But then something on the system screen catches his eye. A new quest. It is a follow-up called Disciple's Trace. This is where things get really interesting for us. Jihan calls out to the archer. He has been busy in the woods, so he needs a quick status update on the match. The archer fills him in. The enemies are pushing hard up top and they have already taken half of the middle lane. We were losing the bottom lane, but Jihan's arrival changed everything. Now we just need to clear those minions to flip the script. He spots the tiny monsters nearby. Honestly, this looks like a walk in the park for a guy like Jihan, does it not? He accepts the task immediately. Time to clean house. He levels his sword, ready to wipe out the remaining enemy forces. Meanwhile, our mage friend is facing his own nightmare. He is hauling it out of there to avoid a massive earth-shattering explosion. At the Celestial team's middle tower is a total clash of egos. The mage and the enemy warrior are just roasting each other. The warrior taunts him, calling him a coward for hiding. He is basically begging the mage to come out and fight like a man. The mage is not having it, calling him a total psycho. If you are so jealous, why do you not just head back home already? He sets his sights on a nearby stone pillar. Just gotta break that, and it is game over. But then he spots something. Did he just say Seong Ji Han? The warrior totally falls for the bait and turns around. Talk about a rookie mistake. With his guard down, the mage lunges forward, thinking he has got him. Psych, there's absolutely nobody there, buddy. Before he can even touch the pillar, a huge blast sends him flying. Our mage just got served a face full of explosion. The enemy realizes he has been played. Now you are resorting to dirty tricks. The mage hits the dirt, realizing he is in over his head. The tables have completely turned. The warrior is standing over him, ready to end the mage's run right here and now. You put up a good fight, but it is time to go. Suddenly, the blue stone on the healing altar starts glowing like crazy. He looks up, totally confused. Is that Ga Young? No way, she is actually here already, right? We are all wondering the same thing. She has actually arrived. But the enemy just laughs it off, thinking he will not fall for the same trick twice. Oh, he is wrong. Ga Young moves like a total blur. She unleashes a strike as graceful as falling petals and shatters that altar instantly. The warrior is absolutely stunned when he turns around. He cannot believe she actually pulled it off and destroyed the altar. Everything goes up in smoke as Ga Young sticks the landing. She looks like a total boss, standing there in victory. She does not miss a beat, turning back to challenge them. Go ahead, mage. Give it your best shot if you dare. Hyped up by Ga Young, the mage does not hesitate anymore. He summons his fire magic and starts blasting from every single angle. Thanks to his quick thinking, they trigger a massive explosion and finally take the lead. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Ga Young checks on him, asking if he is alright. She thinks the match is basically over once they clear the bottom lane. The mage is just staring at her with pure heart eyes. Can you blame him? Ga Young really is the star here. Jihan catches up with them, noticing Ga Young beat him to the punch. The mage's reaction to him is honestly hilarious. He is actually annoyed. Like, how dare Jihan interrupt his little moment with her? Some people just have no timing. Jihan apologizes for taking so long, saying he owes her one. Ga Young is super chill about it though. She credits his spirit summon for the help, but Jihan is like, wait, I am not a summoned spirit. Okay, so funny. It looks like the Celestial team is ready to quit. They are stuck in base, so breaking the last tower should be easy. Jihan gets the gist. No more waiting around. He is ready to jump straight into the final showdown and end this. Let us wrap this up. But as he charges ahead, Ga Young yells for him to wait. She is looking pretty worried. That is the enemy respawn point. She has no idea why he is heading straight into the lion's den like that. He is fearless. He is toast but still incredibly salty. Why play like that? Even she thinks all hope is lost now. Are you just standing there? Give up and rest. We already lost, right? Why is he heading that way? His teammate wants him gone, telling Seong Ji Han there is nothing for him. As our guy gets closer, they keep throwing shade. He's actually attacking. Hilarious. Total newbie move. That barrier will just bounce him back. They do not see the disaster coming, still talking big. Who would have guessed Seong Ji Han was going for a direct hit? Oh man, this guy has lost it. You can't just attack the shield. But Seong Ji Han, he literally does not care. He just flashes a wicked smirk. Oh really, I guess I do not really know the rules here yet. I am a newbie after all. Suddenly, the system pings Seong Ji Han with a new quest. Looking at those rewards, it is definitely linked to the special quest that we saw him clear earlier on the map. The Golem meat quest. But the difficulty is the issue. We are talking about the Holy Sword and the Reaper's Scythe. One is at the Angel's Fountain, the other with the demons. Since they are respawn points, players cannot break them. That is the rule anyway. But Seong Ji Han, he is about to solo their entire defensive matrix. Watch this. When that barrier starts cracking, they completely lose it. No way, this should not even be possible. Total shock. Desperate to stop him, they scream at each other. It is going to shatter. Do something, anything. We are screwed. How can I fight someone who breaks altars for fun? Suddenly, Seong Ji Han turns around. Something big is coming now. Even Seong Ji Han has to look up. An archangel manifests. A massive entity with giant wings suddenly appears above them. The archangel slowly opens its eyes. Its face is already bulging with veins. This thing is beyond furious now. It is absolutely livid that a player is trashing the healing zone. Talk about drawing the ultimate boss's aggro. A blinding aura explodes from the archangel, crackling with lightning. The mage behind Gaang is literally shaking in fear. What on earth is that? Realizing the danger, she shouts to destroy the main camp immediately. It is now. Her teammate stammers out an understood while Gaang just watches Seong Ji Han in total confusion. What is he thinking? Seong Ji Han, what are you doing? Meanwhile, the archangel is desperately trying to heal the damaged pillar. Look at that. The system announces a massive blessing buff on the healing spot. The enemy sees this and celebrates his luck. He sees this and is totally shocked. What is this? He points at Seong Ji Han and mocks him. This barrier is rock solid, buddy. Just stop already and back off before you get yourself killed for nothing. The comments section is losing it. The tables have turned. Nobody thought that barrier would actually hold up like this. Seong Ji Han, the barrier conqueror. If he was just a bit faster, he might have actually pulled it off. Arya notices Seong Ji Han's face darkening. She tries to comfort him, but her words only make the tension even worse. Is that really all your power? Honestly, for a low-level creature, it was not bad. Do not be sad. After a long silence, Seong Ji Han finally speaks. You are right. This is not worth it. I must go out. Time to go all out. Seong Ji Han's battle spirit is back and he is ready to play for real now. The Nameless Divine Art has 3 skills based on different gods. God-slaying, fate-changing, and the legendary lightning art. He controls lightning and shadows with these secret arts. Suddenly, a deep and terrifying darkness begins to swallow the world. It is the Shadow Soul illusion. That dark energy is now swirling into the shape of a massive unicorn horn. Seong Ji Han grips his weapon, eyes locked on the altar. He thrusts forward with pure determination. This is the blow. That dark horn slams into the altar, making the ground shake. The enemy is desperately clinging to a pillar. I am being blown away. Grab onto something. Anything. This power is absolutely insane. We are all gonna fly. Arian is speechless. She cannot believe her eyes. Where did this terrifying level of power even come from, guys? The horn grinds against the altar with incredible force, creating a shockwave that feels like the world is exploding. Seong Ji Han grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his soul into this attack. He is not backing down now. Just a little more. Come on. Then a red system alert pops up. The Archangel is absolutely losing it. Time for divine punishment. The Archangel reaches out, aiming to obliterate this arrogant player with a blast of energy. This is getting real. The Archangel is out for blood now. It is determined to wipe Seong Ji Han out. But Seong Ji Han is built different. He charges straight into the storm, refusing to let his hard work go. The entire sky is now glowing bright. Lightning crackles everywhere as smoke fills the air. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han emerges from the haze looking like a total boss, standing tall as the undisputed victor. Player Seong Ji Han just secured a pentakill. Once he sees that the chaos has finally settled, he finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, it is over. The demon team has claimed victory and the match is officially closed. But man, everyone is absolutely losing it right now. Fans are shocked that Jihan hard carried the team like that. Did he really pull off a pentakill to finish? That is just insane. He definitely shattered some records today. First jungling, then smashing the barrier. How many world-shaking feats can one guy actually pull off? Seriously, every time this man plays, it is a total sensation. I am not even surprised anymore. He's just on another level. I bet the American Vanguard team will offer $500 million. If they do not give him a massive deal, I would be shocked. Let us hope nobody jinxes it. Meanwhile, Shizuru is watching the replay and her eyes are fixed on Seong Ji Han with total caution. She cannot believe he destroyed the altar. A silver-ranked jungler doing all this is beyond impressive. Every match he plays is just legendary. If he keeps this up, he might actually surpass the Sword King. Right then, she has a wild thought. Shizuru cannot lose this diamond. She must recruit him at any cost. But as a low-level employee, it is hard to get close. How can she even approach him? She starts racking her brain for a plan. Just then, a staff member walks in and greets Li Hawan, wishing the president a good day. Suddenly, all of Shizuru's attention shifts toward Li Han. A devious look creeps onto her face as a sneaky idea finally starts to take shape. Flash forward to the next morning at Jihan's apartment. System notifications are popping up everywhere with tons of big congratulations for him. Looking at these top-tier rewards, he cannot help but grin. This payout is even better than he expected. He even automatically received the quest items. Now he just needs to crush the demon team's holy relic. Suddenly, Ariel appears out of nowhere. Jihan actually wants to thank her. He tells her she was actually pretty useful and did a great job. But now he needs more help and Ariel suddenly gets suspicious. Who are you? She demands. Jihan is caught off guard. She has been doubting him for a long time, and now she finally asks. What power did you use to destroy that healing spot? She demands. The problem is he cannot exactly spill his secrets to her. He can't say it is tech he mastered before his reincarnation. That would be too messy. So he decides to deflect the truth. He tells her he can't give a clear answer. He just says it's a gifted power and asks why she's so obsessed with knowing. As soon as he finishes, Ariel flies right above his head. She's not playing around. She manifests dark swords pointed at him. Jihan is completely stunned by her aggression. Hey, what are you doing? He asks. But Ariel is determined to get the truth. Start talking, she yells. Where did a lowly creature like you get that power? She is desperate to understand his terrifying strength. Are you going to talk or what? Where did you get that energy, you little rat? Jihan just looks at her with confusion. He tells her he has no idea why she is reacting like this. Is she just jealous of his skills? Is that why? Ariel goes quiet for a second before explaining. That was primordial body power. The skill he used is the Shadow Queen's power. Jihan is stunned, the Shadow Queen. While he is trying to process that, Ariel keeps dropping clues about the dark mana. She explains that his mana formed exactly like that dark essence. The only way to describe that power is, but then she stops. She bites her lip and refuses to say more. Instead, she gets back in his face. Tell me, how are you using that technique? Jihan starts thinking. The Divine Shadow technique is from the Nameless Divine Arts he learned before his reincarnation. Is there a link? Do the Wandering God and the Shadow Queen actually share the same skills? He decides to keep his cards hidden for now. I have nothing to explain, he tells her. Ariel is furious that he is pushing her away, so he gives her a lie. He tells her the reward vanished. He claims the constellation he tried to link with took it away, and he is just a player. If you do not believe me, check my status window. Ariel goes quiet, thinking it over. Then she asks for the name. Jihan decides to stop there. Without overthinking it, he looks her in the eye and finally says it. It was the eye of. He thinks to himself that the Divine Shadow technique is a skill from the Nameless Divine Arts he learned before reincarnating. Do the Wandering God and the Shadow Queen actually share the same skills? Is there a deeper connection between them? Jihan still decides to keep his secrets hidden. I do not have any explanation for you, he says firmly. Ariel is visibly annoyed that he is being so secretive. Are you really trying to shut me out like this, she asks. Since he has to say something, he gives her a brief story. That reward is gone now. It just vanished. That constellation I was trying to connect with must have snatched it away. I am just a player who lost his prize. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to check my status window. Ariel falls silent, thinking it over. Finally, she asks him one simple, direct question. What was the specific name of that reward he just mentioned? Jihan knows he should stop talking after this one. Without overthinking, he finally says it. It was the eye of. Our girl Ariel is still feeling a bit skeptical about our guy. Pretty suspicious, right? But whatever, let's just move on. She stops grilling him and finally decides to take off. Once Ariel is out of sight, Seong Ji Han lets out a huge sigh of relief. I thought for sure she was going to tear this whole place apart. Then his phone rings. Yo, I am listening. Is that Haeon? She is losing it and asks him immediately. I just saw the live stream. What on earth just happened? Posts about you were trending all over the internet. If you told me sooner, I could have picked out the best shots myself. Seong Ji Han is totally blindsided by this. Haeon breaks it down. Look, we have to keep the guild channel active at least. But honestly, I feel like we have been posting way too much Battle.net stuff lately. Seong Ji Han still does not see the issue. So what is the big deal? Is that not what the Battle.net guild is for? Haeon keeps pushing her point. Dude, variety is key. Do you not realize you have actually got your own dedicated fan cafe now? Wait, I have actual fans? Haeon confirms it. Yep, and there is something I have been dying to ask you. Night falls. Suddenly, Haeon is snatched up and tied to a chair. The big boss steps up with his crew, smirking at her. Took some real work to drag you out here. So are you really the big boss of Great Vester? Haeon is totally clueless about why she was even kidnapped. The thugs close in, looking pretty excited to use her. Every guild has a bounty on your head. If we play our cards right, we are going to be filthy rich. But Haeon is not just going to sit there and take it. She starts firing back at them immediately. You think you will get away with this? You are dead wrong if you think I would ever work with trash like you. I did not become a leader just to help people like you. The boss just laughs, loving the challenge. Keep that energy and scream louder. Haeon just starts blasting them with every insult in the book. You look like a total idiot wearing sunglasses at night. You bald piece of trash, you are an eyesore. A henchman snaps back at her. Shut up, boss is not bald, he has just got a clean shave, okay. He says it with total confidence. Do not expect anyone to find you. Give up now, lady. This abandoned house is not even on the map. I guarantee your GPS will never track us here. Then a super familiar voice rings out. Relax, unless you want to die. Found you guys. Everyone in the room whips their heads around in pure shock. No way is that really Seong Ji Han. It is him. Seong Ji Han shows up in a slick suit to save Haeon. The thugs go into full combat mode immediately. Seong Ji Han, how did that guy find us? Damn it, open fire. They start spraying bullets right at our guy. But Seong Ji Han does not even flinch. The bullets are inches away from tearing him apart. Suddenly, he uses his mana to freeze every single bullet mid-air. These thugs are absolutely terrified now. They drop their guns, calling him a monster. To handle our MC, the boss pulls out a massive cannon. It is all or nothing now. I will blow you and this whole building to kingdom come. A massive shell flies right at him. Seong Ji Han just stands there looking cool and totally unbothered. He uses his mana to flip the script and send that shell right back at them. Boom. The explosion looks like something straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster. Seong Ji Han walks over. You okay, Haeon? Haeon is stunned. How did you even track me down? Seong Ji Han just reaches into his suit jacket. He pulls out a phone. It is all thanks to the Space 23. The GPS is insanely accurate, guys. Seong Ji Han starts a full-on sales pitch and Haeon totally plays along. She is losing her mind over it. Is this the Space 23 with the shock-resistant body and that flexible display? This is wild. Seong Ji Han is officially the spokesperson now. It is way smoother and more reliable than any other foldable phone out there. Pre-order your Space 23 right now. We all thought this was some epic hero saves the girl moment, but it is a commercial. Turns out Han was the director all along. She is like, wow, your acting was actually top tier, Seong Ji Han. Seon is dying of laughter after watching this masterpiece. Honestly, you look so good on camera, uncle. You should seriously consider becoming an actor. Seong Ji Han just says, wipe your tears before you talk to me. Seong Ji Han did not realize the ad would be this shameless. Look, I only did it because you asked me to. But seriously, why did you make it so over the top? Han just pulls out her phone again. The engineering team over at Z Virgin Electronics poured their literal blood, sweat, and heart into this device. Don't you know? Check this out. Extrinsic paper is a double S rank item only found in platinum tournaments or higher. No one knew how to use it at first, but once companies figured it out, prices absolutely exploded. Suddenly, Arian pops up with some major attitude. She calls it a waste to use Extrinsic on trash. Jack thinks she is being way too harsh on Han and tries to get her to chill out. But Arian does not care. She keeps insulting everyone, calling humans an inferior species who waste rare items. Seong Ji Han gets curious and asks if there are other hidden uses for the paper we do not know. Arian confirms there are. Just then, the doorbell rings and cuts their conversation short. Ha Yeon goes to open the door thinking it is the cameraman. Seong Ji Han wonders why he is here now. It turns out they are filming some training content inside the Sword Palace facility today. Then Ha Yeon remembers she has someone new to introduce to Seong Ji Han. The editing team from the Young Guild is here to help. They give Seong Ji Han a friendly greeting. Suddenly, a soft voice speaks up as a sweet, seductive scent fills the entire room. It is Yura from the editing team. But wait, Shizuru is finally back and using a disguise. Chapter 62. Her gentle words sound like honey trying to pull him in. Total trap. Luckily, Ha Yeon snaps Seong Ji Han back to reality. He shakes it off and asks about the filming plan. Ha Yeon confirms the plan. Meanwhile, Shizuru bows politely while hiding her true identity. She claims she asked for permission to join the shoot because she is a huge fan of his. She says she really wanted to meet him in person. Then she asks if they can shake hands. Seong Ji Han is caught off guard and hesitates for a second. But he is a nice guy, so he reaches out and takes her hand. Shizuru tries to use her charm magic to seduce him. But karma hits her fast. Sparks of electricity shock her. A system window pops up saying she does not have permission for this. Shizuru stands there in total shock. To break the awkward silence, Ha Yeon claps her hands. Time to head to the training facility. Ha Yeon tells Seong Ji Han to lead the way. As they walk, Shizuru follows behind, feeling like something is very wrong here. She has never seen a system message like that before, not even with a Sword King. She starts questioning who Seong Ji Han really is. There is definitely more to him than meets the eye. Seong Ji Han reaches out to shake her hand, not knowing her true intentions. Shizuru pours her magic into the handshake, but she gets blasted by lightning instead. The system denied her access. She is totally stunned by the rejection. Ha Yeon notices the weird vibe and quickly suggests they move to the gym. Seong Ji Han takes the lead. We can see he is totally unaffected by her move. Shizuru follows along, her mind racing. That error message is something she has never seen. Even against world-class players, the system never blocked her like this. Who is this guy? Over at the gym, Yoon Se-ah is pushing her limits. She looks like she is about to collapse. Seong Ji Han watches her closely, clearly proud of her hard work. He cheers her on to keep going. Just one more. But Yoon Se-ah is totally drained and begs him for a break. Ha Yeon is streaming the whole thing. The fans are going wild seeing Yoon Se-ah work so hard. Everyone in the chat is curious about her stats. A high schooler with this much muscle. Her gift is definitely special. Ha Yeon turns the camera towards Seong Ji Han for an interview. She asks him what kind of intense training Yoon Se-ah is doing right now. Seong Ji Han explains that they are focusing on her endurance stat. It is a rare stat you get by hitting max health before level 10. Truly elite stuff. It basically doubles your health efficiency. You and I know how broken that is for her. Ha Yeon is impressed. It sounds like a simple but incredibly powerful boost for her. Alright, you and I have never heard of a hidden endurance stat before. Plus, you have to unlock it within 100 days. That is exactly why it is such a tough grind. But Seong Ji Han is backing Sia, showing his absolute faith in her. He is convinced Seha will crush it. Her dad is a guild master, and she has a top-tier mentor like him. But after these brutal training routines, Seha is ready to tap out. She is literally begging for death. The comments section is blowing up right now. People are asking if he is seriously just healing her mid-workout. This looks so familiar. It feels like modern hunters prefer the gym over actually sparring these days. Is that for real? I thought they would be training in an arena or something. This looks more like torture, but she will survive. Seha, while you are cheering her on, Lee Howen notices something interesting and jumps in with a new proposal. Hey Seong Ji Han, care to share your personal training routine with us? Our guy decides it is time to go big. He's about to show everyone his private training room. Lee Han is losing it. Seriously, what could be better? Now I am curious. Is this place even safe? But the second Lee Haon steps inside, she is completely floored. Wait, there is nothing here. He slowly walks up the steps and reveals he does not need any equipment. And then a surprise guest appears. Ariel. Seriously, she asks if he wants her to do it again. He stands right in front of the kid and confirms. Hit me with everything. Ariel is ready to school him. You arrogant human, you better be ready this time. Ariel unleashes a barrage of shadow swords. Seong Ji Han does not flinch for a second and charges straight ahead. With those god-tier reflexes of his, he is dodging through that sword storm like a literal breeze, closing the gap to finish Ariel off in one go. But Ariel just smirks like she has a hidden trump card. Right as he is making his move, sudden arrows erupt right out of the ground. She is just standing there cool as a cucumber waiting for him. Seong Ji Han just throws up an arm and blocks every single strike with a smug little grin. Next thing you know, Ariel is absolutely losing her mind. He just shattered her entire combo like it was nothing. And for the finisher, Seong Ji Han slaps a heart sticker right on her forehead. After getting played like that, the poor girl turns beet red and starts screaming about how arrogant he is. Lee Haon cannot believe her eyes. Now, here's the thing you and I missed. Is it actually over? He confirms it. I did not even see him move. Lee Haon is just laughing awkwardly because Seong Ji Han is clearly way beyond them. Got any other training tricks? That was way too fast for us to even follow. That is when Ariel decides to chime in with some sass. Talk about a slow species with zero vision. Ouch. Shizuru is standing there completely frozen after seeing those insane moves. No way. That attack was aimed straight for his blind spot. Yet he managed to pivot and lock it down at the last second. Is that even possible? I brought the Akashic Scroll. She can feel the scroll's power starting to kick in now. Thank goodness she actually brought it along. The scroll in her bag is glowing like crazy. A bit later, during a break, Shizuru finally approaches Seong Ji Han. Hey Seong Ji Han, she acts all sweet and asks for a favor. Mind if we just fix your microphone real quick? Seong Ji Han does not think twice and stands up. Sure, why not? She steps in close and reaches for his shirt. Shizuru is totally using this chance to blast him with her charm magic. Now she is finally showing her potential. This is Ito Shizuru's special gift. A beauty like hers has the skill to charm anyone and manipulate their thoughts. It is the ultimate trump card she received from Leon's personal training. And that Akashic Scroll. It is glowing and amping up her power. The scroll she is holding is a high-level item that can trigger that insane charm ability. But Seong Ji Han does not seem affected at all. Shizuru is totally lost, seeing him just stand there. What, even with the Akashic Scroll, it is not working. I did not even have this much trouble with the Sword King. What is going on? Suddenly, Seong Ji Han speaks up. Hey, Shizuru slowly looks up at him with the most affectionate smile she can muster. Seong Ji Han looks like he has fallen for it, staring at her with stars in his eyes. What was your name? Chapter 63. While those two are busy chatting, Seiya is actually hiding right behind the door. She is watching it all go down. No way is he seriously asking for her number. Seiya is absolutely shocked after seeing him make the first move. Even though she is trying to stay calm, you and I know she is about to lose her mind. Seiya can't stop her mind from racing. What is with that look on his face? She has never seen him look like that before. Even with Han right there, he doesn't seem to care at all. It is wild because we all thought he had zero interest in dating. Suddenly, Seiya feels this massive chill down her spine. Behind her stands Han, and she has brought her camera crew along for the ride. So he actually does like women. This is the same guy who told me he could not even remember his own phone number. Shizuru finishes typing her number into his phone and hands it back. Look at that, Jihan is blushing like a total schoolboy. He is completely under her spell already. He thanks her, sounding a bit dazed, but he is clearly grateful for whatever she just told him. She plays the fan card perfectly, but behind that sweet smile, Shizuru is already spinning a web of lies and schemes. Controlling our main character is proving to be a nightmare. The brainwashing isn't a total success yet, since he is not exactly begging for mercy. That level of submission does not work on the Sword King either. Both these guys are going to be a massive headache for her plans. She is determined to make Jihan fall head over heels no matter what. Meanwhile, night falls over the apartment he shares with CA. Jihan is actually getting all dressed up like he is heading somewhere fancy. Seeing him like this has CA's curiosity hitting overdrive. Hey, what is all this about? She has never seen him in a suit before. Is he meeting someone, maybe that editor girl from before? She follows him out peppered with questions, but he suddenly stops. He turns back and gives her a serious look before leaving. He tells CA he has got a busy night and not to wait up for dinner. And just like that, Jihan is out the door. Now CA is just standing there in the quiet room, totally confused. You can see the worry starting to cloud her eyes. What is going on? She gets this sinking feeling that he is leaving for good. That old fear of losing everything is creeping back in. Over at a high-end luxury building, the night is in full swing. Jihan has arrived to meet Shizuru just like they planned. He sends her a quick text to let her know he is there. Takeda is lurking nearby and Shizuru looks smug seeing Jihan so captivated. Takeda suddenly speaks up, catching Shizuru's attention. Man, you can tell he is nervous by the way he is clenching his fists. He asks if they really need to move this fast and reveal themselves. Shizuru, being herself, patiently lays out her cold-blooded logic. A player like Seong Ji Han can break skill limits at any moment. Plus, she needs to keep her grip on the Sword King's power. Takeda is still shaking in his boots. He points out that she even used the Akasha Scroll, which feels like a huge risk. He is worried it will backfire, but Shizuru shuts him down. She tells him to stop overthinking and just follow the damn plan. Even if things go south, the shadow will back them up. Talk about overconfidence, but I guess she does have a solid escape route. Suddenly, Shizuru flinches as she looks toward the entrance. Jihan has finally made his grand appearance right at the door. He apologizes for the wait, but then he freezes. He spots a familiar face in the room. Wait, is that Takeda? Takeda can only give a forced, awkward laugh now that he has been spotted. Jihan is clearly confused about why this guy is here. Why are you here? Before Takeda can even get a word out, Shizuru cuts him off and tells Jihan to just ignore him. She flashes that fake friendly smile again. Claims Takeda is just there for work support, but Jihan isn't entirely buying it. Work support, Shizuru stands up, practically radiating that dangerous charm of hers to keep him distracted and off balance. She says her job is basically reporting on him to Japan. Meanwhile, Takeda is already reaching into his pocket for something hidden. He pulls out a glowing yellow item. He tells Jihan they want to share their feelings, which sounds incredibly suspicious. Instantly, Takeda blasts him with a wave of green energy. Those memory fragments are flying straight at Jihan like missiles. Shizuru realizes Takeda might actually be useful for once. His gift is trash in a real fight, but for this, it is perfect. Combined with her own abilities, his gift of shared emotions becomes a trap. It is the ultimate setup for her to take control. When they use it with the Akasha Scroll, the target literally has no choice but to bow down and obey her every command. It is game over for Seong Ji Han, or so she thinks. He is just standing there completely still like he has been turned to stone. Takeda's excited grin turns into a look of pure confusion. He is staring at Jihan, unable to wrap his brain around the situation. Why didn't the Akasha Scroll work? Takeda is frozen in shock as his entire plan just crumbles. Turns out Jihan was not under her spell at all. He kept a perfectly cool head through the whole entire thing. He mentions how he has always wondered why anyone would follow someone like her. It all makes sense to him now. He realizes it was all thanks to this item. Jihan even managed to figure out her secret identity that she works so hard to hide. Takeda's face goes from hyped to totally baffled in a second. He just can't understand the scene playing out in front of him. How could the scroll just fail like that? Takeda is stuck there like a statue, completely unable to make a single move. Jihan was never actually fooled by her. He stayed cold and calculated, mocking the fact that people only followed her because of a scroll. He even managed to call out her hidden identity. Shizuru is completely stunned now that her true mask has finally been ripped off. Seeing how sharp Seong Ji Han is, she realizes her brainwashing failed. Now she asks him, point blank, was this an act all along? He knows her identity. This is bad. Seong Ji Han stays cold and keeps his secrets. Who knows? Am I obligated to tell you? He walks slowly toward her. Does it matter that your skill had no effect on me? Don't make a scene. Just behave. His face darkens with a chilling direct warning. Shizuru is speechless after her failure. Real or not, she suddenly admits her total guilt. I should have researched you better before moving. Then she suddenly asks a question. Did you know? A dark figure is creeping up behind Seong Ji Han right now. She has a backup. Her assassin lunges at Seong Ji Han. Night falls over the whole city. As everything goes silent, Seong Ji Han and Akari start a brutal, intense, and very fiery clash. They crash through the glass window, clashing mid-air. Here we go, Chapter 64. Seong Ji Han and the girl are free-falling. Seconds later, a massive boom as they hit. Despite the insane height, Seong Ji Han manages to struggle back up to his feet. His suit jacket is left behind. He stares at the scene, totally and completely confused. Who is standing there? A red-haired girl in a full black secret combat suit. Seeing her pro stance and lethal strikes, Seong Ji Han realizes she is a true assassin. Shizuru watches from above with her crew. She is feeling really good about her choice. Bringing her along was the right call. She knows this assassin is absolutely top-tier material. Akari's specialty is stealth and ambushes. In the shadows, she is officially number one. Seong Ji Han isn't underestimating Akari. He knows he is facing a dangerous and formidable opponent. This just got way harder. He analyzes her movement and speed very, very carefully. She is at least gold rank, no diamond tier. They were seriously well prepared. Ito Shizuru is a tough enemy. She thinks she has already won the game. But do not celebrate yet. Seong Ji Han has his own tricks. I came prepared too, okay. Suddenly, Takeda panics. Oh no, this whole fight is being streamed live right now. It is on BattleNet. He shoves the phone screen in Shizuru's shocked face. She is stunned. Flashback to day 1, Shizuru meets them with her entire team. They were supposed to help Seong Ji Han's editorial crew out on that specific day. Ariel was suspicious immediately. Something is off. Seong Ji Han asks what is going on. She points right at that girl. She is hiding an Akashic scroll right inside. Seong Ji Han does not get it. An Akashic scroll, Ariel breaks it all down now. It is meant to boost special gifts. I am not sure what she wants, but a normal person with a rare item is definitely sketchy. Stay on your guard. Ariel smelled a rat and warned him early. Later, they took a short break. Let us rest before we continue. Seong Ji Han sits alone, lost in his deep thoughts. Why would a regular employee possess such a high-tier and very dangerous item? What is she planning? Right then, Shizuru approaches him. Hey there, Seong Ji Han. She leans in close, touching his clothes. Let me fix your mic real quick. Oh, sure. Suddenly, an intense energy surges through his entire body right now. Red system alerts flash everywhere. Danger, Shizuru is trying to use charm magic. Seeing her real name, Seong Ji Han is shocked. Wait, is that really her name? He knows that name. The woman who seduced Eugene. Shizuru speaks to him. Seong Ji Han feels the pull. His face turns red. He clenches his fists really tight. I have to focus or I am done. You and I know he won't lose. Seong Ji Han realizes he is in trouble and triggers his nameless divine mind control skill. This keeps his head straight. His spirit stays firm, totally immune to Shizuru's charms. He starts repeating her name over and over in his head. Ito Shizuru. How did she get here while the Sword King is gone? I really want to unmask her now. But if she has already fooled everyone, exposing her right now might be impossible. I have to be smart here, so I will just play along. Seeing him stay so quiet, Shizuru decides it is time to speak up first. With his Hollywood-level acting skills, Seong Ji Han puts on a show. Wait, what did you say your name was again? He is definitely waiting for the perfect chance to expose her fake face. Once she shows who she really is, she will not be able to escape this time. Now Seong Ji Han is not worried anymore and just shares his thoughts. Honestly, I was worried you would notice I was still awake. Seems your acting is not that bad either, huh? Seong Ji Han is a genius. He is actually live streaming this to everyone. Wait, what is happening? Is this for real? Can someone explain? I bet Japan is trying to brainwash Seong Ji Han to take him away, but it clearly failed. What is that new skill? This topic is already trending at the top. So how about that, Shizuru? Faced with Seong Ji Han's question, she can only stand there frozen and speechless. Then he starts to mock her a bit. I can see you are unhappy with the Sword King. Did you think child-level brainwashing would work on me? Ariel takes some credit for herself, saying if it was not for me, you would be trapped. Stop acting cool. Everyone in the comments is losing it. The Sword King was brainwashed too. What on earth is going on? Shizuru's face suddenly turns dark. Akari, start the plan. Seeing there is no way out, she gives the order. She does not dare to wait and nods in agreement. Understood. Akari stands right in front of Seong Ji Han now, gripping two sharp blades in her hands. She quickly drops into a stance, getting ready to launch an attack. As you wish, I will take you with me, even if I have to break all your limbs. Seong Ji Han asks. A very silly question to Ariel. She is not complimenting me, is she? How can he even ask that? He is curious about what she said and looks for a translation feature. But Akari has a short fuse. She swings her knives at him before he can do anything. Every single slash from Akari is razor sharp. With his quick reflexes, he manages to dodge just in time. Seong Ji Han stops holding back and enters high focus mode. He swings his sword down, instantly slicing Akari right in two. But in a heartbeat, her body just vanishes. A shadow, a red aura, starts gathering right under the ground. In a flash, Seong Ji Han is pulled away into a bright red dimension. Is this another space? No matter how strong Akari is, he will win this fight. They were right, you are strong. But I am an assassin. Even in the dark, you will not find me, because the darkness is always on my side. Suddenly, a bright red slash flies out from the void toward him. Seong Ji Han keeps a cool head and swings his sword everywhere to block every single strike coming from Akari. She does not want to drag this out and decides to end it fast. He is trying his best to block all my attacks. Fine, let us just finish this right now. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy flashes right past her. This makes Akari jump out of her skin. Wait, what is this? Is my shadow being pulled away? Seong Ji Han refuses to give up and gives it his all. He flashes a smirk, proving that his words were absolutely right. The darkness is on your side. Seong Ji Han stops talking, unleashes a powerful sword strike at her. Akari uses her blades to block it, creating a very intense scene. Seong Ji Han does not look scared at all because he knows the advantage is his. What a coincidence, it likes me too. Moves in Shadow SD's rank expands the range of darkness and absorbs the shadows of all nearby enemies. Chapter 65. Akari and Seong Ji Han are currently locked in a very fierce and fiery battle right now. They are evenly matched, and nobody is backing down. Both of them temporarily move back to keep their distance. Seong Ji Han loses his patience and asks her again. Surprise, right? I told you I came here prepared for this. Seong Ji Han puts his weapon on his shoulder and gives a satisfied smile. 2 hours ago, he was just standing there, looking confused. This is so strange. Back then, he earned a new achievement and his warehouse hit level 6, increasing his gift slots. He just received the random chest of the month. He stands before the system screen, failing to understand any of it. I wanted to organize these before leaving, but some items look quite useful. A random box. What is that? We have no idea what Seong Ji Han just found, but his eyes are totally lighting up. As a legendary gambler, our boy Seong Ji Han just can't look away. He loves gacha. Arian is like, "What are you doing?" The system pops up a notification. You have bought a random box. The monthly special bonus for high-tier loot has been activated. Reading this, Seong Ji Han is already feeling the hype. I can pull a gift from this. That is what I am talking about. The system screen flashes with a big congratulations. Boom, you have just scored a rank A agility skill. Pretty sweet, right? But Seong Ji Han is not impressed at all. Totally useless. Who needs this? Then some new info catches his attention. The Shadow Queen constellation is paying serious cash to swap the box rewards. Talk about a massive power move from her. Just like that, a change is confirmed. That rank A agility skill, gone. It is replaced by the Moon Shadow skill instead. Before Seong Ji Han can even process this, Arian starts freaking out. Are you insane? She cannot believe what the Shadow Queen just did. She is yelling, how could you give Moon Shadow to a lowly creature like him? If you keep handing out items like this, your energy balance is going to get completely wrecked. Seong Ji Han reads the info and realizes this is a literal double S rank gift. It is like the Shadow Queen is determined to get him on her side no matter the cost. Absolute queen behavior. While he is thinking, Arian drops a bombshell. This skill will actually allow you to ascend and become a constellation yourself one day. Seong Ji Han is stunned. Wait, what did you say? I thought constellations were born from other constellations. Is that even possible for me? Arian is totally speechless. There is no point in explaining it now. Is that queen crazy for giving him this much power? Seong Ji Han just stands there in silence. Suddenly, the door swings open. Yoon Se-ah sees him all dressed up and is immediately suspicious. Uncle, what is with the suit? I've never seen you wear that. Are you going to see a girl? Maybe that editor. With Yoon Se-ah's questions hitting him fast, Seong Ji Han hesitates. Is today the day he tells her the truth about her father's kidnapper? If things go sideways, he will get brainwashed and Yoon Se-ah will be left all alone. He has to be so careful here. After thinking it over, he speaks softly. Yoon Se-ah, seeing him hesitate like that, she is clearly confused. Something is definitely up. He walks to the door and gives her a warning. Don't worry and don't wait up for me. Then he leaves her alone. Stepping outside, Seong Ji Han's head is down. He knows Horim is baiting him even though she knows he is Yoon Se-ah's only family left. His face is pure determination now. I am not letting that happen. Not today, not ever. The real battle starts now. While he is fighting Akari, the chat is blowing up. A diamond rank losing to a silver. Where are the special forces? The viewers are like they are useless anyway. Honestly, our boy doesn't even need saving. He has got this under control. Since she is a tough opponent, Seong Ji Han decides to go all in. I did not think I would have to use this move yet. Without a second of doubt, he swings his blade down at Akari. He misses her, but the impact creates a massive shockwave. Akari ditches her knife and pulls out multiple daggers. She grips them tight in both hands, ready to let them fly. She screams, why don't you try absorbing this? She throws a literal rain of daggers straight at him with everything she's got. Seong Ji Han doesn't even flinch. Facing down that storm of steel, he's calm as can be. Talk about ice in his veins. Waiting for the perfect opening, he grips his sword tight. He is looking for that one clean strike to end this whole fight. Moving like a literal painting, Seong Ji Han weaves through the daggers and closes the gap. He unleashes one powerful, decisive slash. Akari manages to leap into the air to dodge, but she is completely terrified by how much he's overwhelming her right now. I can't believe this. How am I losing to a silver rank? I am supposed to be way stronger than this guy. Akari just cannot accept what is happening. Below them, a massive explosion erupts, filling the entire area with thick, heavy smoke. Horim stands there alone in the aftermath, feeling completely useless. All her data and planning totally wasted. It is all gone. Even with that Akashic scroll, he is still fighting without being brainwashed. Her secret weapon did not even work on him, and even with a diamond rank like Akari, she is still being pushed back. Seong Ji Han is just on a completely different level. How dare he mess up my entire plan like this? She is biting her lip in pure rage. This was supposed to be easy. Even pushed to the edge, the hype isn't over. This is just the beginning for him. This reality is just too much to handle. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area, sending thick smoke into the air. Horim is left standing all alone in that vast space, feeling completely useless as everything falls apart. All of his hard-earned data was for nothing. Even with the Akashic scroll, the guy kept fighting without being brainwashed. And even though Akari is a diamond rank player, she is still no match for him. How dare he ruin the plan? She bites her lip in pure frustration. Even though she has been backed into a corner, the anger is still boiling over. Shizuru is seriously obsessed. She is determined to control Seong Ji Han no matter the cost. Akari freezes for a second, and Shizuru decides to turn her into an absolute weapon. I am disabling your restrictions. Her eyes glow blood red as her soul is completely hijacked. An insane explosion erupts right in front of Seong Ji Han, leaving him totally caught off guard. Our boy is stunned. See, that restriction system usually keeps player stats low during tutorials. It exists so high-level players cannot just go around abusing their power on Earth. But Shizuru just used a skill that lets Akari ignore those limits for a bit. Now the real fight begins. Akari looks like she is possessed by a straight-up demon. Seong Ji Han feels the shift too. Her aura is terrifying. Ariel warns him, watch out for this. Her limits are gone. Seong Ji Han is shocked, like is that even legal in this system? Seong Ji Han glares at Shizuru. Can her skill really do more than just simple brainwashing? Shizuru is grinning like a villain, totally convinced she has already won. Chapter 66. Seong Ji Han is still trying to process what he just saw. Honestly, we are too. This is absolute madness. That was a system lock. How did she even bypass that? A diamond rank player going full throttle. Guess what, we are all about to meet God. Ha Yeon gets the news and she is losing it. What, the restriction was actually cancelled? How is that possible? Ga Yang floor it. Hey, I am a bodyguard, not a getaway driver. Ha Yeon is fuming and panicked all at once. That Yoon Shizuru is a total snake. I literally begged to hire her, and she backstabs me like this. Seong Ji Han is in trouble. Seong Ji Han is strong, but diamond stats are a different beast. No more training wheels now. This is bad news. She does not think Seong Ji Han will survive. Meanwhile, Akari is charging. Good luck blocking this one, kid. Get ready for my phantom hand blade technique. In a flash, glowing red blades filled with demonic energy fly straight towards Seong Ji Han. Akari's eyes are bleeding red with pure bloodlust. Seong Ji Han stays on the defensive for now. Even with a solid shield, his body is getting shredded. He is starting to measure his limits. With my current strength, I cannot stop this. I have to slow it down to weaken it. If she keeps this up, things are going south fast. Akari pauses to study him. She has to admit the guy is tough. He is still standing after all that pressure. Only 3 minutes left. I need to finish him before the restriction kicks back in. She is watching his every move, guessing he is summoning a shadow sword with his left. As Seong Ji Han stands his ground, Akari speaks up. Sorry, but I am taking that arm now. She raises her blade high, eyes glowing red. Demon Shadow Blade, she lets it rip. That was a heart-stopping moment. It barely grazes his hair instead of a direct hit. The force was so insane it literally split the building behind him right in half. She is shocked Seong Ji Han was fast enough to dodge. He is way too strong for his silver. Smoke and fire fill the air as the building collapses. Seong Ji Han clutches his bloody arm. Suddenly, the system alerts them. Restriction reset. Akari is sure she has finally won. I cut his arm off. If he has any brains left, you will surrender now. It is over. She walks toward him, but what she sees next leaves her absolutely speechless. Massive waves of dark energy erupt from the ground, pinning her legs down. I cannot move. While Akari is trapped, Seong Ji Han just stays calm. This is not the first arm I have lost. You should have gone for my legs. I cannot exactly turn those parts into dark shadows. He raises a brand new arm made of shadows and waves. Now it is his turn. You have worked hard enough, lady. Now let us see how you handle my counterattack. Seong Ji Han pours every ounce of power into his spear and hurls it forward like a lightning bolt. Lockdown, Akari is paralyzed, completely stunned by the pressure. Then boom, a massive explosion tears through the battlefield. As the spear slams deep into the earth, Seong Ji Han stares ahead, heart racing as he waits to see the result. Who would have guessed Akari was this tanky? Seriously, taking a direct hit like that and still standing. That is pure insanity. Her body must be made of diamonds. Man, am I about to witness a murder. I thought Seong Ji Han was nerfed, but he is still a beast. Fans are losing their minds in the chat while Akari stands frozen. Just as Seong Ji Han moves in for the finish, he spots something unexpected. Look up. A fleet of helicopters is suddenly swarming the entire area surrounding their location completely. Player Kato, Akari, drop your weapon and surrender immediately. I repeat, put the weapon down now. Seeing the authorities step in, Seong Ji Han finally relaxes. Looks like this whole mess is finally under control for now. Meanwhile, Shizuru and Takeda are looking for any way to slip away. They are panicking, thinking they need to leave immediately. Shizuru hesitates for 1 second too long, giving Seong Ji Han the opening to trap them. He approaches slowly, radiating intense crackling lightning. Seong Ji Han is not letting them off easy. Wait a minute, you two, we still have a lot to discuss. Takeda is absolutely shaking at the sight of Seong Ji Han. But compared to his panic, she stays eerily calm. Shizuru plays the victim card, acting all innocent. My cover is blown and I wasted expensive artifacts. What a huge loss for me. But she is not done yet. Akari attacks Shizuru as being stubborn, refusing to give up and shouting orders. Akari cannot say no to her orders. Yes, mistress. Blue mist form activate. She drops into a predator stance, her eyes glowing with a deadly light. She is really going for it even with the odds against her. The units in the helicopters have had enough. They are making a move fire. A hail of bullets rains down on the scene. Hearing the chaos outside, Seong Ji Han turns his head toward the noise. Right then, Shizuru decides to have the last word. Such a shame, I had so much more to tell you. We will chat again soon. Shizuru's form begins to fade away. She flashes a friendly smile before vanishing into thin air. Goodbye for now, Seong Ji Han. We lost them quick after her. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is just standing there looking totally stunned by what just happened. Suddenly, he realizes Takeda is still on the ground and calls out, "Hey you, I need to know exactly what just happened." Seong Ji Han looks dead serious as he interrogates him with a terrifying voice. Takeda is so paralyzed by Seong Ji Han's killer intent he can't even speak. Cut to the Ito Shizuru mansion early one morning. Sejin is rushing inside, moving with a sense of extreme urgency. He slams the bedroom doors open without a second thought. After all this time, Sejin has finally come to confront Shizuru face to face. She is doing her usual thing, radiating that charm to manipulate men. "Welcome, Sejin. Do you have something heavy on your mind today?" He looks like he wants to tear her apart. Chapter 67. Sejin does not waste time and gets straight to the point. "Start talking, Shizuru." Was what Seong Ji Han said on his livestream actually the truth? He feels totally betrayed and starts questioning her immediately. "You are not just hitting on other guys, you are using charm magic on me too." Before he can even finish, she cuts him off. "Oh, Sejin, are you really doubting how much I love you?" Sejin just stands there totally speechless after her question. Shizuru slowly gets up and starts walking closer and closer to him. "I was just trying to recruit some top talent for my country. Seong Ji Han is nothing more than a valuable tool to be used. But you are the only one I truly love." She keeps pouring on the charm magic, making sure he believes every single word she says. Sejin stops his interrogation right then and there. He is standing completely still, totally caught in her spell. He can't help himself and pulls her into a tight hug. This feeling again. I know something isn't right here, but I can't look away from her eyes. It is just like the very first time we met. Back then, in a quiet atmosphere, Sejin was sitting alone at a bar with a glass of liquor in hand. He had no one to share his thoughts with, just staring blankly at his drink. A heavy sense of loneliness surrounded him. It hits him all at once. Seiya's death anniversary is coming up, and the sadness is too much. I should not drink anymore. Every time Sejin went home smelling like alcohol, she would always give him a hard time about it. "Oh man, I told you not to drink before coming home. Seiya really hates the smell of alcohol on you." Just thinking about her makes Sejin crack a smile. Suddenly, a girl's voice rings out. "Hey, looks like you've got a lot on your mind." A girl quietly approaches the empty chair and takes a seat right next to Sejin. Shizuru was so stealthy he did not even hear her arrive. When exactly did she even sit down here? Suddenly, she reaches out and gently touches his hand. "You are always sitting here drinking alone, aren't you? When your mind is exhausted, a drink. Nothing beats a cold one, right? But too much is bad for you. Want to try another way to distress?" Shizuru leans in close, whispering in his ear. Sejin is looking totally dazed by her crazy high charm stats. But wait, he's still got a cool head. He shakes her off and draws his sword right to Shizuru's throat. He is on high alert, demanding answers. "Who are you? What is your real goal here?" Red alert. The system triggers Gan Jiang and Mo Ye's special ability. That obedience status effect cancelled instantly. This was definitely not in her script. A special ability. Where did that come from? These were the Sword King's dual blades. She had no clue they had a hidden cheat code like this. System message, the traitor. Basically, anyone wielding this weapon is immune to all abnormal status effects. Talk about overpowered. Sejin is a tough nut to crack, but Shizuru is not giving up. She's going to have to try way harder. Shizuru keeps the act going, acting all sweet and innocent. "I did not do anything," she says. "I am just your biggest fan." But Sejin, he is just giving her a look that is cold as ice. She gently touches his blade, playing the victim. "I just wanted to help you feel better, that is all." She is still pushing her luck. His system keeps screaming. Ito Shizuru is trying to inflict a dependency status. A second later, his sword hits the floor. Totally different from before, Sejin actually starts asking questions. "So what is your name?" She finally hooked him, but deep down she is annoyed he is such a pain. Since obedience and infatuation failed, he is just acting on pure animal instinct now. So frustrating. Brainwashing won't stick without my main body here. Plus my other vessel Yuri is way too unstable. If this fails, not only is Seong Ji Han safe, but he will know exactly who I am. High stakes. I need to put way more work into this new body. Meanwhile, Akari is locked up in some dark dungeon. Sunset hits the BattleNet headquarters. Seong Ji Han is hearing the truth about Shizuru and he is absolutely livid. "So, Yuri was just a puppet. You're telling me there are dozens of these Shizuru clones out there?" Takeda sees that look in Seong Ji Han's eyes and starts shaking. He is not hiding a single thing from our guy. No, this is her first time trying the clone thing. She knew leaving the Sword King alone was too risky. Suddenly, his voice drops to a whisper. "I don't know how many she has or how she even does it." Please, you have to believe me, Seong Ji Han thinks it over. Honestly, the guy's story actually makes sense. You're right, that would have been way too easy. That night, the video exposing Ito goes live globally. The Japanese government makes a statement. We have no record of a player named Ito Shizuru. We are investigating. But the Sword King is involved too, making things messy. Seong Ji Han walks out, lost in his own thoughts. Ito Shizuru has friends in high places, from the government to big business. Normal rules just won't work. Seiya is waiting right outside. What took you so long? She's been waiting forever, and she is not happy. I have been standing here all day. I thought you got all the answers out of him last night. Seong Ji Han walks up and explains there were a few more things to check. Seiya just pouts at him. She has reached her limit and starts laying into him. Why didn't you tell me anything about that? Do you know how I felt hearing you lost a finger? Seeing that on the stream was a total shock. Is it that hard to keep me in the loop? I am not a little kid anymore, so stop it. Seong Ji Han does not even try to argue. He just apologizes. But then Seiya starts tearing up for real. Listen to me. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Seong Ji Han leans down to check. Wait, are you actually crying? Before he can finish, she punches him right in the gut. Talk about tough love. I know I am not much help now, but I will do whatever it takes to get stronger and help. Stop trying to carry the world on your shoulders. You get it? Seong Ji Han can't help but smile at her. Got it. Based on that punch, I'd say you're becoming a powerhouse already. Seiya just nods firmly. You bet I am. Not much longer now. Wow, look at her, finally learning a bit of humility. Seong Ji Han starts laughing and teases her. Oh man, what kind of little monster did I raise here? Then Seiya gets serious. About my dad, he was brainwashed by that woman on the stream, wasn't he? So do you think there is any way for us to break the spell and save him? Seeing Seiya so worried about her father is heartbreaking. Even Seong Ji Han can't help but feel for her here. You can't blame her. No matter what people say about Yoon Jin, he's still her dad after all. Honestly, even I'm not sure. But as Seong Ji Han finishes speaking, Ariel suddenly appears out of nowhere. Talk about timing. Our duo is completely caught off guard. Ariel, what did you just say? She repeats it just in case they missed it. Removing brainwashing is an elf specialty. Those guys are the most arrogant race in the universe. Chapter 68. CA is instantly hooked. The most arrogant race? Who exactly are we talking about here? Ariel hesitates for a second before dropping the bomb. It's the elves. You and I can see they're stunned. CA can hardly believe it. Are elves really that stuck up? Wait, aren't you an elf too, Ariel? Ariel clears up the confusion. No, I'm a dark elf. Unlike the others, they've always put their race first. Ever since their previous lives, those elves would do absolutely anything just to ensure their own survival. They even snatched all 5 top spots in the Space Alliance. Pretty wild, right? Seiya's totally shocked. I mean, movies and novels always show them as kind. Ariel actually agrees. They're great to their own people. But for outsiders or other species, they're ruthless and totally crooked. No mercy from those pointy-eared elites. Seiya has to know more. So who's this god of soul dominance? Then Ariel takes a deep breath. Okay, so there's this thing called the World Tree. It's basically the life source for their entire kind. To the elves, that tree is their whole world and their only god. It can actually purge any abnormal status. If her dad eats a leaf or even just touches a branch, that brainwashing would vanish instantly. Seong Ji Han stops in his tracks. Seiya needs to be 100% sure, so she asks for confirmation. So my dad can return to normal as long as we find that tree. Ariel gives a fair warning. Exactly, but it won't be easy. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han remembers something. Was that why Yoon Jin acted so weird? Seiya finally feels a weight lift off her shoulders. There's hope. At least we have a real shot now. The next morning is bright and sunny. Haeon kicks off a live stream to greet all the other players. Hey everyone, it's Lee Haon, the guild leader of Grave Fest here. How's everyone doing today? The chat is already blowing up. Hello to our beautiful leader. Where's Seong Ji Han? Is he okay? Everyone is obsessed with Seong Ji Han. Han just laughs it off and tries to keep everyone calm and happy. That last stream was a total shocker, wasn't it? Seong Ji Han is doing fine, so please don't worry too much. The Hunter department promised to boost game safety, but you and I know fans are still stressed out. They should have done that from the start, reform the government. If Seong Ji Han's gone, we're all finished. Then Haon drops some big news. Besides the Seong Ji Han update, I'm here to fulfill our big promise today. What promise? You guys remember, right? Haon confirms it with a huge excited grin on her face. That's right, we're revealing Seong Ji Han's status window now that he's hit 1 million subscribers. He's waiting for us right now. We'll show his stats during the entire match, so don't go anywhere. The fans are losing it. When did he hit 1 million? Right after that last stream. That was fast. Haon settles into her chair to watch Seong Ji Han's progress. Oh, we're just in time. Check this out. Seong Ji Han is currently in the lobby. He's standing there with a bunch of other players ready to go. Even Han is dying to see what he does next. The map is Invasion Dungeon. Seong Ji Han's on Team Angel. Let's see what he's got. But then a comment pops up that leaves Haon completely frozen in place. Isn't he opening his status window right now? Wait, is he just going to show everyone already? Howlin is fuming. Seong Ji Han, I told you to wait until the viewer count peaked before revealing your stats. If you show everything now, people will just leave. But Seong Ji Han doesn't care about the views at all. He throws his status window wide open. And man, those numbers. They are absolutely insane. What is this a tier 3 martial artist? Isn't that just a subclass for the warrior type? How can he be a mage archer and support all at once? And check out those 2 titles. What even is this power of martial arts stat? Everyone has a million questions for our guy. Seong Ji Han throws his hands up in surrender, but the questions keep coming. Seriously, who is this guy? What in the world did he just do? Honestly, I do not think anyone could look away after seeing a status window as insane as his. Everything started looping back to that exact moment. After that stream where he exposed Ito, Seong Ji Han racked up a massive mountain of achievement points. A random thought popped into Seong Ji Han's head while he was still trying to figure out where to dump all those mastery points. Our guy currently has both support and mage classes, but what would happen if he just added archer and warrior roles too? What happens if you actually own every single character class? Seong Ji Han then tried his best to explain his plan step by step. Alright, so third-rate martial artist is just a subclass for warriors. I only picked it because I finally met the requirements recently. The chat went absolutely wild hearing that. Like, wait, aren't you a support? Can you please just teach us how to do that? I already figured his status window would be a little crazy, but this, seriously, what on earth is even going on with these numbers? Can the beautiful Haeon explain this to me? Zero just donated 100,000 GP, asking what is up with those stats and classes. Haeon immediately turned around and asked him the same thing. Seong Ji Han, seriously, what is the deal with these multiplier stats and classes? Seong Ji Han appreciated the question, but it is not exactly the best time for him to answer. Here we go, thanks for the donation, friend. Please understand everyone, I am literally in the middle of a match right now, so I cannot answer every single question. But get this, some people think he is intentionally leaking his stats during the game just so he has an excuse not to answer. He is so smart. Seong Ji Han has zero concept of teamwork, so as soon as the match starts, he just sprints off on his own. Oh, the game is starting, so I am just going to head out solo. And just like that, Seong Ji Han is back to his usual self. When the other team realizes their opponent is Seong Ji Han, they literally start pulling their hair out in despair. Why is he on the enemy side? He is like an invasive species wrecking the silver rank ecosystem. Thanks for the compliment, he says while they are all still panicking. Then a voice rings out saying it is way too early to accept defeat. This guy immediately starts talking big to everyone. I have heard so much about you. Right after that, the swordsman drops into a battle stance. That swordsmanship is actually beautiful and powerful. Every time I see it with my own eyes, I can feel the black dragon inside my body twisting around. Come and get me. Prove that you are truly the strongest warrior in the Silver League. He's talking tough because he has not seen the end coming yet. With just one single horizontal slash, Seong Ji Han sends his head flying. You talk way too much, man. Seriously, please try to be more polite. Suddenly, the system starts blaring a warning. The Reaper is sensing a threatening aura coming from the demon's lair. The Grim Reaper is successfully summoned and a mysterious entity appears radiating a terrifying and bizarre killing intent. Seong Ji Han realizes this is the perfect moment to show off his real skills. Exactly. It is finally time to wrap up this mission. Suddenly, Ariel pops up to give him a quick heads up. Seong Ji Han, be careful. That demon's primary element is pure darkness. So using Eclipse to fight it might not be the best move. It is going to be really hard to clash with that evil spirit's power. Seong Ji Han just gives a cocky little smile when he hears that. So my mission is pretty obvious now, isn't it? Wait, what? A blinding light suddenly explodes with incredible brilliance. There is no way darkness can win a fight against light like this. Even though he is completely dwarfed by the giant's size, Seong Ji Han does not flinch. He grips his spear and gets ready to swing. Let us see if hellfire can actually burn you. Thunder God technique. Let's see how you handle my lightning, shall we? The entire space is suddenly overwhelmed by a massive surge of electrical energy coming straight from Seong Ji Han's position. Lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the Reaper is totally surrounded by Seong Ji Han's insanely powerful bolts of electricity. The system immediately pops up to congratulate him for destroying the divine relic. You have obtained a fragment of the Reaper's scythe. You have finished the linked quest to track the disciples. Phase 2 is now active, and tracking the disciples 2 is in effect. Sophia is completely speechless after watching Seong Ji Han's absolute top-tier performance. She honestly cannot believe what she just saw. Sophia from America First has officially landed in South Korea. She is so hyped to finally meet him in person. What if I get so excited that I start stuttering? I am here representing America First, so I have to make a great impression. I finally get to meet him. Suddenly, Sophia notices something strange and looks straight up at the sky. Up in the air, there is a plane surrounded by a glowing red aura. A split second later, something starts falling fast. It scares the absolute life out of her. Sophia is not alone either, she is traveling with Barrett. Seong Ji Han, just you wait. I am going to show you what real power actually looks like. The America First duo has officially touched down in Korea. Chapter 69. The very next morning, Seong Ji Han goes to meet Haeon and asks her a question. Now that you have seen it with your own eyes, do you finally believe me? After seeing it herself, she finally stops bugging him. It is actually the real deal. Seong Ji Han is just confused why she doubted him. How could I even fake a status window? Haeon is still curious about that subclass. No stat rewards, but the XP boost and leveling speed are insane. I didn't hesitate to share that secret. This buff is a total game changer for the guild. Stacking more buffs really only helps John anyway, right? A vision flashed through his mind. With all these systems, our guy John basically has two paths to power. Either master everything to boost every system or use all for one to max out just one path. He picked the support and mage path, so all for one it is. Now John can just sit back. It is a waiting game now. Thanks to all for one, his silver rank influence is skyrocketing. It is just time. But first, mission time. He is scanning the area looking for the next quest trigger. What is the catch? Suddenly, Haeon asks what he is up to, and the two of them start trading questions back and forth. So Yoon-se-ah and Marie are our only bronze ranks, right? Yep, everyone else is already at silver level. John gets a wild idea. He wants to show them something and needs Marie's specific skills for this task. She cannot say no to him. Time to welcome the guests. That was a long trip for them for sure. Barrett just landed in Korea and he is already slamming his coffee down. Talk about a bad first impression. He is yelling about how trash the coffee is. Is this how they treat guests? Absolutely zero chill here. Sophia is totally confused by his attitude. Like, dude, you were the one who begged to come here. Barrett looks away totally embarrassed. Who, me? I never said that. Yeah, sure, you didn't say that, buddy. He blames his skills for the outburst. He thinks the coffee is the problem. This guy is truly unbelievable. Diego finally snaps. Complaining about the food as a guest is just straight up rude. Someone had to say it. Barrett barks back, asking if Diego is just protecting his guild. Sophia has to jump in and calm him. Enough, Barrett. Then they mention Yoon-se-ah. She is lucky to be here since she is Jan's niece, apparently. But why is Diego here? Is it true he is a level 1 mage now after losing everything? That is brutal. Diego ignores him, but Barrett grabs a ball and starts laughing like a total creep. Not a fan of this. He mocks Diego, saying just throwing balls makes him dead weight. Strongest silver mage. Yeah, right, sure thing. Barrett is loving the silence. He thinks he has finally shut Diego up for good. Look at that smug face. Then Diego drops a bomb that stops everyone cold. I actually forgot that ball in the bathroom today. Barrett panics and tosses it back immediately. You freak. Do not joke around with stuff like that. Alright, you and I are seeing the heavy hitters now. John and Hound finally walk in to greet everyone. Hound greets them with her usual bright smile. Welcome to our guild, Barrett and Sophia. Glad you made it. Sophia is totally fangirling when she sees Jan. She is actually a huge fan. We love that positive energy. Barrett is just hot-headed as ever. No time for intros. Just get to the registration already, will you? John tells them to relax. No need to rush. Then he locks eyes with Sophia. Something is definitely up. It has been a while, Sophia. He still remembers the moment she first appeared back in the old days. Seeing her now brings back memories of his own registration. But first, John has some serious business to handle. Before we dive in, I have a special request. Barrett is shocked. A request. This should be very interesting. A massive monster appears on the screen. John points it out and drops the big question to the group. Do you guys want to help me take down the Kaoneset? All four of them are completely stunned now. The Kaoneset. A platinum-ranked giant serpent. It is literally the strongest boss in the entire forest area. And that is John's next mission target. Barrett is not happy. He thinks this is a suicide mission. Ridiculous. That is way above our pay grade. Plus, the Kaoneset does not even spawn in silver rank. John does not blink. He knows how to summon it. He is picking Yoon-se-ah and Marie for the squad. With 2 silver players plus John, he thinks it is totally doable. Sophia, though, she is still very worried. It sounds great, but we are from different countries. Temporary contracts do not usually allow mixed party play at all. Hound tells her not to worry. They have a secret weapon, a special exclusive guild effect just for them. They can form a party regardless of rank or nationality. Some restrictions apply, but it works perfectly for us. Haeun is so confident because she knows John has her back. He is the real reason for this power, that erratic scroll John gave her. She used it for this crazy buff. Stick with me, things are getting wild. Alright, let us get into it. Barrett finally stops being difficult and joins the team, but he is worried about the 2 bronze ranks. Even if they are top-tier players, he thinks this lineup is barely enough. It is nothing special. Seeing Barrett complain again, Seong Ji Han just shuts him down. Look, you can stay behind if you do not want in. I will just go and find someone else. Like Van Lam from China, Michael from Russia, or even Scarlet. They all asked me to save them a spot. Barrett is totally just putting on a show despite his look. Fine, I will call them, then I never said I was out. We have 2 bronze ranks here, so you obviously need me to balance things. No need to thank me or anything. With Barrett finally on board, Seong Ji Han confirms the roster. Alright, that makes 5 of us. It is officially game time, everyone. Barrett secretly hates Seong Ji Han's guts. Arrogant brat. He only won that promotion because of his gear. I will teach him a lesson. They jump into the match and boom, a massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Fire and smoke are everywhere. 15 minutes in and Seong Ji Han's squad is absolutely dominating. The enemy team is completely overwhelmed by their raw power. They are trapped with nowhere to go. Our towers are falling. Damn it, how are we getting pushed back this fast? The enemy wonders how this team even exists. Meanwhile, Barrett is just hovering in the air looking down at them. Wow, is the gap really this big? Are these silver ranks only good for a warm-up? This is almost too easy. I guess I should praise you for holding out this long, you useless parasites. Barrett flashes a twisted, creepy smile. He starts charging his energy. Watching you struggle was fun, but give up now. Suddenly, a voice rings out. We surrender. Everyone is stunned because neither side had called it yet. Then a familiar hand goes up. Sei and Diego look over totally confused. They have the lead, yet Seong Ji Han is the one throwing in the towel. We surrender. Chapter 70. Top lane 5 minutes earlier. Diego is charging forward at lightning speed with his ball. Our second tower is gone. The opposing team is furious about getting crushed. They are losing their minds right now. That bastard Diego, I heard he got demoted for trash-talking people. How is he back in silver rank already? As Diego goes for the finishing move, the enemy swordsman jumps in to block. Watch out, he is coming right at us. Diego's shot is a work of art, creating a perfect attack with 0 openings. But the ball does not go straight. It suddenly curves upward. Before they can even process it, a massive explosion tears through the entire area. Now you and I have to see the chat going wild. What a shockwave. Where did that insane power come from? Was that a buff from Sophia? No way. Ever since he switched to being a mage, he has become way stronger. Never underestimate the power of soccer guys. Sophia can hardly believe her eyes after seeing that incredible play. That was unreal. I did buff him, sure, but that skill, that definitely did not look like a bronze rank move at all. Suddenly, another explosion echoes from the side. Sophia immediately turns her head toward the bottom lane. Down in the bottom lane, Seong Ji Han and Sei are currently wrecking everything. They are a total powerhouse duo. After clearing the path so smoothly, Seong Ji Han admits it is much easier now. Hey, Sei just a little nudge. If you push them now, they are dead. Oh really? Everyone in the comments is starting to get jealous of her. What the heck? She is winning without even trying. Look at her getting carried like a pro. Must be nice. Over in the mid lane, Barrett is acting like a predator hunting for its next meal. Die, every last one of you. Looks like things are under control there. Suddenly, Sei remembers something and nudges Seong Ji Han. Uncle, what about the evil god? Does the game only end if we win that way? Hearing this, Seong Ji Han quickly reassures the young girl. Do not worry. I know exactly what I am doing. Back to the present, Seong Ji Han is standing there with his hands up surrendering. Seeing him do this while they are winning leaves everyone speechless. Surrender? You've got to be kidding me. I hate to be rude, but are you insane? We have basically won already. Where is your head at right now? What do you even mean by this? Seeing the confusion, Seong Ji Han tries to calm everyone down. Relax for a second. Seong Ji Han then reveals his true plan. I am surrendering, but only on one condition. Help us kill the evil god. The comment section is losing its mind. An evil god at platinum rank. What on earth is he thinking? Barrett completely loses his patience and grabs Seong Ji Han by the collar. What did you just say? Are you serious? You said we were enough, and now you are asking these trash mobs for help. The rest of the team just watches. Seong Ji Han rips his shirt away from Barrett's grip and speaks plainly. It is not over until we take down that evil god. Even if we wipe them out, they will just respawn in a minute. So what are you going to do? What if those guys try to snake our kill while we're taking down the evil god? After hearing Seong Ji Han lay it all out, Sophia realizes this plan actually has some legs. Fair enough, she says. We definitely aren't clearing this as fast as those high-tier platinum players. Even Barrett stops complaining for once, letting Seong Ji Han call the shots on the strategy. Now an evil god usually isn't silver rank material, but Seong Ji Han's already 10 steps ahead. I'm bringing it out, Seong Ji Han says. Just stick to the script and we'll be fine. The deal is simple, help them crush the boss and they'll hand over the win. No hesitation there, they're all in. Alright, what's the move? How can we help? Seong Ji Han leads Yoon Se, and Sophia toward a massive eerie lake sitting in the distance. The girls are floored by the scale. It's huge. This whole place is like a nest. This has to be the spot. Right now, the water is dead silent without a ripple. No point in waiting around. Seong Ji Han steps up. Alright, time to bring this thing out. Sophia stops him mid-stride. Wait, let me give you a boost first. Seong Ji Han nods. She floods his body with a massive surge of raw energy. Thanks, Sophia. I needed that. Almost instantly, Seong Ji Han feels his power levels redlining, breaking past his usual limits. Sophia's buffs are insane. This is that legendary double S rank gift, 3 stars as 1. It lets her stack 3 buffs at once. But then Seong Ji Han realizes something's missing. Yoon say, "Ah, this is gonna get messy. Stay back and I'll call you when it's dead." She listens immediately. Seong Ji Han takes a deep breath and slowly approaches the water's edge. Here goes nothing. He pulls out a handful of glowing multicolored crystal fragments. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses them deep into that dark purple abyss. The stones sink through the murky water, slow and deliberate, reaching for the bottom. But that small ripple is enough to wake the nightmare sleeping in the depths. Suddenly, the ground shakes. Ancient red runes on the rocks start glowing like blood. This is it, the summon of a legendary evil god. And believe me, he's massive. The beast explodes from the surface. Seeing the scale of this thing, total jaw-drop moment. Between light and shadow, the time for my ascension has finally arrived, it roars. The dungeon rift boss is finally here. Phase 1 of Seong Ji Han's master plan. Complete. He doesn't waste a second. Alright everyone, move out. Execution starts now. Those stone pillars around the lake, smashing them is the only way to truly wake it. Check this out, those rocks are literally feeding the evil god all its power, but they regenerate fast. We need to keep smashing them without stopping for a second. Seong Ji Han assigns 2 people per rock. Sophia's doing the math and feels something's off. Wait, Seong Ji Han, there's 9 of us. You're putting 8 people on pillar duty. Sophia's shocked. What about you? Seong Ji Han just shrugs. I'm soloing the boss. No way, Barrett yells from the back, crossing his arms in total defiance. You drag us all out here just to hog the spotlight. You think you're the hero. I don't care about those losers, but why should I be stuck on demolition duty? This is a total waste of my talent. Don't come crying to me when you fail. Suddenly, Sophia spots the boss lunging. Barrett, look out. It's coming right for you. Barrett spins around, eyes wide. He never expected the monster to move that fast. Damn it, a wave of dark purple energy erupts, flooding the entire battlefield in an instant. Thick gray smoke covers everything. Up above, Seong Ji Han is just floating there totally calm. He looks down, disappointed. What are you doing? Just follow my lead for once. Got it, Barrett. The man is paralyzed, completely speechless. Sophia is just relieved. Seong Ji Han stepped in. Thank you, Seong Ji Han. Barrett, seriously, just do what he says. Barrett's shaking with rage, his pride absolutely shattered. To him, Seong Ji Han is looking down on him like some pathetic loser, and it burns. Damn it. Suddenly, the monster fires a beam from its mouth. Seong Ji Han dodges it like it's nothing. That's when Arian chimed in from the side. Hey, weakling, that creature has insane dark energy. Just fighting it will skyrocket your swordsmanship stats. Hearing that, Seong Ji Han's eyes light up. Oh really, a new plan forms instantly. No way, it is over in less than 5 minutes. Barrett, you can kiss that number 1 rank goodbye. He asks what she means, totally confused. She just tells it like it is, isn't it obvious? Sure, you might have more raw power than Seong Ji Han, but everyone knows your control is honestly trash. And now Seong Ji Han's firepower is catching up too. The chat is absolutely blowing up over this right now. Petty says his skills are getting sharp. Fong Yuan Duong adds that Seong Ji Han versus Barrett would be epic. Ace tells him not to be sad, he will just be the fastest candidate to get dropped. At least you are still number 1 in America, so do not worry. Her eyes widen as he reaches out. Barrett actually attacks her with magic. Everyone is stunned. He just growls for her to shut her mouth. Sophia is caught off guard by that sneak attack. Diego is just as confused by his sudden behavior. The Devil Team warrior demands to know what is going on. But Barrett just attacks him too. Seong Ji Han watches the chaos from below. Barrett just stands there with a smug little smirk on his face. This is how it should have been. I can wipe out these lowlifes all by myself. Pentakill, his stats are climbing and the chat is going wild. Is this guy actually insane? What the heck is he doing? Big Boss Lunch blames Americans, but Chinese graphic goddess argues back. He is actually Canadian. The chat is a mess. Seong Ji Han just watches, wondering if the guy lost it. Barrett cuts him off instantly. Seong Ji Han, you jerk, are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Seong Ji Han asks what he is even talking about. Barrett claims he knew the plan from the start. Did you think I would just roll over? You must be bored playing around with these weaklings. I am finishing you in one shot, but his magic does 0 damage to the actual monster. Seong Ji Han just stays quiet, watching that pillar of power flare up. Barrett thinks he has finally won. But a second later, he is in shock. Barrett really missed a few critical points here. 1 Count Knight is a single entity. Using area attacks against him is completely useless. 2 The boss was weak because of the pillar. 3 Killing teammates actually restored it. And the big one, number 4. Barrett's eyes go wide as he mutters a single curse. The monster hits him full force. In team games, the person sabotaging everything never wins. Sophia's face goes pale. The system confirms Barrett is dead. New comments flood the chat. Blacky White calls it justice. But others remind everyone they are all about to lose the match. Now Count Knight is fully healed. He declares he will send all these pathetic humans into the void. Paralysis kicks in. Sophia and Diego collapse under the lightning. Even Seong Ji Han is stuck. Arian asks if he is okay. Seong Ji Han is just internally screaming about how Barrett ruined the whole run. Arian can tell he is struggling. Seong Ji Han keeps his eyes locked on the monster, thinking fast. Now the other team will not cooperate. Should he retry? No, the silver rank promo won't allow it. He has to push through with raw strength. Suddenly, an arrow comes flying out of nowhere. It strikes the monster head. Seong Ji Han looks up in total disbelief as a familiar figure appears. Wait, is that Yoon Se? Ah, the monster teleports right in front of her in an instant. It swings, but she manages to dodge it. Seong Ji Han feels the paralysis finally starting to wear off. He yells at her while she is running. Yoon Se, why are you here? I told you stay far away. Your attacks will not do anything. Do not just die for nothing. Get out of here right now. But Yoon Se, just snaps back, telling him to shut up and look at the chat. You should have picked someone else if you did not trust me. Being looked down on is humiliating. It is like even Barrett respects me more. Sophia is shocked by her words. Yoon Se keeps going. She is tired of being the Sword King's daughter or Seong Ji Han's niece. I have my own power and I am working hard. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks. She yells out to Seong Ji Han with everything she has. Just tell me how I can help. Seong Ji Han is stunned by her determination. The monster strikes again. She dodges, but the earth shatters. Seong Ji Han scowls and starts sizing things up. Sophia and Masset are totally wiped out and out of the fight. Luckily, thanks to Sophia's earlier buff, it will only take about 1 more minute for us to finally break free from this paralysis. Right then, Seong Ji Han's voice cuts through the air. Say, from now on, you're an autumn mosquito. She just stares back confused. See, they say autumn mosquitoes are the worst. Sure, there are fewer of them, and they're weaker than in summer, but they're desperate. They pop out for one last bite just when you think they're gone, giving it everything. And so the arrows keep flying. They sink deep into the monster's flesh. It spins around, glaring at CA. This little pest is driving the thing absolutely insane. The beast lunges at her again. Meanwhile, Sophia's watching from the side, impressed by how well the girl's running away as ordered. Diego chimes in next, noting that the monster's voice and the way it speaks reminds him a lot of that guy, Bion. Seong Ji Han struggling to grab his weapon and stand. He's thinking good as long as Say keeps drawing its focus, I'll be back. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han's eyes lock onto his own hand. He freezes when he sees a strange energy radiating right off his weapon. He's wondering what this feeling is. It's the eclipse. Arian's right there to explain that his power has surged to new heights. His swordsmanship stats have spiked after all that hard work slicing up that worm-looking thing. I guess all that struggle finally paid off. Seong Ji Han's stunned. If the power of darkness is really this strong. Arian just sighs and reminds him again about his path. To reach the next level, you have to invest in your sword skills. Hey, are you even listening to me right now? Little does she know he's already planning his next move, thinking he can finally use that new skill from the dark shadow art. The monster's roar snaps him back to reality. That purple light, it's charging up. Yeah, that looks dangerous. Its shadow looms over Say. It growls out, you lowly humans, this game of tag ends right here. You can really feel the menace in its voice. The chat is blowing up with hype. One user's asking if it can really escape from that well. The tension is through the roof. CA actually managed to lure the high-level boss away from the house. But then disaster strikes. She loses her footing on the cliff. She plummets toward the ground. Seong Ji Han screams her name in pure terror as she falls. CA's hands are clenched tight. She's gasping for air, thinking she just needs a little more, even though her stamina is completely bottomed out. Sophia and Diego watch horrified. CA looks towards Seong Ji Han and steals her resolve. The only way I can help him now is to stand up no matter what. She glares straight at the monster. A system notification pings she's hit 10 stamina. She has to keep running to survive this. She's unlocked a rare stat, tenacity. The monster just grumbles, so noisy. Someone as pathetic as you shouldn't cause this much trouble. It launches an attack with a final declaration, disappear. Finally, everything goes quiet. Or so the beast thinks until CA's voice rings out. Where are you looking? Hey, over here. The monster snaps its head back towards Seong Ji Han. He's actually caught CA just in time. That was way too close. A system window pops up. The paralysis status effect has finally been cleared. Seong Ji Han looks down at the girl. He praises her, saying, CA, you really are one tough kid. The monster's confused. Wait, that tenacity stat? What's going on? Seong Ji Han sets her down and tells her to back off for now. She's worried, asking if he can really handle this monster alone. With the team down, is it really okay? But Seong Ji Han just gives a confident reply. Don't worry, I've got a plan for this. He tosses his black sword forward. The monster watches, totally baffled by what's happening. Then Seong Ji Han just smiles and drops a bombshell. I surrender. Sophia and Diego are frozen in shock. Even Say goes pale, asking, are you kidding me right now? The monster's loving it though. It asks if those are his final words. For a mortal, you did well. I'll swallow you whole. It laughs and asks if those are his last words. For a mere mortal, you did all right. Now I'm going to enjoy devouring you. But the second it lunges, a black light snatches it up. The monster's terrified. Seong Ji Han just smiles, cool as a cucumber, and moves. You're the one being devoured. That shadow won't stop until you're destroyed. He's unleashing the second move of the Dark Shadow Divine Art. This is absolute god-tier power, something that swallows the darkness and breaks every rule. A massive pillar of black light stabs the sky. Dark Shadow Ascension. While Seong Ji Han is busy taking down Count Knight, Barrett is over on his side, beating himself up over failing. If I hadn't been so careless, I would have won. Why won't these things just die? Suddenly, that pillar of light catches his eye. Barrett can't believe what he's seeing. What on earth is that? A notification pops up right then to explain the whole crazy situation. The Angel faction has defeated Count Knight. The blessing of the Void has been granted to every single person on the Angel team. The Angel faction has taken out Count Knight. The blessing of the Void is now being bestowed upon the entire Angel team. He turns pale, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell? They actually killed Count Knight without any help from me. Seong Ji Han did that all by himself. This makes zero sense. Just then a voice calls out from the distance, "Hey Barrett." The demon team members are fuming, demanding to know if he betrayed them. How did that guy manage to respawn all by himself? Alright, check this out. As promised, the victory is ours, so just lay down and die, you coward. But Barrett, he is looking a bit strange. He suddenly erupts with power, screaming in their faces, "Stop messing around, just die." Around Seong Ji Han, the demon squad members turn pale and bolt. Why the heck is he cursing us like that? A notification pops up, player Barrett is going berserk. He has totally lost control and his power is off the charts. I am the strongest. That day, Barrett set a new kill record and accidentally carried his team to a win. A massive building towers over them. Say shouts out with pure excitement, Uncle, you have to see this. I am level 20 now. Cool, right? I was only level 5 before we even started this game. 15 levels in a single match, insane. Luckily, she snagged the persistence stat before even hitting level 10. Now she needs to pick her first class quickly. What should I choose? That is when Seong Ji Han finally chimes in. Still haven't decided yet. He makes a suggestion. How about Archer? You seem pretty natural with a bow back there. The girl actually agrees. Yeah, that fits me. But if I am doing this, I want to be the best. But our country already has way too many top-tier archers. Inside, Seong Ji Han cannot help but feel proud of her. This kid really is my niece ambitious. Seriously, though, Archer is your best bet. Sei looks a bit confused. Why, she asks. Seong Ji Han smirks. Because I am going to be the #1 warrior. That earns him a smack. Uncle, you are the worst. Just then, the phone on the table starts ringing. Seong Ji Han is still reeling from that hit. Fine, just be a warrior, then he grunts. She waves him off. Hang on, I need to take this call. Left alone, Seong Ji Han starts crunching the numbers. Taking down Count Knight, yeah, those rewards were absolutely no joke. He has finally leveled up enough to challenge the promotion match. Plus, those quest rewards gave him massive achievement points. But wait, what is this? An item window pops up, Void Barrier rank S. Now we are talking about real power. A barrier granted to the Apostles of the Void. It isolates you, granting invisibility and blocking any S-rank attacks. Heads up, moving breaks the invisibility. And if you wear it too long, you might get swallowed by the Void. Seong Ji Han rubs his neck, thinking it through. An S-rank reward is great, but isolated from the world. That sounds sketchy. Those side effects do not sit right with him at all. Ariel, get out here. I need to ask you something. Do you know what this item is? And why do you look so weird? But she just fires back a question. Didn't you like the skill I used to catch the Aaron snake? Seong Ji Han blinks confused. You mean Black Shadow Ascension? Ariel nods her head. Exactly that one. Seong Ji Han shrugs his shoulders. Okay, so what? Then comes the real explanation. No matter how many times I see it, it is identical to my original power. What is the link to the queen? This again, I told you, I have no clue. Ariel stares him down, her expression turning dead serious. Look, it is time for some straight talk. A constellation revoked your gift, didn't they? Tell me the truth. That constellation. It was the wandering war god, right? Seong Ji Han jaw drops. He cannot hide the shock on his face. How did you find out, he wonders. But she cuts him off immediately. Do not even try to deny it. My original self targeted you from the start because you reek of that constellation's energy. The truth is finally out. Seong Ji Han is floored. He looks at Ariel and blabs, and here I thought you just had some perverted hobby. She glares at him to shut up. Seong Ji Han sighs, finally relaxing. Well, it was not exactly a massive secret anyway. Yeah, you are right. But is the Wandering War God really that scary, enough to stalk a regular player like me? Ariel's tone turns cold. To constellations like us, the Wandering War God is a true nightmare and a calamity. She explains that normally a constellation treats their birth star like a mother and lives only to protect it. Seong Ji Han cuts in, totally confused. Wait, Born, what do you mean? Aren't you guys supposed to be divine gods? Ariel clarifies they are more like beings who shatter their limits to ascend and eventually become gods. If you reach level 777 in BattleNet, you can become a constellation. Seong Ji Han is totally reeling. But the max level is only 500. How is that even possible? She just gives him a cold look. I cannot explain it yet, but you will get it once the tutorial is over. Anyway, back to the point. That war god guy is nothing like the others. He actually created his own star called the Purple Star. He hunts other constellations, traps them, and freezes them inside his own star. Once they are frozen, they are stuck. There is no way out. They are trapped forever inside his purple star. What a way to end the chapter. Trapped in a fate worse than death, their power drained away. The wandering martial god is a nightmare for countless constellations. My main body felt the martial god's aura on you, so I was sent to investigate your power source. It is common for him to grant stolen skills to others. He might have handed you a technique stolen from elsewhere, but the Shadow Queen was never robbed by him. So how are you using my main body's power? Explain yourself. Seong Ji Han listens to Ariel's long explanation, his eyes narrowing as he starts running the numbers in his head. In my previous life, I didn't even unlock the dark shadow of divine art until I reached the Diamond League. During that time, the wandering martial god must have absorbed the Shadow Queen's power to create this specific skill. It's a dark realization. If history repeats itself, the Shadow Queen will eventually be hunted down and defeated. Ariel continues speaking. Was that move the strongest skill you received from the martial god? Seong Ji Han shakes his head. No, there is one technique that stands even higher than the Dark Shadow Ascension. Ariel is instantly curious and begs to see it. But Seong Ji Han just gives her a flat refusal for now. My current level is far too low to manifest it. Even using the Ascension skill takes everything I've got. That answer leaves Ariel in deep thought. Analyzing a higher skill could massively boost her main body's ultimate power. Suddenly, Seiya comes running back, waving her arms. Uncle, tell me, are you free tonight? You have to be. Seong Ji Han looks at her excited expression and is totally confused. Why are you so hyped up all of a sudden? She beams at him. It's because one of your fans is dying to meet you in person tonight. Two beautiful figures appear in the story, but Seong Ji Han still has no idea who this mysterious fan could be. Over at a nearby cafe, Sophia is a nervous wreck. She keeps moving, trying her best to stay calm. Am I being too forward? Should I order first? Is my perfume too strong? Oh no, I forgot my lipstick. Another figure is carefully reapplying her lipstick. Haeyoon sighs, looking strangely anxious about her own appearance. She checks her reflection one last time, wondering if her powder looks okay. I really rushed out here. Suddenly, a voice makes Haeyoon jump in surprise. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Sophia hears the same thing. Seong Ji Han appears before them, looking incredibly sharp. Sophia stumbles to her feet, clearly flustered by his presence. But over with Haeyoon, her expression is dark and cold. She stares at the flashy man before her. Why do my blind dates always end up being this specific type of guy? She's clearly not happy at all. The man across from her starts laying on the flattery. You're even more stunning in person, he says. Seong Ji Han expertly slices his steak while Sophia tries to break the ice. You must be surprised I called right. I'm such a huge fan that I really wanted to have a proper dinner with you. Seong Ji Han smiles politely. It's an honor to share a meal with someone from another region. But when did you contact Seiya? Sophia had approached Seiya about the Barrett incident earlier. Seiya told her not to mind that guy at all. Sophia explained the situation further. After the report on Count Nays, they decided to swap their phone numbers. There aren't many people our age at American First. I didn't want to call you directly, so I asked Seiya. Seong Ji Han tells her to just relax. Don't be so tense, we are teammates in the same guild now. That makes Sophia feel much better. So in Korea, people call their seniors Appa, don't they? Can I call you that? That sudden request from her catches Seong Ji Han completely off guard. Appa, his mind starts racing. This is totally different from the Sophia I remember from my past life. Before the regression, she was a grown woman, but now she's like a bright and innocent young girl. She's definitely more childish now. But I guess that makes sense since she's younger in this timeline. Seong Ji Han decides to just ask. Sophia, how old are you exactly? She answers him immediately. I'm the same age as Seiya, she says. I just turned 20 this year. Seong Ji Han gives a smile. Just call me Seong Ji Han. Sophia is confused by the sudden rejection of the title, but she agrees. Dinner is on me tonight. You should eat plenty since you're still growing. She is totally stunned. Does he really think she's not big enough? Time passes and the meal is finally finished. The water is gone and the plates are cleared. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han asks her one more question. Is there something else on your mind? Her expression shifts as if she's about to reveal a secret. Hey Seong Ji Han, what level are you now? That random question really gets him curious. Why the sudden interest? Sophia explains that the big Silver League promotion is almost here. She wonders if he made the cut since she is top 100 already. Now he remembers. He totally forgot to check his promotion messages while she is overthinking the small stuff. Wait, does this mean they will fight? Even with their bond, that would be rough. He cuts her off mid-sentence. Hold on, let me just check my status real quick. The screen pops up. Highest win rate in Silver League. Title acquired, Ruler of Silver. He is qualified for the top 100 silver promotion. Exactly as he calculated. But the next notification is wild. His actual level has already surpassed the Silver League. Now he is eligible for the Gold League exam in Gangnam. Which path will he take? Silver or Gold? Warning, picking Silver comes with a massive penalty to balance his power. Seong Ji Han literally swears. Is the system trolling him? Sophia sees his face and panics. He realizes something. If the penalty is that huge, his power must be on another level. If he passes the gold exam, he hits platinum. That is an unheard of promotion speed. Suddenly, a scream rings out. Haeyoon is absolutely done with her latest dating disaster. A marriage proposal on the very first date. The guy actually claimed it was destiny. Ga Young just stays calm and suggests using guild work as the perfect excuse. Haeyoon just sighs. Refusing entirely just leads to endless nagging from everyone later on. It is easier to just show up occasionally so she does not have to hear it. She needs a partner who is ambitious and hungry for the thrill of a challenge. Ga Young drops a truth bomb and Haeyoon just gets even more annoyed at her. Wait, a massive alert just popped up on the betting site. What is happening? Ga Young leans in. The promotion exam has changed. This is an urgent global update. Due to Seong Ji Han's selection, the entire silver promotion map has been completely altered. Match time is moved up to September 24th at 6 p.m. New York League time. All current bets are being reset. Seong Ji Han looks incredibly confident in his choice though. Master, what did you do? He just smiles. He will just win despite the penalty. He chose the silver exam. Going gold means missing out on crucial gold league achievements. Plus, he really needs to pace his insane growth speed before things get out of hand. The exam is set for late September. That gives him about 3 months to prepare. Earth joins the Space League soon. He has to stop the tragedy from his memories. He remembers the flames. People were screaming and begging to be saved from the fire. Seong Ji Han's eyes are filled with determination. He must hold his ground in the Platinum League. He looks at the alert. Hold on, is this penalty a bit too much even for me? Notifications are stacking up. The map has changed to a special Tomb Defense mode. Team sizes have been flipped from 50 versus 50 to a brutal 10 versus 90. Seong Ji Han is paired with ranks 91 through 100. It is the underdogs versus everyone. Opponents will be much stronger. The entire schedule and the rules have been rewritten. Other players are absolutely furious. Why are they getting hit with this insane penalty too? The news reaches every player worldwide. Haven is already busy clicking away on her phone. I am betting against Seong Ji Han this time. The system is literally nerfing one man. The chat is blowing up. Everyone wants to talk about this massive balance update. User SS Money 777 says they have never seen an update this weird. A patriotic fan bets everything on Seong Ji Han. Others say even a diamond rank would fail. Watch out for the total failure. Betting on Seong Ji Han is a given, but picking between Barrett and Wang Lin, that's the real puzzle for us fans. This silver promotion match is nothing. Yet betting experts are all predicting our boy Seong Ji Han is going to lose. Betting records and hype are hitting an all-time high. Time flies and finally the match day is here. Seong Ji Han stands on the fortress wall looking out. His eyes widen in total shock. Wait, what on earth is this? The announcement echoes. The Silver League Top 100 match is starting. Right then, mysterious shadows begin appearing. The rules are short. You must stop the enemy from taking down the king. Seong Ji Han is stunned, staring down. Why are these monsters here so early? It's the Undead Alliance, those creeps who seek absolute equality for all. Those monsters won't stop chanting, "Kill the king." Right in the middle of the swarm, a figure is waiting. This is the big clash. Seong Ji Han versus the army. A special defense map is being used for this match. Usually players are raiding the tombs, but this time we're the ones who have to protect the tomb instead. It's a special set of rules today. But Seong Ji Han's North Gate only has 10 people, mostly low-ranked players. The penalty is real. Meanwhile, the South Gate has 90 elite players. 90 people. Barrett is mocking it. Barrett wonders if it needs to be so complex. Rank depends on defense and any intruder means the team is out. Basically, whoever lasts until the end wins. Since Seong Ji Han only has 10 people, Barrett thinks he's already won. He's so sure of victory. But then someone calls him out. Do you really think it will be that easy? Wang Lin smirks. Turns out I'm the top candidate according to the BattleNet betting sites, not you, Barrett. He's from the Beijing Guild. Barrett's clearly annoyed, muttering about how these idiots have no eyes for talent. But Wang Lin doesn't hold back. Think about it. You only made rank 2 because you trolled your teammates. Barrett is shocked. What Wang Lin just keeps that smug smile on his face, totally provoking him right now. You, getting this. Maybe the translator is broken. Listen up, Barrett, I'm going to say this once more. If America's top talent is only at your level, then the world's #1 spot belongs to Beijing. Maybe the BattleNet translator is broken. Listen well, Barrett. If America's best talent is just you, then the top spot belongs to Beijing, not New York. Beijing will be #1 soon. That pushes Barrett over the edge. He grabs Wang Lin's collar. What are you yapping about, man? Before they can fight, the system announcement rings out. Game start. The Undead Alliance is targeting the Conqueror. We have to stop them until the Conqueror wakes up. The Undead keep chanting those words, "Kill the king." Even Barrett and Wang Lin freeze. They've never seen monsters like these before. It's totally unprecedented for them. These dungeon gates destroyed Earth before Seong Ji Han's regression. It started in low-ranked nations, then spread everywhere. Every country was leveled except for the final 10. And the army that hit Korea, these undead guys. The monsters at Korea's gate were these alien undead legions. Seong Ji Han is genuinely concerned. 10 people at the north gate. Even Seong Ji Han is worried. These guys shouldn't even be here yet. This is going to be a huge pain. Behind him, his teammates are already panicking. We're on Seong Ji Han's team. Does that mean we're the bottom tier trash? We are totally finished. How can 10 of us stop them? Seong Ji Han's annoyed. He'd rather they just yelled at him than act like this. If they're this useless, he can't expect help. Time for another solo carry from our boy. But then Sophia grabs his hand, looking thrilled. Seong Ji Han. He's totally caught off guard by her. We're on the same team, Sophia is beaming. I don't have to fight you today. What a relief. Seong Ji Han's wondering why her rank is so low. Then the ground shakes. The battering ram hits. Break the gate, they chant. Seong Ji Han acts fast. Talk later, just give me every buff you have. Sophia doesn't ask questions. She casts her magic instantly. Yes, Seong Ji Han looks down at the army. These aren't mindless zombies. They have a real formation. A real legion. Each one is strong. Each one seems as strong as a normal player. But Seong Ji Han doesn't hesitate. He leaps off the wall. One leap, one swing. You and I are about to see something legendary. Seong Ji Han is just built different. Every strike is pure dominance. This is how you clear a field. Seong Ji Han is proving everyone wrong today. The promotion match just turned into a highlight reel. Seong Ji Han is literally unstoppable. Let's get it. With a smirk, our boy Seong Ji Han swings down. They're just trash undead anyway. One hit is all it takes to shatter their entire formation. The undead can only scream in total agony. Seong Ji Han hits the ground and his attack power shoots up by 20%. He's loving Yoon Se-ah's buff right now. Plus, his Phoenix Fire is the ultimate counter. This is going to be way easier than we thought. The monsters glare at him, but Seong Ji Han senses something and spins around. They won't stop chanting that he is the king. You are the king, they scream. You will become the king. It's honestly super creepy how they're all obsessed with him. Kill the king. Suddenly, a massive hand erupts from the earth. The rest of the team is completely speechless at this monstrosity. Where did this thing come from? Our MC recognizes it from a defense map. It's the Herald of Doom itself. That giant hand slowly reaches for Seong Ji Han before slamming down with everything it's got. Target locked and it's not missing. John dodges it like a pro. He's thinking last time was just a flesh golem, but now the boss is personally joining the fight. Those screams won't stop. The massive hand just punched a giant hole right through the city wall. This is getting intense. The undead swarm in. A system alert pops up. The north wall is already 20% destroyed. You and I know that's bad. Sophia's panicking up there. Another system notification shows up, and Seong Ji Han's expression turns even darker as he reads the screen. If the tomb falls through the north gate, every player there is eliminated. Just like that. Everyone's out of the game. Seong Ji Han rushes out, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he knows the stakes are way too high for any mistakes. That giant hand actually laughs. It sticks out a long tongue, saying he's got potential that goes way beyond a king. Its mouth opens wide. I'll devour you and make you mine, it declares, reaching out for our hero with pure greed. The black hand and the undead swarm forward. Back at base, everyone's watching the whole battle play out on the screens. Li Hao's jaw drops in shock. What is even happening? One hit and the wall is gone. What kind of monster is that? She asks Lim Ga-young if she's ever seen a monster like this. Lim Ga-young says it looks like a nightmare from the bronze rank. Li Hao's losing it. She's clutching her head, mumbling that winning against this level of monster is basically impossible this time. Lim Ga-young tries to comfort her, saying he can do it. But then we hear Li Hao's creepy evil laugh from the corner. She's plotting something dark. It's finally time to bet everything on Wang Lin's victory, she whispers with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, John's teammates are struggling. They're gritting their teeth, realizing there are just too many of these things to stop. Up high, Sophia sees the disaster unfolding. If this keeps up, the wall is going to be breached completely very soon. She screams out to the team to hold on. Just a bit longer, Seong Ji Han is coming to help us. But her face goes pale instantly. There's a noise behind her. It's not John, it's that terrifying black hand appearing instead. She gasps for John as it reaches for her with a twisted smile. This time, she knows there's no escape. But wait, Seong Ji Han is still in the fight. He's casting serious magic and his eyes are glowing blood red. The black hand just laughs, calling the king's tricks interesting. It's looking at our MC like he's a tasty snack. John's trying to figure this monster out. He remembers the past and realizes it's nothing like those mindless zombies. This thing has actual intelligence and it's targeting him specifically. Did it break the game's basic settings or what? No time to calculate. The hand slams down again, hitting his shield with force. Red sparks fly everywhere from the impact. Seong Ji Han grumbles about how stubborn this guy is. While he's stuck here, the wall is falling apart bit by bit. He needs to end this now. Jihan raises his sacred weapon high as the monster looks on with total confusion. Then boom, golden lightning strikes down. Seong Ji Han activates his skill, transforming his entire body into a bolt of lightning. It's the incarnation skill. The massive light blasts the black hand backward. Seong Ji Han knows he's running out of time. He's going all out with the Nameless Art and Heavenly Thunder Decree. He has to use his full power now. The monster freezes, realizing things just got way harder. Everyone attack him, it screams to the rest of the pack. Seong Ji Han swings his weapon, shattering the ground beneath them. The undead stop in their tracks, completely paralyzed. They're all screaming from the shock. Even the black hand is feeling the pain now. It's a total mess. It growls about its mistake, saying it's too annoying to eat him like this. I'll be back, it threatens. Seong Ji Han watches in shock as the thing starts to vanish right before his eyes. You're not getting away. He points his weapon at it and a massive beam of golden light blasts toward the monster as it fades. I can't eat you like this. I'll be back soon. Seong Ji Han watches in shock as it starts to vanish. Where do you think you're going? He fires his weapon, golden light surging. But right at this moment, alright, Seong Ji Han is stunned. The massive beast in front of him just vanished into thin air. That gargantuan presence gone in a heartbeat. Seriously, it is like it slipped into another dimension. His lightning form fades as Seong Ji Han realizes why this feels so familiar. S-tier Void Cloak, a rare item for Void Messengers. When active, you are basically cut off from the entire world. It dodges any attack below S rank, but catch this move too much and stealth breaks. Keep it on too long and the Void swallows you whole. Matches that guy's power right. No time to waste. I have nothing to lose anyway. Alright, let us give this a shot. Seong Ji Han throws the cloak on. His eyes widen as the space around him warps and shifts. Suddenly, there is a maniac laughing. He says, that hurt. I almost became a human barbecue. Seong Ji Han is shocked. A human. Could this actually be Black Hand's true form? He keeps talking. This king is actually something else, huh? Never seen one like him. Then he looks nearby. Black Hand asks, he looks way stronger than you does. He nods. Seong Ji Han's mind is racing now. That conqueror from the Imperial Tomb was the whole point, not to protect that soul. How did he get it so fast? Black Hand sneers. Why the silent treatment? You ignoring me. Seong Ji Han watches closely. Whatever that cloak is, this guy is definitely no ordinary non-player character. Getting swallowed by him would be game over. Only one use of the Phoenix left now. I have to put everything into one strike. Suddenly, Black Hand appears right behind his back. What is this? Seong Ji Han jumps. Before he can react, Black Hand is crushing his throat. How did you get in here? Black Hand demands an answer. Tell me, how are you here? He is struggling to break free. This guy, what is with this insane strength? He is terrifying. Something is wrong. Seong Ji Han slips through his fingers in an instant. Now Black Hand is all alone. He is standing there completely baffled. Watch this. Seong Ji Han is back in the real world. Movement detected. Stealth mode has been deactivated. That is when the realization finally hits him. Move and you are exposed. No more hiding. The system confirms it. Stealth has been cancelled. Talk about a close call. But no rest for the weary. The undead are already swarm MD. Seong Ji Han does not hold back, smashing through the undead. Sophia calls out, sounding totally worried. Are you okay? You vanished, and I thought you were a goner. Seong Ji Han just says I am fine. But over there, Sophia tries to explain the mess they are in. Seong Ji Han cuts her off. I see them. Be right there. He vanishes, leaving nothing but trailing sparks of blue lightning. The undead cannot even react. The ones on this side turn around while his team watches. What is happening? They are all running that way. Wait, does this mean Seong Ji Han is finally back? Seong Ji Han is a literal beacon of light, absolutely pulverizing the undead. Smoke rises as he enters. The wind is so violent, people have to shield their eyes. Undead are getting totally wiped. Their bodies vanish instantly. Seong Ji Han calculates his next move. They will be back, but I bought time. He spins around. He can feel Black Hand's presence. His focus is now entirely on him. The villain just smirks and says, hello there. So this is where you have been hiding out. Seong Ji Han does not play around. He mocks him. You will just run away after a few hits. But he just laughs. Yeah, so what? Why don't you just stay still and be absorbed? Seong Ji Han's weapon flares with light. Black Hand tenses up as the brightness starts to burn him. Seong Ji Han is not joking. I will not let you escape this time. You are dying in one shot. Only one Phoenix arrow left. That means he has got exactly one shot to end this monster. It is time. Phoenix fires Sophia's buff and the Thunder God's power combined into one ultimate strike. He unleashes the Heavenly Thunder technique. Heaven's judgment falls. Black Hand takes the full hit. He is smoking, covered in sparks. Black Hand mutters, wow. I almost got roasted for real. You and I knew it wasn't over. Suddenly, gold light erupts behind him. Heaven's judgment. No and Sophia are losing it after seeing that Heavenly Lord judgment. That power is absolutely insane. Seong Ji Han is standing tall after that move. His form is back to normal. Now let's see the system screen. Phoenix arrow usage is up and it is gone. Seong Ji Han just shrugs it off like it is no big deal. It was useful, but Heavenly Lord judgment might be too much. Only small fries left to deal with anyway. One hand is enough to finish this. He needs to regroup fast, but that laugh ruins all his plans. Sophia hears it too. A tornado appears, dragging in those undead monsters like crazy. Shield is up, those undead screams are haunting, and the black hand just keeps laughing and laughing at him. It has been a long time since I have had this much fun. You are not just a king, you are my brain. Seong Ji Han is looking tense. A system error in BattleNet. Now this is getting really interesting for all of us. The Amethyst constellation broke in illegally. Seong Ji Han is totally shocked. A constellation in a place like this? One player getting hit with such a heavy penalty. This is a promotion match like nothing we have seen. But when all those predictions of failure were totally flipped and Seong Ji Han crushed Barrett to ashes, the spirit of the entire audience just vanished. People are losing their minds in the chat. That skill is basically a total cheat code, right? My money is gone. Why are you guys watching BattleNet at work? Everyone is reacting in their own way. Oh my god, Sung, I always believed in you. No way, I bet everything on Barrett winning this. Even Haeon is crushed. The whole community is just buzzing about what just happened on the screen. No one can believe Seong Ji Han won again. We all really thought he was toast this time around. Wang Lin and Barrett were great, but they are not in Seong Ji Han's league. It is actually a bit sad. In any other story, they would be the mains. But not with Seong Ji Han. So how will this end? Wait, you and I are seeing this right. Tutorial mode is actually blocking the preview. So annoying. Why can we not watch Seong Ji Han is looking up at the enemy thinking exactly what we are right now? If that really is a constellation, Seong Ji Han cannot take it alone. No way. He cannot even hold out. He would not last 5 seconds. He looks over, but the amethyst is staying dead quiet for now. Look at the space shifting around him. Seong Ji Han knows something big is about to happen right now. Is the system preparing to do something? A constellation's interference is a total error, so it will be fixed. Amethyst is annoyed. The system is such a pain, it says. Time is running out for all of them. Do not run. It is going for the kill. Amethyst is really about to drop the hammer down. Join me, it shouts. Seong Ji Han is stuck. He cannot dodge this one. This is completely unavoidable. Wait, a red light. It blocked the attack. Amethyst is just as confused as we are right now. Red circles everywhere. They are absolutely lighting up the Amethyst constellation. Go system, do your thing. The system notification rings out to explain the situation. The Amethyst constellation has no right to access this match. The expulsion process is starting right now. Amethyst is screaming out in total pain. It hurts. It hurts. Friend, stop them, it begs. Seong Ji Han's response, who said we were friends, totally savage move. He is just watching the fireworks. The system is actually doing a decent job for once. Crisis averted. Now Amethyst is begging for a deal. It will give back the item right now. Just let me talk to him for a second. I have something important to say to that guy. Is that the Conqueror's soul Seong Ji Han is sharp. He knows exactly what is at stake here. A pop-up appears. Accept the offer. This is a massive decision for our guy Seong Ji Han to make. Big risks, big rewards. We are talking the Conqueror's soul and huge system bonuses here. Total protection from mental attacks too. Seong Ji Han is definitely weighing his options right now. The system is basically begging him to say yes. Freeing that soul is the top priority. He looks up and gives the word. Fine, I accept the offer. No hesitation from the goat. Even the Amethyst is impressed. Most people would have hesitated way more than that. Seong Ji Han is not here to chat. Get to the point, he says. He is a busy man. Not a friendly one is he. Guess Seong Ji Han is just too cool for these guys. Fine, like I said before, do not. You want to be my follower, will you marry me? Jihan's skin crawled at that. A blunt rejection. No, Purple Star was confused and asked why. Jihan snapped back, do you think this is some kind of joke? Why would I ever follow a hideous creature like you? Purple Star kept pushing the perks. Look, think about it carefully. You will become a constellation. Do not you realize how amazing that is? Meanwhile, Jihan was busy sizing him up. Looking closely, this guy is made entirely of souls. Has he been absorbing them to build himself up like this? Getting involved with him is a dead end. Thinking that Jihan spoke up. Following a monster like you, I know how it ends. So get lost. That rejection made Purple Star freeze. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? I might not look it, but I am one of the strongest constellations in the universe. Our guy responded calmly. Who I have never heard of a constellation like you. That made Purple Star stop and think. Who am I? Oh right. On Earth there are guys like Karl Marx and Lenin who think like me. So I will go with the name Karl Marx Lenin. Just call me Carlin for short. A nickname. Are we best friends now? Jihan had enough and pointed his finger. He asked the system directly. System, how much longer do I have to listen to this nonsense? The entity let out a confused huh. Ending the talk so soon. Are you serious? This is an amazing offer. Do not you realize how lucky you are? I am not giving up. I will find a way to see you again. Just wait. Right as he said those last words, An explosion from a shot rang out. Jihan covered his face from the shockwave. When he opened his eyes, everything was smoke. The space shifted again. Jihan looked around thinking to himself, I am back. It is finally over for real. Because of that constellation, the whole army was wiped out. Nothing left to protect. Finally, he let himself exhale. But Jihan did not notice the person behind him with a sword ready to strike. Man, I am exhausted. Jihan sighed deeply, muttering to himself. This is really draining. That is when he finally spotted the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure swung their weapon at him, but the blow hit the ground. White smoke started to rise. A voice echoed out, Thank you, mysterious savior. In exchange for freeing me, I will give you the Phoenix flag from the Gaffan Empire. Jihan looked at the man in shock. It is not the Phoenix poem, it is the Phoenix flag. Item info popped up. Phoenix flag rank SSS. A relic of the Phoenix King used by the Empire's founding emperor of the Gaffan Empire. Special effect on the battlefield. All stats for teammates and allies within range. Increased by 25%. Additional effect if the user is a guild leader. All guild skill levels increased by 4. Jihan was stunned, sweat trickling down his face. SSS rank, this is absolutely insane. This must be the Conqueror's reward, the system mentioned. I did not expect something this valuable. He spoke to the man. Thank you for this precious gift. I will make sure to use it well this time. The Conqueror was a bit confused. Have I given you a similar reward before? Hearing this, Jihan explained. Did you not give me the Phoenix poem at the Imperial Tomb? The Phoenix poem, he started explaining. That must have been a clone created to represent me while I was trapped in the Purple Star. It seems it took my place guarding the tomb. Anyway, that was just a virtual world recreating the ancient mausoleum. It is a fitting place for it. But for someone like me who is about to vanish, it does not really matter. Savior, without your help, I would have been a slave forever under that massive, terrifying star. Never get involved with it no matter how much it tempts you. Absolutely not. Jihan watched the Conqueror disappear. He muttered an assurance. Even if it begs, I will not get involved. You can rest easy. Then looking at the Phoenix flag, Jihan pulled it straight from the ground. A notification rang out immediately. Player Seong Ji Han has defeated the special boss Black Hand. The winner of the Silver League Top 100 promotion tournament has been determined with Seong Ji Han's victory. That night, Jihan collapsed onto his bed, totally drained. With a sigh, man, it is finally over. Notifications kept popping up. You are the tournament champion. Rank up to the top 100. Receive 5 million GP, gain 5 levels, and the King of Silver King's title. Yeah, everyone knows this stuff already. But then even more system windows started appearing. Special achievement. Facing a constellation. Reward 100 achievement points. Another achievement completed. Special damaging a constellation. Reward 200 achievement points. Jihan was pretty impressed. That counts as an achievement. Now that I think about it, was that Carlin guy even real? Who knows? Do you think the whole thing was broadcast? Looks like the system stepped in and blocked it. Anyway, he is finally making a move. Walking along, he asks, you watching my channel? But silence is all he gets. Then Jihan realizes something huge. Wait, an important detail, she is actually in her own Bronze League promotion match right now, isn't she? Let's check her out. Only 3 players left. An opponent tries to strike her, but misses completely. Sea vanishes and reappears right behind him. She glares, pulls her bow, and boom, an arrow straight through his head before he can even blink. She lands looking more hyped than ever. Just one more guy to go and the victory is hers. But a sneaky attacker jumps her from behind. He swings his weapon but ducks and dodges it like a pro. She doesn't just dodge, she counters instantly. A heavy punch sends the guy flying. Absolute savage behavior from our girl. He gasps in pure agony before hitting the dirt, and finishes him off with another perfect arrow. So long, she is breathing hard. Then comes the announcement: the winner of the Bronze League tournament has been decided. Victory for Sea. She is literally jumping for joy, screaming about her big win. We love to see it. She is officially silver rank now. Suddenly, her system window pops up. All conditions for a rank upgrade have been met. The late bloomer skill is ranking up. She is literally humming with excitement. This skill is finally about to get crazy. Ranky already, but then she freezes. She starts whispering to herself, wait, what is this exactly? The notification says she has to become the only late bloomer skill holder on the entire planet. Either that or reach gold rank first. If she fails, the skill gets deleted forever. That is absolutely brutal. Become the first gold ranker. She is stunned. Meanwhile, night falls over the city and the plot thickens. Sia's winning clip is replaying. Elsewhere, 2 guys are kneeling in total terror before a mysterious woman. They are begging for their lives, but she isn't having any of it. Traitors do not deserve any mercy, guys. She tells her men to shut them up for good. One last scream and then total silence. Jin Yue then asks if the Korean girl with the late bloomer skill is named Sea. The assistant confirms it. Jin Hua declares that it is time to handle things in Korea soon. This is bad news. The top player from China, Jin Hua, Back with our group, Ha-won and Jihan study the new info board. Jihan asks if these are the updated upgrade conditions. The answer, a big fat yes. Things change after hitting rank E. Ha-won reads it over and yeah, he is definitely not happy about it. Losing the skill is one thing, but this soul possessor requirement, that is basically a death sentence for someone else. You either reach gold first or become the only one with the skill. Otherwise, it is gone. Talk about high stakes. Ga-young points out the obvious, the system is literally forcing a competition here. Sia finally speaks up. She didn't even know anyone else had late bloomer. Ha-won agrees that it has been a total mystery until now. True, if someone else had it, they would be as famous as her. Sia just hopes they are weak. Man, I hope they are scrubs, but Jihan is already doing the math in his head. The second ranker from his past life also had late bloomer, the one and only Jinhwa. If she has the same condition, they are in trouble. She is a monster player whose past is a total mystery. Rumor has it she is from the underworld. He looks at Sia worried about what is coming next. Sia is famous, so she is a target. We have got to be extra careful from now on. No risks. Jihan tells her to aim for gold rank by October and stay low. He is not playing around here. And no going outside for a while. Sia just sighs and agrees. What else can she do? Jihan is already annoyed because he has a date with Sophia this week. Talk about bad timing for him. Ha-won tries to cheer him up. Hey, both you and Sei won your matches. That is a huge deal. Big congrats to you both. Then he asks when it will finally be Ga-young's turn to win. She is not amused. Are you kidding me? She is a top 100 player, but Jihan senses something is a bit off. Ha-won is confused. What is weird, Jihan just asks her straight up about her betting habits. Usually, you would blow all your cash on someone else and lose it all right, so why are you acting so happy right now? Totally caught, Ha-won gets defensive and starts yelling, claiming she is finally done with her gambling addiction for good. Ga-young just sighs. Here we go again, her sister is clearly falling back into those old habits. The chairwoman explains she lost money, but it was refunded. Haeun just gasps in pure shock. Haeun explains that BattleNet apologized for a system glitch and actually refunded every single bet. Seong Ji Han finally smiles as it all clicks. No wonder then, Haeun quickly switches the topic. What actually happened to make the system admit a mistake? She remembers that crazy promotion match. The stream just died. It announced his victory and shut down, leaving everyone in total chaos. Wait, is his gift breaking the broadcast? Seong Ji Han just brushes it off, saying it was nothing. He briefly remembers the Purple Star's words. Seong Ji Han reluctantly admits the system just hit a glitch. A massive enemy showed up. I took care of it and got the rewards. Nothing to worry about. +5 to all stats and 10 levels. Han asks if the guild leveled up because of him. Exactly. The Phoenix flag is a conqueror reward. But there is more. He stands to end the meeting. We will take our leave now. Yoon-si, let's go. The girl obediently follows him out. Suddenly, Han asks if he is free next week. Seong Ji Han is confused. Why? Our guild is getting an award for making Korea famous. They want you to represent us. Seong Ji Han immediately tries to dodge it. Does it have to be me? Han just laughs. You are the literal face of our guild. Think about how much you have done alone. His fame is at an all-time high right now. His presence alone creates massive hype. This helps our image, so please do it. Left with no choice, Seong Ji Han finally agrees. Fine, I will clear one day. Han quickly offers to text him the specific details. Seong Ji Han asks who is presenting the award. Cut to BattleNet headquarters where Gujong is smiling. Hello Seong Ji Han, I am the new BattleNet director, Gujong. He offers a friendly handshake. You look even better in person. Thank you for coming despite being so incredibly busy. Seong Ji Han hesitates, saying there was no need for such a massive welcome out here. Gujong disagrees. We are welcoming a true VIP, Seong Ji Han sighs. This is a lot of pressure. Han explains he is the replacement after the previous director was kicked out. After that huge scandal, BattleNet's image hit rock bottom. Now they are desperate to recover. They would build a statue of you if you ask. Seong Ji Han thinks that is totally useless. Yoon Se-ah is hyped that the director met them. Yoon tells Seong Ji Han not to forget his friends. Seong Ji Han jokes about the retired star rambling. Stop talking and let us move already. Yoon Se-ah happily agrees. They head inside, unaware a suspicious man is watching them from the shadows. The ceremony finally begins. Seong Ji Han steps up to receive the award, while Yoon Se-ah claps excitedly. Her uncle looks so cool today, Han just wishes he was always this professional. Yoon Se-ah brings up that tank top from his first game. Remember that legendary noob outfit? Han says she would burn his entire closet if he still dressed like that. Suddenly, someone spills water all over Yoon Se-ah. Han panics, asking if she's okay. Yoon Se-ah is worried about her clothes. The person just stammers out a nervous apology. Seong Ji Han senses something is wrong immediately. He starts to wonder what is really happening here. Yoon Se-ah heads to the restroom to clean up. Han offers to go, but she refuses. They leave while that creepy man watches. Yoon notices and starts to feel really concerned. Yoon Se-ah washes her clothes in the sink, feeling so sad about her brand new outfit. The person who spilled the water offers a towel. Yoon Se-ah politely takes it from her. They ask if she needs someone to walk with her, but she refuses. The bathroom is just right there. Nothing left to do but agree. Just be careful. They head off while that mysterious man watches their every move. Yoon catches a glimpse of him and starts getting worried. Meanwhile, Yoon Se-ah flushes the water and sighs while scrubbing away. She just bought this outfit, so it is a total shame. Her companion keeps apologizing, but Yoon Se-ah just stays polite about it. She says it is no big deal and takes the towel. A quick thank you, and she is trying to clean up the mess. Thanks, she says. But you and I can tell that girl noticed something suspicious. She steps closer with a warning. Looks like there's some coffee on your collar too. Yoon Se-ah is caught off guard. Wait, really? How did it even get back there? The girl offers to help. Lean down, I will wipe it. Yoon Se-ah is worried now. But then she pulls out a syringe. Her vibe shifts instantly, just a little bit. Meanwhile, Lim Ga-young is walking down the hall, Diego's voice echoing in her head. Something feels off. What? You were saying a suspicious car was tailing us earlier. Maybe a coincidence, but it felt like they were waiting. I have a bad feeling. Lim Ga-young rounds the corner, thinking could something have happened in that short time. Her eyes widen. She sees that woman dragging Yoon Se-ah away. Yoon Se-ah. The stranger realizes she is spotted. Lim Ga-young shouts, "Hey you, stop right there." Suddenly, a man slams Lim Ga-young to the ground. She looks up in pure shock. He mutters in Chinese, "Thought I cleared everyone out. Are you with her? Be quiet. I do not want a scene." Then he activates his ability. "You will not move until I am gone." Lim Ga-young's body is completely paralyzed and she cannot move. If they take her, she is done for. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han finally finishes his performance. He looks for Lee Haeon, feeling uneasy. Where is Yoon Se-ah? Then Lim Ga-young bursts in. She is gasping for air, telling him that Yoon Se-ah was taken. Night falls over the wasteland. Yoon Se-ah slowly opens her eyes. She looks around confused. Did I fall asleep? A voice cuts through the dark. You are awake. Woo-ha, knife in hand, smiles coldly. Who are you? Yoon Se-ah asks. Woo-ha is not surprised. She does not know. I am Jin Woo-ha. And just like you, I am a user. Yoon Se-ah freezes. She realizes it immediately. This woman is her rival for the gift protection. Now watch this. Woo-ha gets straight to the point. Yoon. Give up your gift. You got the same tutorial right. Whoever levels up slower loses their power. I cannot lose mine. So stop the battles until I reach the gold tier. Refuse and things will not end well. Yoon Se-ah can feel the malice. She scans the room. She does not know them, but kidnapping in broad daylight. These people are professionals. Should she just fake it and agree for now? No, they are too smart for that. She wonders what would her uncle do here. Even though she is shaking, Yoon Se-ah strikes back. You cannot actually hurt me, right? If killing me worked, you would not have kidnapped me. You are avoiding a charge. Woo-ha goes quiet for a second. Then she smirks. You are pretty sharp. In my country, you would be dead. But you are famous here. Cleanup is annoying. That word cleanup sends a chill down her spine. Yoon Se-ah glances toward the exit. Woo-ha sees right through her. Not giving up? Fine. Have it your way. Yoon Se-ah's eyes go wide as the man behind her gets the order, just die. He grabs her hair. Woo-ha explains, my subordinates. Gift is suggestion. He will make you write a final will and then end your own life. Such a hassle, but we will manage. Goodbye, Yoon Se-ah. She collapses. Woo-ha sighs, bored. That was dull. We need to move the body. The man agrees. Finding her here is suspicious. Let us dump her near home. Woo-ha moves to leave, but bam, Yoon Se-ah lands a massive punch to his face. The guy hits the floor. Yoon Se-ah glares at them. I am never giving up. Seong Ji Han and Lim Ga-young reach the building. Stick with me because this is about to get wild. This is definitely it. You and I can finally feel Yoon Se-ah's aura from inside the building. They were moving just a second ago. Seong Ji Han looks absolutely livid. Good news, she's safe. Lead the way. Gajang tries to stop him. Wait, Seong Ji Han, I know you're worried, but shouldn't we call the cops first? He shuts it down immediately. No way. If we wait, there's no telling what might happen to Yoon Se. Suddenly, armed thugs block their path. Gajang reaches for his sword. Are these the kidnappers' goons? Seong Ji Han doesn't have time for this. Lim Gajang, sorry, but I'll let you handle these guys. Meanwhile, Yoon Se-ah just floored a guy. Yua was completely stunned and asks what just happened. What kind of power was that? The girl asks. Yoon Se-ah just stays quiet, thinking about her secret. Thanks to the mark her uncle gave her, she's out of danger. She starts remembering that moment. Back then, Seong Ji Han explained it was a level-up reward, a new stat called the lightning mark. The higher the stat, the more lightning power he can share. Yoon Se-ah whispers the name. Lightning mark. She didn't feel anything special at first. What does this thing actually do? He explains further. Since you have the mark, you can control lightning now. Yoon Se-ah's hyped. Like you, uncle. Seong Ji Han breaks down the perks. It even grants total immunity against any kind of mental attacks. Mental attacks? Yoon Se-ah asks innocently. Seong Ji Han nods. It's a great ability to have, trust me. But honestly, I hope you never have to use it. She watches as the man stands back up. All three are staring her down. These aren't normal guards, she realizes. They're actually players. Taking on both alone is going to be tough. Suddenly, the girl pulls out a knife. The knife whizzes by Yoon Se-ah, hits the ground hard. Damn it, my leg. In a flash, the guy is behind her. One heavy strike sends her flying into the back wall. Yoon Se-ah coughs up blood and collapses. She's desperately trying to keep her consciousness from fading. The man leans in, confused that his mental suggestion failed. Hua and the girl chime in. Should we just kill her now? Or bury her on the mountain and say she went missing? Outside, a bright light flashes. Hua looks over, shocked. Seong Ji Han. She gasps in total disbelief. His eyes are burning with rage. Seeing Yoon Se-ah unconscious like that, Seong Ji Han finally snaps. The girl jumps in front of Hua. Get back, lady. Then she tosses a smoke bomb at him. Thick white smoke fills the room instantly. She uses the cover to lunge in for the kill, but Seong Ji Han just raises his shield. Her eyes widen as she's blown back into the wall. She spits blood and slumps down. The big guy is next, slamming Seong Ji Han against the wall. He tries his mental powers again, but he's stunned when Seong Ji Han catches his hand mid-air. Time for a counter. Seong Ji Han closes the gap and delivers a brutal headbutt. The guy's eyes go white as he hits the floor. Hua pales, seeing blood splatter everywhere. He tries to reach for Seong Ji Han with a shaking hand, then collapses. Our MC stands tall. Finally, he turns to Hua. She's white as a sheet. Was it you? He demands. Was it you? He bellows. Yoon Se-ah starts to wake up, whispering for her uncle. But wait, another slash comes out of nowhere. That girl is still trying to fight. Seong Ji Han just smashes her face into the ground again. He coldly grabs her to finish it. Stop, don't move a single muscle, Seong Ji Han. She's using Yoon Se-ah as a shield. Move one finger and I'll tear Yoon Se-ah to pieces. Hua is panicking, trying to find an escape. 15 years ago, the Red Tiger Guild. A fight had broken out. Mom, it hurts. Help me. The nanny watches, completely helpless. Young lady, please stop. Then a voice calls out. Hua looks up to see her father. What's all this noise? He asks. I just wanted that doll, but he wouldn't give it up. The nanny tries to explain. My child really loves that doll, so we couldn't just. Instead of being mad, he just smiles. Well done, daughter. I can't believe this guy. Hua is totally stunned as he gets close. Look at him, patting her head and praising her like a good kid. His advice, if you want something, just take it. That is the only way to be his daughter. She is shocked at first, but that shock quickly turns into a grin. One loud yes, father, and we are introduced to the underworld princess of Hong Kong. She grew up with everything handed to her on a silver platter. Then she sees it and mumbles the name Baronet. The staff explains that the whole world is about to start professional training for all the new players. S-rank gifts are the best, right? So obviously, a girl with her ego expects nothing less than the top S rank. But reality hits her like a truck. S rank, nope. She gets late bloomer, a gift that only gets strong much later on. Meanwhile, the crowd is going wild for someone else. Whoa, an S rank. What is their power? I am so jealous. They are saying it is the school's first S rank. Suddenly, everyone else feels like background characters compared to them. But get this, that S rank girl, her story does not end well. The news report is actually pretty chilling. They found a student's body by the river. A month ago, she was a star S-rank player, now she is gone. Hua just smirks at the tragedy. Serves her right for showing off. What a total bitch. The Baronet system completely flipped her life upside down. And then our man Seong Ji Han drops a bombshell on her. The chat room is blowing up. Weight growth type gifts are real. That is insane. I am so incredibly jealous. Even Hua is hooked. It turns out late bloomer is a growth gift. That is actually top tier stuff. She is thinking, if this is true, I will be the strongest one day. It is the one spark saving her ego. Fast forward and Hua has a knife to C's throat. She is calculating her next move right now. She thinks she is winning. In her head, she can end C in under 5 seconds. Cold-blooded right. But Seong Ji Han starts moving. Hua loses it, screaming, don't move, you trash. You want to watch her die. She threatens him one more step and it is over. But then her eyes go wide. She is totally terrified. Seong Ji Han's pure aura is crushing her. You can see his reflection trembling in her terrified eyes as he approaches. His presence is so heavy, her heart is racing. She collapses, wondering, wait, are my legs actually shaking? C rushes over to stop Seong Ji Han before things get too dark. Uncle, stop. Let's just go home, okay? She is not worth getting your hands dirty, C says. Ouch, that has got to hurt Hua's pride. Those words hit Hua where it hurts. She snaps, pulls a gun and screams, you dare look down on me. She aims right at Seong Ji Han. A shot rings out, but Seong Ji Han's shield is up instantly. C just screams. Yu-Hoa just won't stop firing. She is losing it, screaming that she is a winner and she will never lose. She turns the gun on C, screaming die over and over. This girl has completely lost her mind. A bullet actually breaks through. But Seong Ji Han, he moves like lightning and slices that bullet clean in half. Yu-Hoa is frozen in place as a slash flies her way. Poor C can only watch the tomato sauce spray. Fast forward a few days. Seong Ji Han is in the kitchen, just staring at his hands in total silence. He is haunted by the memory of the blood. Even though they are clean now, he tells himself he had no choice. Since that day, Yu-Hoa and her goons have vanished. Like they never even existed in the first place. No news, no reports, nothing. It all happened in a private building, so it stayed off the radar. Plus, Yu-Hoa's shady organization definitely does not want the police or media poking around their business. Her family might be fuming, but after seeing that crime scene, they would not dare lay a finger on C. Seong Ji Han snaps C out of her thoughts with a simple question. She is clearly still shaken up by everything. Oh, it is nothing, she says. But Seong Ji Han knows. Witnessing that kind of violence is a massive trauma for a kid. Once the tutorial ends, this world gets even crazier. Seong Ji Han is worried, can C actually survive a world like this? Ding dong, someone is at the door. And look who it is. Sophia is back to brighten the mood. Sophia immediately starts fussing. Why are you so skinny? Is C on some kind of diet or what? C is confused, but Seong Ji Han admits he is the one who called her over to help out. He tells the girls they need to get out and get some fresh air. It has been way too long. Sophia's face lights up. She begs Seong Ji Han to join them, but our main character just gives her the cold shoulder. Sophia won't take no for an answer though. Don't be like that. I have already planned out the perfect day. Seeing everyone happy like this is honestly so refreshing. Seong Ji Han leans in with a smile, noticing CA has been down lately. He asks Sophia for a huge favor, help Saya relax. His charm is literally unbeatable, so Sophia just has to agree. CA tries to play it cool, saying she's not going anywhere, but Sophia isn't having it. She drags the girl away. CA, let's go. Ariel pops up, calling Sophia a total firecracker. Seong Ji Han is just standing there completely speechless. He mentions she wasn't always this wild. Meanwhile, the city streets are absolutely buzzing with people. Sophia takes CA everywhere, snacks, claw machines, you name it. Holding that plushie actually makes them feel a whole lot better. As they leave, Sophia admits she's always wanted to try the claw machine. It's the simple things right. Saya is shocked. Don't they have these in America? Sophia explains they do, but she never had friends to play with. Next up, basketball. Sophia even offers her a 5-point head start. Now that is what I call a confident flex. Sia just laughs it off, saying she's actually a pro. But then she freezes when she hears some guys shouting nearby. They're complaining about missing every shot and blaming the machine. Typical move: if you can't play, blame the tools. But seeing a monster get taken down on screen triggers a dark memory of Yua. Saya's eyes fill with pure terror. She looks like she's about to faint. The nausea hits hard and she has to cover her mouth. It's getting bad. Saya just bolts, leaving a worried Sophia behind. She finally catches her breath once she makes it outside. Sophia catches up, asking if she's alright. Saya tries to brush it off, saying she just felt a bit sick. Sophia isn't buying it. She asks if something serious is happening. You can really see how much she cares. Ca insists she's fine, but Sophia won't drop it. You don't look okay at all, she says. Just talk to me. We came out here to clear your head, didn't we? This is what friends are for. Then C drops a heavy one. Sophia, if someone important to you did something wrong, how would you even feel? Sophia is confused. Saya clarifies, what if someone you truly trusted committed a murder just to protect you? They did it because they had no choice, but you still feel guilty. Like you're the one who turned them bad. In a spot like that, how you even act? It's so confusing. Say is clearly torn apart inside. Sophia's eyes suddenly light up. Wait, someone got blood on their hands just for you. That sounds kind of romantic, doesn't it? Say is totally stunned. That's a pretty weird way to look at it. But Sophia gives some solid advice. If you still cherish each other, then that's what matters. If it were me. Say finally makes it home. I'm back, she calls out. Seong Ji Han is waiting right there for her. He asks if she had fun, then tells her to sit. We need to talk. His serious vibe is actually terrifying. Say sits down, feeling the tension. What's wrong? You waited for me. He's never been this serious before. Then Seong Ji Han drops the bombshell. Saya, why don't you just quit being a player? He says it again, slow and clear. Give up on being a player. Saya's face is pure shock right now. What, she can't believe it. But Seong Ji Han explains that once the tutorial ends, the BattleNet game becomes reality. If you die in the game, you need GP to come back. And if you run out, that's it. Game over forever. That means people you kill in the game might actually die in the real world too. This is getting dark. Sia's eyes go wide. Uncle, how could you possibly know that Seong Ji Han has to play it cool? He says he heard it from Ariel. He can't reveal the truth yet, so he looks at her for backup. Ariel backs him up. It's true. Once the space leak starts, things get brutal. Quitting now is the only safe move. Seye looks absolutely devastated, her hands clenched tight. It's a lot to take in all at once. Seong Ji Han tells her she doesn't have to force herself anymore. He just wants her to be safe, but she cuts him off. No. If the world is really becoming that terrifying, then I definitely can't quit now. Now it's Seong Ji Han's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect that answer at all. Seye opens up. You're right, those nightmares still haunt me. Every single night is a total struggle. When this becomes real, the nightmares will only get worse. But that's exactly why I have to stay. I'm not going to let the people I love carry this whole burden alone. I won't let it happen. I don't want you facing that world by yourself. From now on, I'm the one who will protect you. Seong Ji Han is completely speechless. Looking at her, he realizes her resolve is stronger than he ever imagined. After everything we know, Seye is a survivor. She is finally finding the strength to push through again. So do not worry, uncle. I have been a bit down, but I just need some time to bounce back. Arian spills the tea our girl hasn't eaten in days, making him flip the table a dozen times. Going on a hunger strike, that is wild. Seye is so stunned she actually has to ask for real. Seong Ji Han changes the subject and hands her something useful. Hey, it is better than nothing, right? Take it. Seye is eyeing the gift in her hands. It is the void cloak, guys. Seong Ji Han starts explaining its power. It looks shady, but it is for her safety. If things get crazy like before, she has definitely got to use it. He is so serious, she is like, is this really necessary? And he just gives her the coldest explanation. If she does not take it, he is following her every time she goes out. She's just laughing at him. Talk about a stalker. Was he actually following her today? No way, are you for real right now? Seong Ji Han is like, I was just making sure you were having fun, but Seye is clearly not having it. She tells him to just join the fun, but he is like, why would an adult crash a kid's party? The gold rank defense map is unlocked the single bridge. You can hear everyone getting hyped about the challenge. Wait, is this the battlefield? It is their first time on the bridge, so they're asking for pro tips. Suddenly, a voice screams behind them. You guys. Then boom, a massive foot slams onto the dirt. The voice barks at them. A fight is starting and you are just chatting. Get your heads in the game. Meet General Phi, the defender of the Cloud Empire. He is literally screaming, you guys think you are actually soldiers. The crowd is like my ears. Is there no volume button for this guy? He is way too loud. General Phi looks away toward the bridge. We can see some creepy weird energy starting to flow out. The undead are coming. General Phi jumps to the front and screams, everyone get ready to fight. Get lost, monsters. The fight is on and the undead are getting absolutely wrecked left and right. General Phi is a beast clearing the whole area. But then a voice calls out from the shadows. Big Brother Phi. He looks up as someone approaches and Phi yells out the name. It is Ho Triu. That is Ho Triu from the Phoenix Empire. He starts talking trash, saying it is not too late to switch sides. Join the Phoenix Empire. General Phi is not having it. He is like, you bastard, how dare you say that? The Cloud Empire will never surrender. He and his soldiers are going to hold the line no matter what. Ho Triu just laughs. Soldiers, you mean that weak mob? Then the system notification pops up. Watch this. Over 50% of players are dead already. General Phi raises his weapon. It is do or die now. Ho Triu, this is where we both die. He lands a massive hit that sends shockwaves everywhere. He is stunned. The undead fall into the abyss and the screen flashes. It is game over, guys. The comments are brutal. Losing the first bridge at gold rank. That is just sad. Absolute trash play. Can any gold players actually beat level 2? Total old school vibes. Honestly, just finishing level 1 is a win. CA top fans are saying if survival drops under 50% you are out. Skill alone won't save you. System alert matchmaking is on. The game reloads and we see General Phi opening his eyes again. Ho Triu is right there again with the same pitch. Join the Phoenix Empire, Phi. It is not too late. You bastard, my soldiers will never surrender. But the players are getting restless, telling them to hurry up. Yeah, just break the bridge already. How is a gold player supposed to clear level 2 anyway? Ho Triu is still laughing at the soldier title. Soldiers, seriously, what can this weak mob even do against us? But then he stops cold. Seong Ji Han just drops the coldest line, are your eyes made of belly fat? A blinding light hits General Phi from behind. Over 50% survived, level 2 is officially a go. He sneers at Ho Triu, who is a mob now. These guys are on a hidden quest to save Phi. They need his respect. Back in the day, the Cloud and Wind Empires had not even split the continent yet. Then the Wind Emperor literally rises from the dead and starts a war to steal the divine beasts. Crazy. General Phi is the sworn brother. He held off 3 massive waves with less than 10 men. Absolute legend. The undead are getting pushed back. Seong Ji Han and the squad are wrecking them while piecing together the bridge lore. These monsters aren't jokes. The rules, standard defense map stuff we've seen before. But get this, if half the team wipes, the general ends the game immediately. Zero room for error. See signals from the back as they keep swarming. Sophia buff us. Sophia is completely exhausted. Seong Ji Han scans the field and calculates. C is hitting her limit. It is time to move. He slams his weapon down. Boom, a massive golden light explodes. System notification incoming. Phoenix Blessing floods the battlefield. Every ally and soldier just got a massive 25% stat boost. Hoshiu sees that Phoenix and loses it. He is literally stammering, unable to find words. Is that the legendary Phoenix, a literal divine beast? Meanwhile, arrows are shredding those undead faces. C and the crew are hyped. Uncle, this buff is absolutely insane. Look at those effects. Seriously, who called Saint Seong Ji Han a low-tier support? The chat is blowing up right now. They cleared Phase 2 at gold rank and the team looks unstoppable. Ramen Tang Guru. Omi Kimchi cheers for Seong Ji Han. He turns to C with a grin. How is the buff? She is acting cool, saying it is decent. But then she drops the bomb. I am quitting the party, uncle. Just leveling up won't sharpen my skills. Seong Ji Han smiles, telling her there is always time to train later. Save the training for later, he says. But C isn't having it. No, that won't work. My upgrade condition is brutal. Hit the top 100 or hold a 60% win rate. That is the only way. If I want to peak fast, I need that top 100 rank. And honestly, you can't keep up. I want to be useful soon. Seong Ji Han hears her out and sighs. If that is what you've decided. Seong Ji Han sounds genuinely bummed. Pity. I wanted to run more matches with you and Sophia as a trio. Sophia tries to talk her out of it. Wait, play more with me. I will buff only you promise. C is just confused. But suddenly the general cuts in. Wait, what is this power? A phoenix, this kind of divine energy only belongs to a captain of the royal guard. Unbelievable. Don't tell me you are from the palace. Seong Ji Han is blink reacting. Wait, what is he talking about? I just got this by luck. System alert, the general is starting to take notice of you. Seong Ji Han freezes as the hidden quest details hit him. Gain the general's respect and keep him alive. Got it. Here is his shot at recognition. He flips the switch, bowing low with a flatterer's grin. Precisely, general member of the Royal Shadow Squad reporting for duty. C is watching him like, what are you doing? Uncle, are you serious? The general is sold. So the royals really did send a secret agent. Seong Ji Han leans in. Let me handle these leftovers. General, you should take a breather. The general finally speaks. Your heart is in the right place, kid. But even with that phoenix, taking down Ho Chiu is no joke. Just guard my back with the troops. Seong Ji Han sees his opening and pushes harder. General, didn't you and the king swear brotherhood? He ordered me to protect you with my very life. To him, you are his own flesh and blood. Please let me serve the crown by protecting you. System check. The general's trust is skyrocketing. He covers his face, clearly moved by the words. That day we made our oath under the peach blossoms. It is all coming back. Fine. If you are that determined, take this. I am sharing the power of my thundercloud spear. Now go and erase Ho Shiu. Seong Ji Han is stunned. Then the notifications pop. Thundercloud spear is resonating with the thunder human trait. Lightning power surged. The spear recognizes you as master. Thunder, human stats just jumped by 2 points. Talk about a lucky break. Seong Ji Han can't believe the loot. But then a voice calls out from across. Looks like the little drama is over. To think I'd find a Phoenix user out here. Interesting. Charge sees that Phoenix for me. Seong Ji Han immediately starts barking orders to his own team. C get to high ground and snipe. Sophia back her up. They move out instantly. Let's go. On it. But what about Seong Ji Han? He just stares ahead. I am going for the leader's head. Here it comes. Triple calamity. 1,000 army sweep. The undead are wiped in a heartbeat. Ho Chiu is absolutely stunned. My soldiers were forced to tank Seong Ji Han's raw power. He is growling now, eyes burning with rage. Stop hiding behind your puppets and fight me. Ho Chiu roars, calling him a brat. His blade swings down a heavy blow. Dodged. You think a kid like you can take me? Seong Ji Han glares, catching the strike head on. Triu. He sneers back with a challenge. If you can do it, then try, you pathetic little mouse. But Seong Ji Han actually loves that title. A mouse, I love it. Seong Ji Han successfully repels Ho Triu anyway. Suddenly, an undead rises, its voice sounding like a total nightmare. Everything will be destroyed. It screams from hell. Yunsei fires off an arrow as the battle commands are issued rapidly. Yunsei, more enemies from here, she shouts back, on it while keeping a close eye on Seong Ji Han's every move. She wonders if he will be okay, charging Ho Triu alone. But the villain blocks his weapon with total ease. He even manages to force Seong Ji Han back. Our hero lands, softly trailing a massive surge of gold and blue energy. Ho Triu gets hit so hard he is glowing. He turns pale, letting out a scream of pure agony. This is intense, but seconds later, his eyes clear up. He backs away, taunting Seong Ji Han. Is that all you have got? Seong Ji Han realizes something scary. Did this guy just absorb lightning? Even with his lightning secret technique buffed up, the damage is barely a scratch. Typical final boss. His defense stats are just off the charts. We are in trouble. Seong Ji Han stays focused, watching his next move. Ho Triu is already prepping a massive counterattack. Look at those sword slashes. Blades are flying everywhere. Seong Ji Han's eyes go wide. He is actually shocked by the speed here. A massive whirlwind traps him, blinding his vision. Ho Triyu takes the chance to strike. Seong Ji Han grits his teeth in frustration. Clash. The two figures collide and freeze in total silence. Neither Seong Ji Han nor Ho Triyu moves an inch. Ho Triyu just sneers. Almost had me there. I aimed for your head, but you actually dodged it. You are no ordinary fighter. Surrender now, and I might just let you live. But Seong Ji Han is not done yet. He stops mid-sentence. Why? Because Seong Ji Han is smirking. So lightning does not work on you. Interesting, he says. Let us see what happens when I combine lightning with fire magic. You and I are about to see something crazy. Ho Triyu looks up as golden fire rains down from the heavens. He is getting absolutely cooked by this combo attack. He is scorched black, muttering not bad before hitting the floor. Seong Ji Han is actually a bit confused by how fast he fell. Wait, would I use the Phoenix Fire because the lightning failed? I did not expect him to go down in one hit. You are the leader of the Phoenix Army, yet you are weak against fire. That is just embarrassing, man. The air shifts. The general rushes over, stunned. No way, you actually took down Ho Triyu by yourself. I was going to help, but I did not even get the chance. Talk about overkill. Why use a cannon on a fly? Seong Ji Han just watches him. Looks like phase 2 of the mission is finally over. But we are not done yet. The general keeps praising him like a total fanboy. Seong Ji Han is already thinking 10 steps ahead though. Time for the final phase. What is the last boss going to be? You and I are about to find out. Suddenly, Ho Triyu's shadow looms over him again, oozing a creepy demonic aura. Seong Ji Han just smiles as it clicks. I remember now. Crows fly into the sky. The final boss of this path, the Black Phoenix. The general is losing his mind. The chat is exploding now. Happy New Year, you actually reached the gold tier phase. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. But can Seong Ji Han actually beat this monster? He is waiting for the key moment. He is coming. An undead behind him starts chanting about doom. Here we go, things are getting weird. The general tries to attack. Is one still alive? But Seong Ji Han stops him. Wait, this one is different. There he is. The NPC soldier freed from the Storm Empire's brainwashing. This is the big hint for Phase 3. The darkness is finally here. The viewers are skeptical, wondering if this guy can even talk or just growl. Growling, no way, he is not an extra. He is the guide for the final stage. Welcome, Mr. Explainer. The undead speaks. Because of the Black Phoenix's power, even in death, our army shall rise and fight on. He grabs Seong Ji Han's arm and screams. Out of the 5 young phoenixes, only one of them is the real deal. You cannot win unless you destroy the true darkness. That means finding the real body of the Black Phoenix. I have to kill the original body to end this. Summarized in 3 lines. Wait, that is only 1 line. This quest is getting seriously difficult. The general repeats the warning. Only one of them is the real one. But how do we know which one to hit? Seong Ji Han just stays cool. I will do my best. General, same tactic. The undead keeps talking. The power of lightning and fire cannot be used at the same time. Wait, what? Seong Ji Han looks at him worried. This was not in the NPC's script at all. Is this a unique interaction? Seriously, is this character exclusive dialogue? Seong Ji Han's eyes go wide as he realizes the stakes just got higher. Alright, you and I are seeing Ji Han's face drop in shock as the system alert pops up, warping reality itself. It's right in the NPC's lines. An illegal Constellation terminal just hacked the game. Jihan shoots a look behind him. He calmly asks, who are you? And that undead just freezes up. It stays silent for a second, then finally opens its mouth. Jihan's eyes go wide. It closes the gap in a split second. He's caught and just freezes right there. He watches closely, wondering why another Constellation is messing with the game again. I mean, seriously, who is it this time? But a moment later, the undead's true nature shows. It asks the system if it can speak to the leader. Jihan is stunned. He's totally paralyzed. He mumbles, don't tell me it's you. Turns out this undead is actually an incarnation of the Purple Star. It says, long time no see, leader, how have you been? But then the system announcement rings out, starting the expulsion process. 5, 4, 3 Purple Star panics, yelling for the leader to watch out for those pigeons and try not to stand out too much. I only came to tell you this. See ya. Suddenly, the undead just stands there in front of Jihan, looking completely dazed. It's just mumbling about darkness now. Jihan wonders if it's back to normal while the comment section starts going absolutely wild. Everyone's asking if the NPC is lagging. Then boom, a scream rings out as the Black Phoenix dives to attack the humans. It's hunting them down. Someone yells to get away as the Phoenix starts moving again. Watch out, everyone needs to be careful. Jihan looks up, feeling totally helpless. He's regretting using the Lightning God art along with his Fire Phoenix technique right now. That's usually the ultimate combo against undead monsters, but even so, he can't just ignore a warning coming from a Constellation. Suddenly, Ariel pops up and tells him to use Black Spirit instead. Jihan's caught off guard like, wait, what, right now? Ariel explains that those phoenixes teamed up with the World Tree Alliance to slaughter her entire tribe back in the day. Jihan is completely stunned by that news. She's ready to go all out and finally take this chance to get her revenge. He stops her, asking if she means the elves were the ones who killed them since they run the World Tree Alliance. Before they can talk more, a massive shadow looms over them. The phoenix attacks and Jihan is forced to make a run for it. Ariel screams, she'll explain later, and tells him to get Eclipse out now. That bird is right on their heels, shrieking at them. Jihan can feel its dark energy weighing him down. It's really affecting him, making him feel seriously sick and uncomfortable. He still manages to land a hit with his weapon and the monster screams in pain. Even he's surprised it was that effective. He thought a dark-type attack wouldn't work on it, but it actually did. Ariel is standing there looking pretty annoyed at him. She warns him not to sleep on the Black Spirit's power while their shield gets shredded to pieces by those massive claws. The sorceress is losing it. She's yelling for heal buffs because the shield is about to shatter. "I'm buffing you right now." Suddenly, power surges from behind. A flying general jumps into the fight, swinging his weapon to chase that black phoenix away from them. It backs off with a wing cut in half, but then it just grows back. The general is totally shocked that it regenerated. Seong Ji Han is already calculating his next move that was not the real body. Clones can heal instantly, no matter the injury. The trick is to find the real one as fast as possible so they can end this nightmare and win the game. The players behind him are losing it, screaming for someone to get this crazy oversized pigeon away from them immediately. He gets crushed before he can even finish. Jihan watches the chaos, wondering if that's all those guys can really do. It really looks like only the flying general and Jihan are strong enough to deal any real damage to these phoenixes. The general slams his weapon down, telling everyone to huddle up. He's not letting those monsters hurt his soldiers today. Jihan sees the general gathering players, making them a huge target for the phoenixes to dive in and attack. He keeps watching the phoenixes and realizes the general is finally making his move. But then he does something nobody expected. He never expected Jihan to use his body as a springboard to launch himself way up into the air. He flies high into the air, reaching a height even higher than those phoenixes can fly right now. No point in hunting for the original now that they're all clumped together in one spot. Time to take them all out. He grips his sword tight, glowing with that special power. He looks down and decides to just kill them all at once. Nameless Divine Technique Shadow Attack. A massive whirlwind starts swallowing those phoenixes whole, slowly drowning them in darkness. He takes them down in a heartbeat, but then his focus shifts. He totally forgot to plan where he's going to land. But someone reacts just in time. The general catches him mid-air before his feet hit the dirt. He just nods and says, "Great job, young man." Jihan sighs in relief, "Thanks, General." But the battle isn't over yet, and they still need to finish every single one of them. Splash. The general hits the water, totally stunned. "I can't believe it. Who are you to be this strong?" Ding. The system sounds off. The flying general NPC has recognized your skills. Back at the massive building, a powerful strike is unleashed. Seong Ji Han is training with everything he's got, and his attack slams down, pulverizing the solid stone floor. Now Seong Ji Han is shocked too. He stares at his handiwork and mumbles, "Did I break the building? I really tried to. Hold back my power. Too much force, I guess." The Thundercloud Spear, an SS rank enhancement item, has successfully fused. It adds lightning attributes. The minimum gear rank for this fusion is SS. Once you're recognized as the master of lightning, you unlock the summoning skill. It's currently fused with the Phoenix Flag. After completing that insane epic quest, rewards started pouring in just like we expected. Among all the loot, the most valuable is still the Thundercloud Spear. Seong Ji Han is still full of questions. An item that fuses directly into gear. That sounds interesting. I wonder if it works on Eclipse. What do you think? Ariel responds instantly. I wouldn't recommend that. Eclipse has the total opposite attribute. Fusing them would just weaken its overall power. Hearing that Seong Ji Han agrees, makes sense. Ariel continues, explaining Eclipse is already a beast. It doesn't need this. If you get support from the Queen, its power could reach ridiculous new heights. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han pivots and changes the subject. By the way, when did you grow up so much, Ariel? Ariel is caught off guard by the question. She shoots him a look. What's wrong with this look? Any complaints? Seong Ji Han points out the obvious fact. The tiny kid from before is now a full-grown adult. Ariel continues to explain this. Was always my real form. You just weren't strong enough to maintain it before, so I had to stay small. Thanks to absorbing that Phoenix energy earlier, I've got power to spare. Expect to see a lot more of my real strength in the future. Hearing this, Seong Ji Han finally responds. Well, I'm glad my stats are up, but thinking about that, Pervy Queen still gives me the creeps. I feel like she might slice me in half at any moment. Ariel snaps. What did you say? Are you getting cocky just because the Queen noticed you? Seong Ji Han dismisses it. Who cares? We're finally back here anyway. Seong Ji Han speaks up again. Now let's finish that conversation we started earlier. Ariel is confused. What do you mean? Seong Ji Han reminds her about the story she told on the bridge. Why are your shadow elves fighting the regular elves? Ariel goes silent for a moment. She asks him a question first. Why do you think? We're even the same race. You might not know, but everyone is born from the world tree just like fruit. But those elves humans know. They only make up 10% of the tree's output. The rest are very different. I was one of the defective products rejected by the world tree's standards. My soul was saved by the Shadow Queen. The queen gathered the souls of destroyed elves like me and reborn them as shadow elves. Then she led our rebellion on a planet ruled by the World Tree Alliance and claimed it. But the Alliance is still incredibly powerful. The queen is constantly building strength to take them down one day. Seong Ji Han listens to her story in silence. In his head, he's calculating. That's one hell of a grudge. Makes sense. Before he regressed, those elves were already super annoying. Honestly, the reason Earth was destroyed was because humans kept losing. Suddenly, a noise from outside stops them. Seong Ji Han heads to the door and hears Zia's voice. He walks over worried. Hey, is everything okay out here? Zia looks at him and says, Uncle, look, the Korean national team just lost in the Battle League again. Korea is getting crushed by Taiwan. Zia is panicking. How many times is this? Our dungeon's about to appear. Seong Ji Han reads the news and comes to a different conclusion. If things are this bad, I'll have to act earlier. Zia is totally confused by his words. What do you mean? Right then, Seong Ji Han's phone starts ringing out loud. Hello. On the other end, a man introduces himself. Seong Ji Han, it's Manager Park Yoon-sik. Sorry for the call. Things are getting urgent, so we have to move up the schedule. Have you decided on joining the team? It's late afternoon at a corporate building. Yoon-sik walks down the hall with Seong Ji Han. Thanks for considering our offer. Seong Ji Han smiles politely. It's no problem. I was planning on joining the national team anyway. Park is relieved. With you on the team, our chances just shot up. Seong Ji Han stays focused, knowing the real war is just beginning. The stakes are higher than ever, and everyone is counting on him to lead the way now. He knows the patterns from his past life. He won't let Korea fall this time. Not under his watch. Park opens the door to the briefing room. Ready to meet the rest of the squad, Seong Ji Han steps inside confidently. His journey to the top of the world ranking starts here. Let's see if the world is ready for Seong Ji Han. The other guy looks pretty satisfied with that answer. Good. Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is thinking the exact same thing. If the Korean team keeps sinking like this, things are going to get ugly. He needs to step in and fix this mess early. Yoon-sik opens the door with a smile, explaining the plan. First things first, time to greet the current national players. Suddenly something heavy swings down. Both of them freeze. There he is, the guy with hands already covered in blood. You useless dogs, are you trying to ruin my reputation? Dong-gu is absolutely losing it, beating the two players in front of him. Play like your lives depend on it. Do you hear me? Put everything on the line. His shouting is suddenly cut short. Kim Dong-gu Yoon-sik rushes over totally panicked. What on earth do you think you are doing? Dong-gu just tosses the club aside like it is nothing. Relax, he says. I am just giving them a little lesson. Yoon-sik is not having it. Who teaches people like that? But Dong-gu is already busy staring down Seong Ji Han. So this is the new national prospect. Nice to meet you. But Seong Ji Han, you really think you will make the main roster? Hope you can keep up. Seong Ji Han hesitates at the bloody hand offered to him before finally reaching out. Looking forward to it. Dong-gu smirks, and in a split second that hand turns into a lethal fist. He lunges straight for Seong Ji Han's face. Yoon-sik is completely frozen. A surprise attack like that, Seong Ji Han barely has a moment to react to the incoming blow. Dong-gu throws his full weight into the strike. Yoon-sik can only watch his brain still trying to process the madness. Just a few days ago, the plan was simple. We are going to put Seong Ji Han on the national team. That news stopped Dong-gu in his tracks. He could not believe it. What he barked. Yoon-sik tried to explain. It is still in the discussion phase. But if Seong Ji Han is interested, the Bureau will move forward with an official test. But Dong-gu's rage was already boiling. Is this a joke? He is only platinum rank. I do not care how much potential he has. This is not a game. If we pick someone just because they are famous and he fails, the whole tournament is ruined. Yoon-sik shuts him down fast. Look at the facts. The Korean team has been a disaster ever since the Sword King left. The entire warrior lineup needs a desperate overhaul. Are you telling me Korea has zero talent left to offer? Just put Seong Ji Han on the team already. That is all the fans are talking about right now. The Bureau is getting buried under complaints and government petitions. Everyone wants him in the squad. As for his skill, we will test him thoroughly. Do not worry. But those words only made Dong-gu more furious. He is literally gritting his teeth, trembling with pure hatred. Yoon-sik, what is the actual winning strategy here? Remember when he was the MVP for 2 seasons straight? Looking this way, please. The reporters could not get enough. But back then, the media was already turning cold. Senior, do we really need to interview the other warriors? Why bother? Without the Sword King, the Korean team is just trash. They are useless in a real fight. No point in asking. That name has been a thorn in his side forever. Yoon Se-jin, that guy finally leaves. And now his brother-in-law is here to ruin my day. If he even mentions the national team, I will crush him. But back in the present, Donggu is the one who is stunned. Seong Ji Han just caught his punch like it was nothing. What exactly was that supposed to be? Seong Ji Han asks. Donggu smirks, then bursts into a loud laugh as he pulls back. Donggu steps back, clearly impressed despite himself. Not bad, Seong Ji Han. You were definitely not an easy target. It was just a little test, I knew you would block it. Seong Ji Han ignores the nonsense and turns straight to Yoon Sik. So is the strength evaluation over now? Yoon Sik has no choice but to roll with Donggu's excuse. The Bureau will have its own test. But since Seong Ji Han is a special case, the process will be a bit different. While they are talking, Donggu makes another loud scene to grab the spotlight. Listen up, manager. Since we are already doing things differently, let us just settle this once and for all. Yoon Sik is confused. What Donggu doubles down on his insane idea. If a pro who has actually played in the official league acknowledges him, nobody can say a word. It is a special case anyway, right? So let us skip the red tape. Fight me one-on-one. Let the world see what Seong Ji Han can really do. Well, seeing things go too far, Yoon Sik tries to intervene. Wait, Kim Dong-gu, but Seong Ji Han actually agrees. Fine. This way, no one will have anything to complain about. Challenge accepted. Meanwhile, over at the Haeun office, the headlines about Seong Ji Han are already blowing up everywhere. Haeun Guild Seong Ji Han is officially being scouted, the first platinum player to ever hit the national stage. It is a sensation. It is absolute chaos. People are actually petitioning for him to join the national team. The comment section is blowing up. Could the rumors about Seong Ji Han being scouted be true? Honestly, it makes sense since Korea's current warrior team is so weak. Is the national team even a question? Our guy Seong Ji Han literally crushed a diamond ranker and took down an assassin solo. In that fight, the assassin was as helpless as a ranger in a brawl. And remember, Seong Ji Han was only silver rank then. But look, the national team isn't a playground. Stop treating him like a god and follow the rules. Ha Yuan nervously calls him. A platinum player being nominated was already causing a stir, but now they are broadcasting the match on national television. Seong Ji Han stays cool as always and just asks her one simple thing. Is the match schedule finalized yet? Ha Yuan says it is in 1 week and asks about rescheduling. But our guy immediately shuts that idea down. No, this timing is perfect. Let us stick to the plan. Ha Yuan agrees, saying she trusts him to win again. But those were just empty words. Deep down, she did not believe in him for even a single second. Seong Ji Han knows exactly what she is really thinking, but he does not bother arguing. Instead, he just keeps it short. All right, I am hanging up now. She smiles and says she will call if anything comes up. Once the call ends, he is alone. Seong Ji Han starts thinking to himself. A live broadcast. It is pretty obvious they are just looking for a way to humiliate me. They probably think one exchange will prove I am not national level yet. But then his status window pops up. Name Seong Ji Han. Level 72 Gold League Gangnam 1. His power stat has already hit 99. The system asks if he wants to invest 1 point into power. Seong Ji Han mumbles, wondering if things will still be the same in a week. Regardless, he makes the choice. Power 100. Force 100. Everything is about to change. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts around him. Seong Ji Han freezes in shock, staring down at his own 2 hands. He only increased 1 stat point, but he can feel his power has reached a completely different level of existence. With this strength, I can do it. His internal energy begins to flow as external force pushes his body past its limits. The integration of the triple dantian begins. The light around him flares up with intense raw energy. Seong Ji Han grinds his teeth through the agony. It feels like his body is being ripped apart, but he cannot stop now. He has to break through the barrier between his dantians. Smash it. A moment later, only white smoke remains. Seong Ji Han collapses to his knees on the floor. Then the notification finally appears. Triple dantian integration successful. His power and force stats merge into a brand new stat. You have acquired the special skill, Void Soul. Seong Ji Han forces himself up and checks the skill. A special skill even more advanced than a rare stat. Well, it worked. Out of nowhere, a massive black hand appears and a thick dark mist starts filling the entire room. A notification pops up. The owner of Void Soul, the wandering martial god, is summoning you right now. A mysterious portal drags Seong Ji Han into a different dimension. He stands there, completely stunned by the sight before him. Where am I? What the hell is going on? He remembers the message from before. The martial god is summoning him. Last time that god took back a gift just for a partial link. Now he is actually summoning me in person. Just then, a strange figure walks toward him, remarking that it has been a long time since they had a visitor. Seong Ji Han jumps back instantly on guard. He asks the stranger if he is the wandering martial god. The man just smirks at him, clearly unimpressed. He speaks with total contempt about meeting the Great One. Your level is pathetic. If you saw his true form, you would die instantly. That is why I am here instead. He finally reveals his identity. I am the messenger of the martial god. I have lived 3,000 cycles. Name is Dongfang Sako. That name rings a bell. Dongfang's Sacco, like the legendary SS rank item Dongfang's Sacco's brush. That brush is the link to the martial god himself. Sacco sees his confusion and asks why he was summoned. He does not waste any time. He tells Seong Ji Han that he is going to get straight to the point. Chosen one, give up your void soul and become a servant of the martial god. Seong Ji Han is completely speechless. What? Sacco explains that the void soul is a power only one person per planet can ever possess. If you keep that power. Suddenly he waves his hand and 1,000 swords rain down from the sky. They surround Seong Ji Han instantly. Sacco warns him that once he reaches a certain level, the martial god will kill him. But there is a way out. Give up the void soul, serve him, and you can live forever as his loyal servant. You have the chance to live forever as a loyal servant to the legendary martial god himself. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the heat of it. Dongfang Si drops the big question, but Seong Ji Han is lost. What in the world is going on here? If only one soulless can exist per planet, then did the martial god come from Earth? But he shakes it off quickly. Focus. That is not the most important thing for him to worry about right now. His only options are death or slavery. But it looks like they might not kill him immediately if he refuses. Dongfang Si speaks up, claiming he knows exactly what our guy is thinking, while Seong Ji Han just stands there looking confused. He tells him, "Let me give you some advice, kid," while pointing up toward the sky above them. Countless weapons are floating around this star. These all belong to the constellations who failed their challenge against the martial god. Do not bet your life on a hopeless dream. You would rather be the head of a snake than a dragon's tail. But if I am dead, what does it matter? Seong Ji Han stares at the sky, totally speechless in this moment. After thinking it over, his words actually make a lot of sense. The old man nods, looking satisfied with that answer. But then he cuts in. No slavery for him. He boldly declares he will use the soulless power to defeat the martial god. He gets serious, saying that to protect his home and family, he can never settle for being a useless dragon tail. Dongfang Si is stunned by that answer. After a moment, he actually starts nodding in genuine respect for the kid. So that is it. You are young, but you really are the soulless owner. I'm starting to like you. Dongfang Si lets out a laugh. A real man should have ambition that high. But then he suddenly stops moving. Suddenly, Dongfang Si lunges forward like a rocket. He delivers a massive blow that sends Seong Ji Han flying, but he manages to stabilize. Seong Ji Han blocks the wind pressure with his hands to stay grounded. Then the old man starts lecturing him. The absolute law of this world is that the strong eat the weak. Just having a cool attitude will not keep you alive. Do you understand that he summons his weapon and says if you really plan on challenging the martial god one day, then you at least need to be strong enough to play with me first. He swings a massive blade right at him. Seong Ji Han cannot even process what is happening. That single slash makes the entire space tremble as rocks fly into the air. Purple energy starts exploding everywhere. Now get ready to take this attack, chosen one. Seong Ji Han watches the situation closely. Looking at that terrifying power in front of him, he wonders how he can even block it. Now pay attention because this next part is wild. At the last second, someone shouts for them to stop. Looking at the massive figure standing before him, Seong Ji Han is terrified. It is the martial god Lang Thang Sao. His entire body is shaking from the sheer pressure. The martial god mocks him, saying a tiny shrimp wanting to defeat him is interesting. Fine, I will wait for you. By now, Seong Ji Han's body is completely worn out after that earlier strike. Suddenly, a black hole opens beneath his feet. The martial god smiles weirdly, looking forward to their next meeting, Seong Ji Han. Then he just shoves him right into that black hole. Seong Ji Han's body is thrown through time and space into another dimension. He struggles just to catch his breath. Seong Ji Han was terrified after what happened, and his head feels like it might explode. It feels like someone smashed a hammer against his skull. Is just seeing a tiny part of his true form this overwhelming? Is the gap between me and the martial god really this huge? Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through his train of thought. Wait, what? A crowd of people suddenly surrounds him. Seong Ji Han, is that really you? Are you actually back home right now? Countless cameras are being shoved in his face. Everyone wants to know where he has been all this time. Did you really quit the national selection exam? Seong Ji Han is totally lost. Wait, what are you people talking about? CA steps out of the car looking confused. She rushes over to him immediately, asking where he has been all this time. Everything is happening too fast for him to understand. Why is everyone acting like this? Do you really not know anything? CA shouts the explanation at him. You have been missing for a whole week. Then another woman starts calling his name. Han rushes them, telling everyone to get in the car now. They quickly jump inside. The crowd keeps chasing the car, shouting for him to wait. Han greets him with total worry. Seong Ji Han, where in the world have you been lately? She starts talking a mile a minute without stopping. Things have been chaotic for a whole week. The police searched everywhere but found nothing. Do you know how worried CA was? Han explains how serious things have gotten. Rumors about him being kidnapped or just hiding away have spread everywhere. Reporters have been surrounding S Palace this whole time, and the headache is unreal. Seong Ji Han can hardly believe his ears. It makes you wonder, right? While he was meeting those legends had that much time really passed back home. He suddenly remembered something and blurted out a question. Wait, what about the national team selection trials? Seong Ji Han asked anxiously. Today is the public exhibition match, right? Was it cancelled? Hearing that he finally told him the match schedule is still on Seong Ji Han. Right now, another guy was being surrounded by a pack of reporters. They were hounding Kim Dong-yu with endless questions. Is today's match still going as planned? He smirked at the cameras. If Seong Ji Han shows up, the match goes on as scheduled. The crowd went into a total frenzy. But today is the 7th day of Seong Ji Han's disappearance. What do you think of the rumors that he's hiding? Dong-yu stayed silent for a second before giving them a piece of his mind. Seong Ji Han told me something the day we met. He flashed a twisted, creepy grin. In front of everyone, I am going to absolutely crush you. Don't go crying or making excuses when you lose. The crowd was stunned by that bold statement. So Seong Ji Han didn't care where he'd been. Dong-yu shouted out a challenge. If you're a man, take responsibility for your words. When there was no response, he thought triumphantly. Fine by me. If this keeps up, I won't even have to lift a finger to get rid of you. But just as Dong-yu was about to keep talking, a massive wave of power suddenly erupted behind him. Get back here. A figure slowly emerged, leaving everyone completely speechless. Seong Ji Han had finally arrived. He calmly replied to the person on the other end. Yes, manager, I just got here. Everyone there was slack-jawed at his sudden appearance. The reporters went wild, rushing towards Seong Ji Han. You're actually back. Where have you been all this time? Are you dropping out of the national team trials? Seeing all that attention shift to him made Dong-yu absolutely furious. Did he just drop from the sky? Talk about having the aura of a total superstar. Dong-yu suddenly acted all welcoming. Seong Ji Han, you're safe. He put on a fake smile and walked over with open arms. It's a miracle. You made it in time. Dong-yu grabbed him to lead the way inside. Come on, let's go get ready for the match. The reporters outside were still screaming. Seong Ji Han, just one question. They pushed through the crowd and entered the main hall. Dong-yu was fuming inside. I thought for sure he'd run away, so why show up now? Dong-yu glanced back, eyeing him suspiciously. Looking at Seong Ji Han's current state made him really curious. This guy looks like a total mess. Did he really go missing just because he was sick? Seong Ji Han pressed a hand over his racing heart. The effects of the frozen armor and war god were still lingering. He suddenly thought of his recent skill, plus the fact he had a new ability called Soulless that he hadn't even mastered yet. Seong Ji Han level 72 Gangnam Area 1 Gold League. Soulless at 100 Sword Shadow at 35 Lightning Blade at 27. Seong Ji Han sighed. This match was going to be rough. Inside the massive high-tech arena, the crowd was glued to the screens. Thank you all for waiting. Seeing the broadcast finally start, Kyu Sung and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At least the match was actually happening. Showing up right at the deadline, talk about a heart-pounding entrance. Back in the arena, the announcement blared. The official selection trial for the new national team. He boisterously introduced the public exhibition match between national player Kim Dong-yu and challenger Seong Ji Han. As he finished, the comments section exploded. Is this really happening? What the heck? When did Seong Ji Han get back? Sorry, Seong Ji Han. I'm just here for the hype. I just ordered fried chicken. Seong Ji Han, buddy, try to last 30 minutes. Better to bet on whether Kim Dong-yu can even last 30 minutes himself. A fan suddenly shouted out a question. Seong Ji Han, are you okay? Seong Ji Han spoke up to reassure them, don't worry about it. Dong-yu smirked and said, oh, I'm not worried at all. He dropped into his combat stance while he spoke. Whether you're sick or not doesn't matter to me. Suddenly, Dong-yu lunged forward like a bullet toward him. Just don't use that as an excuse when you lose. As he charged in, Seong Ji Han reacted instantly, dodging the strike just in time. Witnessing that move, he thought to himself, well, he definitely has the skills of a national player. Not giving up, Dong-yu kept the pressure on, swinging his sword at Seong Ji Han, but his technique and speed were seriously lacking. If he keeps rushing in blindly like that, finding an opening to counterattack is going to be way too easy. Seong Ji Han slipped past him, his whole body erupting in lightning to strike back. That blinding flash of light completely obscured the guy's vision. Since he couldn't see a thing, Dong-yu started swinging his sword wildly. In the blink of an eye, Seong Ji Han had teleported right behind him. He threw a heavy punch straight at the back of Dong-yu's neck. But what happened next made Seong Ji Han freeze. What? The guy's reflexes were insane, and he caught the fist. Way too predictable. Kim Dong-yu's skill is future prophecy. Although the name sounds epic, he can't actually see the distant future. The real power of this skill is the ability to predict the opponent's very next move. So if the user has fast enough reflexes, in theory, Kim Dong-yu is literally untouchable right now. No matter how many hits Seong Ji Han throws, he just dances around them like it is nothing. Our boy Seong Ji Han is completely stunned. Finally, Kim Dong-yu has had enough and swings his sword for a massive counterattack. Seong Ji Han's hands are looking pretty beat up at this point. That absolute control field of his, is not working like before. Seeing how pathetic Seong Ji Han looks, Kim Dong-yu just smirks. You idiot, did you really think you could take me on without using magic? As Seong Ji Han tries to charge in again, Kim Dong-yu is just thinking that he could punch all day and it still would not matter. He is reading every single one of Seong Ji Han's movements. Kim Dong-yu swings his blade first to end this before it even starts. You cannot even touch a single hair on my head. Look at that, the blade is barely an inch away from Seong Ji Han's face. Seong Ji Han cannot even react in time. There's a massive explosion from the impact and Kim Dong-yu is already celebrating his win. Suddenly, the entire stage goes dead silent. The only thing you can hear is the sound of dark red blood dripping onto the floor. We are all on the edge of our seats. Cuckoo totally loses it and starts screaming, asking what the heck just happened. Wait guys, look at the screen. The dust is finally clearing away and now we see Kim Dong-yu's sword just falling to the ground. This is not what he expected at all. Kim Dong-yu's arm is the one that is mangled. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as the pain hits. Damn, what is going on? Why is my arm like this? Meanwhile, Seong Ji Han is standing there without a single scratch on him. Instead, Seong Ji Han is suddenly covered in these brilliant red flames. He just whispers to himself, so this is how you use it. Kim Dong-yu is losing his mind trying to figure this out. He clearly attacked first, so how did he end up taking all the damage? Seong Ji Han just looks at him and says, thanks. You can feel the intensity as he starts walking toward Kim Dong-yu step by step. He says that thanks to Kim Dong-yu running around like a rat, he finally found the feeling. Kim Dong-yu is looking absolutely terrified now. He tries to keep it together and read the next move. Crap, do not panic, he tells himself, just stay calm and focus. He predicts the next strike is coming from above. Thinking he has the upper hand, Kim Dong-yu tries to slide back to avoid it. But right at that second, the flames just erupt. The force is so violent that it literally blows Kim Dong-yu away like a ragdoll. The impact is crazy, sending Kim Dong-yu flying several meters back, but he somehow manages to find his feet and hold his ground. This new power has Kim Dong-yu completely spiraling. There is no way he thinks I clearly dodged that attack. Seong Ji Han is not letting up though. He is flying toward him at top speed. Seong Ji Han has officially unlocked a new stat called Soulless. Soulless is like this ultimate fusion of martial power and force energy. It is basically the perfect mix of physical and spiritual strength. He is putting everything into this one punch. Seong Ji Han gets closer and closer, but then those red flames suddenly die down. They condense around his entire body before exploding outward with even more power. Kim Dong-yu is just standing there completely frozen in shock. Then Seong Ji Han just buries his fist into the guy. If you can control this right, this power is basically a cheat code for everything. That move looked like it literally ripped the soul out of Kim Dong-yu. Seong Ji Han keeps the pressure on and goes in for a finishing blow. Kim Dong-yu gets sent flying and everyone in the crowd is losing their minds. What is happening? The commentator is shouting in disbelief. Seong Ji Han is absolutely dominating a national player like Kim Dong-yu. At this point, Kim Dong-yu is just getting turned into a punching bag. Seeing the guy is still breathing, Seong Ji Han actually sounds impressed. You are still standing, I guess that Warrior Lionheart title is real. Kim Dong-yu starts laughing like a total psycho and mocks him. You exceeded my expectations, he says. You are almost as good as Jang Jae-jeon. Fine, I acknowledge you. Seong Ji Han has no clue what this guy is talking about. Kim Dong-yu just excitedly declares you passed the test. Seong Ji Han is not in the mood for any nonsense and just knocks him out cold. Kim Dong-yu still mumbles about making him a national player. Seong Ji Han just shuts him down. Who gave you the right to judge me? Even the commentator is left speechless by that cold response. Alright, we have the official result. Kim Dong-yu has been declared unable to continue the match. It is all over. The winner of this public showdown is Seong Ji Han. As soon as the words are out, the entire comments section just goes nuclear. This is insane. The match ended way too fast. I am so glad that I am from the same country as Seong Ji Han. From gold rank straight to the national level, man, I seriously want to be Seong Ji Han in my next life. He is a legend. Shizuru's just watching the results with a serious look. She asks the person in front of her, did he really beat a national player? Does this mean Seong Ji Han is going to represent us in the next international tournament? What do you think about that? Sejin is just sitting there calmly eating his food. After thinking for a moment, he just shakes his head and says he does not know. Sejin coldly adds that it has nothing to do with him anymore. If they meet in a match, he will just handle it. Wow, he is so cold. Suddenly, a waiter comes over very respectfully and offers to pour some more wine for Lord Shizuru. The poor guy accidentally spills some and Shizuru has zero chill. She slaps him hard and then pours the whole glass on the floor. Look at Shizuru being total trash. Ordering that poor waiter to lick wine off the floor, disgusting. But her aura is so twisted that he actually smiles and says yes. He's totally brainwashed. He is literally under her spell, just licking it up. Then she turns to Sejin. What is she planning? She asks Sejin point blank if he can win against Seong Ji Han. Look at him, he doesn't even answer. Sejin admits he might win now, but at Seong Ji Han's insane growth rate, next year he is not so sure. Sizuru is shook. She realizes Seong Ji Han is already way stronger than when he fought Akari. He is a monster. And that fight was not even that long ago. Suddenly, the announcer cuts back to the main event. They are interviewing Seong Ji Han about making the national team. Our boy is just smiling so humbly, we love it. He says he just got lucky. Yeah, right. After that, total domination, you are way too modest, Seong Ji Han. Everyone is finally breathing again after that match. Now the reporter wants a final word for the fans. Suddenly, Seong Ji Han gets serious. He is wondering if Yoon Sejin is watching. Oh, this is going to be good. Sejin is glued to the TV. Seong Ji Han tells the nation that the days of Korean losses are over. He knows fans are disappointed with recent scores but promises a new era. Sejin is just watching speechless. It sounds bold for a rookie, but Seong Ji Han is not playing around. He is about to drop a bombshell. He vows to hunt down that traitorous sword king and literally take his head. Absolute savage. We are hyped. Sejin is fuming, but the whole country is cheering. Now that the hype is over, it is time to eat. The squad is out for dinner and Haon is leading the charge. Let us get these drinks up, people. To Seong Ji Han, our new national player, cheers. Everyone is celebrating like it is a holiday. They deserve it. Hard work pays off. Yoon Se-ah asks if he has to leave for training camp right away. We will miss him. He says they will update him soon. Lim Gaeon is just in awe. Honestly, we are all too girl. She is leveling fast, but Seong Ji Han is on a different planet, going from gold rank straight to the national team. That is actually insane. Yoon Se-ah comforts her, saying Gaeon will make the cut soon enough. Such a sweet duo. Then Yoon Se-ah gets a wild idea. Why does the whole guild not just aim for the national team? Dream big. She will be the archer and Gaeon can be the warrior. They are building a literal dream team right here. She looks at Diego, then remembers Marcos is Argentinian. Oops, global problems, am I right? Yoon Se-ah blanks out, totally awkward. Haon jumps in to save her. Not everyone needs to be national guys. Just do your best wherever you are. Seong Ji Han just bursts out laughing at how chaotic they all are. He teases the guild master for stuttering. He's like me, stutter never. This family vibe is everything. Wait, a system notification. Something is weird with his Nameless Divine Arts skill. Is he getting a buff? Seong Ji Han looks totally lost. Then a whole flood of messages starts popping up. Here we go, guys. It is evolving. Since he mastered the soulless move, the skill is literally re-merging itself right now. Peak fiction. He either needs to customize the techniques or find the skill true name to fully awaken it. Big choices. Does he want to name the skill himself? This brings back some old memories for our main character. In his past life, he got this skill too late. Earth was destroyed before he could solve the mystery. But this time, the chance is here early. He's trying to guess what those hidden names could be. The shadow, sky, thunder, and god slaying techniques. Then the system gives him a helpful little tip. The system suggests modifying them himself is the better path. Seong Ji Han makes his choice right then and there. If he cannot find the true name, he will just refine those 3 techniques himself. Smart move, Seong Ji Han. Haon catches him spacing out and calls him back. Come on, Seong Ji Han, it is time for the big speech. He snaps out of it. He will deal with the system later. Now he is sharing some heartfelt words. He says he is just lucky to have found such talented people. Oh man, stop being so sweet, Seong Ji Han. Everyone is looking at him with so much respect. He thanks them for believing and never giving up. I am crying. He promises that next time they meet, Korea will be #1 in the World League. Let us go. Cheers all around. But wait, somewhere else, someone is finally waking up from a long coma. New character. He wakes up totally confused and panicking. And look at that, he is surrounded by a massive crowd. Cliffhanger. Host welcomes us to the gold rank. This time, it is a survival mission in a testing zone. Our guy finally realizes what is happening. And yeah, he is immediately cursing his luck. This testing area is a level 85 map. Just hit gold and you are already in this mess. No time for guides. Someone screams, drawing everyone's eyes. Oh man, look at those massive letters. He is complaining because he landed in the red zone. Talk about bad luck, he is definitely losing levels. Jihan is confused. What is so special about the red zone? Suddenly, the start signal blares out. Dark red lasers activate everywhere. Survival count is 100 and we are dropping to 50. A thick electric grid traps everyone. As soon as the command hits, those red beams strike down. Total carnage. Fight for your life. You can see the pure terror on everyone's faces. It is absolute chaos, screams echoing everywhere. Even our main character is taken aback by this brutality. Here is how it works. Players are randomly tossed into 3 zones, green, yellow, or red. Red is the worst. Survival plus lethal traps. They literally call it the newbie graveyard. After that first wave of destruction, the whole place is buried in thick smoke and dust. Everyone is gasping for air. One guy starts raging, honestly can't blame him for the salt. Green or yellow would have been an easy rank up. Now everyone is furious about these insane rules. Dealing with players and dodging traps is completely unfair. Then a voice cuts through the noise. Wait, someone suggests a truce. Let us not fight each other when the traps are already this deadly. Fighting now is just suicide. An archer steps up trying to talk some sense into the crowd. As long as 50 people survive across all zones, we pass. Why kill each other inside our zone? Team up to break the traps. Seems logical, right? But that voice sounds suspiciously familiar. A mage joins in speaking for the group. Alright, looks like we are all on the same page. He asks if anyone is new to survival missions. Probably some fresh level 75s in here. The kind mage offers to show them the trap locations and how to clear them safely. Our main character looks touched. Wow, everything is going great. Except for those creepy hidden smiles. Once the newbies gather, he confirms their levels. Level 75 right, yep, they fell for it. Suddenly, the mage levels his staff. He is pointing it right at the unsuspecting new players. His whole crew draws weapons. Total betrayal. Everyone is panicking, screaming, asking what the hell is happening. The mage is radiating pure malice. What I am teaching you, he says, this is strategy. The goons start laughing their heads off. You idiots, you were dead anyway because of the traps. At least now you are dying with a lesson right. Honestly, these guys are the absolute worst. The victims turn pale. One girl asks if they are really going to play this dirty with newbies. Their response, welcome to the real world. Everyone goes through this. Time to grow up. No more talk. The mage prepares his finishing move. Remember to use this strategy next time. He is charging up his weapon, looking way too excited. That is enough for today. Goodbye. The villains launch a massive attack. A huge explosion rocks the area, sending dust flying everywhere. But wait. As the smoke clears, a shadow appears. Suddenly, those killers are being pulled back. Jihan has got them. He does not hold back, slamming the entire group into the dirt. What just happened? Jihan walks up calmly. He was struggling to remember this map earlier. He releases a crushing wave of killing intent. Thanks for the strategy tips, I remember everything now. Those guys just vanish after that hit. Now Jihan is on a rampage hunting the rest. The audience is losing it. Now this is the high-level gameplay we have been waiting for. He is completely breaking the red zone's balance. One victim screams about the crazy S-rank guy. Does not matter. Jihan swings his blade and slices him apart without a shred of mercy. After clearing the trash, Jihan looks around. Is that all of them? Seriously. Look at that survivor count. Green 28, yellow 25. And red, just 1. Jihan. Alright guys, 54 survivors left. Seeing that our guy grumbles, what is this mess? Not even 50 people, so annoying. I can't even hop zones to hunt them. Suddenly, Ariel pops up with a warning. John, watch out. He nearly jumps out of his skin. This place feels familiar to Ariel. No wonder it looks so recognizable to her. It is the World Tree Alliance lab. John is absolutely floored by the news. Ariel sadly explains. Whenever elves invade a planet, they leave labs like this behind. I have scouted abandoned labs before. I even lost teammates to leftover traps back then. John listens in silence. Ariel has never seen these on the game map. This is new. John scans the area. If she is right, an elf facility was dragged into the game. Thought this was just a weird survival theme. Guess not. Suddenly, alarms start blaring everywhere. The sirens cut him off. An announcement follows, confirming all red zone specimens are destroyed, except one. Outlayer detected. Non-standard subject found. Searching the area now. The system scans him and triggers the red laser grid for total incineration. John is clueless. He finally snaps out of it and screams, what the hell? Does this map actually have these mechanics? You and I both know the viewers are laughing. This is why you do not overfarm in the zone. Did he skip the manual? Do not underestimate the villagers. John curses. This cheap trap is literally a death sentence. Ariel sees the danger. John over there, charge through that middle door now. What? Ariel explains quickly. If I remember correctly, that is actually a space rift. You can escape through there when traps trigger. John is skeptical. It looks like a wall. Ariel rushes him. Move it, that rift will not stay open for long. With no other choice, John sprints forward. If this goes wrong, do not blame me. He finally reaches the door. The moment John touches it, a strange light flashes. He reflexively shuts his eyes. Once things feel safe, John slowly opens them. He is speechless at the view. Before John lies a massive campus filled with lush greenery. What on earth? Everything here is weirdly peaceful. There is even a splashing water fountain. John asks Ariel where they are, but she looks just as confused as him. No idea. I did not expect a hidden space like this. Suddenly, a notification appears. Hidden quest cleared, escape the zone. New information pops up. Epic quest unlocked. Epic quest, confront the lab owner and find their goal. Reward 100 achievement points. He reads the prompt. Totally different from daily quests. What is the experiment for? A noise startles John. A blonde girl watches him warily and asks, who are you? The elf is shocked. An escaped specimen. John stares back. Is she an elf? Ariel warns him immediately. A real elf. Be careful, John, he nods, sensing danger. John recalls the quest info. Ariel said this was a World Tree Alliance lab. Could this elf be the owner? She watches him. Interesting, no specimen has reached here. How fascinating. The elf offers a friendly invite. Want some tea? It is currently tea time. He hesitates on his next move. Part of him wants to just attack for info, but her power is a mystery. Too risky. After a moment, John comes up with a plan. For now, I will just play along. Sure, sounds good. They both sit down. She politely pours the tea. Neither of them says a word. Once she is finished, the hospitable elf slides it toward John. Here, enjoy. John looks at the cup suspicious. This feels sketchy. Is it poison? Ariel pops up, suggesting he should just take her out. John tells her to pipe down. He finally decides to drink. Just act natural. Since we are still in the tutorial phase, is probably safe. Thanks, I will take some. The elf stays silent as John chugs the tea. Afterward, he gets curious. So what is this place, and what is it? For John bombards her with questions. You do not look like a normal player. Who are you? What are you doing in this lab map? Hearing that long list, she just smiles. My, you are a curious boy. She begins to answer each one. Take it slow. This is just my small private garden. She calls herself a noble. Obviously, she is not here for the tutorial like the rest of you brats. She is just a watcher from above. You and I can see Seong Ji Han is shocked by how cooperative this elf is being. Too good to be true. Maybe he can squeeze some info out of her easily. He keeps pushing, asking why she is really keeping an eye on them all. She sets down her tea and answers. Simple, really. But wait, her whole vibe just changed in a single heartbeat. If a freak like him shows up, she just catches them to be her slave. Seong Ji Han instantly goes on high alert. But it is too late. Pain explodes through him, making him drop his tea. He collapses right there on the floor. It is already over before he realizes it. His body just won't move. Seeing him struggle like that, the elf just smirks. Hard to move, isn't it? She tells him not to worry. His breathing and heart rate will stabilize soon enough. How generous of her. Then she lunges forward and grabs Seong Ji Han by the hair. This weird green energy starts swirling all around her body. She commands him to fill his head with her image and become her slave. Seong Ji Han looks completely hypnotized by the gas. He isn't even fighting back. Suddenly, a notification pings and startles her. Wait, what is happening to Seong Ji Han right now? Is he okay? What is going on? Did someone poison the tea? The chat is absolutely blowing up with worried comments. Is this part of... Sensing things are going south, Elf pulls away, clearly annoyed, grumbling about people interrupting just when things were getting good. Seriously, how annoying. Right then the system chimes in. Only 50 survivors left. We are finally getting the official tally for all the players remaining. The green zone has 26 survivors. 23 are left in the yellow zone and only one sole survivor remains in the red zone. The game is wrapping up, but Seong Ji Han is still completely shaken from that encounter. Hearing the system announcement, he just lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Can't believe it's already ending, you poor, weak things. Elf's cryptic words leave him feeling completely lost and confused about what's coming next. The tea already planted the seed, so she's just waiting for the next chance. Suddenly, she points at Seong Ji Han, commanding him like a slave. Elf releases a mesmerizing aura telling him to find her the next time he enters the game. Totally creepy vibes from her. With that, Seong Ji Han's body starts fading away from the area. We are back at the massive apartment building right in the heart of the city. He teleports right back home. Ariel rushes over looking totally worried, asking Seong Ji Han if he is actually okay after everything that just happened. Seeing him so dazed makes her feel incredibly guilty. She keeps saying she should have stopped this from happening in the first place. She didn't think that Jerk Elf would dare mess with a player before the tutorial even ended. Using her unique eyes, Ariel notices something very strange. That pattern. It's definitely a leaf from the world tree. A vision of a massive ancient tree flashes through her mind. Realizing how serious this is, Ariel does not hesitate and slaps Seong Ji Han right across the face. Wake up, Seong Ji Han, don't let that evil jerk trick you. She keeps slapping his face over and over, screaming at him to finally snap out of it. Wake up, you jerk master. Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs Ariel's hand mid-swing. His grip is so tight it actually catches her off guard. Seong Ji Han finally comes to his senses, confidently asking who would ever trust a pointy-eared freak like that anyway. Ariel is stunned, but then CA bursts through the door. She is looking totally frantic and screams out for her uncle. Wasn't it bad enough that your brother-in-law's girlfriend brainwashed you and almost destroyed our family line? Seriously, uncle, that was already a disaster. Now you're letting some guy give you tea and telling you to serve him. Are you actually okay? This is getting way too weird. But the scene in front of her leaves. Speechless. Terrified, she asks if Ariel is his new master. Ariel immediately shouts back, no. After things calm down, they start investigating that girl from earlier. Seong Ji Han asks if she means that elf guy actually planted something inside of him. A leaf from the world tree, exactly. Ariel starts explaining the whole mechanic to him. Those world tree leaves have a very specific power. Alright, you and I need to see this. It clears debuffs, but it also brainwashes anyone it touches. Total control. Even the strongest legendary warriors can't fight it. Hearing that Seong Ji Han was totally floored by how broken that power actually is. Who knew a single world tree leaf was this powerful? Say looks at him totally suspicious of his reaction. But wait, why are you totally fine? Say thinks it's like Shizuru's spell from before, maybe he's just immune to everything. Ariel shuts that down fast. Shizuru's low-tier magic doesn't even compare to the ancient power of the world tree. Seong Ji Han finally weighs in. He thinks it's all thanks to that new martial soul he just acquired. He explains that since obtaining it, he's gained absolute mastery over every single fiber of his body. At first, the loss of control was pretty jarring for him, but now he's fully harnessed that massive new energy surge. It is residing in my body and mind in any way I choose. CA just looks confused and asks Ariel if she understands. Ariel sums it up perfectly for us. Your uncle is basically a cheater. Seong Ji Han just scowls, clearly annoyed by the label. This dude is really bugging me. Can I just poke him with a sword? CA's like, whoa, stop being so scary. Ariel drops the bad news. Standard methods won't work to get that thing out of your system. Since it's literally fused with your body, we are going to need some high-end elf tech to even stand a chance. Seong Ji Han realizes the truth, brainwashed or not, he absolutely has to track down that elf. CA is looking pretty stressed. She suggests a different plan, asking if he could just live with that world tree thing. If it's not hurting you, maybe it's fine to just keep it, she adds, trying to play it safe. She's worried about another confrontation, but Seong Ji Han calms her down. Trust me, CA, I've got this under control. He says that, but his head is somewhere else. He hates lying to her, but he can't let her worry right now. Deep down, he knows this seed is actually the key to his next big move. He grips his chest ready. A few days later, Seong Ji Han heads to the building. CA calls him up, asking if he's finally made it to HQ. She is totally hyped, wondering if he's spotted any other famous national players or top-tier rankers yet. Seong Ji Han just chuckles. Actually, I think I might be the biggest celebrity in this room right now. Now that he's officially on the national team, they're actually sharing their top-secret training programs with him. Though training alongside the same guy he just crushed on live TV is definitely going to be a bit awkward. But hey, it's a mandatory schedule with no exceptions, so he's stuck. Now back to the current situation. CA is like, do you really have to move in with them? Seong Ji Han's just as annoyed, but rules are rules. She stays quiet while he explains the move-in plan. He's officially heading out to the new dorms next week. Say, A sounds super bummed. So I'm just stuck house-sitting alone. That's going to be so boring. Seong Ji Han suggests she should just tag along, but she immediately starts laughing like it's a total joke. No way, you can't be serious, she says, telling him not to worry about her being lonely or anything. She mentions she's out shopping and tells him to take care before hanging up. But wait, someone is watching her. Deep in a dark alley, a pair of eyes is locked onto her. A hooded creeper is tracking her every move. The stalker confirms Seong Ji Han isn't around. He's sure she's all by herself, making her the perfect target. He's done waiting. He can't waste another second and decides it's finally time to make his move. He wants to wrap this up quietly. He'll trail her just a bit longer before striking when the coast is clear. But just as he thinks he's got her, a voice rings out. Looks like we've caught a little rat lurking around. Ariel is radiating pure killing intent, demanding to know who he is while summoning a massive arsenal of weapons. He's completely surrounded and panicking. How did Seong Ji Han's summon find him so fast? This wasn't part of the plan. He is frantically trying to find an exit. He needs to grab any opening he can and bolt. Too late, A spots the commotion and asks what's going on. Ariel wastes no time pointing out the creep. This guy has been stalking you for a while now. CA is totally stunned. She had no idea. Seeing his chance, the stalker takes off. Ariel isn't letting him go that easily and charges right after him. A flurry of sharp blades fly through the air, pinning him down in an instant. There is no escape now. You really thought you could run, Ariel taunts, but suddenly the guy's entire body just starts to vanish. Ariel realizes it's dark magic. This guy isn't just a regular thug, and she's caught completely off guard. The stalker reappears right behind Say. Ariel screams for her to move as his hand reaches out for her. Just as he's about to grab her, C braces herself and an explosive burst of lightning erupts from her body. The guy gets a nasty shock, literally. Before he can recover, Ariel has a dozen swords aimed at his skull. With insane reflexes, he barely manages to tumble back. That was way too close. He almost met his end right there. He knows if he gets caught again, it's game over. But Ariel is already one step ahead and locks on. Found you, she shouts. Above his head, a literal mountain of weapons is hovering, ready to rain down destruction. On her command, they all crash down at once. CA can only watch in total shock at the carnage. CA screams, worried she just witnessed a murder, but Ariel tells her to relax, it's all under control. Everything is calculated. Once the dust finally settles, we see the stalker is actually still breathing and in one piece. Ariel's feeling pretty smug about it. See, he's alive. Now let's see who's hiding under that hood. Look at this creep's face. Once the mask comes off, they're stunned. The person in front of them isn't a guy at all. CA recognizes her instantly. Wait, isn't she the ninja who kidnapped Uncle last time? No wonder she looked familiar. Rin demands answers from Akari. Why show your face again? Is Shizuru behind this? The little girl is fed up and threatens her. You really want to get punched again. Some villains just don't know when to quit. Now let's jump back in time to see how this started. Akari was on her knees begging. Please, Lady Shizuru, she was desperate for mercy. I never thought a silver-ranked player could be so strong. I'm humiliated, please forgive me. Shizuru stays silent. She calmly twirls her hair before deciding. Enough, Akari. I'll just find another way to bring Jihan to me. Shizuru snaps her fingers, giving a cold order. Push her in. What Akari sees next completely breaks her. She brought her little sister as a hostage. I heard you have a very cute sister, Akari. Little Hori is pale with terror. Seeing her, Akari jumps up. Shizuru just gives a wicked evil smile. Family should always help each other, right? She whispers from behind as she greets the poor girl. Is your name Hori? Shizuru grips her shoulder tight, emphasizing every word. Your failure ruined my plans, Akari. We need to fix this, so can I borrow your body for a bit? Akari is absolutely losing her mind. Back to reality, she's tied up. Poor Akari says I only did it because I was forced. Sei listens coldly to the excuse. Who would actually want to do this? I just wanted to lure Jihan. I never meant to hurt you. After a bit, Sei actually feels bad. I get your situation now. But Sei isn't soft. She pulls out her phone. I can't just let you go. This is about our safety. She adds a threat. It's better if we call Uncle instead of the police, right? Akari stays silent, plotting. Suddenly, she summons a hidden dagger. The other two have no idea what's about to hit them. Hello, Uncle, are you busy? I need you right now. But a split second later, the chains break. Akari moves like lightning, lunging forward to slash Rin. Nobody saw this coming. Sei screams in terror. Jihan hears it over the phone and panics. Sei, what happened? Akari lets out a twisted manic laugh. I figured you'd let me go if I acted like a victim. She pulls her mask down. You're colder than I thought, CA. Now look back at that moment again. Akari had begged. Lady Shizuru, take me instead. I'll give you my own body. Just spare my sister. Hearing that made the villainess very happy. Player Akari has now surrendered control of her physical form. Do you want to use Akari's body as material for a clone? Warning, once created, her ego will vanish. Back in reality, Akari smirks. Aren't you being a bit mean to your future mother, Sei? Sei is frozen, staring at that familiar face. She finally realizes this is actually Ito Shizuru. Every single detail on that face matches perfectly. It's really her. It's Shizuru. Jihan is frantic on the other end. What's wrong, Sei? She just cries out, Uncle. Before she can finish, Shizuru smashes the phone. She blurs forward, closing the gap with a terrifying threat. Sei, I'm talking to you. Shizuru grabs her by the throat, squeezing until the poor girl can't breathe. The system flashes a warning. Ito Shizuru is attempting a subjugation effect. Why don't we chat a bit? She releases a thick, enchanting mist everywhere. Sei's phone is junk now. No help is coming. On the other side, Jihan stares at his screen. Master Jihan, what's wrong? Master Jihan. He is officially losing it. Back to CA, she's in serious danger. Is this the skill Uncle faced? CA tries to fight it, but it feels useless. This is the woman who stole her father away. There's no way I should like her. But right now, Shizuru's magic is forcing her to submit. Suddenly, Seiya grabs her arm. A bright light flashes and bolts of lightning crash down on them both. Struck by the attack, Shizuru is forced to let go. Seiya is finally free. Now look at this. The system says the lightning mark is resisting mental pollution. Subjugation failed. What someone is interfering with my power, Seiya is confused too, but she locks back in. Seiya stands tall, staring Shizuru down. Look here, you old hag. Don't you dare touch me again. Don't you dare touch me. Hearing that old lady insult makes Shizuru lose it. She finally snaps and swings a massive punch. Straight at little Yoon Se. Ah. Respect your elders. Her fist is inches away from the girl, but right at the ultimate moment of life and death. Yoon Se suddenly vanishes into thin air. Shizuru's punch hits nothing but empty space. She's totally stunned by the empty scene in front of her. Now Shizuru is left standing there all alone, looking like a fool since the girl is gone. She starts spinning around and screaming. Where did you go? Is that an invisibility skill? Show yourself, but deep down. Shizuru is starting to panic because Yoon Se is actually resisting her. How did this brat not submit immediately? First it was Jin, and now even his niece is giving her trouble. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms right behind her. Wait, what are you? Ariel finally reveals her true form. Have you taken over that ninja's body? Seeing the girl's strange and powerful appearance, Shizuru actually gets excited. What is this? She creeps closer to Ariel, asking, did you just grow taller? How interesting, or maybe this is just your true size. Shizuru leans in, using her seductive charm to interrogate her. You know a lot about Jin, don't you? She purrs. She demands Ariel spill everything she knows, but the little girl just smirks. Watch this. The system hits us with a notification. Skill failed. Turns out Shizuru's stats are way too low to even touch this target's mind. Shizuru is absolutely stunned. Ariel just laughs with pure contempt, calling her an inferior race. Mind control, on her, please. Ariel's sheer aura is crushing. Shizuru can barely breathe under the intense pressure of being near someone this powerful. The bloodlust is insane. This isn't just a species gap. This is a level of power we haven't even encountered yet. Suddenly, a dark hand erupts from the shadows behind her. Shizuru spins around, sensing the danger just in time. Too late, the dark hand is faster, slamming her down hard. Watching her struggle, Ariel calmly starts to remark that her movements are way slower than that last ninja as she summons a wall of weapons aimed at Shizuru. Is it because that body isn't even yours? She asks. Now Shizuru is pinned down, completely unable to find a way to move. But just as the blades fall, Shizuru triggers a barrier. Ariel is actually caught off guard by this quick move. Shizuru pulls out a hidden card and breathes a sigh of relief. That right there is her absolute defense charm. It's a one-time rank S level item. Shizuru gloats, saying she really didn't want to waste such a precious treasure here. Using that red card, Ariel's power is instantly dispelled. The little girl just watches the plan unfold with a quiet stare. After a while, Ariel finally speaks up, asking if she's really forced to use items way beyond her own worth just to hide her obvious weaknesses. Honestly, how much longer can those little cheap tricks actually keep her safe? Shizuru just smiles. Don't worry, I have plenty of gifts given to me by people who love me very much. She sees the girl's reaction and feels smug. But her plan is a mess. She never expected to be blocked by Seong Jin's summon. She has to protect Eun-Yoon-se and escape now. Where did that little brat disappear to? Just as she's wondering, Eun-Yoon-se is actually throwing a mysterious cloak over her shoulders. The girl has seen everything. Yoon-se whispers to herself, wondering if this will work. It seems the cloak has already started to make her invisible to everyone. Shizuru and Ariel haven't even noticed her standing right there. This stealth item is legit, you guys. The cloak is totally working. Both Shizuru and Ariel have completely lost track of where she is. She's vanished right before their eyes. It feels like she's watching them from an entirely different dimension. Yoon-se is totally amazed by this gift from her uncle. It's a lifesaver. Never expected things to go down like this. Better stay put until it is safe. But then bing, the system notification rings out. You have entered the land of emptiness. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying tornado starts spinning out of nowhere. It is right behind her. Yoon-se is absolutely losing it, and honestly, can you blame her? That vortex is 10 times her size. One wrong move and she is buried. Seeing Ariel distracted, Shizuru does not waste a second, launching a barrage of daggers her way. But Ariel is too quick, dodging with ease. She lunges forward, aiming a heavy blow right at Shizuru. But wait, there is a catch. That mysterious card makes her untouchable. Shizuru just mocks her, saying, "Your pathetic attacks will never work on me." Suddenly, a shadow looms behind Shizuru. Then bam, Yoon-se comes tumbling out right in front of both of them. Talk about a shocker, they are both completely stunned. Yoon-se, the poor girl looks absolutely traumatized, shaking like a leaf. Total panic. Her mind is stuck on that insane tornado from seconds ago. She is just thinking, what on earth just happened? If I had not unequipped that necklace, that storm would have swallowed me whole. She cannot stop trembling from the pure terror. Shizuru is curious for a split second, but she has got a job to do. This is her golden opportunity. Time to take out this summon once and for all. But then something flashes through Ariel's mind. She feels it. A smirk crawls across her face as Ariel asks, "So you finally showed up?" Shizuru is totally lost. Like what? What right now? Seong Ji Han lunges from the void and grabs her head. Death has finally arrived for you. He pours every drop of energy into his fist for a lethal blow. That impact leaves her coughing up blood. Shizuru collapses instantly. Our guy turns to check on his niece. "Sia, are you okay?" "Yes, I am." Once he knows she is safe, Seong Ji Han locks onto Shizuru again. He steps closer, his voice cold and terrifying. "Did I not beat you enough last time? Because you still have the nerve to come here and try to kill me." Seeing Seong Ji Han's confusion, Arian steps in. "Wait, Seong Ji Han, that is not the same woman we fought before." The girl explains everything. That is Ito Shizuru, and she has completely taken control of that body. Cornered, the villain just sighs. Shizuru starts desperately calculating how to get out of this mess. "I am finished, my plan failed. Since it has come to this, I should at least save Akari's body." She sees her as a valuable tool. Then she just laughs. "I guess I really cannot handle you, Seong Ji Han." Shizuru prepares her escape. "This is such a shame, but I really have to go now." Before she can even finish, Seong Ji Han snaps his hand around her neck. "See you later then." His killing intent is insane as he prepares to strike. "You thought I would just let you go." Seong Ji Han shows zero mercy, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches. Shizuru is battered until blood sprays everywhere. "How did he reach me the exact moment I activated my spiritual form? This should be impossible." She panics, trying to resist. "I cannot escape. I worked so hard on this clone, damn it." Shizuru has no choice but to abandon her avatar. As it fades away, she screams out, "Seong Ji Han." Seong Ji Han watches her vanish. It will not end like this next time. He just gives a chilling smile. He leans in close, his voice low and dangerous. You are right, because I will never let it end here. I will find your real body and kill you myself. He tosses the useless shell aside like trash. Seong Ji Han turns his back and walks away. Let us go, see ya. But the girl looks back, still feeling worried. He wonders why she is so tense. Meanwhile, in a massive mansion, Shizuru sits silently on a sofa. Exhausted from the defeat, she sighs. Suddenly, someone approaches to check on her. You look upset. It is Exine. She whispers his name as he sits beside her. Is something bothering you, my dear? She shakes her head, saying it is nothing. But Sane pushes for the truth. Come on, tell me. I am truly worried about you. Shizuru leans on his shoulder, acting all fragile and sad. My plan failed again. It would have been amazing if we could just get Seong Ji Han to join us. He would be a huge help. Plus, we could bring your daughter back and reunite your whole family. Zian listens intently. They have no idea how you really feel, and that is just so frustrating. He tries to comfort her. Do not overthink it, Shizuru. You are still such a sweet person. Even if they do not understand you. Little does Sai know she is hiding a cold, calculating smirk. A notification interrupts them. Shizuru reads it and her face turns into a mask of pure shock. Why is Seong Ji Han suddenly starting a live stream? She tries to guess what he is planning. Do not tell me he is going to talk about today. I bet he does not even have evidence. This is ridiculous. She asks Sane if she can watch it, and he naturally says yes. She taps the screen to see what he is saying, but once it loads, she completely freezes. The person on screen is not Seong Ji Han. Good day to everyone watching from all around the world. The speaker starts exposing Shizuru's crimes. I am a player who was once under her control. I survived her mental manipulation. Akari finally appears, standing right there with Seong Ji Han and Sia. My name is Gato Akari. I am here to expose everything Ito Shizuru did. I saw it all. Seeing her alive, Shizuru is terrified. Akari, how is she alive? How can this be happening? Jumping back a few hours, a strange light appearing behind them had caught Seong Ji Han's attention. Shizuru's clone began screaming in agony. System warnings started flashing across the screen like crazy. Ito Shizuru's soul has left the body. Self-destruction initiated. Gato Akari's powerful will is resisting. After one final scream, the results were finally in. The process was a complete and total success. Alright guys, the destruction process was just aborted. Hearing that Yoon say, and Ariel spin around in total shock, staring at her with pure worry. What is happening to her? The little girl moves in closer to check her energy. It feels totally different now, doesn't it? We do not know how, but this feels like the real Akari. But her condition is critical. If she stays like this, she won't last long. Seong Ji Han is stuck, not sure how to handle this mess. Then out of nowhere, he moves in and grabs Akari by her collar. He lets his healing powers explode. He needs her alive for answers, so he starts treating Gato Akari immediately. A bit later, inside a massive luxury apartment building, Akari finally wakes up from her coma. Then a cold voice speaks out. You awake yet? Seong Ji Han is standing there with his arms crossed, looking down at her with a serious stone-cold expression on his face. He gives her a direct order. Tell me everything you know about Shizuru. You were her closest ally, weren't you? Why did you become her puppet? Did she throw you away, or are you just following orders from someone else? She just freezes. Then she starts stammering. I just... Suddenly, those brutal memories start flooding back into her mind. The system reveals that Gato Akari's body was used as raw material to create a puppet for the player Ito Shizuru. It is done. The puppet is finished. Shizuru looks satisfied. But right then, Akari's little sister calls out in total disbelief. Akari, is that really you? The little girl is terrified. She asks Shizuru, what did you just do to my sister? The copy suddenly stops dead in its tracks. Shizuru is actually impressed. She has never used a diamond-tier player as a puppet before. Her will is still fighting back somehow. That is a problem for me, she says. I need to test her. I need to be absolutely sure she is under my control. Akari's sister turns pale with fear. Suddenly, Akari lunges forward and wraps her hands around the little girl's throat. In that moment, it looks like her will is completely gone. She just keeps squeezing tighter and tighter on her own little sister. The little girl gasps for air, calling out her name. Akari. Akari. But it is already too late to turn back now. Akari has officially become Shizuru's clone. She ruthlessly murders her own sibling. Back in the present, Akari is reliving that agony. It was my own hands, my own body. Hearing this, Seong Ji Han curses Shizuru under his breath. She is way worse than we thought. Akari stands up, her eyes burning with pure hatred. I am going to kill her. Every word she speaks drips with death. That woman. Shizuru. I am going to rip that psycho into tiny little pieces. She turns around, ready to storm out and find her. But Seong Ji Han speaks up. Hey, who said you could just leave? Akari freezes in her tracks as he gives her a serious reality check. You really think you can take her alone? If you could, you would not be here. You will just die instead of getting revenge. Akari starts shaking violently. Seong Ji Han points out that if she gets possessed again, she is basically just handing Shizuru another free body. He is totally right, and she knows it. She cannot even argue. She just stammers, asking what she is supposed to do now. Akari breaks down in tears. Shizuru took everything from me. My body, my family. I have nothing left at all. She collapses onto the floor, completely broken. The weight of her loss is too much, and she just sobs her heart out. Seong Ji Han just watches her quietly for a moment. Then he speaks up. Actually, there is one thing you can do. He reaches out his hand, making her an offer. Since you've got nothing left, why not team up with me? I need my revenge too. She looks up at him, totally stunned by the proposal. They have a deal, and the plan begins. Now they start plotting together. First off, everything you just told me, you need to reveal it to the entire world. Back in the present, Akari is following the plan. She starts speaking out, finally exposing what Shizuru did to her body. You and I can already guess the comment section's reaction. This is way bigger than just some player getting robbed of gear. People are demanding the organizers fix the international laws. Akari keeps going, tearing down Shizuru's facade and exposing every single crime. She brainwashes people, steals their bodies, and even commits murder. But that is only the tip of the iceberg with this woman. She seduced countless Japanese politicians just to control them and cover her tracks. Akari cannot even hold back her tears anymore. I was one of the people forced to do her dirty work, she says. The more she talks, the more she crumbles. Seeing her break, Seong Ji Han steps in to speak. I will take it from here. He warns the audience with a cold, serious tone. It is a shame to drop this news right before the Northeast Asia tournament, but the world needs to be on high alert. Itachi is dangerous. Everyone is left in total shock. Seong Ji Han has one final message for the players in the tournament. Seeing Huntley break, Seong Ji Han steps in to speak. I will take it from here. He warns the audience with a cold, serious tone. It is a shame to reveal this right before the tournament, but I believe Ito Shizuru is a threat to the entire world. Everyone is left in total shock after hearing the truth. Seong Ji Han has one final message for the players in the upcoming tournament, especially those of you attending the next event. Stay far away from her. Do not let that woman get near you. All the players worldwide are glued to this broadcast. Li Han speaks with total authority. I am telling you this, so you don't betray your homeland like the Sword King did. Meanwhile, in a different part of town, plates are being smashed against the floor. Shizuru is absolutely losing her mind over this live stream. She screams out for Akari. Shizuru is panicked. I left that body, how can she still be alive? Can a diamond rank player really resist that much? Seeing her like this, Yoon Si-jin tries to step in. Shizuru, you need to calm down, but that only makes her more furious. Calm. You think I can be calm? She screams like a maniac. Akari just framed me as a criminal. I did everything for this country. Now everyone is going to abandon me. Right then, her phone starts blowing up with endless notifications. Messages are flooding in. Shizuru, is the stream true? Pick up the phone, we need to talk about this. Everyone is asking about the broadcast. Suddenly, Yoon Si-jin pulls her into a tight hug to comfort her. Don't let these dirty tricks get to you, he says. I am staying right here by your side. Even if the whole world leaves, I swear I won't. Shizuru goes quiet and hugs him back tight. After a moment, Shizuru finally speaks up. Her voice is dripping with pure bitterness and hatred. When you face Li Han in the tournament, I want you to crush him. Deep in a hidden lab, Elle stares silently into her tea, thinking only of Li Han.